Dad, wake up! His son Yang Chengjiang's voice rang in his ears, but he couldn't open his eyes no matter how hard he tried. He'd worked himself to exhaustion his entire life, and his wife had labored alongside him just as hard. Though he was only in his 50s, his body had completely given out. Oh, well, that was that. At least he hadn't let his two children down. He'd spent his entire life earning a house in a big city for his son, and his daughter had married off with a proper ceremony. Both kids were filial, and he didn't need to worry about his wife anymore. This lifetime had been utterly exhausting. Dad, Yuankun, wake up. But he could no longer open his eyes. Bro Yang, how much did you drink with Boss Zhao last night? You're still not recovered? A new voice suddenly pierced his awareness, and his body was being shaken. Yang Yuankun felt a throbbing headache. He remembered it should have been in the late stages of lung cancer. He should be dead. Why could he still hear voices? He opened his eyes again, gasping sharply. He hadn't experienced this sensation-smooth, effortless breathing in a long time. Aside from the headache, he didn't feel any other problems. You are Xiao Hu. Yang Yuankun carefully examined the person in front of him. This looked like his old buddy Wang Hu. If not for the prominent scar on his face, he might not have recognized him. Bro Yang, you came back last night and just collapsed onto the bed. It's already 2 p.m. now. I thought something had happened to you, Wang Hu said, noticing his brother's odd expression and nervously trying to explain, thinking perhaps he'd startled him by shaking him awake. Ignoring Wang Hu's words, Yang Yuankun continued scanning his surroundings, but couldn't place them. Suddenly, the pain in his head intensified. He clutched his skull with both hands, making Wang Hu jump in fright. Bro Yang, did the drinking mess up your health? Let me take you to the hospital, Wang Hu said anxiously. No, it's fine. I just need a moment. My head's just hurting a bit, Yang Yuankun replied, lying back on the bed for a while. Finally, he managed a small smile at Wang Hu and explained, I drank too much last night. I'll rest a bit more, then come find you in your room later. All right, just shout if you need anything, Bro Yang. Wang Hu still looked worried, but since Yang Yuankun could speak normally, he left the small room. Lying on the bed, Yang Yuankun felt the world was truly incredible. A reincarnation plot straight out of a novel had actually happened to him. In his previous life, he'd enjoyed reading online novels to pass the time, but he'd never imagined such a thing could happen to him. He carefully sorted through the memories flooding his mind, then abruptly sat up. The reason he'd toiled his entire life on construction sites in his previous life was directly tied to events happening right now. Actually, his family's circumstances hadn't been bad. His father had worked at the county's water transport company, a highly desirable job back then. They weren't short on food, while it couldn't compare to later eras. They could always eat their fill and stay warm. They even had meat a few times a month, thanks to the chickens and ducks his mother raised in the countryside. As the youngest son, he'd been doted on by the family. After his father passed away a few years ago, his eldest brother took over his father's job, and his two sisters had married out, so most of the family's cash went to him. The young Yang Yuankun had always wanted to achieve something big. Plus, the mid-90s was the peak of the trend to work in big cities. So, after marrying and having a daughter and a son, he followed fellow villagers to seek work elsewhere. He spent 2 years learning masonry, and by chance met a foreman on a construction site, Boss Zhao. The older man had taken a liking to his little brother and even let him subcontract the wall plastering for several buildings. Young and ambitious, he naturally seized the opportunity, using family money as capital to take on the plastering for 6 buildings, bringing several fellow villagers to work with him. Everything had gone smoothly until no one expected Boss Zhao's own superior to have problems. That man had absconded with the project funds, causing a massive crisis. Most of the construction materials had been fronted by Boss Zhao himself, so the sudden cash flow collapse was catastrophic. In the end, Boss Zhao, the man who had helped him, went bankrupt. So did Yang Yuankun. The workers he'd hired were all from his hometown, some even distant relatives she couldn't possibly shirk his responsibility. He spent 4 long years working nonstop, even bringing his wife to the site for the last 2 years, just to repay all the debts. After that, he never dared to dream again, simply working diligently on various construction sites. Fortunately, his skills were good, and he managed to save up the down payment for his son's house when the time came. Remembering this, Yang Yuankun quickly got up and dressed. It was already winter, and the Lunar New Year was approaching. The weather was still cold, but the 27-year-old him didn't care about the temperature. He picked up the thermos on the table, shook it, and directly pulled the cork to pour the water. Leaving the small room, he knocked on Wang Hu's door next door. A voice came from inside, and the door opened immediately, revealing Wang Hu in the middle of dressing. Bro Yang, what's up? Did you rest well? Wang Hu asked quickly. There's something important. Come out with me later, Yang Yuankun said, glancing at the room. It had the same layout as his own, a tiny space just big enough for a bed and a table, partitioned by local residents next to the construction site. The rent was cheap, only 50 yuan a month. Wang, who was his childhood buddy, someone he brought along. They were very close. In his previous life, after Yang Yuankun couldn't pay wages, Wang would loyally refuse to take his own pay and even offered to lend Yang money, though Yang had refused. Later, they'd work together on sites, their bond growing stronger. The scar on Wang Hu's face was from a fight they'd had together. After leaving the courtyard, Wang Hu asked curiously, "Bro Yang, where are we going? Didn't the site finish yesterday? Didn't Boss Zhao already inspect it? I've learned something. I need to see Boss Zhao again." Yang Yuankun didn't elaborate. Seeing a pedicab approaching, he waved, and the two quickly got on. 15 minutes later, they got off, paid 50 fun, and walked straight into a residential compound. "This place is so nice, Bro Yang. I wish I could live here," Wang Hu said enviously, looking at the clean, orderly environment completely different from where they rented. Though it was a 6-story building without an elevator, the compound was neat and tidy. This was where Boss Zhao lived well with his mistress. Following the route from memory, they soon arrived at the door. Yang Yuankun didn't knock immediately. He stood there for a moment, thinking about how to phrase things before finally raising his hand. There was movement inside, and soon the door opened. It was Boss Zhao's mistress, who recognized Yang Yuankun. She greeted them and ushered the two in. "Little Yang, didn't we drink enough yesterday? Want to continue today?" Boss Zhao laughed. His full name was Zhao Quan, already in his 40s. He'd taken a liking to Yang Yuankun and subcontracted work to him because earlier that year, troublemakers had come to the site. Zhao Quan hadn't been there, but Yang Yuankun had led several fellow villagers to drive them off. In those days, construction sites required tough men to get things done. Back then, Yang Yuankun hadn't thought much of it. The troublemakers had been bullying one of his fellow villagers. Because he'd grown up in relatively good conditions and was generous, his peers generally respected him. He couldn't ignore it when his little brother was bullied. He hadn't expected that act to earn Zhao Quan's respect, leading to everything that followed. "Bro Zhao, no way. I just woke up. My head's still pounding." Yang Yuankun quickly declined, then cut straight to the point. "Bro Zhao, last night when we were drinking, I went to the bathroom and overheard people next door saying they were from our site but hadn't received their wages yet." "Huh? Haven't most people been paid? If you're in a hurry, I can settle yours first." Zhao Quan didn't suspect anything, but inwardly he was already annoyed. His little brother was rushing for money right after the inspection. He hadn't even received his own funds yet. "That's not what I meant, Bro Zhao. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I remembered it when I woke up today," Yang Yuankun explained quickly. "Wasn't the neighboring site finished about 3 months ago? Why haven't they been paid? I remember they had the same main boss as us." Zhao Quan clearly understood what Yang Yuankun was implying, but he still explained. "They're from the same company as us, but it's normal in our industry to settle everything at year end. It's not a big deal." He said that, but Zhao Quan's mind was uneasy. The people dining at a hotel couldn't be ordinary workers, they were at least small foremen like Yang Yuankun. While worker wages were often delayed until year-end, subcontractors like himself usually got paid promptly, otherwise they couldn't take on the next project. "I'm still a bit worried, Bro Zhao. Maybe you should call the boss over there?" Yang Yuankun, having no better excuse, said this instead. Zhao Quan didn't resist. He picked up the nearby phone, dialed a number, and it connected quickly. "Old Sue, did you settle up with that site next to ours?" A voice came from the phone, but Yang Yuankun and Wang, who beside him, couldn't hear it. Soon, the phone was hung up. Zhao Quan's face was no longer as relaxed. He hadn't expected that the other party still hadn't received the project funds. The neighboring site wasn't even this year's projected, had started last year. In theory, it shouldn't require year-end settlement. The other boss also had good connections above. Why hadn't he been paid yet? "Little Yang, thanks for reminding me. I understand now." Zhao Quan looked at the waiting Yang Yuankun and said, "I won't treat you to lunch today. I've got some urgent matters to attend to." "All right, Bro Zhao. Then we'll head back." Yang Yuankun, retaining the social awareness from his past life, pulled Wang Hu up and left. After returning to the entrance of the compound, Wang Hu asked worriedly, "Bro Yang, could the money be in trouble?" "I don't know. Now it's up to Bro Zhao. We can't do much," Yang Yuankun admitted. He could do little himself, didn't even know the name of the boss who had run off. He could only pass the information to Zhao Quan and let him handle it. After taking the pedicab back, the courtyard was already bustling with people, his small construction crew, all from the same hometown. 8 of them, including Yang Yuankun and Wang Hu. Mahjong tiles were already laid out on the table, with the others watching. "Bro Yang, why did you go out so early with Brother Hu?" Everyone greeted them with smiles. The Mahjong game had just started. "Just went for a walk." "What did you start?" Yang Yuankun smiled back. These people had been good to him in his past life. When he owed them wages, none of them had come to his house to pressure him. They'd maintained good relationships and often worked on the same sites later. Just started, bro Yang. Want to take over? One of the players dealing the tiles offered with a smile. You guys keep playing. I drank too much last night. I need to rest a bit more. Yang Yuankun declined the invitation, turned, and went back to his room. Wang, who stayed in the courtyard to watch the game. Chapter 2. The transformation of a bankruptcy fade. Upon returning to his modest room, Yang Yuankun surveyed his surroundings. The space barely sufficed for habitation. Yet it was fortunate enough to possess a window, unlike some neighboring quarters that languished in perpetual darkness. There were even instances of two individuals sharing a single room, as the entire courtyard had been rented by their group. During the sweltering summer months, most had to resort to sleeping outdoors on makeshift beds, as the rooms were utterly uninhabitable. Some construction sites provided metal shanties, but these were typically reserved for larger projects. The site where they were currently laboring was merely a small endeavor. Seated at the edge of his bed, Yang Yuankun retrieved a briefcase from the adjacent cabinet, a purchase he had made earlier this year specifically for this minor project. Inside lay the contract he had signed with Zhao Quan. Turning on the light in the room, he realized he could scarcely recall the details of the contract, and now he needed to scrutinize it closely. The project awarded to him entailed the painting of the exteriors of 6 buildings, not the decorative kind, but merely the bare walls. The task was as simple as covering the red bricks, yet it was not devoid of standards. For instance, the sockets needed to be appropriately positioned, and the angles of the windows and doors meticulously adhered to specifications. During yesterday's inspection, there were indeed areas that required rework on the plastering. Zhao Quan had taken special care of his younger colleague. Otherwise, one would typically need to host lavish banquets and engage in extensive social pleasantries just to secure a signature for approval. The final price of the contract amounted to 200,000, a commendable sum. After compensating a few workers, he would still earn at least half of that amount. With 7 workers to pay, after toiling for half a year, each person would net around 8,000 yuan, given that they were all engaged in piecework, paid by the day. This rate was offered only because they were friends. Otherwise, such generosity would be unheard of. After carefully placing the contract aside, Yang Yuankun reclined back onto his bed. The urgency of the prior events had left him with many unresolved thoughts, and this moment allowed for reflection. If Zhao Quan could navigate this crisis, he could finally bid farewell to the state of his previous life, which had left him fearful and stagnant. After that incident, he had not contemplated anything beyond simply working diligently at the construction site. Fortunately, for the next several years, the wages for masons would continue to rise. And when he eventually took on contracts himself, he had managed to earn a decent living, albeit at the cost of exhaustion. Moreover, due to the need for assistance, his wife, Zhao Xiaofeng, had also joined him in this endeavor. Thoughts swirled in his mind, yet clarity eluded him. He felt trapped in this cycle of construction work. Gradually, he succumbed to slumber, his eyes drifting shut. When he awoke once more, the night had enveloped the exterior. Opening his eyes, he found himself in darkness, with only the sounds of several individuals engaged in lively mahjong games outside. Rising from his bed and donning his clothes, he stepped into the courtyard, where Wang, who had already taken his turn, while a few spectators exhibited even greater excitement than the players themselves. Have you all had dinner yet? Yang Yuankun inquired with a smile as he approached from behind. Brother Yang, you're up? Wang, who greeted him first, prompting the others to follow suit. We haven't eaten yet. We were just waiting for you. What are we waiting for? I haven't eaten all day, Yang Yuankun urged, his stomach growling after a whole day without sustenance. All right, Brother Yang, it's on me. I just want a bit of money, Wang, who declared, waving a stack of bills in front of Yang Yuankun. He then turned to the others at the table, inquiring if they wished to continue. Forget it. You've already won enough. I'm hungry too. Let us go eat. The man who had lost the most that day chimed in, having lost over 100 yuan. If he continued losing, he wouldn't even have money for dinner. The few men under Yang Yuankun's wing received a monthly advance for their living expenses, 500 yuan, which was quite substantial in 1997. This amount came from Yang himself, and he would only distribute the remaining wages once the project concluded and he received his payment. This practice would persist in the years to come. The group pushed aside their mahjong tiles without tidying up, knowing they would likely resume their game after dinner. All were in their 20s, several of them unmarried. And with the little money they had spent it all, their entertainment largely consisting of mahjong and poker. As they closed the courtyard gate, Yang Yuankun felt for his wallet in his jacket pocket and beckoned everyone to move forward. Exiting the alley, they arrived at a small restaurant, a familiar haunt of theirs. How about a drink tonight? My treat, Wang Hu proposed loudly. Usually, they would settle for a simple rice dish, but occasionally, Yang Yuankun would take them out for drinks. Generous, brother Hu. I'm in. The others chimed in cheerfully. I'll handle it. We just passed the inspection yesterday, Yang Yuankun said, calling out Madam. Please reserve a private room. Mr. Yang, welcome. A middle-aged woman in an apron emerged from inside, quickly directing them. The first room upstairs will do. The restaurant is quite empty now. All right, Yang Yuankun replied, letting the others ascend first while he lingered at the front to place their order. There was no need for extravagant dishes. 8 dishes for 8 people would suffice, along with 2 bottles of liquor, which he carried upstairs on his own. Once settled, the others had the courtesy to leave the main seat for Yang Yuankun. After sitting down, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, sharing them around before lighting one for himself. Observing the lively chatter among his companions, Yang Yuankun cleared his throat and steered the conversation to business. Although we passed inspection yesterday, it was due to Boss Zhao's goodwill. There are still some areas that require repairs. We'll take a day off tomorrow and finish these up the day after. Once the funds arrive, we should be able to head back. Understood, Brother Yang. I'll take them to fix things up tomorrow. I was there yesterday, so I can handle it, Wang Hu quickly replied. Being Yang Yuankun's foreman and his closest ally, while the others were less familiar with the details. The group understood the situation wasn't too grave and readily acknowledged it with affirmations. Soon, the dishes began to arrive in abundance. The several men present paid little heed to the quality of the food. As long as it was edible, it sufficed. Their primary focus remained on the libations. By the end of the meal, the 2 bottles of wine he had brought with him proved insufficient, prompting him to request more from the proprietress. Yang Yuankun, having indulged excessively the previous night, only partook sparingly when others raised their glasses to him, leaving the remainder to be consumed by his companions. As the table lay in disarray, with cups and plates scattered about, Yang Yuankun observed the flushed faces of his fellow diners and inquired, "Is anyone unable to stand? We should be heading back soon." The jovial atmosphere persisted, with no signs of winding down just yet. After descending the stairs, Yang Yuankun approached the front desk, where the remaining guests awaited him. "Mr. Yang, your total comes to 126 yuan. You may settle it with 125, the clerk informed him. "My thanks to the proprietress," he replied, retrieving his wallet from his pocket. The prices truly were quite reasonable. For 8 people, 6 bottles of wine along with 8 dishes amounted to such a modest sum. Upon returning to their lodgings, the group, having overindulged, lost interest in playing mahjong through the night and retreated to their respective rooms to prepare for sleep. Yang Yuankun found himself with little to occupy his time. In this era devoid of mobile phone entertainment, he felt a tinge of boredom. As he pondered aimlessly, his pocket vibrated, a sound that reminded him of his financial limitations in acquiring a new phone, making him reluctant to part with this old device. The message was from Zhao Quan, requesting a return call. Yang Yuankun sprang to his feet, sensing that there might be progress regarding the matter that afternoon, which concerned his finances. He hastily donned his clothes and stepped outside, heading towards the small shop nearby, the only place around where he could make a phone call. Once connected, a voice soon resonated from the other end. "Little Yang, I truly appreciate your help," Zhao Quan expressed, his tone brimming with gratitude. Initially, he found it hard to believe the news relayed by Yang Yuankun. After all, the man he referred to was a significant figure, a fixed contractor from a state-owned enterprise. If he had the qualifications, he wouldn't be working under someone else. The notion that this individual might abscond was difficult for Zhao Quan to accept. However, after years of experience, he decided to investigate further. His inquiries revealed alarming news. The contractor had accrued substantial debts that remained unpaid, not only to engineering firms like theirs, but also to material suppliers. Most concerning was the information he gathered through secondary channels indicating that the contractor had sold his villa in Su Province and that his family was now abroad. This revelation sent Zhao Quan into a state of panic. "Nothing to worry about. I heard this information just occasionally," Yang Yuankun reassured him with a smile. The fact that Zhao Quan had reached out indicated that a solution was at hand, altering the trajectory of his impending financial ruin. In truth, his relaxed demeanor while drinking with friends stemmed from a sense of confidence. Even if he could not entirely evade misfortune, the memories from his previous life served as a powerful advantage. he would not find himself confined to a life of labor on construction sites as he had once done. Yes, the situation over there has been contained, and some funds have been transferred back. Fortunately, the payments from the parent company have yet to arrive, otherwise it would spell trouble come morning, Zhao Quan lamented over the phone. That's good, Yang Yuankun said with a smile. Tomorrow, the headquarters will transfer the funds to us subcontractors, ensuring our stability. By the latest, I'll transfer your share to you the day after tomorrow. Do you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Zhao Quan replied cheerfully. A bank transfer would be more convenient, Yang Yuankun responded without hesitation. All right, let's meet at Jinhai for drinks tomorrow. I must express my gratitude to you. Thank you, Zhao Gu, he replied, showing no intention of refusal. Such matters are quite common in this industry, and Jinhai is the largest business in the city. Just bring it over tomorrow evening. The other subcontractors at your site will also be there. After a year of hard work, it's time to relax, right? Zhao Quan chuckled. After a few more exchanges, they hung up. Noticing that 20 minutes had passed, Yang Yuankun took a bill from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper before leaving. Chapter 3. The necessity of deductions. The next morning, Yang Yuankun woke up quite late. In his previous life, he had risen by 5 or 6 o'clock every day after turning 50, but in his youth, he had slept soundly. He glanced at his watch on the bedside table. Illuminated by the morning light, it was already past 8, and surprisingly, there was no sound outside. Stepping out of his room, he noticed that the courtyard was empty. Remembering the instructions he had given the previous day, he surmised that Wang Hu had taken the remaining 6 workers to the construction site for repairs. His subordinate was indeed quite diligent. After a quick wash and a trip to the restroom, Yang Yuankun set out. He stopped at a breakfast stall at the alley's entrance to buy a few buns and some soy milk, eating as he walked toward the construction site. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the location. It was now the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, and the weather was still quite cold. The site was nearly deserted. Yang Yuankun approached the 6 buildings he had contracted. He intended to send a message to Wang Hu via pager, but was surprised to see one of his workers carrying a bag of cement. Yangzi, he called out from a distance. The worker quickly halted. His full name was Su Yang, from a neighboring village, and he had come out to work at the same time. Brother Yang, Su Yang greeted him as he approached, then resumed carrying the bag of cement. When did you all arrive? Yang Yuankun inquired, picking up a bag of cement from the ground. Normally, they wouldn't have to do this work or handle the cement themselves, as there were designated workers for that, but with the site nearly empty, they had to pitch in. We just got here, we were repairing next door. I'm mixing the cement for this building first, Su Yang replied honestly. The two entered the first floor of the building, not venturing upstairs. They would mix the cement here and then carry it up with buckets. Once the cement was prepared, Su Yang proceeded to distribute it across each floor, with Yang Yuankun assisting him. Once their tasks were completed, Wang Hu arrived with the remaining 5 workers. These 6 buildings were modest 6-story structures, so the workload was not particularly overwhelming. Is everything ready over there? Yang Yuankun inquired of Wang Hu, who had a cigarette dangling from his lips and was already covered in traces of cement. All set, Yang Gu. It wasn't much to begin with. Setting down his tools, Wang Hu approached Yang Yuankun, casually offering him a cigarette before continuing. With 6 of us, each taking a floor, we should wrap this up quickly. We should finish by midday. Yang Zi will just need to handle the cement mixing. Isn't it a bit too taxing for him to carry the cement and sand alone and also bring in water for mixing? Yang Yuankun expressed his concerns. Realizing that Su Yang had the most labor-intensive task, he couldn't help but wonder if Wang Hu and the others were sidelining Su Yang. When we were working together, Su Yang had the most repairs to handle. Now, if we make him do it again, that would mean a 3rd round of work, Wang Hu replied, somewhat irritated. Without sparing Su Yang's feelings, which left the latter feeling quite embarrassed. Yang Yuankun, just recently reborn into this life, often overlooked many details in the absence of reminders. He recalled how, during a previous inspection, he had been frustrated enough to threaten to deduct Su Yang's pay. It's my lack of skill, Yang Gu. This work is nothing. Su Yang hastily interjected, acknowledging that his abilities were not on par with the others. In his effort to keep pace, he had encountered numerous issues, and he felt it was only right to engage in some manual labor. Enough, go back to your work. Don't waste any more time. Hurry to the next building. Wang Hu instructed Su Yang, who then directed the remaining workers to repair the issues from the previous day before returning downstairs to tend to the first floor repairs himself. Should I help? Yang Yuankun asked, feeling a twinge of guilt as he observed Wang Hu's busy demeanor. In his previous life, he had never played the role of a boss. He was always hands-on, even in this project. No need, there's not much work left. It's just that Yang Zi is inexperienced and would only end up dirtying your clothes, Wang Hu quickly replied. It's fine, these are work clothes anyway. A little dirt doesn't bother me. Yang Yuankun waved his hand dismissively. Hey, Yang Gu, do you think Su Yang will have his pay deducted? Wang Hu inquired quietly after finishing his task. Certainly, deductions are inevitable, especially since he made the most mistakes. Thankfully, there weren't any major issues, otherwise it would delay our payment, which would be troublesome, Yang Yuankun asserted, holding firm to this principle. Having spent a lifetime on construction sites, he understood that inadequate skills warranted pay cuts. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the others, a fundamental requirement of leadership. How much do you think will be deducted? Wang Hu asked cautiously. What is this? Are you trying to plead on his behalf? Yang Yuankun quickly grasped Wang Hu's intent. In truth, camaraderie among the team was strong, as they shared both living and working spaces, and even he, as a modest contractor, did not impose any special treatment. As they all gathered together, engaging in the same labor, the disparity in their earnings seemed rather unjust, Wang Hu remarked, expressing his thoughts. Is it truly the same work? Yang Yuankun retorted with a hint of irritation, but proceeded to elucidate to his most trusted companions, if it were indeed the same task. I wouldn't have deducted any of his earnings. The withheld amount is not for my benefit, but rather for those of you who assisted in the repairs. I see. So, how much will be withheld? Wang Hu queried, observing Yang Yuankun's resolute demeanor, prompting him to refrain from further protest. Let us deduct 600 yuan. Each of you will receive 100, Yang Yuankun calculated, believing this to be a fair sum. Apart from Wang Hu, the rest had collectively worked for 6 months, earning approximately 8,000 yuan, with penalties for absenteeism duly noted. Alright, that doesn't seem excessive, Wang Hu conceded, noting that 600 yuan was not an insubstantial amount. Considering their monthly living expenses hovered around 600, equating to nearly half a month's wages. Back home, cultivating land for a year would yield only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, necessitating the leasing of additional plots. I should receive the money tomorrow, and we ought to be able to return home before the minor festival, provided we can secure tickets, Yang Yuankun continued, observing his companions diligently at work. It's not far from our hometown. I've inquired with several fellow villagers, and there's no need to take the train. Many buses head in our direction. Wang Hu evidently had plans for his return. The morning slipped away swiftly, as Yang Yuankun had perhaps overestimated the speed of their labor. Their efficiency noticeably waned. He eventually joined in, completing the work by the afternoon. I'm heading to the bathhouse. Are you coming? He asked, covered in cement dust. Addressing the others who had returned with him. Sure, there's nothing else to attend to. Let us wash up and prepare to head home, Wang Hu chimed in, with the others readily agreeing. The bathhouse, located in the suburban area, was quite simple, devoid of any extravagant features, run by a family, frequented mostly by older patrons. Yet the water was pleasantly warm. A warm bath is quite rejuvenating, Yang Yuankun remarked upon returning to the courtyard, feeling too weary to wash his clothes. Noticing the time was already past 6, he decided it was appropriate to leave. That evening, Zhao Quan had invited him to join at Jinhai. So he informed Wang Hu and the others, you all can have dinner. I have some matters to attend to. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Are you going to? Wang Hu inquired, his eyes twinkling with mischief. What do you think? I'm going to collect money for you, Yang Yuankun replied, playfully swatting him with a towel from the basin. It was inconceivable for a group of men under 30 to resist engaging in some frivolity while out. He simply found the surroundings too unsightly to indulge in such activities, especially considering the potential losses, particularly with his wife accompanying him to the construction site. The others quickly grasped the significance of the matter, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon emerging from his room once more, he was adorned in his finest attire, a fashionable trench coat that had cost him 500 yuan at the time of purchase, a price he seldom matched in the ensuing decades. This era was indeed remarkable, while his kin in the countryside hesitated to buy pork at a few yuan per kilogram. Urban youth readily splurged on clothing worth hundreds or even thousands of yuan. He wore polished leather shoes and black trousers, with a pager clipped to his waist and a gleaming watch adorning his wrist. This ensemble epitomized the attire of a successful individual in contemporary society. A stark contrast to his earlier appearance, caked in cement. As he changed, several individuals in the courtyard reassembled a mahjong table. Upon seeing Yang Yuankun's appearance, they gazed at him with envy, wishing to don such garments themselves. However, they had only recently begun working, and this year was their first opportunity to labor alongside Yang Yuankun. Otherwise, they would merely toil in menial jobs, hauling cement buckets, earning meager wages that barely sufficed to support their families, wives and children for the married, and parents for the unmarried. Xiaohu, if someone from the convenience store comes looking for you to take a call tonight, do go, Yang Yuankun advised. In case I drink too much, I might need you to fetch me. Zhao Quan had not permitted him to bring anyone along. It would not be proper to do so unilaterally. Yet, without a mobile phone, indeed, Wang, who lacked even a pager, he had no choice but to rely on the convenience store for communication. Understood, Yang Gu. I'll keep an eye out tonight, Wang, who readily replied. Occasionally, he accompanied Yang Yuankun to broaden his horizons, aware of how the construction bosses indulged during their drinking sessions. If I am not back by midnight, you should go to bed, Yang Yuankun suggested, wanting to set expectations to prevent Wang, who from waiting all night. Upon leaving the courtyard and exiting the alley, he chose not to take a rickshaw this time, instead hailing a motorcycle taxi toward the Jinhai Club. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at its destination. Following Zhao Quan's instructions, Yang Yuankun informed a server and was led to a private room on the third floor. The spacious room already housed several individuals, and centrally positioned was Zhao Quan himself, who remained quiet until the server knocked and entered. Upon seeing Yang Yuankun, Zhao Quan rose with a smile. Xiao Yang has arrived. Come, sit beside me, he beckoned, gesturing for Yang Yuankun to take a seat next to him. The other guests looked on in astonishment, as they were all contractors reliant on Zhao Quan for securing projects. It was remarkable that Yang Yuankun, in his first year working with them, had already garnered such trust from Zhao Quan. Brother Zhao, I can sit anywhere, Yang Yuankun replied. Yet he settled beside Zhao Quan nonetheless. Had it not been for you, I would have been in dire straits. It's no wonder I hold you in such high regard, Zhao Quan remarked, patting Yang Yuankun's shoulder. When do you plan to return home? I must treat you properly. Brother Zhao, there's no need for that. I am merely fulfilling my obligations. I shall return in a couple of days. My son is yet to reach a week old, and I have not been home for over half a year. Ah, how many children do you have now? Zhao Quan continued his inquiry. Only 2. The elder one is a girl, Yang Yuankun chuckled. You are truly fortunate. Zhao Quan continued chatting with a few others, to have both a son and a daughter at such a young age. As more people gathered, the noise in the private room grew increasingly boisterous. Once everyone had arrived, Zhao Quan stood up and began. This year, I must express my gratitude for everyone's support. All the funds have been fully deposited. Tonight, let us enjoy ourselves. Tomorrow, come to my company to sign and collect your money. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Excited voices erupted in response. Who among them was truly there just for merriment? Everyone was eager to receive their payments. With so many workers demanding their dues, the announcement of funds available by Zhao Quan brought joy to all. With the formalities concluded, the door to the private room swung open, and waiters bustled in and out, setting an array of wines and snack platters upon the central table. Chapter 4. Grateful and gracious. The scene within the private room was overwhelming, a challenge for him to behold. Having spent his previous life laboring tirelessly, he had seldom found himself in such environments. He welcomed all guests without reservation, drinking steadily from 6 o'clock until 10, leaving no sober soul in the room. Fortunately, his tolerance for alcohol was commendable, allowing him to remain on his feet. Xiao Yang, I am truly indebted to you this time. Without you, I would have faltered. Zhao Quan slurred, patting Yang Yuankun's shoulder with a hint of relief. Brother Zhao, I merely happened upon the information. It was for everyone's benefit, Yang Yuankun replied, feeling equally dazed and unable to articulate much more. Haha, the project you undertook this year was rather modest. Next year, when you return after the new year, I shall assign you a substantial project, Zhao Quan declared before closing his eyes, acknowledging that he had indulged the most among them. His ability to converse with Yang Yuankun was a testament to years of experience. Seizing the moment while his mind was still somewhat clear, Yang Yuankun opened the door to the private room, where a male attendant stood waiting. Noticing Yang Yuankun's unsteady exit, the attendant promptly inquired, Boss, is there something you need? Well, it seems everyone inside has had a bit too much. Has Brother Zhao discussed any arrangements with you? Leaning against the corridor wall, he could hear the cacophony from the adjacent rooms. Rest assured, We have accommodations available upstairs, and Mr. Zhao has already made arrangements, the attendant explained, understanding Yang Yuankun's concerns. The establishment was quite considerate, providing rooms for inebriated guests. Very well, I shall take my leave then, Yang Yuankun said, not wishing to spend the night there, and the attendant quickly assisted him down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed the phone at the reception desk. Yang Yuankun picked up the receiver and dialed. Fortunately, it was not too late, and the convenience store remained open. The staff there recognized him, and soon, everything was settled. He settled onto a sofa in the lobby, closing his eyes as he awaited his ride. In a hazy state, he felt someone nudge him awake. When he opened his eyes, it took him a moment to recognize the person before him, Wang Hu. His memories predominantly lingered on his past life, only then realizing he had been reborn in 1997. Brother Yang, how shall we return? Wang Hu observed Yang Yuankun inebriated and, feeling somewhat at a loss, suggested, perhaps you should take a taxi back. There are no tricycles available at this hour. Why not try to hail one? Yang Yuankun, oblivious to the fact that taxis were still operational at this time, could only entertain that thought. Brother, where would we find a taxi at this hour? Wang Hu replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Sir, we have vehicles available at our establishment. If you require one, we can arrange it for you, a nearby attendant interjected, displaying considerate attentiveness. Very well, please make the arrangements. Yang Yuankun responded, relieved at the prospect of transportation, without further contemplation. How much do you charge for the ride? Wang Hu interjected hastily. As he had never taken a taxi before, he found them excessively expensive, enough to purchase 2 pounds of meat. Considering the opulence of the venue, he assumed the arranged car would not be economical. All charges are included in your expenses. There is no need for you to pay separately, the attendant clarified, understanding Wang Hu's concerns and providing a detailed explanation. All right, Yang Yuankun remarked, his mind clearing slightly. It was imperative to return home. So he stood up and made his way toward the restroom, stating, I need to use the facilities first. Upon his return, a vehicle was already waiting at the entrance of the establishment, presumably one of their own, adorned with the club's contact number. It was an ordinary sedan, and Wang Hu stood beside it, nervously rubbing his hands together. Yang Yuankun felt indifferent. After all, taxis were no great novelty and were gradually being supplanted by ride-hailing services. He opened the door, took a seat in the back, and Wang Hu followed suit, relaying their destination to the driver. The car sped along the road. In this day and age, traffic jams were virtually non-existent. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of their alley. After thanking the driver, they made their way back to their residence. Inside, the others were still awake, engrossed in a game of mahjong. The two watched as a considerable amount of money accumulated on the table. Yang Yuankun paid little attention. He found enjoyment in the game himself. After Wang Hu escorted him to his room, he took his leave. The following morning, Yang Yuankun awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. His head throbbed painfully. He had only returned 3 days prior, and the headache had yet to subside. He realized he could no longer drink in such excess. Exiting his room, he immediately felt the chill of the outside air, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Soon, he felt more alert after splashing cold water on his face and brushing his teeth. What time did you all play until last night? Yang Yuankun inquired of Su Yang, who was also engaged in his morning routine. We played until 2 o'clock. Everyone is still asleep, Brother Yang, Su Yang replied, his mouth full of white foam, making it somewhat difficult to discern his words. You seem quite particular about cleanliness. Brushing your teeth, Yang Yuankun remarked with a smile, noting that among their group, he was the only one with such a habit, likely due to his better upbringing. I only started brushing because I saw you do it, Brother Yang, Su Yang admitted, somewhat embarrassed as he spat out the water. He continued, it really does make one's mouth feel much fresher and devoid of that unpleasant odor. Indeed, it is a commendable habit. Toothbrushes and toothpaste are not exorbitantly priced. As two individuals conversed, another worker, Qian Xiong, emerged from within the house and greeted Yang Yuankun with a simple acknowledgement. After splashing his face with cold water, without even using a towel, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to the two men. Upon returning to his room, Yang Yuankun rummaged through his pockets from the previous day and discovered his phone, only to find it devoid of any messages. It was futile to expect Zhao Quan to send him a text, considering he had likely consumed even more alcohol than Yang the night before. He mused that the morning would likely be devoid of activity. Perhaps it would be better to venture out in the afternoon. Throughout the morning, Yang Yuankun engaged in conversation with everyone in the courtyard, deepening his recollections of this period. After lunch, the mahjong table was once again set up. What stakes are you playing for? Yang Yuankun inquired, genuinely unsure of the current rules. Brother Yang, we're merely having fun. The stakes will be around 100 yuan. Wang Hu replied with a grin, clearly not viewing the amount as significant. Nevertheless, it was not an insignificant sum, particularly in this era. In their hometown, a single acre of land would yield only 200 to 300 yuan in a year, assuming they could cultivate 2 crops. Who would have thought you all are quite affluent, disregarding 100 yuan so casually? Yang Yuankun chuckled, yet he had no intention of discouraging them, as he too had once lived similarly. Among them, the youngest, Su Yang, was merely 22 years old. At such an age, spending money often eclipsed the struggles of earning it. Everyone was participating at this level, and to abstain would be a source of embarrassment. Brother Yang, we are hardly affluent. Are you going to play? It would be perfect for the rest of us to join in. Wang Hu, who had been seated on a stool, was eager to pull Yang Yuankun into the game. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Yang Yuankun hastily declined, then addressed Wang Hu. You should also refrain from playing. Let them enjoy themselves. Join me this afternoon instead. What is it, Brother Yang? Wang Hu inquired, reluctant to rise from his seat. Significant matters, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile, recalling the day's events as he promptly asked the group, do you prefer to take your money in cash? Or would you like to remit it back? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, with Wang Hu being the first to respond. Remittance incurs fees, especially across provinces. I've heard it can be quite costly. Indeed, Brother Yang, we are a group of grown men. Who would dare to pilfer from us? Qian Xiong chimed in, as the concept of remittance was beyond their comprehension. The current process for interprovincial transfers was rather cumbersome, requiring a visit to the post office. Entirely different from what it would later become. But when it comes to playing mahjong, the money is readily available, Yang Yuankun jested, though he chose not to elaborate. In his previous life, he had always returned home with cash, depositing it in the local bank. Each time he boarded a train, he would sew the money into his underwear, securing it with thread, avoiding the need for a pocket, and would only unpick it upon his return home. Observing that everyone shared this plan, Yang Yuankun set out with Wang Hu, foregoing the need to seek out a vehicle, directing their steps toward the workplace, where Zhao Quan's company was located. It remained a mystery how Zhao Quan had acquired the term company, as it was merely a project department. After a 10-minute walk, the two arrived at the office on the construction site. He was not particularly early. Almost everyone from the previous night's drinking gathering had already arrived, each accompanied by their subordinates. Zhao Quan settled into a chair in the office, where a few bodyguards had even been arranged. Upon seeing Yang Yuankun's arrival, Zhao Quan waved and greeted him. Is everyone nearly here? Zhao Quan surveyed the 6 individuals present, all of whom were under his employ. Let us proceed one by one. Once you receive your payment, you may select your share. There is also a cash machine here. After signing, I shall bear no responsibility. Not at all. The crowd chuckled, flattering Zhao Quan. Soon, the first person stepped forward, and the others exited the office. Matters of money were best handled away from prying eyes. After all had swiftly collected their payments and departed, Yang Yuankun was the last to take a seat. Zhao Quan first examined his contract, then nodded. A finance officer retrieved a full 200,000 yuan in cash from a safe below. This is yours, Zhao Quan said with a smile. How do you find it? Satisfied? Of course. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Yang Yuankun beamed at the sight of the money. In his previous life, he had never earned such an amount in a single year. Indeed, one must become their own boss to truly make money. This is merely the beginning. Zhao Quan suddenly pulled 2 stacks of cash, totaling 20,000 yuan, from his pocket and tossed them to Yang Yuankun. This is my personal token of gratitude. Without you, I would have been in quite a predicament. Faced with the unexpected cash, Yang Yuankun felt somewhat flustered. The social customs from his past life instinctively led him to decline. No, Brother Zhao, this is too much. This is what you rightfully deserve. Are you implying that I have shortchanged you? Zhao Quan feigned anger, his eyes narrowing. No, this is more than sufficient. Yang Yuankun reluctantly placed the money on the table, merging it with his own. Rest assured, this is merely a small gesture from me. Do you have any plans for next year? Zhao Quan inquired, offering Yang Yuankun a cigarette. What plans could I have? Just following you, Brother Zhao. Yang Yuankun acknowledged his awareness of the situation. Having successfully handled this matter, the head office has granted me increased authority. I can now directly assign you projects. This will be a significant undertaking, so await my news for next year. Brother Zhao, I truly appreciate it for guiding me to earn money. Yang Yuankun felt elated at the prospect of work next year. Though in his past life, he had read about time travelers engaging with smartphones, computers, and stocks. He knew nothing of such matters. The construction site was his realm of comfort. However, your team is still too small. This time, we are tasked with a high-rise project, comprising 10 buildings, each 18 stories tall. You must prepare adequately for manpower. The main exterior walls have already been completed, and you will be entering the site shortly after the new year. Zhao Quan outlined the plans for the coming year, acknowledging the immense pressure that accompanied such a large endeavor. Zhao Gu has been exceedingly considerate toward me. Yang Yuankun perceives that Zhao Quan is indeed a man of gratitude and reciprocity. He confided to the other party that he mentioned this matter solely to avoid his own bankruptcy, without ulterior motives. You young individuals work diligently, unlike those seasoned veterans. This project is set to be completed by October next year, so ensure you find the right people. Once Zhao Quan finished this statement, there was little else to say. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Yuankun prepared to take his leave. Brother Zhao, do you have a bag? I can't forget it here. It would be rather awkward to carry it back like this, he said with a hint of embarrassment. Ah, here it is, Zhao Quan replied, retrieving an opaque cloth bag from beneath his desk and handing it to Yang Yuankun. After placing all the money inside, Yang Yuankun bid farewell and exited the project department. Watching him leave, Zhao Quan felt a deep admiration for the young man, primarily because he believed this fellow was fortunate, a belief held dearly by those in the construction trade. Chapter 5. Dividing the money upon exiting the engineering department, Yang Yuankun, carrying a bag, spotted Wang Hu squatting alone outside, absorbed in a cigarette. His gaze lost on the concrete ground below. Let's go, Yang Yuankun chuckled, tossing the briefcase to Wang Hu while clutching the money bag. Was it smooth sailing, Yang Gu? Wang Hu inquired with concern, having worked in this industry for several years and knowing how challenging it is to secure money. Of course, Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly, lifting the bag slightly as he strode ahead. As he walked, Yang Yuankun found himself uncertain about how to handle the money. On one hand, he would be returning to this site next year for further work, and with such a lucrative project, it was imperative to continue. However, he understood that funds were essential. On the other hand, the reality was that cross-province deposits and remittances could be quite cumbersome. Xiaohu, do you know if there are any banks nearby? After leaving the construction site, Yang Yuankun asked Wang Hu, feeling it unwise to take all the money back with him. He intended to store part of it here, ensuring they had enough for their wages before taking the remainder home. Yes, there seems to be a credit cooperative across the street. Wang Hu pointed to a building across the way. Yang Yuankun glanced over and confirmed it was indeed a credit cooperative. Is there a larger bank? Perhaps an industrial and commercial bank, agricultural bank, or construction bank? I must admit, I am somewhat skeptical of these credit cooperatives. I've seen far too many alarming reports on various video platforms regarding their instability. Established banks provide a sense of security, he continued. I think there's an industrial and commercial bank further ahead. I noticed it when I got my hair cut there last time, Wang Hu recalled, then asked with puzzlement, Brother, didn't you come with me? How could I remember such details? Yang Yuankun replied, attempting to laugh it off. Let us head that way. The two individuals walked for less than 5 minutes before arriving at the entrance of an industrial and commercial bank. The interior decor was somewhat familiar to him, though it was now merely a simple counter without the grand electronic displays. Upon entering the bank, it was just past 2 in the afternoon, and it seemed that the staff had only just commenced their work. Given the current era, the number of patrons requiring banking services was notably diminished, resulting in only a few employees seated behind the glass counters. As the two entered, several tellers turned their attention towards them. Wang Hu felt somewhat intimidated under the gaze of the young women, shedding the audacious demeanor he had displayed in the presence of his peers. This was quite understandable, as the tellers were all official state employees, and the youthful female staff made him feel rather self-conscious. He muttered a few words to Yang Yuankun beside him before stepping outside. In contrast, Yang Yuankun displayed no signs of unease. He casually approached one of the windows and inquired with a smile, Hello, may I open a bank card here? The teller, maintaining a professional demeanor, replied, Certainly. You wish to open a bank card, correct? However, please note that there is a service fee, and you will need to deposit funds as well. All right. Please assist me in opening a card. Yang Yuankun responded without hesitation, placing his money pouch on the counter. In no time, A document requiring his signature emerged from the back office. With a flurry of activity, the card was ready in under 10 minutes. "Will you be depositing money now?" the teller asked, rather than simply handing over the card. "Yes," Yang Yuankun quickly replied, opening his pouch and extracting a handful of cash. Upon realizing that only 60,000 remained, he paused to zip the pouch, only to stop again and retrieve an additional 20,000. The sight of the substantial sum left not only the teller, but also a few onlookers utterly astonished. Despite his worn, somewhat dirty attire and muddy shoes, he hardly resembled a wealthy individual. Although a household with 10,000 yuan was no longer considered affluent, especially in Su province, the amount before them was a staggering 100,000. The teller swiftly counted the cash, yet continued to inquire, "Would you like to deposit all of this into your bank card? There's little interest accrued that way. Fixed-term deposits yield more." "No need, just the card will suffice," Yang Yuankun replied promptly, as this money was earmarked as capital for a project next year, leaving no time for fixed deposits. The transaction was completed swiftly, and Yang Yuankun departed with Wang Hu. Meanwhile, a few tellers whispered among themselves, "He looks like someone who has no money. How can he suddenly produce such a large sum to deposit into a card?" The current banking climate was not particularly favorable for bank card services, as most preferred fixed-term deposits for their higher interest rates. "It seems we are near a construction site. The contractors there are quite affluent, earning far more than we do. This individual appears to be connected to that world. It is no wonder that the men in the industry are eager to venture into the sea. Life seems much better for them," a female voice remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Meanwhile, as the two exited, Wang Hu expressed his concerns to Yang Yuankun, asking, "Brother Yang, is this place reliable? Why not take the money home? This is a national bank, for heaven's sake. What could possibly be unreliable?" Yang Yuankun replied tersely, then added with a smile, "Would I dare to board a vehicle with such a hefty sum?" Wang Hu conceded, acknowledging the validity of his point, and the two continued on their way, sharing cigarettes until they returned to the small courtyard after approximately 20 minutes. Upon their return, the crowd's attention shifted towards them. Yang Yuankun had previously mentioned retrieving money, so their arrival naturally sparked anticipation. After 6 months of toil, this moment was precisely what they had been waiting for. "So eager, are we?" Yang Yuankun chuckled, yet he did not linger, heading towards his room while instructing, "Wait here, I shall fetch the ledger." Once inside his quarters, Yang Yuankun placed the bag on his bed and retrieved a notebook from a nearby cabinet, a pen nestled within its pages. This notebook contained meticulous records of the employees' attendance and their pre-approved payments. After grasping the notebook, he opened the bag on the bed, extracting 50,000 yuan, with a remainder still inside. Exiting his room, he approached the table where they often played mahjong and placed the money upon it. A collective gasp of astonishment escaped the onlookers. The sum was a staggering 50,000 yuan, surpassing the total wealth of any one of them. "Let us proceed one by one," Yang Yuankun said, recognizing the eagerness in their eyes. The first to approach was Su Yang. Su Yang quickly stood by the table, rubbing his hands together, his expression a mix of excitement and trepidation. It was his first time receiving money so promptly. "Well, our daily rate is 50 yuan, and you worked 150 shifts," Yang Yuankun read from the records in the notebook. After calculating, he informed Su Yang, "Your total amounts to 7,500 yuan. From this, we deduct 3,000 yuan for 6 months' living expenses, leaving you with 4,500. After subtracting 600 yuan for the discrepancies noted, your final amount is 3,900. Please count it." After Yang Yuankun handed over the 3,900 yuan, Su Yang promptly counted the money, confirming, "That's exactly 3,009, Brother Yang. Excellent, please sign here, and we shall conclude the transaction." After the signing process, though the amount appeared modest, it represented 6 months of labor, coupled with the monthly 500 yuan living allowance, making it quite substantial at that time. The next in line was Su Yuansheng, who, having worked 160 shifts and taken only 20 days off, including days when rain prevented work, soon received his payment as well. "Are you certain your health can handle such minimal rest?" Yang Yuankun inquired. "Certainly, Brother Yang," Su Yuansheng said with a smile. "I feel no fatigue in receiving this money. My earnest efforts stem from our family's financial struggles. Having just married last year and with a young child, it is indeed a time when funds are desperately needed." "Just manage it well," Yang Yuankun replied, feeling that there was little more to say, recognizing that the other party's diligence ultimately benefited himself. The subsequent processes proceeded swiftly, and as everyone received their payments, none rushed indoors. In the courtyard, they observed how much each person received, with Su Yuanxing being the second highest, followed closely by Su Yang, who received the least. Xiaohu, this is for you. It was now Wang Hu's turn. Not only was he working himself, but he also served as a small overseer for his peers. It was quite normal for everyone to do a bit of slacking off. It was essential to have someone keep watch, or else even a year's worth of work could remain unfinished. This behavior had little to do with personal relationships and was rather inherent to human nature. Wang Hu received a total of 7,000 yuan, as previously agreed upon, which was 2,000 more than the others. Thank you, brother, he exclaimed, thrilled to see the money in his hands. This year, he could proudly present such a sum to his parents, dispelling any notions of him merely fooling around outside. In previous years, he had squandered his earnings and, being unmarried, had no concept of saving. All right then, you all carry on, he said, noticing that only about 3,000 remained in the bag. Just as he was about to head indoors, he remembered something and inquired, can we head home now? Have you all booked your train tickets? There are no tickets available now, Brother Yang. Wang Hu interjected, we plan to take the bus back. Arrangements have already been made. It was indeed the peak travel season, and train tickets were scarce. Given that Su province was not far from their Anhui province, the bus was a viable option. Very well, let us return together tomorrow. It's best to get home early for the new year. Yang Yuankun chuckled, suddenly realizing he had forgotten something important. Oh no, I haven't called home in such a long time, he thought, feeling a sudden pang of longing for his wife and children. In his previous life, when he was struggling, his wife had been the healthier one, and their 2 children had been by his side. While he did not experience the intense longing often depicted in reincarnation novels, he felt an urge to call home without delay. Returning to his room, Yang Yuankun was about to head to the convenience store to make a call when he glanced at the remaining money, contemplating the significant projects ahead for the following year. It was essential to maintain good relations with these individuals, especially with Wang Hu, his childhood friend and younger brother figure. Stepping out of his room, he approached Wang Hu's room, which was adjacent to his own. After knocking lightly, he opened the door to find Wang Hu hurriedly covering something with a cup. Upon seeing Yang Yuankun, Wang Hu visibly relaxed. Hiding money, are we? Yang Yuankun teased with a smile, continuing, be sure to sew the money into your clothes tonight. You know, the bus isn't the safest place. I understand, brother, Wang Hu replied, smiling back. This is for you, Yang Yuankun said, pulling out a stack of money from his pocket, precisely 3,000 yuan. Consider it a bonus for you, bringing the total to exactly 10,000 yuan. This is unacceptable. Brother, we agreed on so much from the start. I cannot accept this, Wang Hu promptly declined. Take it. No need for so many words, Yang Yuankun replied impatiently, tossing the money towards him. He continued, next year, Boss Xiao will entrust me with a significant project. When the time comes, your assistance will not go unrewarded. What are you saying, brother? If you call me, I will certainly come, Wang Hu responded eagerly. All right, I will seek others. Yang Yuankun concluded before exiting Wang Hu's room and proceeding to the remaining occupants' quarters. These individuals, however, were less generous, each contributing 200 yuan as a bonus. Along with the previously agreed-upon division from the repairs, each received an additional 100 yuan. After discussing matters for the following year, he slowly exited the courtyard, making his way towards the small shop. Chapter 6. Making a call. Boss, may I make a phone call? As Yang Yuankun approached the small shop's entrance, the proprietor was seated, engrossed in a television program, with no other customers present. Yang, you haven't returned home for the new year yet, the owner chuckled, lifting the red cloth covering the telephone. Yang was quite familiar with this owner. During his time here, they had purchased their daily necessities, including tobacco and alcohol. From the shop, he picked up the receiver and dialed the village's number. Naturally, his own household lacked a telephone. Such devices were prohibitively expensive to install. Only the affluent could afford them. In their village, the locals typically used the small shop to make calls. Hello, whom do you seek? Came a familiar dialect from the other end. Third uncle, it's me, Yang Yuankun. This man was Yang Yuankun's paternal third uncle, a close relation due to their fathers being brothers. Little Kun, with only 10 days until the new year, why haven't you returned yet? The man inquired with a smile, showing no urgency. I will be back tomorrow. Could you please ask my wife to come over? He replied succinctly, requesting assistance. His third uncle did not go himself, but sent his eldest grandson instead, and Yang Yuankun could hear the conversation on the other end. After exchanging a few casual remarks, his wife, Zhao Xiaofeng, soon took the phone. Yuankun, when are you coming back? She asked without much preamble. The voice on the line sounded entirely different from the one he remembered, imbued with a youthful joy. Zhao Xiaofeng was 2 years younger than him, at 25, yet already a mother of 2. I'll be returning by bus tomorrow, but I'll likely arrive by evening, or perhaps the following morning. Yang Yuankun responded after a brief moment of contemplation. That's good to hear. Zhao Xiaofeng's voice brightened further, then she suddenly asked in a hushed tone. Is everything going smoothly there? Have you received the money? Initially, Zhao Xiaofeng had opposed Yang Yuankun taking on the construction project. Their family circumstances were quite stable. Having just welcomed their second child, it seemed ill-advised to invest all their resources. What if it resulted in a loss? How would they manage then? Rest assured, everything is fine, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile, feeling a twinge of guilt for the past. Is everything all right at home? What could possibly be wrong? Zhao Xiaofeng reassured him, her worries eased by his response, and she replied with a smile. The two continued their conversation about the trivialities of the past days, allowing Yang Yuankun to feel a harmonious connection with his present self. As they discussed preparations for the upcoming spring festival, a young girl's voice emerged from the phone. I want to talk to Daddy. It was his eldest daughter, Yang Feifei, who had just turned 5. Let me speak to Feifei for a moment, he thought, genuinely missing his daughter. In his previous life, by the time he passed away, she had already married and had children of her own. With his grandson, now several years old, he had little recollection of Yang Feifei's early years as he was preoccupied with working tirelessly to repay debts, leaving his 2 young children in the care of their grandmother, becoming a left-behind child himself. All right, she's got everything, Zhao Xiaofeng, his wife, remarked, somewhat exasperated by their daughter's mischievousness. 5-year-olds are particularly challenging to manage. They require constant supervision, which is quite taxing for adults. Daddy, where are you? The sweet, melodious voice chimed through the phone, and Yang Yuankun's smile deepened. I'm in Su Province. I'll be home tomorrow. He paused before asking, Feifei, what gift would you like me to bring you? I want a gun, Daddy. Can you buy me one? Yang Feifei replied eagerly. Yang Yuankun knew she was referring to a toy gun that shot plastic bullets, a popular plaything among children in their rural area, a cherished dream of childhood. Of course, I can, he readily agreed, pondering for a moment before adding, shall we go buy it together when I return? Okay, Daddy. Hurry back, Yang Feifei exclaimed with excitement, envious of her friend's toy guns, which could be used to shoot at dogs, cats, or even birds. She longed for one, but Zhao Xiaofeng would never buy it for her. Such a toy cost 10 yuan, which was too extravagant for a child. Don't buy it for her. That little thing costs 10 yuan. You could buy 2 pounds of meat with that money. One shouldn't spend so frivolously, Zhao Xiaofeng interjected as she took the phone, eager to dissuade him. But Daddy promised to buy it for me. Yang Feifei's slight pout was audible through the phone. Yang Yuankun chuckled in response. It's all right. I haven't played with her in such a long time. What is wrong with buying her something? Do as you wish. You are quite liberal with your spending. Zhao Xiaofeng remarked with a hint of resignation, acknowledging her husband's tendency to be generous, having never lacked pocket money as a child and still spending lavishly. All right. I think I won't be home until tomorrow night, Yang Yuankun said as he prepared to hang up, suddenly recalling something and asking, how's my mother? She's at home, making dinner. Would you like to speak to her? Zhao Xiaofeng replied, preparing to call her. Never mind. I'll be back tomorrow. Just let her know. Yang Yuankun decided against it, feeling there was no rush. His mother was quite resilient, nearing 70 this year, having lived until 85 in his previous life, always accompanying them. Okay, I'll hang up then. Zhao Xiaofeng did not insist further, ready to end the call. Don't forget to send money for Uncle San, Yang Yuankun reminded her, aware that even phone calls now incurred costs, and his uncle would likely try to avoid it. I understood. Soon. The phone line was filled with the sound of a busy signal. Yang Yuankun replaced the receiver, reflecting on the fact that he had spoken for over 20 minutes. He turned to his boss and inquired about the cost. Just give me 2 yuan, the boss replied casually after glancing at the time. After settling the bill, Yang Yuankun re-entered the alley and returned to his residence, where everyone had already collected their money and resumed their lively game of mahjong, loudly clamoring to play for higher stakes. Why play so big? Yang Yuankun remarked upon entering, having overheard their conversation. You all want to play for large sums right after the money has been distributed? Had I known, I would have waited to send the money home. Brother Yang. We were just joking, Wang Hu interjected cautiously from the side. The stakes you are playing for are already substantial. It's merely for passing the time. Not something to rely on, you know? Yang Yuankun advised, noting that their current game involved wins and losses amounting to 100 yuan. We understand, Brother Yang. The group quickly responded. All right, hold on for a moment. I need to discuss matters regarding next year, Yang Yuankun said, observing that it was already evening and he would be departing the following morning. I've secured another project, and this one is considerably larger. Would you all like to continue working with me? He asked the group. Of course, we will follow Brother Yang, they replied eagerly. Initially fearing they would have to seek work elsewhere next year, but pleasantly surprised to learn of opportunities with him. The prospect of earning money outweighed all other concerns. Next year involves a significant project, consisting of 10 18-story buildings. Our current crew may not suffice. We officially start in March and must complete it by October. If you know anyone, please reach out. Having enough manpower is crucial. 6 or 7 people definitely won't be adequate, he explained. Is it really that extensive, Brother Yang? Would it be all right if I called my cousin to join us? Su Yuanxing asked, intrigued. Certainly, but they must be honest and capable. I can't have anyone slacking off. Understood? Yang Yuankun replied sternly. He hoped they could handle contracting work, which would alleviate his oversight and enhance efficiency. However, he acknowledged that his current team was comprised of young individuals who lacked experience. Rest assured, Brother Yang, we will work diligently, Wang Hu assured him, thumping his chest. All right. We will discuss this further after the new year. If you choose to continue, I will contact you then. The methods of communication still feel somewhat antiquated. We might as well send telegrams, he chuckled. Brother Yang, would you like to play? Wang Hu stood up, inviting Yang Yuankun to join. Sure. Today doesn't seem too busy, he accepted, as he enjoyed playing mahjong and had little else to occupy his time. However, recalling his impending departure, he hastily inquired. What time is our bus tomorrow? At 7:30 in the morning. We should reach our county by afternoon, but we need to take a bus to the station first. Wang Hu quickly responded. A group of individuals engaged in a game of mahjong until 9 o'clock, after which they each returned to their rooms to pack their belongings. The courtyard was nearing the end of its lease, and although next year's project would be in the same city, it would be a fair distance away, necessitating the rental of new accommodations. Chapter 7. Boarding the vehicle at 6 o'clock the following morning. Yang Yuankun was roused from his slumber by the persistent knocking at the door. Youth truly is a blessing, allowing one to sleep soundly. Unlike in the past when age would steal away the comfort of rest, leaving him wide awake at 5 each morning. Yang, are you up yet? It's already 6. Came the voice of Wang Hu from outside. Yes, I'm getting up now. You might want to check on the others, Yang Yuankun replied loudly. Pulling off the covers and hastily donning a pair of trousers, throwing on a coat over his attire. In the depths of winter, one hardly felt the chill without a sweater. Last night, he had managed to pack most of his belongings, save for the bedding he would need for sleep. He took his time, binding the 2 comforters with a rope, then stuffing them into the plastic luggage bag he had purchased, as he did not possess a proper suitcase. He arranged the sheets atop the comforters, using his legs to compress the fluffy bedding before finally zipping the bag shut. It took him a good 10 minutes to complete the task, and he felt somewhat clumsy, having not done this in years. In the future, he would simply purchase bedding online, as it was quite affordable, and if he lost it at a different work site, it would be of little consequence. Emerging from his room with a toothbrush and towel in hand, he noticed several others already washing up in the courtyard. Today, they all appeared quite presentable, devoid of the dust and grime that typically clung to them on the work site. Have you finished packing? Yang Yuankun inquired, turning on the faucet. All set, replied a nearby individual who was currently rinsing his hair with cold water. Yang Yuankun observed him, noting that the young man exuded a certain ruggedness. Why not use warm water? That must be freezing. You could have washed up last night, he remarked, realizing that the youth indeed radiated vitality. He felt quite manly himself in such sparse clothing. Washing at night would have made a mess. It's not too cold, really. I'll just dry off with a towel afterward, the young man retorted, plunging his sudsy head beneath the faucet, the sound of his breathing evident to Yang Yuankun. Not bothering to linger, Yang Yuankun quickly finished his own routine, stowing his toothbrush and cup in another bag. In total, he possessed 3 pieces of luggage, a large bag for the bedding, a smaller one for clothes, and a plastic bucket for his masonry tools, along with a backpack slung over his shoulders, obscuring him entirely behind the weight of his belongings. The others were similarly prepared, presenting much the same appearance as he did, with the comforter draped over one shoulder and a bag and bucket in hand. How shall we get to the station? Yang Yuankun mused, feeling somewhat lost in this matter, as it had been many years since he had last traveled this route. Such trivialities were easily forgotten over time. Let us take a rickshaw. We have too much luggage for the bus, which would be rather inconvenient, Wang Hu suggested, glancing at the remaining 7 individuals. 2 people per rickshaw should suffice. They decided to head out, feeling confident that there would be no issues. After Yang Yuankun and the others exited the courtyard, he locked the door behind them. As they approached the alley, he handed the key to the landlord, who was already waiting, and then hurried to catch up with the group. Noticing Wang Hu attempting to flag down a vehicle. At this hour, vehicles were already on the move. Yet Yang Yuankun felt a tinge of concern that it was still too early, and no human-powered tricycles were in sight. It was already 6:30 when Wang Hu, smiling, successfully hailed a car. "Driver, are you headed to the bus station?" "Yes," the driver replied. Upon seeing the pile of bags, he hesitated, asking, "You have quite a lot of luggage. Is it heavy?" "Not at all, driver," Yang Yuankun interjected. "These are just clothes and blankets. We only need to fit 2 people. So rest assured." "All right then, let us go," the driver conceded, observing that the luggage consisted mainly of soft items. Yang Yuankun and Wang, who were the last to board. Upon arriving at the transport station, the others had already procured tickets for them. It was past 7, and upon seeing the 2 approach, they hurried them along to the ticket check. They placed the large bags and buckets in the luggage compartment beneath the bus, while Yang Yuankun, carrying a smaller bag of clothes and his backpack, boarded the bus. Wang, who had already taken his seat, placing his luggage overhead and cradling his backpack. "What time is it, Brother Yang?" Wang Hu inquired as he noticed Yang Yuankun was all set. "It's almost time. The bus should be leaving soon," Yang Yuankun replied. Glancing at his watch, he continued to ask Wang Hu, "Are we heading to the county?" "Yes, to our county. We'll arrive by 3 in the afternoon. Shall we hire a car back?" Wang Hu asked tentatively. "Sure, with so much luggage, it would be more convenient to hire a car. It's great that we'll reach the county by 3. It seems likely there won't be any buses left by then, so hiring a car makes sense," Yang Yuankun remarked happily. As they conversed, the bus slowly began to move, gradually picking up speed after leaving the station. Yang Yuankun closed his eyes. As there were no videos to watch or novels to read, he could only succumb to sleep. He dozed off until the bus came to a halt. Upon waking, he heard the conductor calling loudly in the aisle, "We've arrived at the dining spot. Those wishing to eat should head to the nearby restaurant. If you're not eating, please disembark to use the restroom or smoke. I'll be locking the bus doors." The passengers were not taken aback and stood to exit. Yang Yuankun followed the crowd, slowly stepping off the bus with his backpack still slung across his chest. In truth, his money was not in the backpack. It had been sewn into his undergarments the night before. The quantity felt cumbersome, creating an uncomfortable sensation, but as others were carrying smaller bags, he blended in with the throng. It is now 11 o'clock, and having passed this driver's service area, the next dining location is quite distant. Therefore, we decided to have our meal here in advance. Typically, ordinary passengers refrain from eating at such places. It is primarily the drivers who dine within. Many service areas even refuse to provide hot water unless one purchases instant noodles, and here, the noodles are particularly expensive. The only options available are to use the restroom, smoke a cigarette, and inhale some fresh air. Accepting the cigarette offered by Wang Hu, I gratefully allowed him to light it for me. After taking a long drag, a sense of comfort enveloped me, as the prolonged journey had left me somewhat uneasy. "Wow, you're using a lighter now. Weren't you using matches before?" I inquired with a smile. "When I bought cigarettes yesterday, I noticed they were only 3 yuan at the convenience store," Wang Hu replied with a grin. "That's worth a pack of cigarettes, and you've got the good stuff. Haven to you?" I continued to jest. "Brother Yang, aren't we going home?" "I only smoke the lesser quality at home. It's not something to show off," Wang Hu replied nonchalantly, pulling 2 different types of cigarettes from his pocket. "You save the better ones for others, right?" I teased. "Of course," Wang Hu said, quickly finishing his cigarette and heading toward the restroom. Neither of us had eaten. The others also abstained. Their reluctance stemmed from not wanting to spend money. Losing a couple of hundred playing mahjong was insignificant to them, but spending a mere 10 yuan on a meal was out of the question. As for me, my appetite was lacking. The confined space of the bus, especially in the winter with the windows shut, had created a rather unpleasant odor. After approximately half an hour, the ticket seller began calling out that we had arrived. This woman, like the driver, was part of a couple, a common pairing on such buses. Once everyone boarded, the ticket seller counted the passengers and the vehicle resumed its journey toward the destination. Chapter 8. Homecoming by 3 in the afternoon. The bus finally reached the county town of our hometown, stopping at the station, which was its intended destination. Many passengers had already disembarked along the way, leaving less than a third of us on the bus. We've arrived, I murmured sleepily as the bus came to a halt, awakening to the ticket seller's announcement. We're here, Brother Yang. Let's get off, Wang Hu chimed in, rubbing his eyes vigorously before standing up. Seated by the window, I waited for Wang Hu to retrieve his luggage before I could navigate the aisle to collect my bag from the overhead compartment. Grasping my belongings, I stepped off the bus. The sun shone pleasantly outside, and after unloading all the bags, the 8 of us stood outside the station, momentarily uncertain of our next move. At this hour, the bus services had already concluded for the day. Were we to spend the night here? I'll make a phone call. We can arrange a private ride back, I suggested, signaling to Wang Hu to keep an eye on our luggage as I made my way to the station's convenience store, which typically housed a telephone for use in this modern age. He pulled out a notebook from his backpack, filled with numerous contact numbers. In this era, few possessed mobile phones. One had to first use a pager to establish contact before making a call. Hello, Qian Yong. It's me, Yang Yuankun. The call was swiftly connected. The person on the line was his middle school classmate, with whom he had maintained a reasonably good relationship. However, after graduating from middle school, Yang had become an apprentice carpenter, while Qian Yong, with the support of his family, had purchased a small vehicle and ventured into passenger transport. Their communication had dwindled, yet they still possessed each other's contact information. Brother Yang, what is up? Are you back? Qian Yong responded, slightly bewildered, but upon seeing the notification, he felt compelled to return the call. As a transport operator, he knew many people had their contact details. Is your vehicle in the county town now? Yang Yuankun, having endured a lengthy journey, was eager to return home and had no interest in reminiscing. No, I've just arrived at the town, Qian Yong replied, instantly understanding that Yang needed a ride, feeling a tad embarrassed. Could you make a trip for me? I'll cover your fare. I have 8 people here. He continued to inquire, concerned that Qian might be too fatigued to accept the job. Charter a ride? Sure. Where are you located? Qian Yong, upon hearing it was a charter, felt no inclination to decline. His vehicle was merely a modified small truck, with a canopy covering the cargo bed and wooden boards added as seats. Such vehicles were commonplace in rural areas and would remain in use for many years to come. I'm at the passenger station in the county town. You just need to pick us up, Yang Yuankun added. However, the fare for a charter is usually quite high. Qian Yong feigned difficulty, knowing they needed to agree on a price in advance to avoid potential disputes later. I understand. Just tell me your price, Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly. Having lived 2 lives, he favored the straightforward nature of monetary transactions over the complexities of social obligations. In the pursuit of making a living, clear exchanges of money for services were the most agreeable. How about 60 yuan? I'll drop you off at your home, Qian Yong suggested after some thought. Typically, his vehicle charged around 1 yuan 50 for an adult from the town to the county, accommodating about 20 passengers when packed. Thus, a round-trip fare of 60 yuan was not excessive. All right, I'll give you an extra 5 yuan. Some of our folks are scattered, and I want to ensure everyone is dropped off at their respective places. Yang Yuankun felt this price was fair and casually mentioned that among the 8 of them, only Wang Hu and Zhou Xing hailed from his village. The others were from nearby hamlets. Transporting all their luggage would indeed be a hassle. How far are they? Qian Yong pressed for clarity. Not far. They're from the 2 villages next to mine, so you needn't worry. All right, I'll head over now. I should arrive in about 10 minutes. This empty vehicle moves quickly. After concluding this statement, he hung up, and Yang Yuankun set down the receiver, preparing to settle the bill when he noticed bread for sale at a nearby shop. Boss, how much are the bread rolls? He inquired, realizing that none of them had eaten yet. The price was merely 1 yuan each, and the proprietor of the convenience store was quite pleased to observe Yang Yuankun still purchasing items after finishing his phone call. The station was relatively empty. All right, I'll take 8, he said, handing over 10 yuan and receiving 1 yuan in change. With a plastic bag in hand, Yang Yuankun returned to the gathering spot. Brother Yang, have you found the vehicle? Wang Hu inquired first. Yes, it's coming from our town. It should arrive shortly. He passed the bag to Wang Hu and continued, everyone must be hungry by now. Here's one for each of you to tide you over. There will be a better meal at home. Thank you, Brother Yang, The group exclaimed, their spirits lifted upon seeing the packaged bread. Such delicacies were a rarity for them. Some had never even tasted it before, and 1 yuan each seemed rather steep. When the vehicle arrives, it can drop you right at your doorstep. So you won't have to carry your luggage, Yang Yuankun suggested, taking a seat on the curb without concern for his appearance. Devouring the bread in a few swift bites. That certainly makes things easier. Hauling that quilt back and forth is quite the hassle, Wang Hu chuckled, adding. But now that I've eaten, I feel even hungrier, Brother Yang. How about a smoke? Yang Yuankun retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, distributed a few to the others, and then lit one for himself with a lighter, a memento from his last outing with Zhao Quan at the club. With nothing pressing to occupy his mind, Yang Yuankun surveyed the streets of the county before him, utterly devoid of any semblance of the future. This area would eventually be known as the Old Town, yet at present, it represented the entirety of the county. It was the most bustling locale, with a steady flow of passers-by. The row of shops ahead was predominantly 3 stories tall, with no high-rises in sight. The streets were riddled with potholes. Lacking designated pedestrian pathways, they were gathered at the corner of the street near the station. As they engaged in idle chatter, time passed swiftly until a vehicle came to a halt before them. It was none other than his old classmate, Qian Yong, who emerged with a smile. You guys are in quite a noticeable spot. I spotted you as soon as I arrived, he remarked, handing out cigarettes to the group. Will all this luggage fit? Yang Yuankun asked, glancing at Qian Yong's relatively small vehicle and the considerable pile of baggage on the ground. Will it all stack in? Qian Yong appeared unconcerned as he casually pressed down on a piece of luggage. It's mostly clothes and quilts. That's no problem at all. It will fit in the truck bed. If necessary, we can even tie some on the roof, Qian Yong assured, beckoning everyone to begin loading their belongings. Each person attended to their own items, and soon everything was secured in the truck bed, with plastic barrels placed underneath and quilts and clothes stacked atop without any adverse effect. The group settled on either side. Brother Yang, why don't you sit up front with me? Qian Yong invited once everything was stowed away. Sure, this vehicle has a passenger seat in the cab, so another person can join. Once inside, he closed the door. Although the truck bed was not open to the elements, the rear section where passengers sat was exposed, making the ride bumpy, requiring one to hold tightly to the steel frame above. After the car roared to life, Yang Yuankun leaned against the passenger seat's backrest and cheerfully inquired, You've earned quite a bit today, haven't you? It's manageable, just enough to make a living, Qian Yong replied. Eyes fixed ahead, his words seemingly unheard. It's still you folks working outside who earn more. It's all labor-intensive, he continued, reflecting on the physical toll of driving. As the vehicle's speed gradually increased, the various safety lessons he had received in his past life prompted him to cease conversation, allowing silence to envelop them as he gazed at the road ahead. The roads of the county were far from smooth. The concrete was a distant dream, replaced by gravel that had merely been compacted. After a rain, the ground softened, and with the passage of heavy vehicles, numerous potholes emerged. On either side of the road, trees were planted. Here, the flora thrived, and beyond lay vast rice fields, with distant mountains barely visible on the horizon. Returning to his hometown in this era, Yang Yuankun was overwhelmed with nostalgia. In his previous life, at 50, he often reminisced about the simplicity of his childhood home, believing it to be a place of comfort. He frequently expressed this sentiment to his children, lamenting the changes time had wrought. Yet, upon his return, he realized that the nostalgia he felt was not for the impoverished surroundings, but for the youthful self he had once been. After about an hour of jostling on the bumpy roads, they arrived in town. A glance at his watch revealed it was already past 5, and darkness enveloped the landscape. How do we proceed from here? Qian Yong asked with a smile. Just follow this road. Our village is at the end, Yang Yuankun replied, pointing to a side road ahead. And what about the others? They're mostly together. Don't worry, Yang Yuankun reassured him, understanding his concern about being too far apart. As the car traversed the rural path, the only illumination came from the occasional household, enveloping everything else in darkness. Yang Yuankun searched his memory, guiding the driver at each junction. Approximately 20 minutes later, they reached the first drop-off point. Hurry back and check if anything is missing. In a few days, I'll invite you all over for dinner, he said as he exited the vehicle, offering similar sentiments to each departing passenger. In the end, only Yang Yuankun, Wang Hu, and Zhou Xing remained in the car. However, just minutes later, they arrived at their village. The headlights illuminated the rural road, which had become increasingly unsuitable for vehicles. bordered by a wall on one side and a river on the other. Let's stop here. The road ahead is challenging. We're almost there, Yang Yuankun remarked. Spotting his family waiting outside, along with some of Wang Hu and Zhou Xing's relatives, who understood that the vehicle could go no further. All right, this will be the stop, Qin Yong said as he gradually brought the car to a halt. Come on, let us settle up, he added, counting 65 yuan from his wallet and handing it over. Thank you for your trouble today. It's no trouble at all. Do reach out next time you need anything, old classmate. I'd be delighted to help. Qian Yong responded joyfully as he accepted the payment. Chapter 9. The young bride. As the night deepened, the two of them exchanged little conversation. Outside, his wife and daughter stood waiting, having assumed he was still seated in the car. Upon realizing there was no one in the back, and hearing Wang Hu mention he was in the front, Yang Yuankun hurriedly opened the car door. Why are you still waiting out here? It's quite chilly, he exclaimed, gazing at his wife's youthful face, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. The sudden encounter left him feeling disoriented. It had been years since he had seen his wife in such youthfulness, and he could only manage to utter that line. It's not cold. Didn't you say you would be home today? Zhao Xiaofeng replied, seemingly unaware of any oddity in her husband's demeanor, smiling as she spoke. Let's go home first, Yang Yuankun said, noticing Wang Hu and Zhou Xing conversing with their families nearby, who were kindly assisting in unloading his luggage from the car. With little remaining in the vehicle, Qian Yong turned it around and prepared to leave. Fei, did you miss me? After watching the car depart, Yang Yuankun did not rush home, but instead turned his attention to his eldest daughter. Their time together had been limited, especially since he had married Zhao Xiaofeng. He returned home only thrice a year, once during the new year, once in summer for the early rice harvest, and once in autumn for the late harvest, totaling less than 2 months at home. Didn't you just say you wanted to see Daddy? Why aren't you calling out now that you see me? Zhao Xiaofeng remarked, noting her daughter's apprehensive demeanor. In their rural community, there lingered a hint of preference for sons over daughters. While her husband was not particularly affected by this, it still mattered how close their daughter felt to him. Daddy, Yang Fei said, gazing at the man before her, familiar memories surfacing in her young mind. It was precisely because Yang Yuankun had only returned once during the summer that she had not seen him for nearly 6 months, making her somewhat forgetful. Come give Daddy a hug, Yang Yuankun said, his heart brimming with joy as he extended his arms. Yang Fei, no longer shy, promptly leaped into her father's embrace. Giggling as she asked, Daddy, did you buy me a toy? Oh dear, that's a question for Daddy. I was too busy today and didn't have time to buy one. How about we go together in a couple of days? Yang Yuankun replied, recalling her request but acknowledging that he truly had no time today. They could certainly visit the village shop for toy guns in a few days. All right, your father has had a long day. Hurry down, Zhao Xiaofeng said, observing the affectionate look on Yang Yuankun's face, feeling as though he favored their eldest daughter even more. And she smiled as she urged them on. Obediently, Yang Fei hopped down, grasping Yang Yuankun's hand as they headed home. Go hold your mother's hand. I have some things to attend to, Yang Yuankun said with a smile, nodding toward Zhao Xiaofeng as he walked over to his luggage. While Wang Hu also prepared to head home. Brother Yang, I'm heading back now, Wang Hu said with a grin, carrying no luggage himself, as it had all been taken by his parents and his younger siblings. Zhou Xing was in a similar situation on the other side. Go back. I shall take my leave as well, Yang Yuankun replied, feeling somewhat at a disadvantage, having to carry his luggage. Yet, upon arriving at his doorstep, he smiled and hoisted the large quilt bag onto his right shoulder, while his left hand grasped a small clothing bag and a plastic bucket, with a backpack slung across his back. I'll take that. How can you manage all this alone? Zhao Xiaofeng observed Yang Yuankun silently bearing the weight of his belongings. She quickly released her daughter's hand and hurried over to assist him, taking hold of the largest bag. Just hold on to Fei. I managed it this way before. Yang Yuankun promptly declined. Why would I need to hold her hand? She's hardly at home. She knows the way better than I do, Zhao Xiaofeng chuckled, noting her daughter's shyness upon seeing her father, a stark contrast to her usual mischievousness at home. All right, you can carry that bag. It contains my clothes, Yang Yuankun conceded, passing his left-hand luggage to her. Zhao Xiaofeng effortlessly took the plastic bucket along with the bag, showing no signs of struggle. I'll handle it. We're home now, Zhao Xiaofeng said, turning to lead the way, beckoning the impatient Yang Fei. After a brief walk, she slowed her pace, deliberately waiting for Yang Yuankun to catch up. Continuing the conversation, your mother is already cooking at home, and the little one is fast asleep. Ah, what as for dinner? Yang Yuankun engaged with his youthful wife. Sensing a subtle difference in her demeanor, perhaps due to age or perhaps owing to his past misfortunes, Zhao Xiaofeng now spoke and acted with a certain efficiency. Is food all you care about? She teased with a smile. I bought a bread in the county earlier. My stomach has long been empty. Yang Yuankun responded with a grin, feeling the fatigue of the day's journey dissipate as the path home invigorated him. Why didn't you bring something to eat for the ride? Let us hurry then, Zhao Xiaofeng remarked, her heart aching for her husband. As a traditional woman, she had met Yang Yuankun through arranged marriage, and after 5 years of marriage, they had become a true family. As the couple conversed while walking, Yang Feifei ahead quickened her pace but soon turned back, calling out for them to hurry. When they approached, she darted ahead again, seemingly engrossed in her play. See, once she is comfortable, she becomes quite the handful, Zhao Xiaofeng remarked, slightly exasperated with her eldest daughter, though she had experienced her fair share of mischief as well. A little playfulness is good. Isn't it said that spirited children are clever? Would you prefer her to be as stiff as a board? Yang Yuankun replied, showing no signs of annoyance, instead responding with interest to Yang Feifei's exuberance. Whether she is clever remains to be seen. She'll start school next year. And we shall find out then, Zhao Xiaofeng mused. Their village had a preschool class, allowing children to begin at 6 years old, no longer adhering strictly to age conventions. Yang Feifei would indeed be 6 by the lunar calendar next year, making her eligible for the preschool class. I harbor no concerns, after all. There exists a lineage of scholarly aptitude in my family. Yang Yuankun chuckled with a hint of pride. He himself possessed only a junior high school education. Having failed to gain admission to high school, yet among his peers, he could be deemed relatively well educated. As they soon approached their home, Yang Feifei dashed ahead, exuberantly calling out, Grandma, Grandma, Father has returned. The sound of footsteps resonated from within the house as Yang Yuankun entered the courtyard, where he beheld his mother briskly approaching him. Why are you rushing so? You are 70 now. Observing his aging mother, Yang Yuankun felt a pang in his eyes. In his previous life, he had burdened her with much toil. Zhao Xiaofeng had accompanied him to work, and it was this 70-year-old mother who had cared for 2 young children, including an infant at home. The strain of such responsibilities was unmistakable. What's the matter with being 70? You little rascal? Wu Hohat replied, her words laced with reproach, yet her eyes, illuminated by the light from the main room, scrutinized her youngest son with affection. Let me first place these things inside, Yang Yuankun said, as he and Zhao Xiaofeng bore their luggage. They entered the main room, setting their bags down on the coarse floor, then stood up and stretched their backs, surveying the familiar yet aged abode. This house was the family's old dwelling, having seen better days, though they had once enjoyed a more comfortable existence. It was merely a simple single-story brick house, its floor rough and unfinished. The layout consisted of a central living area flanked by bedrooms. Since his marriage, his parents had vacated one room for him and his wife to inhabit. In a previous life, the conditions of such housing had driven Zhao Xiaofeng to determination. After settling debts, she had returned to her family home to borrow funds for a new house, though the majority of the costs were ultimately earned by the couple themselves, constructing one level per year rather than completing the entire structure at once. As he drifted into memories of his past life, he was jolted back to the present by Zhao Xiaofeng's voice. You haven't eaten all day? Hurry and have something. Upon regaining his focus, Yang Yuankun noticed Zhao Xiaofeng entering with a large basin. He immediately recognized the contents as braised chicken, though there appeared to be a duck's head among the fare. Shall we drink some wine or eat first? Zhao Xiaofeng inquired, while deftly retrieving an unopened bottle of wine from the cupboard. Let's eat first. I won't drink. Yang Yuankun quickly replied, recalling how, in his previous life, he had indulged in wine with every meal except breakfast, regardless of its quality, until health issues had compelled him to cease. What? Not drinking? Zhao Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, having bought the wine specifically for today. I had a bit too much outside and now my stomach is a tad hungry. Yang Yuankun chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Very well. Then I shall serve you some rice. Here are your chopsticks. Zhao Xiaofeng handed him the chopsticks and bowl before turning to exit the main room and head into the modest kitchen in the courtyard. Chapter 10. 40,000 yuan in the living room. Only Yang Yuankun and his daughter Yang Feifei remained. He watched as his daughter gazed hopefully at the basin on the table, craning her neck upwards due to her short stature, her hands gripping the edge of the 8 immortals table. Do you want to eat? Yang Yuankun inquired with a smile, acknowledging that in this era, acquiring meat was indeed a challenge. In their household, they might purchase meat only 2 or 3 times a month, particularly when he was away. As both his wife and mother were frugal, typically buying merely half a pound to share with the child. However, a 5 or 6-year-old could still eat a fair amount. Yes, it smells so good, Yang Feifei exclaimed eagerly. Come here, Yang Yuankun said, extending his hands to lift Yang Feifei onto his lap. He then picked up the chopsticks and began to rummage through the basin of meat, only to discover that it contained all sorts of parts, none of which were suitable for a child, just heads, feet, and wings. After a careful search, he managed to find a reasonably good chicken wing and placed it in a bowl. Give it to me. Give it to me. Yang Feifei looked longingly at the wing in the bowl, her feet kicking excitedly, nearly causing her to tumble off his lap. It's hot right now. Let it cool for a moment. I'll blow on it for you, Yang Yuankun said, realizing he had to help. He blew on the wing and, once it was sufficiently cooled, handed it to Yang Feifei. Is it delicious? He asked, beaming as he watched his daughter eagerly grasp the food and enjoy it. It's delicious. Yang Feifei, now devoid of any shyness, felt grateful for her father's kindness. She had meat to eat as soon as he returned home. At that moment, Zhao Xiaofeng, who had just stepped out, returned, holding a wooden rice bucket, while Yang's mother followed with 2 plates of vegetables. How did you end up in your father's lap? Let your father eat, Zhao Xiaofeng chuckled, observing her daughter seated on her husband's leg, munching on a wing. It's fine. I'm eating too, Yang Yuankun said, casually grabbing a piece from the basin, only to discover it was liver. He shrugged off the realization and popped it into his mouth, asking his wife, who was serving herself rice, why is it just these odd bits? The good parts have already been salted. If you go out after the new year, you can take some with you. It's convenient. Just steam it. Eating in the cafeteria all day doesn't offer much oil or flavor, Zhao Xiaofeng explained. This had been the norm in previous years, though Yang Yuankun couldn't quite recall, as it felt like a distant memory that required some reflection. How could I take so much? We still need to eat at home for the new year, he replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Isn't this spoiling me too much? There are still live chickens at home, 5 of them, along with a duck and a goose. We'll have more than enough for the new year, Yang's mother chimed in. Continuing, just focus on eating. You've lost so much weight. You haven't eaten all day, have you? Let Feifei eat on her own. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Yang Feifei obediently hopped down and ran over to Zhao Xiaofeng to enjoy her meal. The remnants of this dish, once deemed unappetizing, will undoubtedly be considered delicacies in 2 decades, while the meatier portions may fall out of favor. However, Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang's mother still hesitated to partake, instead reaching for the 2 bowls of stir-fried vegetables. Yang Yuankun, unable to bear the sight, took it upon himself to serve them continuously. You two should eat well. Indulge in the good stuff, he said, crunching on a duck foot without pausing his chatter. I've hardly done any work. All I've done is watch the children prepare meals, Yang's mother remarked, though her face still bore a smile as Yang Yuankun served her. How is that work of yours progressing? Zhao Xiaofeng finally broached the question that had been troubling her since Yang Yuankun invested their entire savings in a project this year. The sum was not insignificant, over 20,000. Their entire savings, along with an additional 5,000 borrowed from her elder brother. The thought of losing it all left her anxious about the family's future. Indeed. How are things on your end? Yang's mother echoed her concern. She had always been indulgent towards her youngest son, which was why she was living with Yang Yuankun instead of her eldest. At the time, she believed that since her youngest had just married and would soon have children, her assistance would be beneficial. Moreover, with her eldest son having taken over the family business, it seemed only fair to lend her support to her younger son. Do not worry, Yang Yuankun reassured them, noticing their anxious expressions. As the sky darkened and fewer people ventured outside, he turned to Zhao Xiaofeng and said, Please close the front door. All right, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, momentarily taken aback before setting her bowl down and swiftly closing the door to the main room, securing the latch. Yang Yuankun also rose, first removing his coat and then the sweater he had donned for the occasion. Once in just his autumn shirt, he continued undeterred, shedding that as well to reveal a vest underneath, which appeared somewhat awkward and bulged in several places. Without hesitation, he tossed the vest to Zhao Xiaofeng. As she instinctively touched the vest she had received from Yang Yuankun, she recognized the familiar sensation. This was not a novel occurrence, as he had often returned home with money sewn into his clothing in previous years. Quickly put something on. You'll catch a chill, she urged. Indeed, it's freezing, Yang's mother added, glancing at her son's bare torso and feeling compelled to persuade him further. After donning his autumn shirt, Yang Yuankun wrapped himself in his coat and resumed eating, his hunger evident after a day without food. He had already devoured 2 bowls and was still eager for more. Zhao Xiaofeng tightened her grip on her clothing, rose, and entered their bedroom. Moments later, she emerged with a pair of scissors, returning to her seat under the soft yellow glow of the incandescent light to extract the money that Yang Yuankun had sewn into his clothing. The table soon displayed a neat stack of bills, easily counting up to 10,000. With this revelation, Zhao Xiaofeng's worries began to dissipate, and Yang's mother breathed a sigh of relief as well. Wow, what a fortune! Yang Feifei was engrossed in her meal. Today, there was an abundance of meat. However, it was rather tough, leaving her teeth somewhat weary. As she noticed the pile of money on the table, she couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Why are you making such a racket? Just eat your food, Zhao Xiaofeng scolded her, though a flicker of curiosity lingered in her heart. Earlier, Yang Yuankun had mentioned that if their plan succeeded, the reward would far exceed this amount. Yet, with her mother-in-law present, she refrained from pursuing the matter further. After reprimanding Yang Feifei, Zhao Xiaofeng rose and took the money back into the house. Soon, the sound of a child wailing echoed from within. It seemed their youngest son had awakened. Moments later, Zhao Xiaofeng returned to the main room, cradling the child, who had ceased his cries, primarily because he was now nibbling on his food. Yang Yuankun gazed at his wife's fair complexion, feeling a warmth in his heart. In his previous life, he had been over 50, laboring tirelessly on construction sites, devoid of such energy. But now, he was merely in his 20s, and his wife was in the prime of her youth and beauty. Once seated again, Zhao Xiaofeng tenderly soothed their son, hoping to lull him back to sleep. Yet, her gaze inadvertently met her husband's, who was intently focused on her exposed chest, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. It had been over half a year since they had last seen each other, and a hint of shyness lingered between them. Stop coaxing him. Let me feed little Bao something. If you get him to sleep now, he'll wake up in the middle of the night, Mother Yang interjected, disregarding the couple's bashful exchange as she reached for her grandson. Zhao Xiaofeng quickly tidied herself, picked up her chopsticks, and pretended to eat. Yang Yuankun found it amusing that his wife, despite having borne 2 children, still displayed such modesty. Yet, he found this sentiment quite delightful. Is Yang still nursing? He inquired, diverting his attention from Zhao Xiaofeng. Yes, but I also give him some porridge, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, regaining her composure upon hearing his question. It's been almost a week. Perhaps it's time to wean him off. There's not much nutrition in it anymore, she explained, reflecting on her limited diet during confinement, suggesting that early weaning might be more beneficial. Currently, I only feed him a bit during nap time, Zhao Xiaofeng added. Do as you see fit, Yang Yuankun responded, opting not to delve further into the matter, as he was not particularly adept at child-rearing. The family's meal progressed slowly, taking an hour to conclude amidst conversation. Chapter 11. Old married couple. After the meal, Zhao Xiaofeng began clearing the table and washing the dishes. Mother Yang prepared to assist and handed the child to Yang Yuankun. Take him. I'll help your wife and boil some water. Are you planning to bathe tonight? Mother Yang asked with a smile, relieved that the youngest son had returned and the task was accomplished. Yes, I should. Sitting in a car all day has left me a bit pungent, Yang Yuankun replied, taking their son into his arms. He looked into the child's bright, round eyes, beaming with joy. In his previous life, he had toiled for decades, all for the sake of this little one. This time around, he vowed not to let himself be shortchanged. Come on, give your father a smile. It is quite challenging for a child under a year old to comprehend language. Yet the individual before him appeared exceedingly unfamiliar. As a result, he began to sway his head from side to side, discovering no familiar faces. And his mouth opened as he readied himself to cry. Ah, so you will weep the moment I embrace you, won't you? Yang Yuankun was aware that his son regarded him with a sense of strangeness, but he found no one else in the hall. Only his 5-year-old daughter stood curiously observing him. At that moment, Yang Feifei approached, leaning her head towards Yang Yi, and playfully chided, Stop crying. All you do is cry. This is Daddy. Unexpectedly, her words had an immediate effect. The child ceased his tears and began to beam at his sister. Yang Yuankun realized that the familiarity of her face alleviated the child's sense of insecurity. Do you often take care of him at home? He inquired. holding his younger son in his arms while playfully bouncing him on his knee, directing his question to his elder daughter. Not at all. He cries incessantly. It drives me mad, Yang Feifei scoffed, feigning disdain, though in truth, whenever their mother and grandmother were occupied, it was she who kept watch over the little boy, hence his familiarity with her. What else do you want besides a toy gun? Would you like me to get you something else? Yang Yuankun asked. Noticing the look of envy in his daughter's eyes as she observed him playfully engaging with her younger brother. He longed for the same interaction, but could not simply set aside his son at that moment. A toy gun is all I need, Daddy, Yang Feifei replied, demonstrating her understanding of the expense of toys. That won't do. You are such a good girl, far more so than Yang Yi. You certainly deserve a reward. Yang Yuankun said with a smile, continuing, would you prefer a remote-controlled car or a doll? I see that children adore these. A remote-controlled car. Is it really possible? The little girl exclaimed, her earlier reserve forgotten at the prospect of a toy. She nestled closer to Yang Yuankun, her smile brightening as she asked, is it the kind that can actually run? Indeed, Daddy will buy it for you. Do you not like dolls? Yang Yuankun questioned, perplexed. As he believed all little girls cherished such toys. What fun is there in that? I can make them myself. Mother has already made me too. And they are utterly uninteresting, Yang Feifei declared with disdain for the dolls, finding them lacking in amusement. Very well, I shall take you to purchase a remote-controlled car. If that's what you desire, we shall get it. Yang Yuankun speculated that the dolls made by Zhao Xiaofeng were likely mere scraps of cloth stuffed with rags. Indeed, not engaging at all with the allure of toys, Yang Feifei felt that having her father at home was truly delightful. Not only were there ample meals to savor, but he also bought her toys. Their whispered conversations grew more frequent, and the long-standing distance between them dissipated. What are the two of you discussing? Zhao Xiaofeng entered the room and witnessed her husband cradling their son on his knee, his head tilted as he chatted with their smiling daughter. She smiled knowingly and approached, extending her arms to reclaim their son. Mommy, Daddy said he would buy me a remote-controlled car. Yang Feifei exclaimed excitedly, boasting to Zhao Xiaofeng. What remote-controlled car? Wasn't it a toy gun? Zhao Xiaofeng asked, perplexed. It was that kind of small vehicle that could run on its own, the sort that costs a pretty penny. I had long desired to play with it. Yang Feifei explained swiftly. What are you buying? That toy is prohibitively expensive, costing dozens, enough to buy several pounds of meat. Zhao Xiaofeng interjected, her frown directed at Yang Yuankun, questioning why he squandered money upon his return. No worries, if Mama won't buy it for you, Papa will. Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly, continuing, but can you promise your father one request? What request? Of course I can, Yang Feifei responded, having only heard that her father would buy her something. Could you sleep with Grandma tonight? Yang Yuankun revealed his intention, having not indulged in such pleasures for quite some time. His youngest son was still too little for such matters, and his daughter, now over 5 years old, warranted some caution. Of course, I often sleep with Grandma. Yang Feifei, upon hearing this, had no objections. After all, children sometimes wake up needing milk or have trouble sleeping. So sharing a bed with Grandma was quite normal. Zhao Xiaofeng had initially intended to prevent Yang Yuankun from frivolously spending, but upon hearing her husband's request, she felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks. How could he so casually send their daughter away for such reasons? Yet, there was a hint of anticipation in her heart. After all, it had been over 6 months since they had last been together, and surely, something would unfold that evening. All right, it's settled then, Yang Yuankun said, gently patting his daughter's head, lifting his gaze to meet Zhao Xiaofeng's, who was also observing him. He seemed to have accepted his rebirth, gradually regaining the essence of his youth. The man who had once invested 30,000 yuan in a project back in '97 was certainly not one to be underestimated. That 30,000 was merely what I brought back. I still have 100,000 in the bank over there. Rest assured, our family will not lack for funds, Yang Yuankun reassured Zhao Xiaofeng, explaining that the money for their daughter's toy was negligible. How much? 100,000? Zhao Xiaofeng momentarily lost her bearings, her voice rising instinctively before she covered her mouth, whispering, is it safe in the bank? Why not bring it back? It's not safe to bring it back in the car. The bank is a public institution. How could it be unsafe? Yang Yuankun explained further, adding, the boss from this year has promised me a larger project next year. That 100,000 will serve as my startup capital. The money I brought back is sufficient for our household. A bigger project? Does it require that much capital? Zhao Xiaofeng felt a twinge of unease. They hadn't even retrieved the money yet, and he was already planning to spend it. Surely, that amount could sustain them for a lifetime. Only with substantial investment can one reap greater rewards. The boss has great confidence in me, so fret not. Yang Yuankun reassured her. Such a sum is more than enough. You should focus on your work and not complicate matters. Zhao Xiaofeng hesitated, finally voicing her concerns. Raised in a traditional rural environment, she was unsure how to respond to her husband's ambitions, yet her unease lingered. What can this little amount of money accomplish? Given the current prices, it may suffice for now, but what about a few years down the line? Yang Yuankun approached Zhao Xiaofeng, sitting beside her, and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, whispering, "Consider how much people earned 10 years ago compared to how much one can make now from working. Have you noticed the surge in meat prices? Indeed, you make a valid point. Everything seems exorbitantly priced nowadays. Just the other day, pork soared to 5 yuan per jin. If it rises any further, it will match those years of inflation," Zhao Xiaofeng acknowledged, grasping Yang Yuankun's intent. "Rest assured, better days are ahead." "Ha ha," Yang Yuankun responded. Noticing his wife's lingering hesitation, he leaned in and pecked her cheek, prompting their daughter, Yang Feifei, to exclaim excitedly, "Dad kissed Mom. You must kiss me too." "Of course, I shall give you a kiss as well," Yang Yuankun replied without a hint of embarrassment, bestowing a quick kiss on the eager daughter. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaofeng felt her cheeks flush. After so many years of marriage, Yang Yuankun had never displayed such affection, especially in front of their daughter. Embarrassed and irritated, she playfully swatted him. "What are you doing? Feifei is right here. What's wrong with that? I'm simply kissing my own wife. If Feifei sees, then let her. It shows that her parents share a good relationship, right?" Yang Yuankun chuckled, enjoying the moment. A whimsical act made possible by his youthful spirit and the renewed vigor he felt from his second chance at life. As they continued their playful banter, Yang's mother called from the kitchen, announcing that the water was ready. Zhao Xiaofeng stood to assist in bringing the water into the room for a bath. "Stay seated. I'll fetch it," Yang Yuankun insisted, rising and making his way to the modest kitchen in their courtyard. There, he found his mother scooping water from a pot into a plastic bucket. "It's ready so soon? I thought water would take longer to heat in winter," he remarked. "It's quick with firewood. After a long day of travel, you should wash up and get some rest," his mother urged. "Are you going to carry the water inside? Shall I fetch the bath barrel for you?" she inquired, knowing they had a large wooden tub typically used in winter, though it was cumbersome to move. "I can manage here. I'll wash up quickly. Just a quick wipe will suffice," Yang Yuankun decided, realizing that bathing in the house during winter was too cumbersome. The kitchen, still warm from the fire, seemed a more suitable choice. "You can't bathe here in this cold. You might catch a cold," Yang's mother quickly countered. "Just keep the fire going. It lasts a while. Add more water to the pot for washing. You want tea feel cold," Yang Yuankun insisted. "You're just being impractical," his mother replied, taking the ladle from him. "Hurry and get your clothes while it's still warm here." This time, Yang Yuankun complied, hastening back to the main room to retrieve a change of clothes from his bag. "What about the water?" Zhao Xiaofeng asked, looking puzzled. "I'll wash in the kitchen. It's warmer there after the fire has burned. It saves me from carrying water back and forth," he explained before dashing back to the kitchen with his clothes in hand. "Please, you may leave. I can manage on my own. There are no areas here that cannot get wet." Yang Yuankun glanced at the kitchen, finding nothing of significance. "No, just wash quickly," Yang's mother replied, having refilled the pot with water before turning to depart. "Mother, could you take Feifei to bed tonight?" Yang Yuankun hastily suggested. "All right. Would you like little Bao to sleep with me as well?" Yang's mother inquired, fully aware that the young couple had not seen each other for an extended period and would naturally desire some private time. "No, little Bao is still too young. He would likely cry all night if separated from his mother," Yang Yuankun responded before shutting the kitchen door. In the dim light, he first poured water over himself using a ladle, then wet a towel to cleanse his body. Chapter 12. Watching television, the kindling in the stove crackled, warming the somewhat drafty kitchen, making it less frigid. Yang Yuankun completed his shower swiftly, finishing in under 10 minutes. He simply donned a pair of pants and a shirt, foregoing a coat, as he had intentionally avoided wetting his hair. In the depths of winter, without a hairdryer, that would be quite troublesome. "You're done so quickly?" Yang's mother observed, calling out to Zhao Xiaofeng. "Let us wash up as well, and bring Feifei. Little Bao can be taken to bed by his father." Zhao Xiaofeng nodded. It was already 7 or 8 o'clock, a suitable time for sleep. She handed Yang Yi, their youngest, to Yang Yuankun and took their daughter to the kitchen to freshen up. Carrying the infant son into the bedroom, Yang Yuankun noted the ample space, albeit somewhat cavernous, with merely a bed and 2 nightstands. This furniture had been acquired during his marriage, along with several wardrobes that still appeared relatively new despite the passage of time. The room's sole electrical appliance, aside from the lights, was a color television, a wedding gift from his brother-in-law. The light switch operated via a pull cord rather than a button. A gentle tug illuminated the entire room. Yang Yuankun placed his son, who was curiously gazing up at him, into the nearby cradle, then switched on the television across the room. Before he could even change the channel, Yang Yi, now lying on the bed, began to cry. "Ah, you start crying the moment you're placed in bed," Yang Yuankun remarked, hastening to the cradle. Instead of picking him up, he gently rocked it with his hand. This cradle, designed for infants in their region, was entirely wooden, enclosed with a high railing. Unlike a conventional bed, its legs were curved, allowing for a gentle push to induce a soothing sway, eliminating the need for an adult to hold the child and lull them to sleep. After several minutes of rocking, Yang Yi ceased his cries. Yet his wide eyes remained fixed on his father. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Yang Yuankun mused. "Oh dear, I can't quite decipher what this little one is babbling about." Yang Yuankun paid little heed to his son, merely nudging him with his foot, while he turned his attention to the television across the room, which was transitioning into commercials after the news broadcast. He cast a glance at the bed where he had been resting. It was quite spacious, with the quilt and pillows neatly arranged, exuding a sense of cleanliness and order. Just as he was lost in thought, the bedroom door swung open, and his daughter, along with Zhao Xiaofeng, entered, the sound of the door latch echoing behind them. "Daddy, I want to watch TV before going to bed," young Feifei exclaimed, running over and wrapping her arms around his legs, looking up at him with expectant eyes. "Of course. What would you like to watch?" "Adjust it yourself," Yang Yuankun replied, not inclined to oppose her request. It was still early, just past 7. So he handed her the remote control, glancing sideways at his son, who had yet to fall asleep, staring blankly at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. He had just awakened. It was unlikely he would be able to sleep again. Zhao Xiaofeng, noticing his confusion, smiled and explained, "Here. We usually place the children in bed without holding them too much. If they become accustomed to being held, it can lead to complications." Lacking experience, Yang Yuankun observed his younger son curiously scanning his surroundings and decided to lift him into the bed where they slept. "Come on, let us warm up the blankets. Feifei, you should join us and watch. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill." Before long, the family was cozily nestled at the head of the bed, with Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang Yuankun on either side, and Yang Feifei and Yang Yi in the middle. Yang Yi giggled, nibbling on his own hand, while Feifei rested her head against Yang Yuankun's shoulder, her eyes glued to the television, which was airing a drama. "Yuankun, now that we have some financial stability, do you think it's time to begin construction on a new house?" Zhao Xiaofeng mused, having just witnessed the conclusion of a television episode. What?" Yang Yuankun, fatigued from the day and having just taken a shower, struggled to keep his eyes open and failed to catch his wife's words. "I said I want to build a house. Our current rooms are still too small, and there's ample space in our yard," Zhao Xiaofeng reiterated, having noticed Yang Yuankun's drowsiness and understanding his need for clarity. "Sure, that sounds like a splendid idea. I've been thinking the same," Yang Yuankun responded affirmatively. In his previous life, they had to wait until their debts were settled before constructing a new home. Now, with finances no longer a constraint, it was wise to build sooner rather than later to enjoy the benefits. "Should we lay a new foundation for the house or add a second story to this one?" Zhao Xiaofeng had long pondered various plans in her mind. "Let us lay a new foundation. This house was built over 20 years ago by my father. Although we did some repairs when we got married, it's no longer sufficient," Yang Yuankun suggested, noting the spaciousness of their enclosed yard. The space they occupied had originally been used for storing rice, but later became a repository for miscellaneous items. "That might require quite a bit of money, won't it?" Zhao Xiaofeng inquired, uncertain of the costs involved, as she lacked experience in such matters. "It does not require a significant amount of money. Approximately 20,000 yuan should suffice." Yang Yuankun is quite aware that it is merely the cost of labor and materials. Presently, labor is quite affordable, particularly in his hometown, where many men in their 50s and 60s are unable to find work on construction sites and can only seek small jobs at home, earning merely 20 yuan a day, which is considered generous. "All right, when will you leave next year? Shall we wait for your return to begin construction?" Zhao Xiaofeng continued to inquire. No need. We can commence right after the 15th. My side won't start until March anyway. It should take about a month, Yang Yuankun replied, showing no intention of delay. Unlike constructing a villa for posterity, this process would be relatively swift. The two quickly reached a consensus on this matter. Zhao Xiaofeng then shared some family news with Yang Yuankun, all trivial domestic matters, and he displayed no signs of irritation, instead responding with a smile. As both children had fallen asleep and the television series had concluded, Yang Yuankun glanced over and noticed the two little ones were indeed in slumber. He turned to Zhao Xiaofeng and said, I will take Fei Fei to my mother's. Why not let her sleep here? It's already 9 o'clock. Your mother must be asleep as well, Zhao Xiaofeng replied with a hint of embarrassment, fully aware of the implications of sending the child over at such a late hour. No worries, Yang Yuankun reassured her, carefully rising to embrace the sleeping young Fei Fei. He opened the door and gently knocked on the door of his mother's room. Mom, are you asleep? After a brief moment, a voice responded from within, and Yang Yuankun entered. His mother appeared to have already had a restful sleep and said little, merely indicating where to place young Fei Fei against the wall of the bed. Upon returning to their own room, Zhao Xiaofeng placed her younger son in the crib, gently rocking it. Noticing no signs of him waking, she settled back into her own bed. Yang Yuankun hastily climbed into bed, tossing aside his clothes. Turn off the light quickly, he said, his eagerness evident. Zhao Xiaofeng, observing her husband's impatience, felt a mix of shyness and delight. His urgency suggested he had not indulged in frivolities outside. Isn't it acceptable to leave the light on? Yang Yuankun protested, somewhat unwilling to comply, believing that the light would be more beneficial than darkness. Oh dear, why must you be like this? Please turn off the light, Zhao Xiaofeng playfully pushed against his chest. Feigning annoyance. With no other option, Yang Yuankun pulled the cord, plunging the room into complete darkness. Chapter 13. A busy morning the following morning. While Yang Yuankun was still lost in slumber, he was roused by the sound of a baby crying. Zhao Xiaofeng, who had been sleeping beside him, stirred as well. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Zhao Xiaofeng already dressing. What time is it? Yang Yuankun mumbled, still groggy, as he wished he could conveniently check the time on his phone as in previous lives. It's already getting light outside. I heard Mom opening the door. It must be nearly 7 o'clock, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, hastily putting on a jacket before getting out of bed to change the baby's diaper, having not done so throughout the night. Upon hearing the voice of his wife, Yang Yuankun awakened to the realization that he had indeed been reborn. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the somewhat rough ceiling of the bedroom, which had not been adorned with any decor. Turning his head, he observed Zhao Xiaofeng diligently changing their younger son's diaper. Should we perhaps wash his bottom? Yang Yuankun inquired as he sat up. Yes. Mother should have hot water ready by this morning. I will fetch it after I finish, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, not wishing to impose upon her husband, as she was primarily responsible for the child's care, and the little one had yet to grasp this concept. I will go get the hot water, Yang Yuankun stated simply as he dressed hastily before opening the bedroom door. Indeed, the front door of the main room was already ajar. Upon stepping into the courtyard, he found his mother busily engaged in the kitchen and hurried towards her. Mother, is there hot water available? I need to clean the baby. Yes. Just take a thermos back with you, Yang's mother responded, aware that the morning ritual included cleaning her grandson. She rose from her task by the fire, handed Yang Yuankun a thermos, and also retrieved a red basin and a towel. After accepting these items, Yang Yuankun returned to the room, where he found Zhao Xiaofeng feeding their son, cradling him tenderly while softly humming a lullaby. Should we mix in some cold water? Yang Yuankun asked, placing the basin on the floor and pouring the hot water from the thermos into it. Just dilute it with a bit from last night's thermos. That water has cooled, Zhao Xiaofeng replied as she squatted down to undress Yang's lower half. Testing the water temperature with her hand, she began the gentle cleansing. Throughout the flurry of activity, Yang Yuankun felt somewhat helpless, merely passing her towels and pouring water. Once Yang was returned to the cradle, the little one protested vehemently, crying for someone to hold him. As Yang Yuankun watched Zhao Xiaofeng wash the diaper, he had no choice but to hold the baby himself, meandering slowly through the room and courtyard. Although the clock in the main room was nearing 7 o'clock, the sky remained dim. The village was alive with the incessant crowing of roosters and barking of dogs, accompanied by the rising smoke of cooking fires. While Yang Yuankun cradled the child and chatted with his mother, Yang Feifei's voice echoed from within, requesting her mother to dress her. Is she really too young to dress herself? Yang Yuankun pondered, having observed Yang Feifei's demeanor the previous day. She had carried herself with such maturity that he was surprised to learn she could not yet don her clothing. She has learned to dress herself. But winter clothes are cumbersome and the pullovers are particularly challenging, Yang's mother remarked, stirring the white porridge in the iron pot. A delightful aroma of rice wafting through the air. The porridge, cooked over a wood fire, was irresistibly fragrant. I longed for this porridge while I was away. Yang Yuankun mused. Is there not a simple porridge to be found in the big city? Yang's mother asked, puzzled. There is nothing as delectable as home-cooked meals. Moreover, we have work to do in the morning. Porridge alone will not suffice. We usually settle for some buns or steamed bread, Yang Yuankun explained, playfully dodging the little hands of Yang Yi that kept poking his face, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, the labor you engage in is quite physically demanding. During our rice harvesting, we too would have our breakfast without much thought. Yang's mother is quite knowledgeable about these matters. Upon noticing that the porridge was nearly ready, she remarked, I shall fry an egg, and then we can dine. Shortly thereafter, Yang Feifei emerged from the main room, initially bewildered upon seeing Yang Yuankun. It took her a moment to realize that it was her father who had returned, and she clung to his leg, inquiring, Daddy? Yes. Can you brush your teeth by yourself? Yang Yuankun asked with a broad smile. Yes, Yang Feifei replied, evidently proud, and continued, I learned long ago. Only my little brother cannot. Indeed, Feifei is the most capable, Zhao Xiaofeng interjected, requesting, please hand me the little one. You take Feifei to brush her teeth and wash her face. She only manages a few attempts on her own, so keep an eye on her. Come, let's go with Daddy. Yang Yuankun took Yang Feifei's small hand and led her to the kitchen. Upon seeing the toothbrushes, he asked, which one is yours? This one, Yang Feifei replied, tilting her head and speaking loudly. All right. Yang Yuankun took the toothbrush and cup, squeezed toothpaste onto it, and together they stepped outside. He retrieved his own toothbrush from his belongings in the main room, not requiring a cup. The father and daughter squatted in a corner of the yard, synchronously brushing their teeth. You're doing splendidly, Yang Yuankun praised, aware that Yang Feifei was merely mimicking him. Upon returning to the kitchen, he first washed Yang Feifei's face and then quickly rinsed his own, realizing the morning had been quite busy. Yang's mother and Zhao Xiaofeng had already set breakfast on the table in the main room. The porridge was served in a large basin beside the table, which also held a fried egg, pickled green beans, some salted vegetables, and steamed salted duck, a rather sumptuous spread. Mother, hasn't elder brother returned yet? Yang Yuankun casually inquired as he ate. His elder brother was originally set to inherit their father's work, but after less than a year, the county's water transport company had gone bankrupt, leaving him no choice but to seek employment elsewhere, much like Yang Yuankun, working at construction sites. Not yet. A few days ago, he called asking for money. Alas, even the iron rice bowl has failed. Otherwise, your brother would still be in the office, Yang's mother sighed. When her husband passed away, the job was given to the eldest son, while the younger son received a slightly larger share of money. Yet who could foresee that the job would vanish in under a year? They haven't received the money yet. It's already the 23rd day of the 12th month, right? Is sister-in-law there as well? Yang Yuankun gathered the cooled porridge around the edge of his bowl with his chopsticks, sipping it in small amounts. This porridge, cooked over a wood fire, was indeed quite thick. Yes, Xiao Yun is there too. I asked him to return, but he refused when I offered to cook for him. Yang's mother said with a hint of irritation. Xiao Yun, the son of her elder brother, was currently attending university and should have been on break by now, yet surprisingly, he had not returned. Perhaps he feels embarrassed, especially since he has been dining at my home, Yang Yuankun understood, acknowledging that Yang's mother was now in her own home and they typically shared meals. After nearly a month of dining together, it might indeed feel slightly awkward. What is there to feel awkward about? It is not another's home, Yang's mother murmured, leaving the matter at that without further comment. Zhao Xiaofeng remained silent on the matter, finding it difficult to express her opinion. Instead, she dedicated herself to feeding her youngest son with porridge, occasionally offering him some fried eggs as well. Yang Feifei, on the other hand, managed her meals independently. Yang Yuankun placed a piece of salted duck on Yang Feifei's plate and turned to Zhao Xiaofeng, inquiring about the amount his little one could consume. Just this small bowl, twice a day, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, gesturing with her small bowl and gently scooping out a portion of thick porridge, blowing on it to cool it down. That seems quite substantial. Yang Yuankun chuckled, his eating pace swift, only hindered by the temperature of the food. After devouring 2 large bowls, he suggested to Zhao Xiaofeng, "Shall I feed him?" "No need. I've finished feeding him. You should continue eating." 2 bowls aren't enough to fill you up, she insisted quickly. Meanwhile, Yang's mother, having already established a comfortable rhythm with Zhao Xiaofeng, took over holding her grandchild to allow Zhao Xiaofeng some time to eat. "Mom, I discussed with Xiaofeng, and we plan to build a new house next year," Yang Yuankun mentioned, recalling their conversation from the previous night. "A new house? Are we really going to build one? This house is quite fine." Yang's mother expressed her reluctance to part with their current home. "This house has been around for many years and is somewhat cramped. I plan to construct a 2-story building, and we can start work in early spring." Yang Yuankun summarized his intentions. "You can manage that on your own. Are finances a concern? Now that we've split the household, you should enjoy your retirement with your youngest son without interfering in his plans. 20,000 or so will suffice." "I'm not lacking," Yang Yuankun replied with a smile. Chapter 14. Yang Mother's Request. "When do you plan to commence construction next year?" Yang's mother asked while sipping her porridge. "Shouldn't we buy sand and cement first and hire some workers? We can start once it warms up after the new year. My work next year will likely keep me busy until March, at which point I'll enlist more hands to expedite the process. It should take about a month." Yang Yuankun concluded his meal, noticing that there were still some fried eggs left on the table. Zhao Xiaofeng didn't take any. Only their daughter, Yang Feifei, was eating. He then picked up the plate and served Zhao Xiaofeng a generous portion, leaving the remainder for Yang Feifei. "I can serve myself," Zhao Xiaofeng said, feeling a pang of regret as she gazed at the fried eggs in her bowl. Previously, Yang Feifei had consumed most of them, and now, having fed her youngest son only a few pieces, she found herself with a substantial portion. She intended to share with Yang Feifei. "Just eat. She's so small. That amount is more than enough for her." Yang Yuankun urged her to keep the food for herself, continuing, "You've lost quite a bit of weight this year. It's the new year. You should indulge a little." Indeed, Xiaofeng has worked tirelessly this year, nursing, caring for the child, and managing field work. She deserves some good food for the new year, Yang's mother chimed in. She understood her role well, merely assisting her son's family with the child while being grateful for her stay. Otherwise, her retirement would have been the responsibility of her eldest son, who had taken over the family duties. Hence, she refrained from meddling in the couple's affairs. Zhao Xiaofeng felt no fatigue at all. After all, who among the rural women left behind was not accustomed to such toil? Especially after learning last night that her husband, Yang Yuankun, had earned a substantial amount this year. She felt invigorated. This was also a reflection of Yang Yuankun's concern for her. With the new year approaching, their daughter certainly did not lack for anything. "Shall we take a trip to the county tomorrow?" Yang Yuankun suggested. "The children have yet to receive their New Year clothes. And since we've made a profit this year, let us buy outfits for both your mother and you." "I don't need anything. I have plenty of clothes. You can just take your wife and children," Yang Mu expressed her thoughts, adding, "After all, with so much money you brought back last night, someone needs to stay at home." "All right, as you wish." Yang Yuankun acknowledged the wisdom in his mother's words. He decided that Zhao Xiaofeng could buy the clothes for her, considering that an adult's size rarely changes. "Do we really need to go to the county? Isn't the town sufficient?" Zhao Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled. "The county has a wider variety," Yang Yuankun replied, glancing at Yang Feifei, who was still eating. "Hasn't our Feifei been to the county yet?" "I want to go, Mama. I've never been." Yang Feifei exclaimed excitedly upon hearing the mention of the county. "Very well then, we'll leave the little one at home with Mama. It wouldn't be convenient to take such a small child on the bus," Zhao Xiaofeng conceded, realizing she was the only one opposed to the idea. "All right, then it will just be the 3 of us," Yang Yuankun agreed, having no further objections. After breakfast, while Yang Mu cleared the table, Zhao Xiaofeng held Yang Yi, and Yang Yuankun played with Yang Feifei in their modest yard. Though described as a yard, it was quite simple. The base of the wall was made of stone, topped with homemade mud bricks. It covered a considerable area, with the ground still unpaved except for the stone path that connected the entrance to the main room. Alongside the kitchen, the yard was still growing vegetables, and fortunately, with little rain in winter, it was not overly muddy. During the morning, Yang Yuankun did not venture out, but remained seated at the front of the main room. Yang Yi had fallen asleep long ago, while Yang Feifei had wandered off to play. Yang Mu and Zhao Xiaofeng were each plucking feathers from a duck, discussing various village gossip. "Hey, mother, where is my elder brother this year? I've been so busy that I haven't kept in touch." Yang Yuankun reclined in a bamboo chair, a cup of tea beside him and a cigarette in his mouth, basking in the warmth of the winter sun. In Jiaxing, Yang Mu replied without lifting her head, her hands continuing their work. Still with my sister-in-law. I believe she has been there for 3 years now, Yang Yuankun reflected. He had never cared much about these matters in his previous life, particularly during his own time of hardship. Yes, still with her husband, Yang Mu sighed. Is he still asking for money? Surely they wouldn't withhold it, Yang Yuankun inquired, puzzled. This elder sister was not his biological sister, but the eldest daughter of his uncle's family, whom they all referred to as sister. Lian Yun is merely a small proprietor, awaiting the disbursement of wages from the higher-ups before he can compensate his workers. His elder brother is similarly in a state of anticipation. Yang's mother elucidated that Lian Yun, also known as Su Lian Yun, is her elder cousin's partner and operates as a minor contractor on a construction site, with his elder brother and sister-in-law laboring beneath him. Yang Yuankun's elder brother, Yang Yuanxian, now aged 30, is the firstborn of Yang's mother. During the lifetime of Yang's father, he was employed temporarily at a water transportation company in the county, but could never secure a permanent position. After enduring the challenges of inheriting the business, it eventually collapsed, leaving them without alternative skills. With a nephew preparing for university, the couple was compelled to seek work in distant locales. Yuankun, I was contemplating reserving 2 chickens, a duck, and a goose for your elder brother's family. We also have 2 roosters at home, one of which could be offered for ancestral rites. As they are seldom home and possess little, Yang's mother remarked, feeling content as she shared her intentions with her younger son and daughter-in-law. That sounds reasonable. We have plenty. Why not take a bit more? Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly, exhaling a smoke ring. Yang's mother then directed her gaze toward Zhao Xiaofeng, indicating that the decision ultimately rested with the younger daughter-in-law. Will they be alive or deceased? If they are to be slaughtered, we should probably cure them first, lest they spoil, Zhao Xiaofeng responded with a smile, noting that her husband had earned a considerable sum, rendering such matters trivial. Let us go with the living ones. The ones we slaughter at home can be preserved. Yang Yuankun chuckled in agreement. Excellent. You two are quite thoughtful, Yang's mother expressed her delight, realizing why the old adage claims that the well-being of a family often hinges on the daughter-in-law. Such a generous daughter-in-law is indeed a guarantee of familial harmony. As noon approached for their meal, Yang Feifei returned home, her clothes soiled with mud once more. Despite having just changed, her mother Zhao Xiaofeng scolded her playfully, giving her a few gentle smacks on the backside. Yet, Yang Feifei remained unfazed, cheerfully enjoying her lunch. Oh, how I wish Dad were home every day, she mused, patting her belly after finishing her meal. What is the matter? Do you miss your father? Yang Yuankun asked, feeling a sense of comfort at her sentiment. When Dad is home, there is always meat to eat, Yang Feifei candidly expressed, revealing that their lunch consisted of leftovers from the previous night, with the remainder being simple vegetables from their own garden. Ah, so you're longing for better food, Yang Yuankun exclaimed, lifting Yang Feifei into his arms and planting a kiss on her cheek before heading outside, saying, let us take a stroll. Once outside the courtyard, Yang Feifei insisted on getting down, darting off on her own, quickly disappearing from sight to play at someone else's home. As Yang Yuankun wandered through the village, he was soon called out to by a familiar voice. Boss Yang, come play mahjong. We're short a player, called out someone from the local mahjong parlor, which only opens during the new year when workers return from distant jobs. A table could earn a tidy sum in an afternoon, typically going to the player with the most winnings. All right, who else is there? Yang Yuankun did not refuse. In his previous life, this was merely a pastime he indulged in. Upon entering the home of his companion, it was already past midnight, and 2 tables had been set up inside, with a few familiar faces from the village still waiting, all of whom typically worked in distant places. The afternoon spent playing mahjong passed swiftly. The room was filled with swirling smoke, and the cigarettes in everyone's hands never ceased. The proprietor busied himself pouring water for the guests. And this establishment also sold cigarettes, functioning as a small convenience store, one of only 2 in the village alongside his uncle's shop. As he glanced at the clock on the table, it was already 5:30. The lights in the room had been turned on, signaling that it was nearly time to head home for dinner. Mr. Yang, are you planning to leave after winning some money? A voice chimed from beside him. It belonged to the individual who had lost the most, yet his tone was lighthearted as he began to gather his winnings. It's nearly 6. There is plenty of time left, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile, withdrawing 5 yuan and placing it on the table. This amount served as the table fee, with the minimum being 1 yuan per person. Should one win more, contributing further would be most welcome. Thank you, Mr. Yang, the owner said as he collected the money from the table and escorted several guests to the door before inquiring, will you be back tonight? No. I'll be sleeping at home this evening, Yang Yuankun declined, making his way back to his residence. Over the course of the afternoon, he had only managed to win a mere 10 yuan, merely engaging in the activity for leisure. Chapter 15. An unfamiliar breakfast experience as he walked along the village path. Numerous individuals greeted him. Their family was not the largest clan in the village. The Yang lineage descended from his grandfather's mother, who, along with his grandfather, had come to this place in search of sustenance. Later, his great-grandmother remarried into a household within the village, and although his grandfather retained his surname, he was able to secure a livelihood. Eventually, his grandfather married his grandmother, who bore him 6 sons, with his father being the second eldest. His uncle's family had 2 sons and 2 daughters, all engaged in business elsewhere, returning only during the new year. His father also had 2 sons and 2 daughters, with Yang Yuankun being the youngest. His third uncle operated a small convenience store in the village, had 3 sons, and cultivated a significant amount of land for families who worked away, including a portion of land belonging to Yang Yuankun's family. His second uncle was a civil servant in the county, nearing 50, with a child much younger than himself still attending high school. He had only 1 son, a result of the family planning policies in place. As his grandmother's 6th son grew up, their family established a foothold within the village, though they rarely returned. Over time, the younger generation had drifted apart. Dining in the village differed greatly from that in the city. Adults would sit on small stools at the entrance of their courtyards, holding bowls of food while engaging in loud conversations with neighbors. When the discussions grew lively, they would often rush over to share a meal with one another. Meanwhile, the children would gather with their bowls, often forgetting their food until it had grown cold, resulting in a reprimand from the adults. I was just about to call for you. Dinner is ready at home. Zhao Xiaofeng was bustling about in the kitchen when she spotted Yang Yuankun entering the courtyard through the window, smiling as she greeted him. How was your day? Not bad. I won a few dozen yuan, Yang Yuankun replied. Noticing his wife busy in the kitchen, he decided to join her there instead of heading into the living room. Yang's mother tended to the stove while Zhao Xiaofeng busied herself at the counter. What are we having for dinner? I made noodles, fried an egg for you, and simmered some salted duck and chicken as side dishes, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, her smile unwavering throughout the day. With the man of the house back and a wad of cash in hand, she felt invigorated after a long year of hard work. Who drinks alone at this hour? I'll just have noodles, he said, hoping to alter a habit of his. In his previous life, he suffered from stomach cancer. Quitting smoking was a challenge, but he believed alcohol should be consumed in moderation, particularly during meals. What? Not drinking? The dishes are quite good, Zhao Xiaofeng questioned, slightly puzzled. I've had enough to drink outside. What do we have at home? Yang Yuankun declined. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Zhao Xiaofeng awakened the still sleeping Yang Yuankun, reminding him they had planned to go to the county town. The only bus from their village to the county departed at 6:30, and time was of the essence. How much money should we take? Zhao Xiaofeng inquired as she retrieved cash from a locked cabinet. No need to bring any. I have plenty, Yang Yuankun responded, noting that he had quite a bit in his wallet. Uncommon in this day and age to carry over 1,000 yuan. All right, then I won't bring any, Zhao Xiaofeng said, preparing to return the cash. Do you want to buy some gold? Yang Yuankun suddenly recalled that gold prices were likely quite low now. He had never paid attention to such matters in his previous life, nor had he purchased any when he married Zhao Xiaofeng. He had only invested in it later when he had more money. Buy gold? What for? Zhao Xiaofeng was taken aback by Yang Yuankun's suggestion. To give to you, he said with a grin, wrapping his arms around her from behind. What would I do with that? If I lose it while working at home, it would be troublesome, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, slightly uncomfortable with Yang Yuankun's affectionate gesture, blushing as she struggled a bit. We are already an old married couple with 2 children. You're still shy? Yang Yuankun teased, planting a kiss on her cheek. Come on, let us buy a little, perhaps a ring or earrings. Gold won't depreciate. All right, let us buy a small amount, Zhao Xiaofeng considered, realizing the logic in his words. They could always sell it later if money became tight. I'm not sure what the current gold price is. Let us take 5,000 yuan, Yang Yuankun suggested after some thought. That much? I heard it's only about 90 yuan per gram now. Zhao Xiaofeng expressed reluctance, aware that many people earned less than that in a year, and it felt like a significant expenditure. It's not just spending. Think of it that way, Yang Yuankun explained, and 90 yuan is indeed quite cheap. We can buy more. After careful consideration, Zhao Xiaofeng decided not to decline the offer. She counted the money and handed it to Yang Yuankun, who accepted it graciously. And the two stepped outside. Yang's mother had also awakened and was in her room dressing Yang Feifei. By the time they entered, she had already finished. Seeing the couple come in, she inquired, "Shall I make some noodles for you?" "No need," Yang Yuankun quickly replied. "It's easy to get nauseous in the car. We can buy something on the street later." "Dad, are we really going to the county town?" Yang Feifei, having just put on her shoes, hurried over and hugged Yang Yuankun's leg, her excitement palpable. "Yes," Yang Yuankun bent down, reminding her, "When we reach the county town, hold my hand tightly, understand? No wandering off, or I want to take you." "I'll hold on tight," Yang Feifei eagerly promised. The trio swiftly exited, and after much anticipation for their trip to the county town, Zhao Xiaofeng donned her finest attire, while Yang Yuankun dressed casually. Between them, Yang Feifei held one of each of their hands, bouncing joyfully. Upon reaching the village entrance, the vehicle was already running, and as they boarded, a few familiar faces from nearby villages filled the seats. After exchanging greetings, they found their places and settled in. The journey from their village to the county town involved frequent stops for passengers, so by the time they arrived, it was already 9 o'clock. "Let us have breakfast first," Yang Yuankun suggested, spotting a breakfast vendor not far off. It was 9 now, and the crowd was manageable. "I'm not that hungry. Why waste money?" Zhao Xiaofeng hesitated, knowing that a meal at such a place would cost several yuan for the three of them. She had never eaten out in the county town. Having graduated from middle school, she spent her days helping with the farming until marrying Yang Yuankun at 20, with only a previous trip to the county town to buy clothes for their wedding. "Come on, I'm hungry," Yang Yuankun insisted, pulling Zhao Xiaofeng towards the vendor. He lifted Yang Feifei into his arms, not wanting to risk losing her in the bustling crowd. Zhao Xiaofeng, unable to argue, followed behind. Once inside the breakfast shop, Yang Yuankun adeptly seated himself on a bench, placing Yang Feifei next to Zhao Xiaofeng. "I'll go buy the food. You two wait here." Approaching the vendor frying youtiao, fried dough sticks, he asked, "What would you like, sir?" "I'll have 2 youtiao, 5 rice dumplings, 15 pot stickers, and 2 baskets of soup dumplings," Yang Yuankun ordered, eyeing the freshly fried youtiao with delight. He then inquired, "Is there a charge for the porridge for children?" "There's no charge," the vendor replied, confirming Yang Feifei's age with a smile. "And do you have soy milk?" Yang Yuankun continued. "Yes, we make our own," the vendor said, his enthusiasm growing as he noted the extensive order. "Let us have a bowl," Yang Yuankun said, and instead of returning to his seat after placing the order, he headed to the porridge station. He retrieved 3 bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks from the cabinet, first rinsing them with hot water from the kettle. He then ladled 3 bowls of porridge, preferring a lighter consistency without too many rice grains. Unlike most people of this era who would scoop a hefty bowl from the bottom of the barrel. "How much is it?" Zhao Xiaofeng inquired, taking the chopsticks with a hint of concern. It once he cost much, around 6 yuan altogether, Yang Yuankun estimated, reflecting on how remarkably inexpensive things were nowadays. "Is it really that expensive?" His wife found the price hard to accept, noting that 6 yuan could buy over a pound of pork. "At least I'm a small business owner now. This amount isn't frivolous," Yang Yuankun replied, attempting to correct his wife's frugal perspective, believing that excessive thriftiness could be detrimental. "You can't spend money so recklessly," Zhao Xiaofeng mumbled under her breath, unable to argue openly in public. All right. We hardly treat ourselves to a meal like this once a year, so enjoy," he said, noticing the proprietor bringing over their breakfast, his expression brightening once more. The table was laden with a variety of breakfast items, which, while plentiful, did not seem excessive. After tasting the soy milk, Yang Feifei lost her appetite for porridge, while Zhao Xiaofeng was thoroughly satisfied and even ordered 2 more bowls, as the plain porridge was unlimited. "How was it? A warm and comfortable meal, right?" Yang Yuankun asked with a smile as they settled the bill and stepped outside. "Could it not be comfortable?" After spending so much, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, her face radiating happiness. She had never enjoyed such a hearty breakfast before. "Let us go, time to buy some clothes." "Off we go," Yang Yuankun said, lifting Yang Feifei into his arms and striding forward. Chapter 16. Spending money. The county town now bore a stark contrast to its future self, primarily consisting of the old district that would later flourish. Numerous clothing shops lined the streets, making it unnecessary to wander about aimlessly. Yang Yuankun held Yang Feifei tightly, hesitant to set her down. While Zhao Xiaofeng browsed for clothes in one of the shops, he took a moment to rest. The store was bustling with customers, as it was the peak season for purchasing new attire for the new year. "Have you finished shopping?" he asked, observing Zhao Xiaofeng finally complete her rounds after visiting 5 shops, feeling somewhat exhausted. This woman truly had an innate fondness for shopping. "I'm done. I got a set for Fei Fei, with shoes too, and a whole outfit for Xiaobao," Zhao Xiaofeng exclaimed excitedly, adding with a hint of surprise. "The prices here seem even cheaper than in town. I never expected that with so few shops back there. The competition is lesser in town, and there's also the cost of transportation, so it makes sense," Yang Yuankun remarked, noticing that Zhao Xiaofeng hadn't bought anything for herself. "Did you buy anything for yourself?" "What would I buy for myself? It's enough to get clothes for the children. I bought some last year. So I have winter clothes," Zhao Xiaofeng quickly declined, her long-standing mindset preventing her from easily indulging in her own wardrobe. Why not buy a set for yourself?" Yang Yuankun feigned annoyance, stating, "It's the new year, and we still have relatives to visit. Wearing old clothes simply won't do." "All right, I will take another look," Zhao Xiaofeng acknowledged, aware that she could not resist her husband's whims. Today, having made a special trip to the venue, she felt a twinge of excitement. "There's no need to linger here. Let us venture inside to shop. The goods there should be splendid," Yang Yuankun remarked, cradling Yang Fei in his arms while gesturing towards the department store across the street. This department store was built only 5 years ago. It is entirely different from the dilapidated ones I remember. It must be more expensive in there. Zhao Xiaofeng hesitated. "Come, let us take a look," Yang Yuankun replied, one arm holding Yang Fei and the other clasping Zhao Xiaofeng's hand. The family crossed the road and entered the bustling department store. "Daddy, I want to buy a toy car," Yang Fei exclaimed, fixated on the toy car her father had promised, completely forgetting about the toy gun. "All right, I shall buy it for you. They should have a toy store inside," Yang Yuankun smiled. The first floor was adorned with jewelry, while the second and third floors offered men's and women's clothing. The west wing was dedicated to children's goods. They ascended the escalator to the west floor, aiming to procure the toys swiftly to prevent Yang Fei from incessantly asking, "How much is this car?" Yang Yuankun inquired as he approached a toy store. Immediately spotting a well-packaged toy car, he asked the busy shopkeeper. "That one is 60 yuan. It's remote-controlled, just requires batteries," the shopkeeper replied, casually noting the interest in the toy. "Many have inquired about this car, but few are willing to purchase it. The best-selling toys here are the small trinkets priced at 1 or 2 yuan. How about 50 yuan? Is that acceptable?" Yang Yuankun suggested, noticing Yang Fei's eagerness as she touched the box but hesitating to voice her desire, still somewhat intimidated by her mother. "That won't do, young man. My cost exceeds 50 yuan, the shopkeeper remarked, realizing this young man was genuinely negotiating. He smiled and gestured for his employee to bring the item over. "I'm not haggling excessively. 50 yuan isn't enough. It's not made of gold, just plastic," Yang Yuankun continued. The two negotiated back and forth, finally settling at 56 yuan, with the shopkeeper agreeing to include batteries, which were rather costly. "And how much for this toy gun?" Yang Yuankun inquired again. "Just 5 yuan. And I'll throw in 10 packs of bullets," the shopkeeper responded, surprised that this family was so generous in purchasing toys for their child. "That totals 60 yuan, right?" Yang Yuankun said, not waiting for a confirmation as he extracted money from his wallet and handed it over. "With your purchase, I wouldn't have managed otherwise," the shopkeeper commented, though his grin remained, as such toy cars were indeed challenging to sell in the county. As they exited the store, Yang Fei clutched the entire packaging of the car tightly in her arms, unwilling to let Zhao Xiaofeng assist her. "You truly spare no expense, purchasing such an extravagant toy for her." Zhao Xiaofeng gently patted Yang Yuankun's shoulder, feeling a pang of sympathy in her heart. However, this was a manifestation of her husband's affection for their daughter, devoid of the rural bias towards sons, which brought him a sense of joy deep within. "What is there to be reluctant about? My earnings are meant for you to enjoy. Otherwise, we might as well toil in the fields at home for merely a few months each year." Yang Yuankun led Zhao Xiaofeng down the escalator to the second floor, where women's clothing was sold. This was Zhao Xiaofeng's domain. After browsing several shops without reaching a decision, she hesitated upon seeing the prices displayed on the garments, feeling quite reluctant. "What about this one? I think it looks rather nice," Yang Yuankun suggested, pointing to a women's trench coat. "Aren't we buying a cotton-padded jacket? This seems inappropriate," Zhao Xiaofeng remarked, noticing the coat's appeal something she hadn't considered before. This would keep you warm as well. Why not try it on? Yang Yuankun said, addressing a nearby saleswoman. She promptly retrieved the trench coat, which did not require a fitting room, allowing for a quick change outside. Mom, do you look beautiful? Yang Yuankun asked, crouching down to inquire from Yang Feifei. You look beautiful. I've never seen such a lovely mom. Yang Feifei clapped her hands excitedly. Is it really okay? Zhao Xiaofeng shyly brushed her fingers through her cascading hair. It truly is stunning. The black one is quite nice. Yang Yuankun continued to assess, then turned to the saleswoman, asking, do you have any boots for sale? Of course. Right over here, the saleswoman eagerly responded, noting that the family did not seem particularly well dressed. And a purchase of such a coat would earn her a substantial commission. Why do we need boots? Zhao Xiaofeng quickly interjected. Your bulky cotton shoes are hardly suitable. Yang Yuankun insisted. In the end, Zhao Xiaofeng indeed purchased a complete outfit, the trench coat, boots, and pants, totaling 500 yuan, an exorbitant price in that era. After a decade of financial ruin, she could hardly justify such an extravagant expenditure on clothing. Are you truly disregarding the value of money now? Zhao Xiaofeng lamented. Does this not resemble the demeanor of a proper matron? Yang Yuankun felt that his wife still possessed a striking beauty at her age, her features delicate. And particularly after bearing 2 children, she appeared more gentle, albeit slightly malnourished with somewhat brittle hair. What matron am I? You buy me this sort of clothing. And I might not wear it even once a year, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, her smile returning. The three continued their shopping, purchasing an outfit for Yang's mother as well. Just as they were about to head downstairs, Yang Yuankun noticed the existence of a lingerie store. Are you interested in buying something from there? He inquired, pointing toward the shop. Huh, what kind of store is that? Zhao Xiaofeng asked, somewhat perplexed. It's a lingerie store. Oh, I already have some. Her face instantly flushed as she hurriedly tugged at Yang Yuankun, eager to leave the vicinity. Why don't you purchase a few sets? Yang Yuankun suggested earnestly. In our rural area, women typically wear nothing more than a simple tank top, especially someone like Zhao Xiaofeng, who has never worked outside. Even her sanitary pads were bought for her by me after we got married. Oh dear, let us hurry along, Zhao Xiaofeng said, feeling somewhat overwhelmed as she lowered her head and tugged at Yang Yuankun. This is beneficial for your health, trust me. He whispered softly into her ear after setting down Yang Feifei and wrapping an arm around Zhao Xiaofeng's shoulders. And it looks lovely. I like it. With his encouragement, Zhao Xiaofeng mustered the courage to step into the lingerie shop. Yang Yuankun, feeling slightly bashful, opted to remain outside, watching Yang Feifei as they played together. After half an hour, Zhao Xiaofeng emerged with a bag in hand. How was it? Did you try them on? Yang Yuankun asked, his face beaming with a smile. I've tried them on. Just stop it, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, feeling the eyes of those around her on her, which made her quite bashful. I'm not speaking falsely. Am I? Isn't this more comfortable than what you currently wear? He continued, recognizing the breadth of his wife's experience, having borne 2 children. Those simple tank tops must be uncomfortable, especially with the labor they perform in the village. It must be quite unbearable at times. Zhao Xiaofeng replied softly, her outward shyness belied by the sweetness swelling in her heart. Her husband had considered everything for her and even bought her such expensive clothing. This lingerie was certainly not cheap, and it would also benefit their daughter, who would eventually earn well. They were planning to build a new house after the new year, which surpassed even her dreams of a better life. Zhao Xiaofeng held quite a few items, and after descending the stairs, they felt too fatigued to run around. So they purchased some gold jewelry from a nearby shop. With gold prices at a staggering 92 per gram, she bought a ring, earrings, and a necklace, along with a pair of bangles, and even a ring for Yang's mother. The money they had brought was nearly spent, and with so many valuables, they feared theft. So they called for a rickshaw to take them to the station. Chapter 17. Cousin Yang Yuanhong. Initially, Yang Yuankun had planned to take the mother and daughter duo out for a meal at a restaurant in the county town. However, with so many expensive items in tow, and unable to carry Yang Feifei comfortably, he deemed it wiser to return home by vehicle, especially since the situation in the county town was somewhat precarious. Are you hungry? Upon arriving at the station and glancing at his watch, he noted it was already past noon, but the bus back to their village would not depart for another hour. The 3 of them settled in to wait on the bus, which was operated by someone from their village whom they all knew. No, I ate breakfast around 9. Zhao Xiaofeng quickly replied. What about you? Are you hungry? Yang Yuankun inquired of Yang Feifei. I'm hungry, Daddy, Yang Feifei responded honestly. Children typically grow hungry quickly. And when mealtimes pass, even if they are not starving, it can be uncomfortable. All right, I will buy you some bread, Yang Yuankun said, rising from his seat. He handed a cigarette to the driver before stepping off to purchase some bread and a bottle of drink for Yang Feifei. Just feed her, I'm not hungry. Zhao Xiaofeng remarked upon noticing Yang Yuankun with a bag of items, feeling a hint of exasperation. Her husband possessed many admirable traits, yet his careless spending often left much to be desired. Buy it and eat it. This will suffice, she said, handing the plastic-wrapped bread to the mother and daughter pair, while offering a beverage to Yang Feifei. Try this and see if it tastes good, she encouraged. I want soda, Yang Feifei exclaimed with excitement, eagerly accepting the drink. Unfazed by the bread, she attempted to twist off the bottle cap herself, revealing her surprising strength. Finish this before drinking, Zhao Xiaofeng insisted, tearing open the bread's packaging and confiscating the drink with a stern expression. Yang Yuankun, disregarding the ongoing dispute between the mother and daughter, approached the driver to offer him a cigarette, engaging him in conversation. Yuankun, you must have struck it rich this year, buying so many things on your trip to the county. The driver, Zhao Jiangwo, a middle-aged man in his 40s, remarked, his face marked by the weariness of life. Only during the new year can I afford to spend like this, Uncle Zhao, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile, lighting a cigarette for himself and cracking the window for fresh air. Who isn't laboring hard these days? The village's youth have all gone away, and only during the new year does it feel lively. Otherwise, it's just the elderly, women, and children, Zhao Jiangwo reflected with a sigh. Uncle Zhao, you have no need for such worries. Your vehicle earns its keep without manual labor, Yang Yuankun reassured him. But there are hardly any customers these days. Only enough to cover fuel costs, Zhao Jiangwo humbly replied, then inquired, what kind of work do you do out there? Why do you ask, Uncle Zhao? Yang Yuankun inquired curiously, recalling that Zhao Jiangwo had passed his vehicle to his son some years ago, establishing himself as one of the wealthier families in the village. It's my child. School isn't going well, and soon he will be 20. He helps me out when he can, otherwise it's just farming at home. Yesterday, I heard from Zhou Xing, who went out with you, that he earned nearly 10,000 last year, and now he is considering going out again, Zhao Jiangwo explained, referring to one of the 8 individuals in their group, also from their village. We all work at construction sites. It's no easy task, Yang Yuankun acknowledged, continuing, otherwise, we might take up carpentry or factory work. Do you think my child could join you next year? Zhao Jiangwo expressed his thoughts. Uncle Zhao, to be frank, we are all masons, which requires skill. If he were to join us, he could only be a laborer, earning a meager wage and enduring backbreaking work, carrying cement or bricks. It would be better for him to learn to drive with you, Yang Yuankun clarified, recognizing the value of skilled labor, especially since he was in need of workers for a major project next year. You make a valid point. Nowadays, every task requires expertise, Zhao Jiangwo, the driver, acknowledged, understanding the significance of skill. If you truly want him to pursue this, he would need to find a master to apprentice under, wouldn't you agree? Yang Yuankun raised an eyebrow, affirming the necessity of proper training. Well, let it be. If he were around 15 or 16, finding him a mentor would not be an issue. However, now that he is older and the family has already arranged a match for him, it's best to let it go. Zhao Jiangwo has also dismissed this notion, continuing to converse with Yang Yuankun about various matters in the village. The vehicle swayed along the rural road for over 2 hours, finally arriving at the village entrance just before 5 o'clock. Yang Feifei had already fallen asleep in Zhao Xiaofeng's arms, and the number of bags was a bit overwhelming for him to manage alone, particularly the large packaging of Yang Feifei's toy car. Hey, Yang Yuanhong, could you help me with something? Yang Yuankun spotted Yang Yuanhong chatting with a group of young people at the village entrance. He is the youngest son of his third uncle's family and is only 19. So he is relatively familiar with Yang Yuankun. Sure, Brother Kun, I'll help. Yang Yuanhong quickly stubbed out his cigarette and jogged over to assist. Zhao Xiaofeng, cradling the sleeping Yang Feifei, walked ahead, while Yang Yuankun and Yang Yuanhong carried the bags behind her. Their home was not very close to the village entrance, requiring about a 5-minute walk. Brother Kun, will you take me with you next year when you go out? Yang Yuanhong asked with a hint of excitement. Aren't you supposed to be helping your dad at home? Why are you thinking about working away? Yang Yuankun turned to question him. What is there to help with at home? My elder brothers are around, aren't they? That shabby little convenience store won't have a place for me in the future. Yang Yuanhong replied, a touch of frustration evident in his voice. Being the youngest in the family and unmarried, he felt overshadowed by his older brothers who were already married. Why don't you go out with your second brother then? Why come with me? Yang Yuankun inquired, puzzled, since his second brother also worked away from home. Who wants to go with him? P.S. Just a worker, not worthy of comparison with Brother Kun. I heard from Hu Ge and Zhou Xing that you are your own boss. Yang Yuanhong candidly expressed his thoughts. Well, you could come with me. But you don't know any masonry work yet, so you'd only be considered a helper. It's important to be clear about the terms among brothers. Yang Yuankun said. That is fine. I have no objections, Yang Yuanhong replied without hesitation. At his age, he mostly helped at home and didn't worry about food. But he truly had no money. He hadn't even saved 100 yuan yet. All right, you can come with me next year. I'll teach you some masonry skills. And once you've learned, you can earn a bit. For small jobs, it's 30 yuan a day. Can you accept that? Yang Yuankun said as they approached the house. That sounds great, Brother Kun. My second brother earns only 800 yuan a month at the factory. If I go out for 1 month and make 900, that is way better than him. Yang Yuanhong felt quite pleased with the prospect. However, our work isn't the same as factory jobs. There won't always be tasks available throughout the year, and it can be quite exhausting. Just make sure you can handle it. Yang Yuankun chuckled, knowing that Yang Yuanhong was a close cousin and felt comfortable supporting him. Have we arrived? Shall we go in for dinner? Yang Yuankun asked. No, Brother Kun. I already ate at home, Yang Yuanhong replied. Placing the items in the courtyard and preparing to leave, disregarding Yang Mu's invitation from inside. Here, take this and have a smoke. Yang Yuankun handed over the remainder of his nearly full pack of cigarettes to the other party, primarily because he had no complete pack at home. This was all that remained, shared among family, so there was no need for formality. Hey, thank you, brother, Yang Yuanhong accepted without hesitation, promptly stowing the cigarettes into his pocket. He typically smoked those inexpensive ones, which paled in comparison to what Yang Yuankun offered. Well then, come over for dinner sometime. Yang Yuankun waved his hand as he watched the other leave, before gathering all the items strewn on the ground and bringing them indoors. Chapter 18, The Eldest Brother. Yang Yuanxian, why didn't you invite Yuanhong in for dinner? It's already past 5, and I've prepared the meal. Yang's mother inquired upon seeing Yang Yuankun enter alone. In their rural community, such familial connections were greatly valued, especially among close relatives. Having prepared a meal, Yang Yuankun replied after setting everything down, aware that Zhao Xiaofeng was already nursing her youngest son, Yang Yi. He continued, did the little one cry today? He cried nonstop. This morning, he woke up and couldn't find his mother, so he just wailed. Yang's mother recounted with a hint of lingering worry, explaining that it was only after carrying him around the village that he calmed down. This naughty child can hardly bear to be away from anyone, Yang Yuankun chuckled, playfully scolding. What are you talking about? Don't all children cling to their mothers? Didn't you do the same when you were young? Yang's mother, who once doted on Yang Yuankun, now found herself somewhat overshadowed by her grandson, who had captured her heart. Mother, I bought you a set of clothes. Do try them on. Yang Yuankun pointed to some bags on the table, turning to Zhao Xiaofeng. Where are the clothes for Mom? Why buy me clothes? I have plenty already. Your 2 sisters buy me new ones every year, and I can hardly wear them all, Yang's mother protested, though her smile betrayed her delight. It was a testament to her younger son's thoughtfulness that he remembered to bring gifts for her. All right then, what did you get me? Yang Yuankun was genuinely curious about what Zhao Xiaofeng had chosen for their mother. I bought Mom a cotton coat, a pair of pants, and a pair of shoes, just the right set, Zhao Xiaofeng explained, unable to manage more than verbal descriptions as she pointed to the bags on the table. Mom, you should try them on, Yang Yuankun urged, handing the bags to his mother. There's no hurry. You haven't eaten all day, have you? Let's have dinner first. I've made noodles, Yang's mother said, preparing to head into the kitchen to serve the meal. I can handle it myself. Just go try them on. If they don't fit, I'll find another opportunity to exchange them. Otherwise, it would be such a waste. Yang Yuankun gently pressed on his mother's shoulder, guiding her into his room. He then exited the living area and made his way to the kitchen in the yard, where a pot of noodles was already boiling, accompanied by leftover chicken, duck, and a generous portion of greens, all looking quite appetizing. These noodles would need to be kept warm for a little while longer. So he retrieved 3 large bowls and a small one from the cupboard, first using a tray to bring them into the living room, where his mother had already emerged, dressed in her new clothes. I can serve myself. There's no need for you to do it, she insisted. Upon seeing Yang Yuankun carry in such a multitude of bowls, Yang Mu promptly assisted in placing them on the table. She then turned to the excited Yang Feifei, who was admiring her toy car, and said, "Feifei, it's time to eat." "Grandma, look at the small car my dad bought for me," Yang Feifei exclaimed, raising the toy high for her grandmother to see. "Understood. Now hurry and eat," Yang Mu replied, nonchalantly placing a small bowl of noodles in front of Yang Feifei. "What do you think of this outfit? Does it fit well?" Yang Yuankun inquired, observing the garment worn by Yang Mu. He found it quite appealing. The top was red, complemented by black trousers and shoes. Considering Yang Mu was 70, he felt the color suited her well. "It's lovely and warm. I've only worn it for a moment and already feel quite hot." "Truly, what a splendid purchase from the county," Yang Mu joyfully remarked. "I should take it off now. It would be unfortunate to dirty it while eating." "Isn't clothing meant to be worn?" Yang Yuankun said, slurping the steaming noodles. "This is for the new year. Let us store it away for now," Yang Mu insisted, preparing to return to her room. "I bought this for you as well. Let us put it away together," Yang Yuankun said, retrieving a small box from his pocket, where he kept his gold jewelry close at hand. "Why did you buy me these things?" Yang Mu asked, perplexed. Upon opening the box and discovering a gold ring, she was momentarily stunned, eventually recovering her composure. "Is this a gold ring?" "Indeed. It's for you. You can try it on," Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly, then teasingly added, "Do you still recognize gold?" "Of course I do. Your father bought me some back in the 80s, Yang Mu reminisced. "Just give it to Xiaofeng. What use do I have for it?" "I've bought her some as well, but this one is for you to wear. It will also elevate my stature during the New Year festivities, you know. When others inquire, you can proudly say it was your youngest son who gifted it to you." Yang Yuankun jested, subtly encouraging Yang Mu to accept it. This year, both Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang Mu had endured considerable fatigue. Having not been particularly filial in the past, Yang Yuankun felt it was essential to make amends in this lifetime. Fortunately, Yang Mu enjoyed good health and had many years ahead of her. "Very well, I shall keep it for now. It will be left for you once I am gone," Yang Mu conceded upon hearing her youngest son's words. These items would not be easily damaged, and she was content to leave them for her family. The family completed their simple dinner amidst laughter and cheer. After the meal, Zhao Xiaofeng continued to entertain her youngest son, while Yang Mu tidied up the table and kitchen, washing dishes and pots. While Yang Yuankun assisted Yang Feifei in assembling the toy car. He was quite adept, simply needing to insert the batteries. As he flipped the switch, the car lit up with a dazzling array of colors, even the wheels illuminated. After a brief demonstration of the remote control, he handed it to the eagerly awaiting Yang Feifei. The toy made quite a commotion, capturing the attention of Zhao Xiaofeng's son, Yang Yi, who squirmed with excitement in her arms, his legs kicking in anticipation of playing. The toys for children these days are truly remarkable. They can even move on their own. Zhao Xiaofeng remarked in awe. "It is merely a fade. After such a long wait, the battery is unlikely to last long." Yang Yuankun feels that this toy car is somewhat lacking, being lightweight and predominantly plastic. "Once the battery runs out, do we have to purchase a new one?" Zhao Xiaofeng continues to inquire. "If you wish to play with it, of course, you must buy one. Isn't that obvious?" Yang Yuankun, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, though unlit, responds to his wife. "Yang Feifei, if you drain the battery, I shan't buy you a replacement," he promptly tells his excited daughter. "That's unnecessary. This remote control doesn't consume much power. Mainly it's the two batteries in the car that need replacing. Even so, those batteries are quite expensive." Zhao Xiaofeng still declines. Yang Yuankun pays little mind to the mother-daughter exchange and ventures out to stroll the village, engaging in conversation with familiar faces from his generation, having grown up together. The younger generation, although they initially spent their childhoods together, have since diverged, much like his youngest son, who was sent to town for school in the 3rd grade and now only returns during the new year, hardly knowing anyone. After playing cards at a childhood friend's house, Yang Yuankun returns home around 9 in the evening. The household remains awake. His mother is watching television in their room. Upon seeing him return, she promptly informs him. "Your elder brother called earlier. They should be home tomorrow afternoon, likely on the road now." "Oh, that's wonderful. It's nearly the new year." Yang Yuankun responds with a hint of joy. He is nearly 20 years younger than his brother, Yang Yuanqian, who is now 60, and his nephew, Yang Li, is 19, the same age as Yang Yuanhong from the previous generation. His brother passed away 2 years after their mother, perhaps suggesting that the men in their family do not have long lives. It has indeed been quite some time since he last saw his brother. Chapter 19. Purchasing meat. After watching television in the evening, Yang's mother takes Yang Feifei to her room to sleep. However, Yang Yuankun and his wife find it difficult to rest, as their mischievous son, Yang Yi, remains wide awake, brimming with energy. They have no choice but to entertain him for a while to tire him out. It is not until midnight that the little rascal finally succumbs to sleep. My dear. Yang Yuankun casually places his arm on Zhao Xiaofeng's belly, skillfully slipping his hand beneath her clothing. Didn't we just do this yesterday? Zhao Xiaofeng shyly remarks, wondering why he feels the need for it every day. I have been patient for a year, Yang Yuankun replies, rolling over and playfully unfastening her garments. Continuing with a smile, if I didn't come to you, you would have reason to worry. The soundproofing of the room is rather poor, and the bed creaks with the slightest movement, compelling Zhao Xiaofeng to stifle her sounds as best as she can. The following morning, Yang Yuankun awakens at 8, instinctively reaching out to find the space beside him empty before opening his eyes. Outside, he can hear Yang Feifei joyfully playing with her toy car, and his youngest son, Yang Yi, is also nowhere to be found. Dressed and stepping out of the main room, Yang Yuankun noticed Zhao Xiaofeng cradling their youngest son while feeding him breakfast. Meanwhile, Yang's mother was serving Yang Feifei, who was engrossed in play, her morning meal. At her age, why should she still be fed? Let her eat by herself, Yang Yuankun remarked as he made his way to the kitchen. It's your fault for buying this thing. She has lost all interest in her food. If she refuses to eat, who will wash the dishes? Yang's mother cast a glance at her youngest son, expressing her helplessness. Then let her skip it. She's old enough now and will be starting school next year, Yang Yuankun replied quickly as he retrieved his toothbrush from the kitchen. The sooner she finishes, the easier it will be for me. She usually eats by herself, Yang's mother said with a smile as she fed the last bit of porridge to Yang Feifei. See, she is eating quite fast. If I let her do it herself, she could take an hour. Yang Yuankun, at a loss for words, finished washing up and lifted the lid of the pot, revealing the familiar white porridge that the family often had. This stove-cooked porridge was particularly delightful, especially when paired with the homemade pickled radish and salted duck. After breakfast, Yang Yuankun took Yang Feifei out, as his elder brother's family was returning today, necessitating a trip to buy some groceries. The father and daughter arrived at the village butcher's shop, where a considerable number of people were already purchasing meat, as many who had gone to work elsewhere were returning home for the upcoming new year. Daddy, are we having meat today? Yang Feifei asked excitedly, her earlier disinterest in breakfast completely forgotten. You want to eat breakfast when I ask you to, but you certainly love meat, don't you? Yang Yuankun teased, playfully patting her on the head. Originally, Yang Feifei had intended to bring her toy car outside, but Zhao Xiaofeng would not allow her to take such an expensive item out. Daddy, can we buy more? It's never enough. Yang Feifei continued to bounce with enthusiasm. All right, today I'll make sure you have your fill, Yang Yuankun replied, squatting down to indulge her. The displeasure he felt earlier when he saw her reluctance to eat vanished. In her previous life, Yang Feifei had endured hardship for a time. It was only when she entered high school that Zhao Xiaofeng returned to accompany her studies. During middle school, she received a meager allowance of 15 yuan a week, and it was only on weekends that Yang's mother would buy some meat to supplement her diet. In contrast, their youngest son, Yang Yi, had no such memories of hardship. By the time he could remember, the family was already living comfortably. Finally, it was his turn. Noticing plenty of meat still on the counter, Yang Yuankun inquired, Uncle Wang, why is there still so much left today? Ah, Yuankun, we received a larger supply today. We're counting on you big bosses to buy more, replied Uncle Wang. The butcher, who was also Wang Hu's uncle, aware that his nephew worked under Yang Yuankun. All right, let me take a look, Yang Yuankun said, eyeing the selection of meat. I'll take 2 pounds of this pork belly, some tenderloin as well, and 2 pounds of ribs. Sure thing. Uncle Wang was pleased to see Yang Yuankun making such a substantial purchase. In the countryside, ribs and tenderloin were not particularly expensive and were even less sought after than the pork belly. What is the price for the ribs? Yang Yuankun asked curiously. Pork ribs cost 10 yuan per jean, while the fatty pork is priced at 5 yuan per jean, and the tenderloin is also 5 yuan. As the vendor expertly packaged the meat, he responded, Ah, the tenderloin has become quite expensive, hasn't it? Yang Yuankun expressed his surprise. Many people now prefer lean meat, especially children who seem unable to tolerate fatty cuts. Thus, the tenderloin has gained considerable popularity. This is all I have left. All right then, Yang Yuankun said, pulling out his wallet to settle the payment. His attention was drawn to another delightful find. Are these pigs' feet fresh today? Absolutely, these are indeed fresh. We used to keep them all for ourselves, the butcher quickly replied. He continued, if you want them, I can offer them to you for a mere 10 yuan. That sounds fair, I 1T haggle. Please wrap it all up for me. Yang Yuankun responded, satisfied with the reasonable price of the pig's feet. Walking through the village with several bags in hand, he greeted many acquaintances and unexpectedly encountered Wang Hu, who was also there to buy meat. Brother Yang, are you buying meat? Wang Hu greeted excitedly. Having earned a good amount of money this year, he was eager to share his family's joy, realizing the importance of alliances. Indeed, I purchased it from your uncle's place. Yang Yuankun paused, habitually offering a cigarette to Wang Hu. Then turning to his daughter, Yang Feifei, he instructed, Feifei, greet your uncle. Hello, uncle. Yang Feifei, with her outgoing nature, felt emboldened by her father's presence. Ah, hello? Hello? Wang Hu flustered, rummaged through his pockets and pulled out 10 yuan, handing it to Yang Feifei. Buy some candy. Why so much? Yang Yuankun quickly interjected. 10 yuan could buy 2 jin of meat. I simply find my lovely niece deserving of some treats. Wang Hu insisted, firmly placing the money into Yang Feifei's pocket. As Yang Yuankun's hands were occupied with bags. Go on and play, he encouraged, as the two stood smoking. He then said to Wang Hu, make sure to invite some folks over for dinner tomorrow. Sure, brother Yang. I'll gather everyone. They all live close by, Wang Hu replied cheerfully, noting that after being away, returning home felt a bit peculiar. Well, I initially planned for today, but my elder brother is returning tonight, so let us do it tomorrow. Yang Yuankun said with a smile, lifting the bags. Your elder brother is also coming back. It seems everyone is returning home for the new year. Wang Hu noted without much thought. After chatting for a few minutes, they parted ways. Upon returning home, Yang Yuankun entered the yard to find his mother washing clothes while Zhao Xiaofeng cradled Yang Yi, both engaged in quiet conversation, demonstrating a harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Why did you buy so much meat? Yang Mu inquired, noticing the packages in Yang Yuankun's hands. Isn't my elder brother coming home tonight? We ought to prepare something special. He replied as he walked into the kitchen to place the meat in the cupboard before returning to the front room. There was no need to buy so much. I still have a duck that hasn't been marinated, Yang Mu lamented. It's not too much. I haven't seen my brother in a year. With so many people, this little amount is hardly excessive, Yang Yuankun reassured her. Yang Yuankun took his younger son Yang Yi from Zhao Xiaofeng's arms and lifted him high, eliciting a delightful laugh from the little one. Yang's mother was overjoyed. The harmonious relationship between her two sons was her greatest wish. Her youngest son was not only filial but also generous towards family. Today, I shall prepare the meat, Yang Yuankun declared, for he had a fondness for cooking, albeit a reluctance for washing pots and dishes. As long as he didn't have to engage in those chores, he found cooking quite enjoyable. Can you really cook? Yang's mother inquired curiously, for in her memory, her youngest son had been utterly inept in the kitchen, incapable of even righting a fallen oil bottle. Of course, otherwise, I would have been subsisting on nothing but the winds of the northwest this past year. What you cook can't compare to my own, Yang Yuankun replied with a hint of arrogance. Chapter 20. Cooking. Yang Yuankun was unsure when he had acquired the skill of cooking, and surprisingly, he had come to enjoy it. In his previous life, he would never have attempted such a thing. Perhaps he had been inspired by the thought that his wife's cooking was somewhat lacking, prompting him to take matters into his own hands. In his mother's generation, it was quite challenging to master the culinary arts, primarily due to limited opportunities. They could only cook a handful of times a year, mostly preparing vegetarian dishes, often sparing even the oil. As for Zhao Xiaofeng, she had learned entirely from her mother-in-law, throwing in a bit of oil, tossing in the ingredients, and then adding water to stew the dish until it was done, resulting in flavors that left much to be desired. Eventually, Yang Yuankun decided to take charge himself. At noon, Yang Yuankun prepared a simple steamed egg with minced meat for the two children. Both Yang Yi, just over a year old, and nearly 6-year-old Yang Feifei, relished it, finishing a large bowl between them, while the adults contented themselves with a few greens. In the afternoon, Yang Yuankun did not rush off to play mahjong. He still had to tend to the evening's meal. This pig's trotter has so much hair, Yang Yuankun remarked with a hint of exasperation as he sat on a small stool, pulling the trotter from the bag. Let me handle it. It shouldn't be difficult, Zhao Xiaofeng offered, preparing to take over, while Yang's mother washed dishes in the kitchen. No need. I can manage it, Yang Yuankun declined her assistance. If I do it myself, it will be a considerable task. He called out, Mom, is the pot clean? Yes, it's done, his mother replied from the kitchen. Yang Yuankun rose and made his way to the kitchen, scooping well water from the bucket into the pot. He then settled behind the stove to start the fire. Once the flames danced, he used tongs to place the pig's trotter onto the stove, rotating it continually until it was adequately cooked, swiftly moving on to the next. Once all the trotters were done, the water in the pot came to a boil. He ladled the water into a basin, allowing the dark trotters to soak, which would not only remove most of the hair, but also lessen any unpleasant odor. Where did you learn this? His mother asked, intrigued. I learned it from the chefs at the restaurant. I have a good rapport with them. Yang Yuankun fabricated a casual excuse. He stood up, saying, I'll step outside for a bit. When do you think the others will be home? They'll arrive around the same time as yesterday. It's just one vehicle, isn't it? With a smile, Yang's mother expressed her joy at having both sons home for the new year, especially since her younger son had earned a substantial sum this year, leaving her with no cares. As Yang Yuankun prepared to step outside, Zhao Xiaofeng emerged, cradling Yang Yi, who seemed unable to sleep. Rather than lamenting his wakefulness, Yang Yuankun held his son close, beaming as he asked, Shall we go out to play with Daddy? Yang Yi eagerly leaned toward the door, clearly yearning for adventure. I'll hold him, Zhao Xiaofeng insisted, feeling it inappropriate for a man to carry a child. In their rural community, while there was no tradition of favoring grandsons over sons, it was uncommon for men of Yang Yuankun's age to be seen carrying children. I can manage, Yang Yuankun replied, resolutely stepping outside with the child still in his arms. He pondered how this little rascal, despite his reluctance to marry, would one day find himself bedridden and without grandchildren. Such a foolish boy. Zhao Xiaofeng, trailing behind, joined her husband as they strolled through the village. They exchanged greetings with acquaintances along the way and soon arrived at the village entrance, where a group of young people were engrossed in a game of cards around a makeshift table, their excitement palpable. This gathering was not limited to those in their 20s. Children also flocked to the area, drawn to its spaciousness and solid ground, once the village's grain-drying yard. Although Yang Yuankun's own home lacked a concrete yard, his elder brother Yang Yuanqin's did, alleviating the need for trips to this communal space. Yang Feifei was soon spotted by Yang Yuankun, playing with a group of children. Daddy, Mommy, she called out, puzzled by the summons before mealtime. Upon recognizing her parents, she rushed over, bubbling with excitement. What are you playing? Yang Yuankun inquired with amusement. We're playing guns. Mommy wouldn't let me bring my toy car, Yang Feifei replied, a hint of grievance in her tone as she cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xiaofeng. You little rascal, reporting me, are you? Zhao Xiaofeng approached her, playfully pinching her ear in mock reprimand. Yang Feifei scampered away, returning to her friends, undeterred by the playful scolding. That little girl is infuriating. You should discipline her. Zhao Xiaofeng chided Yang Yuankun, a rare flash of irritation in her gaze. What's there to discipline? We can worry about that once school starts next year. My days of leisure are numbered, Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly. Their outing did not last long, as their youngest son soon dozed off in Yang Yuankun's arms. They returned home, where they took a brief nap in their modest dwelling. Despite its simplicity, Yang Yuankun found deep slumber, unburdened by the weight of stress. After a restful slumber that extended until nearly 5 o'clock, Yang Yuankun was awakened by the persistent calls of his younger son. Casting a glance at the time, he promptly rose from his bed, donned his clothes, and stepped out into the yard. The kitchen, situated within the courtyard, was devoid of his mother, who was not at home. The door to the yard was slightly ajar, and he realized that managing the stove alone would prove to be quite a challenge. It required someone to tend the fire. Upon opening the yard door and surveying his surroundings, he soon spotted his mother engaged in conversation with several elderly women at the neighbor's doorstep. Mother, come back to prepare the meal, he called out with a resonant voice. I'm coming. Yang's mother replied to the women beside her before returning with a bright smile. Mother, would you assist me in lighting the fire? I am not very adept at using this stove. Yang Yuankun designated the task to his mother. Noticing the pig trotters soaking in a basin, he began to scrub away the charred portions on the surface. After soaking for a while, they were easily cleaned. Yuankun, your method truly works wonders. Everything has vanished, Yang's mother observed curiously from behind the stove, watching her youngest son cook for the first time, and she noted his impressive dexterity. How many enameled jars do we have at home? Yang Yuankun intended to use one to stew the ribs. He placed the ribs inside, added a few slices of ginger, sprinkled some salt, and after securing the lid, he placed it into the stove's opening. The resulting rib soup would be exquisitely flavorful, infused with the aroma of the firewood. Do we have enough for soup? Yang's mother was familiar with this cooking method, which was quite common in their area. Yes, there aren't enough pots at home, so this will suffice. After opening the cupboard, Yang Yuankun retrieved an enameled jar, washed it thoroughly, and placed the cleaned ribs inside. After a moment's thought, he stepped outside to gather a few radishes from the yard, peeled and diced them, and added them to the jar, saying to his mother, "Use firewood. These ingredients are meant for stewing, and straw burns too quickly." "All right," Yang's mother replied, lighting the fire with straw and then stuffing the stove with small branches, which she often collected from the roadside. 2 pots were now on the stove, one simmering pig trotters and the other braising pork belly, filling the entire yard with an enticing aroma. "What time is it now, Yuankun?" Yang's mother inquired as she observed her son sitting and smoking. "It's 5 o'clock. Then I shall go await your elder brother's family. Xiaofeng will tend the fire." Yang's mother stood to prepare for the arrival of Yang Yuanqian's family, ensuring they would not return home without a meal. Yang Yuanqian had worked as a temporary laborer at the water transport company for several years. Although he lacked a formal position, he still earned a wage. With Yang's father's assistance, his family resided in a new house just a 3-minute walk away. "Very well. I shall take care of it," Zhao Xiaofeng responded, not in a hurry to return home. She called out for Yang Feifei, who was then placed into the rocking cradle. Yang Feifei soon returned and, upon seeing her parents in the kitchen, curiously asked, "Is dinner ready?" "Watch over your brother. Do not let him climb down," Zhao Xiaofeng cautioned. As Yang Yi had already begun to crawl independently and could take a few steps when held, it was crucial not to leave him unattended for long. "Oh, I want to play with the toy car, Mama." Yang Feifei hesitated to leave and instead posed a question. "Go retrieve it yourself." Zhao Xiaofeng did not refuse her request. After Yang Feifei departed, Yang Yuankun rose, lifted the pot lid, and was immediately enveloped by a delectable aroma. The braised pork was indeed fragrant, and the sauce had thickened almost to perfection. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks and offered it to Zhao Xiaofeng, who was tending to the fire. "Give it a taste." "You eat it." Zhao Xiaofeng quickly declined, but Yang Yuankun had already presented the glistening piece of meat before her. The rich scent was irresistible. "If I say eat, then eat." Yang Yuankun chided her with a glance. This woman, while admirable in many respects, had an excessive penchant for frugality, often insisting on saving the best for herself and their children. Reluctantly, Zhao Xiaofeng accepted the chopsticks, placing the entire piece of braised pork into her mouth. The flavor was robust, with no hint of unpleasantness. Delicious. "Good, just as it should be. Now try this." Yang Yuankun offered another bowl, filled with pig's feet from a different pot. They were evidently not yet tender, but nearing readiness. A bit of chewiness was quite agreeable. Chapter 21. Drinking before long. Footsteps echoed from outside. Yang Yuankun stepped out of the kitchen to see his elder brother Yang Yuanqian and his family entering the courtyard, with their mother following closely behind. It seemed the family had already stowed their luggage and arrived empty-handed. "Brother, sister-in-law," Yang Yuankun greeted them, then turned to his nephew Yang Yun. "Why didn't you come back for the holidays?" "Uncle, I'm working for my dad," Yang Yun replied, having played with Yang Yuankun since childhood. With only a decade's difference in age, their conversation was familiar and casual. Zhao Xiaofeng emerged from the kitchen to extend her greetings, and even Yang Feifei, hearing the commotion from within, stepped out. "Uncle, Auntie," Yang Yuankun gently patted his daughter's head, smiling. Yang Feifei, still somewhat shy around strangers, had seldom seen Yang Yuanqian and his wife, and merely uttered a soft greeting. "Feifei, you don't remember me? I used to carry you." Yang Yuanqian chuckled upon seeing her. After exchanging pleasantries, they all entered the house. Yang Yuankun served the dishes from the pot onto the table, along with the simmering radish and pork rib soup from the stove. "Brother, care for a drink?" Yang Yuankun poured from a large enamel jar, distributing it among his sister-in-law and nephew, then serving himself and their mother. Upon lifting the lid, a rich aroma wafted forth. "Let us have a drink," Yang Yuanqian said cheerfully, accepting without hesitation, while Yang Dajia engaged in conversation with Zhao Xiaofeng. "Yang Yun, would you like some?" Yang Yuankun retrieved a bottle of liquor from the cupboard in the main room, pouring 3 glasses and directing his question at Yang Yun, who sat nearby. "He still young. He doesn't tea drink," Yang Dajia interjected quickly, adding, "But he will certainly drink with you." "Uncle, in the future. Almost 20. He is no longer a child. Yang Yuankun smiled at Yang Yun. Don't you enjoy a drink with your classmates or roommates at university? Yang Yun was taken aback, surprised by his uncle's insight into university life, and found himself at a loss for words. You see, I told you. Yang Yuankun poured 3 glasses of liquor, offering one to Yang Yun, then turned to his sister-in-law, saying, Sister-in-law, university isn't just about studying. It's akin to entering society. Yang's elder sister-in-law found herself at a loss for words, glancing at her son, who surprisingly showed no inclination to argue. One could easily tell he had indulged at school. Indeed, he was no longer a child. A little drinking was inconsequential. Yang's elder brother had no objections, raising his glass to share a toast with Yang Yuankun, savoring a piece of delectable braised pork. This dish was prepared by Yuankun, and none of them could replicate such exquisite flavor. Yang's mother, smiling, announced, I will stir-fry some vegetable dishes. You all start eating. Is that enough? Such splendid dishes. Yang Yuankun quickly interjected. Not to worry, it will be ready shortly. You all eat, Yang's mother replied, hastily moving to the kitchen in the yard. The meal progressed swiftly, especially the pot of braised pork and a bowl of pig's trotters. Even Yang Feifei was left with grease on her face. Eventually, only a few vegetable dishes remained on the table, with the 2 brothers, Yang Yuankun and Yang Yuanqing, continuing to drink, while Yang Yun kept them company. Xiaofeng, could you fry a few more hot dishes? Yang Yuankun asked Zhao Xiaofeng, who was clearing the table, noticing it was nearly empty. Sure, I'm on it, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, darting out without heeding the protests from Yang Yuanqing and Yang's elder sister-in-law. Elder brother, how has this year been? After Yang Feifei stepped out, Yang Yuankun no longer held back, offering Yang Yuanqing a cigarette and extending one to Yang Yun, who declined, prompting him to put it away. Not bad, just that money is hard to come by, Yang Yuanqing sighed, a common plight among construction workers. If money is tough to secure, perhaps it's time to find a different boss, brother. A boss lacking capability can easily lead to issues, Yang Yuankun advised. This has little to do with my boss. It's just delays from higher up. Otherwise, I would have been home long ago. Yang Yun has already spent over half a month on the construction site, Yang Yuanqing noted, clinking glasses with Yang Yuankun and taking a sip of his drink while continuing to smoke. Weren't you saying he was helping you out? Yang Yuankun shifted the topic, smiling at Yang Yun. He can't handle our work. He tried on the first day, but couldn't even finish in an hour before lying down, Yang Yuanqing remarked, casting a disapproving glance at his son. I want to work. You just won't let me. Yang Yun protested eagerly. What you call working is a different story. The foreman wouldn't even know how to pay you, Yang Yuanqing replied. He should focus on his studies. He can't just endure hardships without purpose, right? Yang Yun is still in university, and in this era, a degree still holds value. Although job placements are no longer guaranteed upon graduation, life remains manageable. Yes, I heard from Mom that you plan to build a house next year. Do you need my help? Yang Yuanqing inquired, having learned this from Yang's mother. No need. I can manage. I won't have much time after the new year, but I aim to finish within a month, Yang Yuankun quickly declined. That will require quite a few people. Otherwise, how can it be done so swiftly? Not an issue. I can supervise myself, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile. Elder brother, would you consider joining me next year? After all, it's just temporary labor. That won't do. I'm accustomed to this boss, who is also from our area. It wouldn't be proper to leave. Yang Yuanqing promptly rejected the idea, feeling embarrassed at the thought of following his younger brother to work. He couldn't bear to lose face as the elder brother. Do as you wish. I can easily manage the finances here without any delay. Yang Yuankun refrained from further persuasion. Had it not been for the evident difficulties faced by his elder brother, he would not have broached the subject at all. This elder brother was nearly 20 years his senior, and it would indeed be awkward to have him working under his supervision. However, this situation would only last a few more years. Once Yang Yun began working, the couple could cultivate a small plot at home to sustain themselves, which would suffice. Before long, Zhao Xiaofeng brought out 2 plates of freshly cooked dishes. The 3 continued to drink, with Yang Yun joining in the conversation and enjoying the wine. They managed to finish 2 bottles before being gently stopped by the elder sister-in-law and Zhao Xiaofeng. Is everything at home ready? Would you like to stay here tonight? Yang Yuankun habitually invited them, slightly intoxicated and forgetting that there were only 2 beds in the house. Everything's prepared. We're heading back now. Yang Yuanqian waved his hand, swiftly declining the offer. Yang Yun and the elder sister-in-law assisted him, As their family had a decent tolerance for alcohol, despite drinking so much, they remained sober. Xiaofeng, please help Yuankun clean up. I'll escort your brother back, Yang's mother said hastily, taking a flashlight and leading the way. Chapter 22. The gathering. Not long after lying down, Yang Yuankun fell asleep. When he awoke again, it was already the following morning, much like the previous days. Stirred by the cries of his youngest son, Yang Yi. As he sat up in bed, preparing to dress and comfort the child, Zhao Xiaofeng entered the room. Did I wake you? Would you like to sleep a little longer? Zhao Xiaofeng, while soothing their crying son, smiled at Yang Yuankun. What time is it? It's 7:30. Breakfast is ready. Then I shall get up. I've slept long enough. He threw off the covers, dressed in the garments from the nearby cabinet, and put on the warm woolen shoes crafted by Zhao Xiaofeng, well suited for the winter in a place without central heating. After washing up, Yang's mother had already set the morning porridge and side dishes on the table. After serving himself a bowl, Yang Yuankun inquired, "Aren't elder brother and the others coming for breakfast?" "They're not coming," I asked. "Your sister-in-law has already prepared it herself," Yang's mother replied, evidently having known in advance. Early that morning, she had gone to Yang Yuanqun's home, where his family had not returned in quite a while, and their pantry was devoid of even the most basic necessities, let alone oil, salt, and vinegar. "What are they eating? Haven't they finished processing their rice yet?" Yang Yuankun questioned, sipping the steaming white porridge. "Aren't the fields contracted to the third uncle? They only need to provide 300 pounds of rice per acre annually, which is the local contracting price. They plant double crop rice, and after paying the taxes and fulfilling the contract, they still have an entire season's worth of rice for themselves, which is profitable, albeit labor-intensive. They're having noodles, brought back from outside," Yang's mother quickly answered. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuankun ceased his inquiries, finishing his breakfast swiftly. He then turned to Zhao Xiaofeng, saying, "Today, I need to treat the few who work with me to a meal. There will be quite a few of us, so I'll head out to buy some meat. It might be difficult to find good options later. Then hurry up, it's early, and people are already out buying." Zhao Xiaofeng urged. "Dad, I'm going with you," exclaimed Yang Feifei, her eyes sparkling at the prospect of shopping. She quickly finished her bowl of porridge, hopped off the long bench, and clung to Yang Yuankun's thigh, speaking loudly. "Give me a kiss, and I'll take you." Yang Yuankun replied with a smile as he crouched down. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yuankun joyfully scooped Yang Feifei into his arms and jogged out of the main room, only setting her down outside the courtyard, saying, "You can walk now. You're getting heavier, and even Dad can barely carry you." Hand in hand, the father and daughter meandered through the village, arriving at the butcher's shop, where they found several people already queuing to purchase meat. It was still too early for the villagers to slaughter their pigs, which typically occurred just a few days before the new year. "Uncle Wang, I'll take that big piece," Yang Yuankun said cheerfully, spotting a sizable chunk of meat on the counter that seemed well suited for his needs. "Sure thing. Are you expecting guests today?" Uncle Wang replied, his face lighting up. The large cut must weigh around 7 or 8 pounds, marking a substantial sale. "Yes, Wang Hu and his family are coming for dinner," Yang Yuankun noted, glancing at the remaining items on the table. "Haha, very well then. That will be 7.5 pounds. Just give me 35 yuan," Uncle Wang said. "Thank you, Uncle Wang. Also, could you get me 5 pounds of ribs? There's not much left on the table. And while the intestines and other organs are quite delicious, they can be troublesome to prepare. With so many guests today, it's unnecessary." After receiving the plastic bag from Uncle Wang and handing over the money, Yang Yuankun left with Yang Feifei, realizing they needed more than just these items. "Dad, let me carry it," Yang Feifei volunteered eagerly. "All right, you can take this," Yang Yuankun said, handing her the bag of ribs as he walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at her. They soon arrived at Uncle San's small grocery store, which offered vegetables in addition to meat. "Uncle San," Yang Yuankun greeted as he noticed his uncle busy attending to a customer, while Yang Feifei called out, "Grandpa San." "Ah, Yang Yuankun. It's good to see you. Sanwa, help your brother out," Uncle San smiled, addressing Yang Yuankun. "Brother, what would you like?" "I can get it for you," Yang Yuanhong said cheerfully, opening a plastic bag. "Let me have a fish first," Yang Yuankun replied, noticing the variety of fresh vegetables available, especially since it was the festive season. The fish, however, were not purchased but rather caught from their family-owned pond. In addition to the fish, they gathered some vegetables suitable for stir-frying, along with a heap of tofu. Just as Yang Yuankun was about to pay, Yang Feifei finally expressed her desire. "Daddy, I want to buy this." Looking in the direction she pointed, He saw some firecrackers for children, which were indeed suitable for play. Yang Yuankun had no reason to refuse and even purchased a lighter for her, cautioning, "Be careful while playing, all right? Just use this to light it." "You are truly wonderful, father," exclaimed Yang Feifei, her joy evident as she planted another kiss on Yang Yuankun's cheek. No longer assisting him with carrying items, she dashed outside to play. "How much is it?" Yang Yuankun inquired of his uncle Yang San, who had just finished his tasks. "A total of 10 yuan and 50 cents. "Just give me 10 yuan, replied Uncle Yang, deftly calculating on his traditional abacus. Other than the fish, all the items were vegetables. In their region, abundant with rivers, fish is not a rare commodity. The type he purchased, known locally as big-headed fish, weighed a substantial 8 jin, yet cost merely 6 yuan, as not many were inclined to consume it. "All right," Yang Yuankun said as he handed over the money and prepared to carry the items back himself. However, Uncle Yang San promptly instructed, "Sanwa, help your brother carry it back." "Sure," Yang Yuanhong replied enthusiastically, taking most of the plastic bags as the two stepped outside, walking side by side along the village path. "Yuanhong, today I'm treating a few people who worked with me this year to a meal. If you decide to join me next year, you should come over for dinner as well, so we can all get to know one another," Yang Yuankun remarked as they entered the courtyard of their home. Yuanhong hesitated, feeling a bit shy, especially since the food was purchased by him. It felt inappropriate to enjoy a meal without contributing. "Don't worry. It's just a chance for everyone to get acquainted. It's beneficial to familiarize ourselves since we'll be working together in the future. Come over early to chat with everyone," Yang Yuankun warmly invited. Having relatives of the same surname nearby while working in the construction industry is indeed a blessing. "Thank you, brother. I'll come over early to help," Yuanhong agreed, having never ventured out before. After he left, Zhao Xiaofeng, who was holding a child outside, inquired, "Are you planning to bring Yuanhong along next year?" "Yes, he sought me out. Doesn't he have much to do at home and needs to find a job to earn a living?" Yang Yuankun replied with a smile, unpacking the items from the plastic bags. "You bought so much," Zhao Xiaofeng exclaimed. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" "It's not too much. With Yuanhong and 9 other young men, we'll finish it all. I feel there might not be enough meat," Yang Yuankun noted, turning to his mother, who was washing cloth diapers. "Mother, hold off on washing for a moment. Please help me by slaughtering a duck. Let us have it for lunch." "All right. I'll go catch one," his mother agreed, having no objections. When hosting guests, especially those who work alongside her son, it is only fitting to prepare an abundance of food. She had already contemplated whether to slaughter some poultry. "I'll assist as well. Let me call Feifei back to watch her brother," Zhao Xiaofeng remarked, realizing that today's spread was quite ample. It was already 9 o'clock, and preparing the dishes would be a significant undertaking. Meanwhile, back at his family's small shop, Yang Yuanhong prepared to inform his father, "Dad, Brother Yuankun invited me for lunch." "He invited you for lunch?" Uncle Yang San asked, puzzled. "Surely, he wouldn't only invite your younger brother. He's treating everyone who worked with him this year," Yuanhong clarified. "I mentioned to him the other day that I wanted to join him for work next year. How come I didn't know about this?" Uncle Yang was momentarily taken aback by the sudden notion of his youngest son wanting to seek employment outside. After a brief silence, he continued, "Well, it's fine. With me and your elder brother here, the household affairs are manageable." "All right. Thank you, father." Yang Yuankun smiled upon hearing his father's lack of opposition. He was finally able to earn his own money, as he often hesitated to buy even a pack of cigarettes, resorting instead to the cheapest ones from the family's small shop. "It's also a good thing to go out with your brother. He can look after you. I've heard he has made a considerable amount this year," Uncle Yang mused, considering it a positive development. After a moment, he addressed Yang Yuanhong. "When you go to eat, don't go empty-handed. Bring those 2 bottles of wine and put a couple of good packs of cigarettes in your pocket to share with the guests. Don't be stingy, understand?" "I understand," Yang Yuanhong replied, feeling even more delighted, as his own endeavors were finally taking shape. Around 10 o'clock, Wang Hu and Zhou Xing arrived first, not empty-handed either, bearing 2 bottles of wine and some milk as gifts. They were surprised to find Yang Yuankun busy in the kitchen. "Why bring gifts? You're welcome to come as you are," Yang Yuankun said with a warm smile as he stepped out of the kitchen. "Who comes empty-handed, Brother Yang? Why are you in the kitchen?" Wang Hu, familiar with Yang Yuankun, inquired with curiosity. "I cook quite well, so just wait," Yang Yuankun replied without elaborating. Then turned to Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang's mother to explain how to handle the braised spare ribs and pork in the pot before exiting the kitchen. proceeding swiftly with the stir-frying of vegetables and fish. Yang Feifei, hearing visitors in the house, also emerged, curiously observing. Wang Hu and Zhou Xing presented red envelopes, including one for Yang Yi, which made Yang Yuankun feel somewhat embarrassed, as if he were merely there to collect gifts. Before long, the remaining guests arrived in succession, including Yang Yuanhong, who, like the first two, brought gifts and red envelopes for the children. A group gathered in the living room, chatting and enveloped in a haze of smoke. "Do you have work lined up for the new year?" Yang Yuankun inquired once everyone had settled. "No, Brother Kun. We just got back," Wang Hu replied loudly, with others echoing his sentiment. Boss Zhao has given me a project. It's quite substantial, involving the internal painting of 10 buildings, each 18 stories high," Yang Yuankun continued. "Then we'll definitely work with you, Brother Yang." Su Yang exclaimed cheerfully from the other side, pleased to work alongside someone from his hometown, especially someone as fair as Yang Yuankun. "This work won't commence until the end of March. If you have jobs, you can start now. If not," Yang Yuankun pointed to his own house. "I plan to build a new home, and you can come help me then, with wages, though they won't be as high as outside. Having work at home is indeed a good opportunity, Brother Yang," Wang Hu remarked with a smile. "Well, it's up to you. But that work needs to be finished by October, so the timeline is tight. I believe our group can manage it. We just need to adjust our methods a bit." Yang Yuankun had pondered this matter for quite some time. The piecework approach not only lacked efficiency, but often yielded subpar results. He believed it would be more beneficial to adopt a contracting method, allowing individuals to earn in proportion to their own efforts. After sharing his thoughts with the group, he remarked, "If you wish to continue with piecework, that is entirely your choice. Alternatively, those inclined towards contracting may pursue that as well. Take your time to reflect and inform me of your decision after the new year. Should there be a significant number interested in piecework, we will need to recruit additional hands." "Understood, Brother Yang," the group responded, visibly relieved. Having been masons for several years, they were familiar with the contracting wage system, though none had personal experience with it, leaving them uncertain about their efficiency. "Now, allow me to introduce you to my youngest cousin, Yang Yuanhong, who will be joining us next year," Yang Yuankun continued, smiling as he spoke. "He is still quite young and inexperienced in our line of work, so he will assist us with minor tasks." The group greeted Yang Yuanhong warmly, who, with keen awareness, distributed cigarettes among them. As the clock approached 11, Yang Yuankun invited everyone to take a seat at the table, which could accommodate all 9 of them despite being around one. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," he said, glancing at the spilled liquor across the floor and jesting. "Did you buy all this alcohol with the intention of finishing it today? Of course, we must drink it all." Upon entering the kitchen, Zhao Xiaofeng had already prepared braised pork and ribs. Yang Yuankun placed 2 bowls of meat dishes on the table, then began cooking duck in one pot and fish in another. The fish required only a brief simmer before being added to the hot pot, accompanied by some tofu, making it a perfect winter meal. The duck, however, needed to be cooked a bit longer in the stove. He took a moment to join the table for a round of toasts, and once the duck was ready, he entrusted the remaining vegetarian dishes to Zhao Xiaofeng. The feast lasted nearly 3 hours, with bottles of liquor consumed one after another, culminating in a pleasantly hazy conclusion for everyone. Chapter 23. Repayment. After bidding farewell to his guests, Yang Yuankun surveyed the remnants of the evening's revelry, feeling somewhat inebriated himself. As he had been the primary recipient of toasts, with each guest raising their glass to him multiple times. "Have you had too much to drink?" Zhao Xiaofeng asked, noticing Yang Yuankun slumped in a bamboo chair, head lowered as he smoked. She quickly discerned that he had indeed overindulged. "I'm all right. I think I'll lie down for a bit," he replied, extinguishing his cigarette and rising to head towards his bed. "If I haven't awakened by dinner, there's no need to call for me." "All right, I'll bring Yang Yi out so as not to disturb you," Zhao Xiaofeng said kindly, while Yang's mother tidied up the remnants on the table. Hearing Zhao's words, she interjected, "Why not sleep in my bed?" "No need. I doubt I'll be disturbed." Yang Yuankun waved his hand dismissively. Upon entering his room, he stripped down to his undergarments and soon nestled under the covers, falling into a deep slumber. Upon reopening my eyes, I found that darkness had enveloped the world outside the window, the exact time unknown to me. I gently tugged at the cord beside my bed, illuminating the bedroom with soft light. A glance at the adjacent crib revealed that Yang Yi was no longer there. She had presumably been taken out by her mother. After checking the watch on my bedside table, I noted it was merely 7 o'clock. The vitality of youth is truly remarkable. After consuming copious amounts and resting for merely 3 hours, I felt relatively unscathed, save for a slight headache. Dressing swiftly, I stepped out of my room, presuming the house was empty. However, I heard voices emanating from next door, suggesting lively conversation, so I made my way over. "You're awake. Hungry, I presume? Allow me to prepare some noodles for you," Yang's mother exclaimed upon noticing Yang Yuankun's arrival, promptly rising with a small stool in hand. Indeed, it was a stool from their own home. Zhao Xiaofeng stood nearby, cradling Yang Yi, while Yang Feifei busied herself playing with a toy car alongside a child from next door. Since acquiring this toy car, she had become the leader among her peers. "I am a bit hungry," Yang Yuankun admitted, patting his belly, uncertain where the lunch had vanished. "Feifei, it's time to head home." Zhao Xiaofeng called to the exuberantly playing Yang Feifei, who readily complied, for it was already 7 o'clock, a time when she would typically be watching television at home. After receiving Yang Yi from Zhao Xiaofeng's arms, I playfully blew a puff of air at him, but the little rascal remained unfazed, stretching eagerly toward his mother while vocalizing animatedly. Upon returning home, Yang Yuankun took a seat beside the 8 immortals table, awaiting the noodles, while Yang Feifei had gone inside to watch television, and Zhao Xiaofeng had retreated to soothe Yang Yi to sleep. He sat in a daze, lost in thought until the arrival of a large bowl of noodles from Yang's mother startled him back to reality. "You haven't slept well, have you? Eat first. If you sleep now, you won't be able to rest tonight," she said with a smile, placing the bowl before him, topped generously with a whole egg. "Why so many eggs?" Yang Yuankun inquired, picking up his chopsticks with a hint of resignation. "Eat up. We may not have much else at home." "But we do have plenty of eggs," Yang's mother responded, observing her youngest son. He was born to her in her 30s, having never truly known hardship. His academic performance had been commendable in elementary school, leading to his acceptance into junior high. However, the distractions of the town had led him astray, resulting in a failure to enter high school. Now, working on a construction site, he had undoubtedly faced his share of struggles, as Yang Yuankun immersed himself in the noodles, which contained tender greens that lent a delightful flavor. He devoured the meal with remarkable speed, finishing the entire bowl in under 5 minutes. "Why eat so quickly? It's not good for your stomach," Yang's mother chided lightly. "It's fine. This is how we eat outside," he acknowledged, aware of the unhealthiness of his habits, yet entrenched in them. Just then, Zhao Xiaofeng emerged from the inner room, inquiring, "Is he asleep?" "Yes, after such a long outing." "He fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed," she replied. Zhao Xiaofeng often took Yang Yi out for strolls in the evenings to expend his energy. Otherwise, the nights could become quite arduous. Yang Yuankun, recalling a matter that had momentarily slipped his mind, decided to pay back his elder brother, Yang Yuanqian. When he was contracted for this project, he had borrowed 5,000 yuan from his brother, without any formal IOU or mention of interest. It was essential that he return the money promptly, as he and his wife were laboring diligently to support their son Yang Li's university education, a task far from easy. "It's already late. Perhaps I should just go tomorrow." "There's no urgency for tonight," Yang's mother suggested hastily. "Very well, tomorrow it shall be," he conceded, realizing that an extra night wouldn't make a significant difference. The following morning, after breakfast, Yang Yuankun prepared to return the money. He turned to Zhao Xiaofeng and said, "Please hand me 5,500 yuan. The extra 500 will serve as interest for my brother." "What interest? Why return so much?" Yang's mother gasped, astonished that siblings would charge interest, especially within such a short span of time. "Brothers must keep accounts clear. While my elder brother may not demand it, I must be prepared," Yang Yuankun explained his perspective. The 500 yuan was not excessively high. In a few years, when their uncle, who was engaged in business, would come to borrow money from relatives in the village, the interest charged would be 1%. Thus, for a loan of 10,000 yuan, one would owe 1,200 yuan in interest annually. "I will accompany you. I need to deliver these chickens and ducks to their home," Yang's mother declared, rising to gather the live poultry, which was a rather cumbersome task. Zhao Xiaofeng, understanding her husband's intentions, did not object. Given that her man had earned a considerable profit this year, contributing some interest to his elder brother's household seemed quite reasonable. She retrieved 5,500 yuan from their hidden stash and handed it to Yang Yuankun. "How much do we have left at home?" he inquired while counting the money. "With what we already had, there remains 33,000 yuan, Zhao Xiaofeng replied. "The surplus came from previous savings and this year's rice sales." "Excellent. That will suffice. Once the weather warms after the new year, I shall visit the brick and sand yards in town to prepare the necessary materials, he said, finishing his count, standing up, and stepping outside. Yang's mother had already gathered the chickens and ducks, binding their wings and feet with straw before placing them into a sack. I'll take it, Yang Yuankun said, snatching the sack from his mother's back, feeling confident in its weight, a testament to the years spent laboring with bricks. After a brief walk, he arrived at his elder brother Yang Yuanqian's home. The house and courtyard appeared relatively new, having been constructed only a few years prior. It boasted a two-story structure, yet the roof remained unshingled, allowing for future expansion and providing a place to dry rice. The courtyard was mostly paved with cement, save for two small vegetable plots. When the house was built, Yang Yuanqian had just taken over his father's responsibilities and had not skimped on expenses, aiming to create a fine dwelling. However, merely 2 months after its completion, he found himself unemployed. Brother, Yang Yuankun called out loudly as he entered the courtyard, prompting the family of 3, who were having breakfast in the main room, to emerge swiftly. Mother, Yuankun, come in quickly, Yang Yuanqian urged. Yang Dasa took the burlap sack from Yang Yuankun's hands and inquired with a smile, "What is this?" "Some livestock we have raised at home, which you do not keep, so I brought some for you," Yang's mother explained. "We were planning to buy a few tomorrow in town." "We certainly do not need this many," Yang Dasa replied, her spirits lifted, realizing the considerable savings. She hastily opened the sack and released the chickens and ducks, guiding them into their coop. "Elder brother, here is your money." Yang Yuankun followed Yang Degu into the living room, straightforwardly retrieving cash from his pocket. "There is also 500 yuan in interest, making a total of 5,500 yuan. Interest? Why would you give me interest? Moreover, there is no need to rush with repayment," Yang Degu quickly countered, taken aback by the mention of interest. "It is only natural to pay interest on a loan. You should accept it," Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly. "No, if you insist on this, I may not lend you money in the future. This is unacceptable," Yang Yuanqian said sternly. His elder brother was 17 years his senior and had been instilled with the notion of caring for his younger sibling since childhood. Accepting interest was simply out of the question. Yang Dasa, busy outside, was drawn over by Yang Deji's sudden exclamation. Yang Li followed, and upon seeing the money on the table, he understood the situation and chimed in. "It's all right. I earned some money this year, so you need not worry. I even prepared a red envelope for Yang Li's university expenses," Yang Yuankun said with a smile. Yang Li had not held a graduation banquet this year. After completing his application, he went directly to where his elder brother and sister-in-law worked, leaving little time for celebrations or receiving red envelopes. Before anyone could say more, Yang Yuankun promptly turned to leave, feeling uncomfortable with the drawn-out discussions. "Stay for lunch, don't leave," Yang Yuanqian, aware of his younger brother's temperament, quickly implored as he saw him preparing to depart. "Haha, that sounds more agreeable. I shall stay for lunch," Yang Yuankun replied, settling back down. "Yang Li, go tell your aunt and the others to join us for lunch. Quickly," Yang Yuanqian instructed his son before turning to his wife. "Go buy some vegetables." "Sure, I'll hurry. I wonder if there is any meat left," Yang Dasa exclaimed, delighted by the 500 yuan in interest Yang Yuankun had provided. She and Yang Yuanqian worked as laborers at the construction site, where male workers earned 30 yuan a day and female workers 20. Their employment was only secured due to familial ties, as female laborers were seldom hired otherwise. That 500 yuan was enough for 10 days of their labor. As Yang Dasa and Yang Li left in succession, Yang Yuankun sat with Yang Yuanqian on a bamboo chair outside the house, next to the tea Yang Li had brewed. Yang's mother was in the kitchen boiling water, preparing for scalding the chickens to facilitate feather plucking. "Hey, elder brother, what is Yang Li studying?" Yang Yuankun inquired curiously, as he could hardly recall, having been away for over 20 years in his previous life. To his knowledge, Yang Li's subsequent job seemed unrelated to his field of study. "The subject of chemical engineering appears somewhat perplexing to me, and it seems to be a choice he made himself." After offering a cigarette to Yang Yuankun, Yang Yuanqian continued to express his confusion. "Do you know what this major entails?" Surprisingly, Yang Yuankun was indeed aware. This field is often referred to as a sinkhole major in future videos. Yang Yi had deliberately avoided such paths when he attended university, which explains why he recalled Yang Li having worked in a chemical plant for a while, yet he found it difficult to articulate now. "I suppose it involves working in chemical plants or something similar." As a mere middle school graduate, how would I know these things? I see, Yang Yuankun replied casually, opting not to delve deeper into the topic. Instead, he inquired with concern, will you continue to undertake projects on your own next year? Yes. The boss has already arranged it for me. I will still be contracting next year. However, the schedule is rather late, with work commencing in March. The weather today is quite pleasant. The winter sun casts a lazy warmth upon us. Then why are you in such a hurry to repay the money? Won't you need it next year? Yang Yuankun questioned, puzzled. Do I really need your meager funds? I wasn't just idly contracting this year. I actually made a profit. Yang Yuankun chuckled, feeling at ease in the absence of Yang Deseo and Yang Li, allowing for a more relaxed rapport with his elder brother, engaging in light-hearted banter. I heard from Su Lianyun that this year was indeed unprofitable, and it was difficult to receive payments. Otherwise, I would have returned a week earlier. Do you believe his words? If it were truly unprofitable, why would he continue next year? Wouldn't he expect you to go back as well? Yang Yuankun said with amusement. This year, he had contracted 2 projects simultaneously, one of which was still incomplete. Before his return, he had instructed them to commence work shortly after the Lantern Festival next year. Though we are merely subcontractors, we can still be considered businessmen, Yang Yuankun explained. What could have earned us 100,000 has now dwindled to 50,000. Tell me, for us, is that profit or loss? Isn't it still a profit? Just a reduced one, Yang Yuankun responded without hesitation. Ah, that constitutes a loss of 50,000, Yang Yuankun laughed. Taking a sip from the teacup on the nearby stool and continuing, Su Lianyun merely makes such claims. When you work there, don't take it too seriously. You're merely a laborer, so learn to take it easy. How can that be? We are all relatives. Wouldn't that be taking advantage of him? He doesn't pay you more than others. You can work just like those laborers. You're already of considerable age, so don't wear yourself out, Yang Yuankun advised. Adding, once Yang Li starts earning, you should stop going to the construction site. It's too exhausting. Fresh graduates hardly have any money. One must work hard. Yang Yuankun promptly declined. After all, he was only 15 this year and could work for at least another 15 years. Yang Yuankun genuinely wished for his elder brother to take it easy and engage in less strenuous work, recalling how their father had toiled excessively at construction sites, passing away just a year after their mother. Chapter 24. The necessity of consuming meat. Brother, I will need some laborers over there next year. Would you consider coming to work with me? Yang Yuankun tentatively proposed. That may not be ideal. I can manage things over at Su Lianyun's place. You should focus on your own matters. Yang Yuankun hesitated for a moment before responding, and this answer was not unexpected for Yang Yuankun. Let us leave it at that for now. We can discuss it later. I heard from Mom that you plan to build a house next year? Yes. I'll start after the new year. The old house is still too small and somewhat worn out. I'm preparing to lay a new foundation and construct a new home, Yang Yuankun said with a smile. That makes sense. The two engaged in a light-hearted exchange about their experiences over the past year. The atmosphere was quite relaxed. Before long, Yang Li returned. But Zhao Xiaofeng did not accompany him. Dad, Aunt said that little brother has fallen asleep. She's watching him at home and will come over for lunch. Yang Li quickly replied. All right, Yang Yuankun said, not wanting to say much more. Time passed continuously in this routine of daily life. And soon it was the 28th day of the 12th month. Tomorrow would be New Year's Eve. That afternoon, after lunch, Yang's mother and Zhao Xiaofeng began their preparations. Their custom dictated that they needed to fry rice balls today, a delicacy made from glutinous rice. First, they steamed the rice until it was cooked, transforming it into sticky rice. They then added a bit of chopped green onions and salt. The steamed rice could easily be molded into balls, and with a little oil on their hands, it wouldn't stick. Do you need my help? Yang Yuankun leaned against the kitchen doorframe, smiling as he asked. What do we need you for? Go play cards, Yang's mother replied with a laugh. The sticky rice had already been steamed at noon, and now they were shaping the rice balls. Yang's mother was tending the fire, with a pot half filled with home-pressed rapeseed oil, which had a delightful aroma. Zhao Xiaofeng watched as the oil gradually heated, and when she placed the rice balls into the pot, a fragrant scent wafted through the air. All right, I'll take my leave then, Yang Yuankun said, realizing he had nothing more to assist with. Oh, it seems that Zhao Zheng's family is going to slaughter a pig this afternoon. Do you want to buy some meat? Zhao Xiaofeng suddenly recalled something and quickly inquired. Sure, how much should I buy? Yang Yuankun had no objections. This had become a customary practice. During the New Year festivities, meat vendors often do not set up stalls, coinciding with the time when guests are most abundant. Therefore, it is customary in rural areas to purchase a large piece of meat beforehand. Although they do not have a refrigerator, the winter chill makes it difficult for meat to spoil. Any leftovers can be salted and preserved as cured meat, which can last a long time and simply needs to be steamed when desired. Let us buy about 20 jin. You can decide on the rest, Zhao Xiaofeng suggested. Considering that this year they had some extra money and could afford to buy a bit more without waste. When will they be slaughtering the pig? Yang Yuankun asked curiously, as he had little to do in the afternoons these days, mostly playing mahjong with the villagers. More and more people were returning home from work, with many groups gathering daily. I'm not sure. I only heard about it this morning. We'll know when we hear the pig squealing. Zhao Xiaofeng replied casually as she gently stirred the rice balls in the pot, keeping an eye on them. All right, I shall refrain from playing cards. Yang Yuankun returned to the kitchen door, primarily because there were truly no entertainment activities at home. Here, playing mahjong merely consisted of verbal exchanges, much like how they referred to eating noodles as having a meal. If you find yourself with nothing to do, you might as well go, and I shall take care of the purchasing, Zhao Xiaofeng said with a smile. It's fine, I am not particularly fond of it, Yang Yuankun continued. These freshly fried glutinous rice balls are quite rare. One only gets to enjoy them once a year. The pot will be ready soon. Make sure to have a few extra, Zhao Xiaofeng replied cheerfully. Before long, a pot of glutinous rice balls was perfectly fried, their exterior a delightful golden hue, crisp to the bite, while the interior retained the essence of glutinous rice, yet enhanced in aroma. When freshly made, their flavor was at its peak. As they cooled, the exterior would soften, making them ideal for dipping in hot pot, where they would absorb the broth, rendering them equally delectable. Call Feifei back. She was clamoring for some this morning, Zhao Xiaofeng remarked as she busied herself with the next batch. All right, I shall do that, Yang Yuankun replied, taking 2 rice balls and stepping out of the yard. Not far along, he spotted young Feifei playing with a group of children, engaged in a game with toy guns, lined up to shoot at the leaves on a tree. Those without toy guns looked on with envy at their delight. Dad, what brings you here? Yang Feifei exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yang Yuankun, rushing over to hug his leg affectionately. During this time, he had been indulging her with treats and never refused her requests for toys, securing a place in her heart nearly equal to Zhao Xiaofeng's. Here, have a fried rice ball. Your mother is calling you back, Yang Yuankun said, placing the rice ball at Yang Feifei's lips with a smile. Let us hurry back. Yang Feifei, unconcerned about her playmates, tugged Yang Yuankun toward home. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, while strolling in the yard with Yang Yi in his arms, Yang Yuankun heard the loud cries of pigs from the village, a sound that resonated throughout. He promptly placed Yang Yi back in the crib, allowing Yang Feifei to entertain him. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, they arrived at Zhao Zheng's home, where a pig was being slaughtered. The yard was already filled with villagers ready to purchase meat. This pig weighed around 200 pounds, and fortunately, others would not buy in such large quantities as he did. The family at Zhao Zheng's residence and the butcher, Wang, were binding the pig to the slaughtering table. Wang took up his knife and plunged it into the pig's neck, collecting the blood in a basin that quickly overflowed, requiring a second basin. Once the blood ceased to flow, he proceeded to dissect the pig, placing the innards into a large tub, then propping the entire carcass upright to prevent the blood from pooling in the meat. The entire process of slaughtering, skinning, and gutting took over an hour before they could commence selling the meat. Soon, it was Yang Yuankun's turn. Upon seeing him, the butcher Wang smiled and said, Yuankun, back again for more meat, I see. In recent days, Yang Yuankun has been purchasing meat almost daily, an indulgence rare among the villagers. Yet, in his mind, it seems utterly normal to buy some meat to enjoy each day. Uncle Wang, could you weigh this piece of meat? He said, pointing at a sizable chunk on the counter without engaging in further conversation. All right, Wang replied, weighing it and smiling. It's 25 jin. Does that work for you? Yes, that will suffice, Yang replied, noting the meat's ample fat content, a testament to the fact that the pig was home-raised. He continued to examine the other offerings on the counter and asked, do you sell pigtails? I can't sell that. It's reserved for the children at home. Zhao Zheng quickly interjected, somewhat apologetically. I was thinking the same, haha. This local remedy is quite common. Pigtails can soothe teething and provide nourishment for children. Yang Yi is currently only eating eggs and a bit of minced meat. He hasn't had anything richer. By the way, are the pig tongues and ears available for sale? Yang inquired, eyeing the exquisite parts of the pig's head. Yes, Zhao replied without hesitation. These are among the more expensive cuts, and the rest will be kept for our household. I'll take it all, including the pig's snout, the 2 trotters, and some heart, plus a few bones, Yang quickly ordered, while Wang the butcher took charge of gathering the items, and Zhao busily bagged them. What is the total? Yang asked, retrieving his wallet from his coat pocket. It comes to 180 yuan, Zhao calculated swiftly, grinning. You've truly become quite the tycoon. What do I know of being a boss? You gentlemen are just reluctant to part with your goods, Yang replied, handing over the money and hoisting the hefty sack as he made his way home. Upon returning, he found that the glutinous rice balls had already been fried. Typically, this would be the time to prepare some other snacks, like sweet potato chips or rice crusts. In this era, such an abundance of oil would likely be used only once a year. You bought quite a lot, Yang's mother remarked as she emerged from behind the stove, delighted to see him unpacking the meat from the sack. In previous years, we would only buy about 10 jin, mostly to entertain guests. Now, we are truly living well. It's not excessive. I figured there would be many visitors during the new year, so it should all be used up, Yang chuckled, then inquired. Where should we store this? Will it spoil over time? Just put it in my room. It shouldn't be covered tightly. With this cold weather, how could it possibly spoil? Yang's mother replied, adjusting the meat in front of her and glancing at other parts of the pig. These pig tongues, ears, and bones are indeed quite inexpensive, Yang remarked with a look of triumph. In the future, these items will be worth far more than the meat itself, and they are my favorites. These parts have no fat, aren't particularly appetizing, and hardly anyone eats them, his mother reflected. Now 70 years old, she had truly endured hardship in her youth, and only after marrying Yang's father did her life improve. Her enduring preference has always been for rich, fatty meat, a taste she would retain even at 80. I want to marinate these. Is there any marinating spice available at the village store? Yang Yuankun gazed at the items before him, concluding that marinated dishes were indeed the most delectable and convenient. A mere slice would suffice when it came time to indulge. What kind of marinade are you referring to? Inquired his mother, perplexed. You know, star anise, bay leaves, and cinnamon. Do we have any? I doubt it. I haven't heard your third uncle mention having such ingredients, Yang's mother replied with certainty. That poses a bit of a problem. Our household's condiments are rather scant, primarily consisting of salt, MSG, and soy sauce. Nothing more. Yang Yuankun realized he would need to venture into town the following day to procure some essentials. I'll head to town tomorrow, he affirmed, as the tongues and ears truly require marinating to enhance their flavor. At that moment, Zhao Xiaofeng, in the kitchen, poured oil back into a basin for future use. Upon hearing Yang Yuankun's plans to visit the town, she quickly interjected, make sure to buy some sunflower seeds and candies. The children will certainly expect them during the New Year celebrations. I initially thought I could just buy some in the village. All right, I'll go tomorrow. Would you like to join me? Yang Yuankun asked Zhao Xiaofeng, continuing, we should also purchase some spring couplets. I'll pass. There are chores to attend to at home, like bathing the 2 little ones and tidying up. Zhao Xiaofeng declined. Is there anything else you need me to buy? Yang Yuankun inquired while lifting a large bone. You decide. We don't require much more, Zhao Xiaofeng contemplated, noting that they had already acquired a sufficient amount this year. How about we have noodles for dinner? These bones are perfect for making soup, he suggested, as the bones he had purchased were primarily rib bones, while the tubular bones had been a gift from Zhao Quan, still bearing a bit of meat, though it would require some effort to gnaw off. Since your return, Yang Feifei has developed quite the taste for meat, disdaining vegetables, Zhao Xiaofeng remarked with exasperation, lamenting her husband's lack of consideration when it came to spending, particularly on meat, which he seemed to buy daily, a rarity among the villagers. How much could meat possibly cost? Yang Yuankun retorted, can a dish truly be delightful without meat? Even vegetables taste best when sautéed in lard. A pound of meat costs 5 yuan. Who eats like that? Yang's mother chimed in, supporting Zhao Xiaofeng's stance. Oh dear, Yang Feifei is at a growing stage, and Yang can handle minced meat now. You just gave birth, and our mother is of a considerable age. Everyone requires nourishment. If we don't consume enough now, we'll only be spending on hospital bills later. It's better to eat well now, Yang Yuankun reasoned, counting on his fingers, emphasizing their need for nutritional sustenance. Hearing his argument, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law found themselves at a loss for words, as his logic seemed quite sound. And besides, our family is indeed well off now. You can eat without worry. I have a significant project lined up for next year, so rest assured, Yang Yuankun reassured them with a smile, adding, however, Yang Feifei must still eat her vegetables, It can't be all meat. Yang's mother then transported the meat into her room, covering it with a burlap sack for ventilation before emerging to ask with concern, "Has your elder brother's family made their purchases?" "I wouldn't know. I haven't encountered them." Yang Yuankun shook his head. "I shall take a look then. It is still early." Yang's mother hurriedly departed from the courtyard, still preoccupied with the affairs of her children at such an advanced age, a sentiment shared by parents everywhere. "The large project you mentioned, does it require substantial funds?" Zhao Xiaofeng inquired curiously after seeing Yang's mother leave. Chapter 25. Shopping for New Year supplies. Well, it's manageable on my end. I need to provide upfront capital, primarily just the workers' living expenses, Yang Yuankun acknowledged, aware that this undertaking presented a significant contract for him. Fortunately, all he needed to do was cover the workers' living expenses in advance. Their wages would be settled upon completion. He still had about 100,000 yuan in hand, which should suffice in this era. As long as you have a plan in mind, that's what matters. Perhaps you should hold off on building the house this year and utilize the funds elsewhere? Zhao Xiaofeng suggested thoughtfully. 2,000 or so isn't a significant sum. The house certainly needs to be constructed as our home is quite dilapidated. Yang Yuankun placed his hand on Zhao Xiaofeng's shoulder and said earnestly, "Once I'm out, make sure to treat yourself to some meat regularly. Your hair appears somewhat dry. This indicates your body is lacking nourishment, you know? You and your obsession with good food." "I'm perfectly fine," Zhao Xiaofeng retorted playfully, though her heart swelled with joy. It warmed her to know that even in his absence, Yang Yuankun was concerned for her well-being, which meant more to her than any meat. Seeing my wife's expression fills me with delight. I had never witnessed such a sight in my previous life. Perhaps the burden of bankruptcy had taken its toll. Now that we have money, she has returned to her true self, Yang Yuankun mused, feeling that this alone justified his rebirth. He turned his head and gently kissed her cheek. "What are you doing? It's broad daylight, and the child is still inside," Zhao Xiaofeng exclaimed, turning her head in shock to gaze at Yang Yuankun, her cheeks flushing deeper as she prepared to retreat indoors. Following Zhao Xiaofeng inside, they found Yang Feifei seated on the bedroom floor playing with a toy car, albeit without a remote control, as Zhao Xiaofeng had put it away. Nevertheless, even a small car could entertain Yang Feifei for a considerable time. And even Yang Yi in his crib turned his head with a smile, watching his sister. "Yang Feifei, if you dare to sit on the floor and then climb onto the bed, I shall spank you soundly. Do you understand?" Zhao Xiaofeng admonished, her finger poking Yang Feifei's forehead as she continued. "You'll be starting school next year. Do you think you still have time to play? Mom, can you give me the remote control?" Yang Feifei disregarded her mother's warning, instead eagerly asking for the remote. "Do you have any idea how many batteries it requires? Once they run out, no one will buy you more," Zhao Xiaofeng replied, primarily reluctant to part with the cost of the batteries, which were indeed quite expensive. "This remote-controlled car consumed 2 to 3 yuan worth. Let her have it. I'll buy her some," Yang Yuankun chimed in with a smile, leaning toward Yang Feifei. "Give your daddy a kiss, and daddy will buy it for you." Yang Feifei quickly pressed her lips against Yang Yuankun's cheek, beaming as she looked at Zhao Xiaofeng, defiantly extending her hand. "Indulge her as you wish. What little girl wouldn't want such toys, reveling in meat daily?" Zhao Xiaofeng cast a sharp glance at Yang Yuankun, her irritation stemming from a recent teasing, an uncharacteristic retort for her otherwise gentle demeanor. "If indulging is the way, so be it. We have only 2 children, and these are not extravagant items," Yang Yuankun replied with a warm smile, lifting their son Yang Yi from the cradle, eliciting delighted giggles from the little boy. Reluctantly, Zhao Xiaofeng retrieved the remote and batteries from the cupboard, cautioning Yang Feifei not to break them. She settled at the edge of the bed, addressing her husband, who was soothing their son. "Feifei will start school next year, attending a preschool class. The children in their village typically commute to a primary school 3 kilometers away, a shared institution among several nearby villages, with no kindergarten available, only a preschool class within the primary school, accessible at 6 years old. Of course, they could also choose to begin first grade at 7, depending on each family's decision." "Yes, she will be 6 in the latter half of next year, correct?" Yang Yuankun pondered. Their children excelled academically, attending primary school in the village and later a less prestigious junior high in town. Despite this, Yang Feifei had achieved the remarkable feat of being the first girl from their village to gain admission to a second-tier university, while Yang Yi had distinguished himself by securing a place in the county's best high school and subsequently enrolling in a 211 university in their province. even under less than favorable circumstances. Indeed, she will turn 6 after the new year, making preschool class a perfect fit. Zhao Xiaofeng hesitated before suggesting. Perhaps we could forego preschool and have her start first grade the following year instead? What are you thinking? Am I biased towards boys? Yang Yuankun gazed at his wife in mild disbelief. It was true that few girls in their village attended preschool, and without compulsory education, families were reluctant to incur the costs associated with such classes, which were akin to kindergarten. Zhao Xiaofeng, having spent considerable time in the village, had inevitably been influenced by the prevailing mindset, making her thoughts understandable. My concern lies with the quality of education in the village. It is somewhat lacking, and the distance from our home is considerable. Sending such a young child to walk 3 kilometers daily for school is daunting. In our previous lives, we only accompanied the children briefly at the start of their schooling. Afterward, they ventured alone. They would leave each morning, return for lunch, and then head back to school, only to return home again in the evening. What if you accompany me to a different city next year? I could devise a plan for Fei Fei to study elsewhere. Yang Yuankun proposed, genuinely disheartened by the thought of working away from his family, yet eager to secure a better education for their children. Zhao Xiaofeng looked at him in astonishment, surprised by her husband's ambition to pursue schooling in a big city, which would undoubtedly incur substantial expenses. However, she too harbored a desire to accompany him, though upon glancing at Yang Yi, she shook her head. But little Bao is still so young. Relocating wouldn't be ideal. That is a valid point, Yang Yuankun conceded, recognizing the complexity of the situation, especially with his elderly mother remaining in their hometown. He continued, perhaps we should consider sending her to school in town instead. Yes, that seems to be the best course of action. In town, how would we manage the commute? Zhao Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled by the logistics. Next year, let us read at home first. When I return next year, we can build a house in town and bring mother along. Yang Yuankun felt this idea was quite splendid. Currently, land in the town is available for purchase. At that time, we could acquire a plot on the street adjacent to the new road and construct a house, which could be easily sold or rented out later if needed. Why bother building anything at home? Zhao Xiaofeng evidently recognized the significance of this matter. It is ultimately for their education. I still prefer residing in the village. Yang Yuankun waved his hand dismissively, stating that investing in real estate now would surely prove beneficial. Let us reassess this next year, Zhao Xiaofeng thought, feeling uncertain about future plans, and thus, they left the topic aside. The next morning, Yang Yuankun rose early and took the village bus to the town. By the time he arrived, it was barely 7 o'clock, yet the streets were already bustling with people. As the eve of the new year was approaching, prompting many to shop for festive goods. Having not yet eaten breakfast, Yang Yuankun indulged in a delightful meal at a local breakfast shop before heading out to purchase goods. The town remained relatively small, with this street soon to become the old street. Yang Yuankun bought couplets, sunflower seeds, candies, and some marinated delicacies. To his surprise, these items were not as readily available as he had hoped, and he spent quite some time searching for them. As Yang Yuankun prepared to return to the village, he spotted a stall selling mutton by the roadside, operated by an elderly man with a tricycle. Although there were many onlookers, sales were rather slow. How much for the mutton? Yang Yuankun inquired curiously, contemplating purchasing some to take home. 8 yuan per jin, from my own farm, replied the old man, who seemed somewhat anxious, having slaughtered 2 sheep that day, yet struggling to sell the first one. Yang Yuankun was unaware that there were still those raising sheep in this region, as Anhui province was not typically known for sheep farming. Sir, that's rather expensive. Pork is only 5 yuan per jin, and yours doesn't even seem as fatty, someone nearby exclaimed, seemingly eager to buy, but deterred by the price. Indeed. Let us negotiate. I'll offer 7 yuan, Yang Yuankun chimed in, hoping to reach an agreement. That won't do, it's too cheap. This is mutton. After all, can pork compare? The vendor retorted, feigning firmness. How about this, 750, and we'll meet halfway. Yang Yuankun, not wanting to prolong the haggling and lacking expertise in bargaining, decided to settle for a reasonable price. How much would you like? The vendor asked hesitantly. Just a piece from the hind leg. Yang Yuankun gestured, noting that the sheep was not particularly large, and this portion would amount to a significant portion of the animal. All right, for that quantity, I can reduce the price to 7 yuan 50. The vendor conceded, no longer resistant, and began to prepare the cut with his knife. You won't charge me 750 per jin for the hoofs too, will you? Yang Yuankun pointed out, as there was hardly any meat on them. Of course not. The proprietor skillfully severed the sheep's trotters and presented them to Yang Yuankun, continuing, "You can have this piece for just 1 yuan." Well then, Yang Yuankun did not decline. Gazing at the trotters and contemplating the marinated ingredients in his bag, he said, "I'll take all of these trotters." Oh, the proprietor has a fondness for this delicacy. In truth, when prepared well, trotters are the most delectable. The proprietor was quite pleased, having already made preparations to enjoy the trotters at home. Not expecting such a delightful surprise, a complete hind leg was expertly detached, accompanied by some lamb chops, truly a substantial portion of the sheep. After weighing it, it amounted to a full 20 pounds. He handed over the money and requested a burlap sack. Fortunately, the items he had previously purchased were all neatly packed in individual plastic bags, allowing him to place everything into the burlap sack without any mingling. Glancing at his watch, he noticed it was nearly 10 o'clock. The last bus back to the village was about to depart. Yang Yuankun hoisted the burlap sack and made his way to the street where the vehicles were parked. Buses from various villages were primarily stationed here. Although referred to as buses, they were actually modified trucks, simply covered with a tarp over the trailer. Currently, no one was inspecting these arrangements. Today, quite a number of villagers had come to town, and by the time Yang Yuankun arrived, the vehicle was already filled with passengers. As soon as he boarded, the bus set off. The road from town to the village was predictably uneven, a mere gravel path, completed hastily with a roller. However, such roads would become pockmarked and bumpy after rain and heavy traffic, resulting in a bumpy ride. By the time he arrived home, it was nearly 11 o'clock. "What have you bought that requires a burlap sack?" Zhao Xiaofeng was washing a set of her younger son Yang Yi's diapers by the well in the courtyard. Whether or not they had disposable diapers was beyond her knowledge, but if he dared to return with such an expensive item, even his mother would surely scold him. "Good things," Yang Yuankun exclaimed as he set down the burlap sack and opened it, first revealing couplets, then some candies, and a large bag filled with sunflower seeds. "Why did you buy so many sunflower seeds? They aren't cheap, are they?" Zhao Xiaofeng inquired, feeling a twinge of concern upon seeing the large bag. "They're not expensive. With so many family members visiting, it would be embarrassing if we ran out of snacks," Yang Yuankun explained with a smile. Pulling out a bag of oranges and a jar of tea leaves from the burlap sack, items necessary for entertaining guests during the new year, Zhao Xiaofeng deemed these purchases unremarkable. "What else is in there? It seems quite substantial," she asked curiously. Guess what?" Yang Yuankun said as he turned the burlap sack upside down, pouring the lamb meat onto the ground, as it would need washing anyway. "Why did you buy more meat? Didn't you purchase a lot yesterday? How can we possibly eat all this?" Zhao Xiaofeng exclaimed, noticing only the meat and not recognizing the difference from pork, as she had never tasted lamb. "Take a good look. What kind of meat is this?" Yang Yuankun lifted a leg of lamb in front of Zhao Xiaofeng, showcasing it proudly. "Isn't that pork?" Zhao Xiaofeng set down her task and examined it closely, unable to discern what kind of meat it truly was. "This is mutton, a wonderful delicacy," Yang Yuankun exclaimed. "Pork merely serves to supplement the oil, but nothing compares to the nutritional value of mutton during winter." He was determined to provide his family with the best. "Mutton? I have never seen it," Zhao Xiaofeng remarked curiously, observing the meat in Yang Yuankun's hands. Suddenly, her expression shifted. "What's the price? Is it expensive?" "It's about the same as pork," Yang Yuankun chuckled. "I saw someone selling it on the street. It's quite rare to come by." Catching sight of Yang Feifei emerging from the inner room, he quickly added, "Feifei, how about we have mutton for lunch today?" "Dad, what is mutton? Is it delicious?" Yang Feifei trotted over, her eyes bright with curiosity. Spotting a large pile of food on the ground, she continued, "I want to eat an orange, Daddy." "Eat, but don't overindulge. It can cause heatiness," Yang Yuankun advised as he handed her an orange. "There are also lamb chops. We'll have braised lamb chops for lunch. And there's some radish left in the field." "You always spend extravagantly," Zhao Xiaofeng sighed, recalling how since their marriage, she had noticed Yang Yuankun's tendency to be quite generous with money. Later, she learned from Yang's mother that he had never truly experienced hardship, the most challenging period being his apprenticeship as a bricklayer, during which the family still provided for him. Chapter 26. New Year's Eve. You and Feifei have never had it, so we'll prepare it for lunch today, Yang Yuankun declared as he began his preparations. He carried the mutton into the kitchen and carefully removed the ribs, washing them briefly with well water. He called out to his wife, "Dear, could you fetch some radishes for me? I'm busy washing diapers, but Feifei can help." Zhao Xiaofeng replied, clearly preoccupied. She directed Yang Feifei, who was happily munching on an orange, to assist. This was not her first time doing such a task. Obediently, she made her way to the garden. Just then, Yang's mother returned from outside. "What are you doing?" "Let me help," she offered, quickly approaching to assist Yang Feifei with the radishes. Yuankun bought mutton from the market and plans to make braised lamb chops for lunch. "So I asked Feifei to gather some radishes," Zhao Xiaofeng explained. Once she finished washing the diapers, she decided to hang them out to dry in the yard. "Mutton? Why buy that? It's incredibly expensive," Yang's mother remarked, though with a smile. She reminisced, "I remember when your father was around. We once brought some back from the county." Yang Yuankun, busy in the kitchen, overheard his mother's comments but paid them little mind. The lamb ribs still had some skin attached, which added to their flavor. Before long, Yang's mother returned with a large basket of radishes. "Did you buy so many? That must have cost a fortune," she said, eyeing the substantial piece of mutton on the kitchen table along with the detached lamb ribs, feeling a pang of concern for her son's spending habits. "Not too bad," Yang Yuankun replied as he accepted the small radishes from his mother. They were quite different from the large ones typically found in modern supermarkets. These were left over from the last harvest, smaller in size. "Mom, can you start the fire? It's getting late, and we should also steam some rice." "Indeed, I shall take care of it." Yang's mother busied herself after sifting the rice, placing it into a pot nestled within the kitchen. Then, she settled behind the stove to kindle a fire. Here, they typically used straw for fuel, rarely resorting to firewood, only for occasions like yesterday when frying was required. Yang Yuankun swiftly washed several radishes, chopping them into pieces before submerging them in cold water alongside the lamb ribs. He added some scallions and ginger, then recalled that the household seemed devoid of cooking wine. Promptly, he dashed back to the main room, retrieving a bottle of wine that remained unfinished from a previous occasion, pouring a measure into the pot. In their region, which was not primarily known for sheep farming, the distinct odor of mutton was rather pronounced, and the family seldom consumed it, possibly due to their unfamiliarity with the flavor. A brief blanching would suffice. He himself harbored an appreciation for the mutton's aroma, provided it was not overly pungent. Indeed, he felt that lacking that essence would render it inferior, perhaps stemming from memories of savoring truly exquisite lamb in a past life. Once the water in the pot reached a boil, the unmistakable scent of lamb wafted through the air, reaching Yang Feifei outside. Zhao Xiaofeng, having little to occupy her, and Yang Yi, having awakened, joined her at the kitchen door to observe. "How does it smell?" Yang Yuankun inquired, noticing Yang Feifei's keen gaze fixed upon the basin of lamb. "It smells so good, Daddy. Can we eat it now?" she eagerly asked, swallowing hard in anticipation. "Not yet. It requires a bit more time," Yang Yuankun replied, rinsing the pot before adding some oil, sought the lamb briefly before seasoning it and introducing the radishes, then covering the pot to let it stew. By noon, the lamb was finally ready to be served. Zhao Xiaofeng prepared a stir-fried vegetable dish, thus commencing a delightful midday meal. "Mother, please take this to eldest brother's home." "I shall not go," Yang Yuankun said, filling a large bowl and handing it to Yang's mother. He found the prospect of dragging himself back and forth rather bothersome, preferring to delegate the task to her. "Is that appropriate? Such an expensive dish should be kept for ourselves," Yang's mother expressed, contemplating that her eldest son had not yet dined. However, she mused whether it was fitting to send such a costly item, especially since they had already divided the household, and she was now residing with her younger son. "There's plenty to go around. Good things are abundant. Come back for dinner," Yang Yuankun encouraged, assuring her that the generous amount of lamb ribs and radishes would suffice for the family. "All right, I shall go," Yang's mother replied, her daughter-in-law showing no objections. She cheerfully carried the bowl away, appearing vibrant and youthful despite her 70 years. Her health remained robust, and she passed away peacefully in her sleep, having never suffered illness, tending to her garden just a day prior. Once the dishes were set upon the table, Yang Yuankun felt that such a splendid meal warranted a toast. He took a small cup, utilizing the leftover water from blanching, and placed it on the table. With only 2 dishes, something felt amiss. "Oh, can Yang partake in this?" Yang Yuankun realized the missing element. There was nothing suitable for his son, who was merely a week old. Such rich fare might not be appropriate for a child so young, who at this stage should still be on formula. He should be fine, after all. He has begun to sample minced meat, hasn't he? Zhao Xiaofeng had evidently contemplated the situation, yet offered no objections, merely suggesting, "Just pour some water and rinse it. I'll crush it for him before feeding." Yang Yuankun remained silent, as he possessed little experience in caring for such a young child. After the birth of his granddaughter, she was attended to by her own grandparents, while his grandson, Yang Yi, this little rascal, had yet to marry by the time of his own demise. Once Yang Mu returned, the family commenced their meal. Yang Feifei eagerly headed for the lamb chops, devouring them with great delight, while Yang Mu and Zhao Xiaofeng primarily consumed radishes. Yang Yuankun, feeling somewhat helpless, took it upon himself to serve them. Despite her tender age, Yang Feifei had quite an appetite, and Yang Yuankun, still youthful himself, polished off a pot of lamb stew with radishes, even utilizing the broth to soak his rice. "How is it? Delicious?" Yang Yuankun inquired with a smile, as Yang Yi, after finishing his meal, succumbed to sleepiness and retired. Zhao Xiaofeng assisted Yang Mu with the tidying up. "Pork cannot compare in flavor. It lacks sufficient fat," Zhao Xiaofeng asserted defiantly, though the smile on her face remained intact. This was her first experience with lamb, a taste she had never encountered before. "Well, there is still plenty of pork at home," Yang Yuankun jested, observing Yang Feifei, now satiated, scampering outside to play. He lit a cigarette, contentedly humming a tune. In the afternoon, Zhao Xiaofeng called Yang Feifei back from her frolicking for a bath. As the day was filled with busyness, Yang Yuankun began to prepare some items he had purchased the previous day, blanching them before placing them in his homemade marinade. Intentionally adding several boiled eggs, for marinated eggs are indeed a delicacy. Come evening, Yang Feifei, unfortunately, did not indulge in the marinated dishes she had been longing for. As Yang Yuankun stated, they required some time to soak for optimal flavor. Instead, they simply had noodles, though the marinated eggs were still available for enjoyment. The following day marked New Year's Eve. In the morning, Yang Mu and Zhao Xiaofeng busied themselves with the chickens they had slaughtered days prior. They planned to enjoy chicken soup with rice noodles for lunch and on the morning of the first day of the new year. While preparing to slaughter a rooster for the evening's ancestral tribute, Yang Yuankun, being a man, had little to do except care for the child. Yang Yi was now able to take a few steps, reveling in his newfound mobility. It was often the case that once children could walk, they preferred to be carried by adults. "Oh dear, taking care of this child is more exhausting than working at the construction site. My back is breaking," Yang Yuankun lamented. Having spent the entire morning with the energetic child, by noon, he managed to lull the lively little one to sleep. Bending down to hold his hand and prevent any tumbles, his back genuinely aching. "You must be tired playing with him. You don't even know how to lull him to sleep," Zhao Xiaofeng chuckled, placing a large bowl of rice noodles on the table, which also contained a substantial chicken leg, already partially consumed by Yang Yi. "If he wants to sleep, I can do nothing about it," Yang Yuankun replied, returning to his stool and picking up his chopsticks to begin eating. Yang Feifei was also summoned back by Yang Mu, and she too found a chicken leg in her bowl, clearly portioned for her. Gazing at the chicken leg in her bowl, she pondered the awkwardness of sharing it. Just one leg, and it seemed unsuitable to give it to both his wife and mother. Reluctantly, he decided to keep it for himself. In the afternoon, Yang Yuankun had a task at hand. He was responsible for pasting the Spring Festival couplets. Yang Feifei would be at home watching her younger brother, while Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang's mother busily prepared the ancestral offering for the evening. They planned to present a total of 10 dishes for the ancestral rites: a rooster, fish, braised pork, glutinous rice balls, meatballs, vermicelli, stir-fried dried tofu, shredded carrots, boiled meat, and braised tofu. Among these, only the rooster, fish, and braised pork were fixed requirements. The rest were more flexible. The rooster needed to include its head, rear, feet, and wings in the bowl, otherwise it would not fit. After pouring 2 rounds of wine, a bowl of rice was served, and the procedure was nearly complete. The family members took turns bowing, and even Yang Yi was held by Yang Yuankun to kneel a few times before they began to burn paper offerings. In truth, this entire ritual had gradually formed over the past decade. It was not a traditional process. In the past, they could barely fill their stomachs, and such customs were not permitted. Although the village was not wealthy, they were now able to host a festive New Year's feast. Throughout the village, families were setting off firecrackers and burning paper money, a flurry of activity that continued until after 5 o'clock, marking the official start of the New Year's Eve dinner. Yang Yuankun poured himself a full bottle of liquor, maintaining a clear head while the others had already finished their meals. Yet, they did not leave the table. As they were all there to keep him company, it was customary to wait until everyone had finished eating before departing. He served some rice for his father and handed the bowl to Yang Feifei, who was playing with Yang Yi, smiling as he did so. "Here you go," he said. "It's your lucky money." Yang Feifei joyfully accepted the 10 yuan note he pulled from his wallet, excitedly thinking about how many firecrackers she could buy. However, before she could fully revel in her delight, Zhao Xiaofeng, who was holding Yang Yi, took it and placed it in her own pocket. "I'll keep it for you, and you can use it for school next year," Zhao Xiaofeng stated proudly. "Mom, look at what you've done." Yang Feifei pouted at Yang Yuankun, feeling wronged as she lamented her mother's actions. This was the result of her mother consistently providing her with delightful treats. And now she had grown quite fond of Yang Yuankun. Yang Yuankun shrugged, resigned, and returned to his meal. "Just 1 yuan is enough? That should be sufficient for you. How many children have this much money?" Zhao Xiaofeng pulled a yuan from her pocket and handed it to Yang Feifei. "Let us embark on an outing," thought Yang Yuankun, as he decided to grant Yang Feifei the freedom to enjoy herself. This evening, the children of the village would be at their most affluent. For irrespective of their family's financial status, they would receive a token amount. After hastily finishing the meal in his bowl and washing his face, Yang Yuankun retreated to the bedroom, where Zhao Xiaofeng was also present. "Let us give mother some money," he suggested. "How much shall we give? Is it the same as before?" Zhao Xiaofeng inquired, placing Yang Yi in the cradle before rising to fetch the money. This year, having earned a little extra, Yang Yuankun pondered for a moment. Traditionally, he would bestow 500 yuan upon his mother during the new year, deemed her retirement fund. Yang Dage would also contribute, while his 2 sisters would offer a lesser amount, typically 200 yuan each. Since their mother dined with Yang Yuankun's family, her expenses at home were minimal, allowing her to save most of the money. "Shall we give her 600? Zhao Xiaofeng tentatively suggested, feeling hesitant to interject in such matters. "Let us make it 1,000, Yang Yuankun decided after some deliberation, reasoning that this sum would be appropriate, avoiding an excessive disparity with Yang Dage's contribution. "All right," Zhao Xiaofeng agreed without objection, retrieving the amount from a locked cabinet. She counted out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Yang Yuankun. Dressed appropriately, Yang Yuankun stepped outside, where he encountered his mother in the kitchen, washing dishes. "Mother," he called out. "Ah, going to burn incense, are you? This year you've earned a bit more. Do burn a little extra for your safety," she replied with a smile, being the only true believer in Buddhism within the family. Yang Yuankun recalled that in a few years, on the morning of the new year, their mother, now over 70, would take a trip to Mount Jihua to pray. "I understand," Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly, handing her the money. "Here, take this." "Why so much?" she exclaimed, counting the sum. "This is a full 1,000 yuan. I've made some money. Giving a little extra to mother is nothing. Buy whatever you fancy, do not be frugal. Your son is better off than you may believe." He smiled. "Do I really need this much? I can hardly spend it all. You should keep it. Your 2 little children are still young. And there are plenty of expenses," she insisted, attempting to return the money to his pocket. "Ah, just accept it. You know how much I dislike this." Yang Yuankun feigned impatience. As he prepared to leave, he remembered something else and cautioned, "Do not mention this to Dage. Just say it's the same as before. It's only natural for me to give a bit more since I've earned it, and you still need to help Xiaofeng with the children. Rest assured, I understand." His mother beamed, appreciating that her younger son still considered his elder brother's feelings, a testament to the good relationship between the siblings. As long as her 2 sons maintained their bond, she felt she could endure any hardship. "I'm off now. I'll likely be playing cards tonight," Yang Yuankun declared as he departed his home, heading towards the temple. Chapter 27. The night of firecrackers after midnight, Yang Yuankun returned from the gaming room, where most of the patrons had also dispersed by this hour. In their tradition, following the stroke of midnight, marking the arrival of the new year, it was customary to set off a string of firecrackers, typically the most expensive ones available. Upon returning home, Yang Yuankun first dragged the firecrackers from the living room to the courtyard without igniting them immediately. Instead, he ventured into the bedroom to check on the sleeping arrangements. Discovering that Yang Feifei and Zhao Xiaofeng were sharing a bed while Yang Yi was peacefully slumbering in the cradle. "Wife, wake up!" Yang Yuankun gently roused Zhao Xiaofeng before calling out to Yang Feifei nearby, concerned that the sudden sound of explosions might startle them from their dreams. "Could you bring little Bao over?" Zhao Xiaofeng murmured as she stirred from her drowsiness and recognized Yang Yuankun's face. She took Yang Yi from the cradle, covering his ears and tucking him back under the blankets. Yang Feifei also awakened, prompting Yang Yuankun to exit the bedroom and wake his mother. After lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, Yang Yuankun brought the flame to the fuse of the firecrackers. As soon as he ignited it, he hurried back inside, the crackling sounds erupting around the village. Soon, he heard Yang Yi's cries accompanied by Zhao Xiaofeng's soothing voice. After securing the courtyard door and locking the bedroom door, Yang Yuankun returned to the bedroom where the others had awakened. Notably, Yang Feifei showed no sign of fear. After all, with Yang Yuankun providing her with money these past few days, she had been enjoying her own fun with them. Did it frighten you? Yang Yuankun inquired with concern, noticing the tears still glistening in Yang Yi's eyes. No, he only cried a bit when it first went off, but now he's asleep again. Zhao Xiaofeng replied as she gently lifted Yang Yi and placed him back in the cradle. Their children were accustomed to the cradle's gentle swaying, which alleviated the need for constant rocking, and the cradle's safety rails prevented any risk of being crushed by adults. Yang Yuankun swiftly shed his clothing and nestled into bed. Yang Feifei, still a bit dazed, looked at him with delight, snuggling against his arm. "Daddy, are we sleeping together tonight?" "Yes, indeed. Now close your eyes, it's getting late." Yang Yuankun chuckled, coaxing her. Yang Feifei, at the tender age of 5, was still a child. After Zhao Xiaofeng settled Yang Yi, she lay down beside Yang Feifei. The family drifted into slumber amidst the continuous sound of firecrackers echoing throughout the village. The following morning, Yang Yuankun, still groggy, felt a weight pressing down on him. Upon opening his eyes, he found Yang Feifei perched atop him, bouncing up and down playfully. "You're going to squash your father," Yang Yuankun exclaimed as he quickly lifted Yang Feifei off him. The commotion roused Zhao Xiaofeng, who swiftly gathered the playful Yang Feifei into her arms. "What if you break your daddy?" Zhao Xiaofeng gently chided, continuing, "If you're awake, you should get up." "What time is it?" "It's 7 o'clock, Yang Yuankun replied, glancing at his watch, which read 10 past 7. He noted that his mother must already be awake, busy preparing breakfast for the first day of the Lunar New Year. Awakening with urgency, I quickly rose from my slumber, for visitors were soon to arrive for the New Year's greetings. If we lingered in bed, it would certainly reflect poorly on us. Upon realizing it was already 7 o'clock, Zhao Xiaofeng hastily donned her attire, while Yang Feifei dressed herself in the garments handed to her by Zhao. Emerging from the restroom, Yang Yuankun took a deep breath. Were it not for the presence of tobacco and the chill of winter, he would have preferred to avoid the restroom entirely. The most crucial aspect of the recent house construction was ensuring the bathroom was well equipped, though it appeared that a septic tank was yet to be installed. "Quickly wash your face and brush your teeth. Breakfast is ready," Yang's mother called out as Yang Yuankun exited the restroom. "I'm coming," he replied, stepping into the kitchen where he found Yang Feifei already indulging in a chicken wing. "Have you brushed your teeth?" he inquired. "No, I haven't," Yang Feifei replied absently, engrossed in her meal. "Then come brush your teeth with me and wash your face. We cannot look disheveled on the first day of the new year," Yang Yuankun insisted. Retrieving Yang Feifei's toothbrush, the father and daughter squatted in the yard, preparing to brush their teeth. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, sweeping and splashing water are considered inauspicious, so all water used for brushing teeth must be spat into a bucket, and even water for washing faces, vegetables, or clothes cannot be discarded until the following day, lest one faces financial misfortune. "Hey Feifei, you're quite impressive, brushing your teeth all by yourself." Yang Yuankun beamed with pride as he observed his daughter's earnest efforts. To be frank, in their village, few adults even bothered to brush their teeth, let alone such a young child. "My mother taught me," Yang Feifei replied proudly. They swiftly finished brushing their teeth, poured some hot water from the thermos, and added a touch of cold water for Yang Feifei to wash, before Yang Yuankun hastily did the same. Breakfast consisted of the classic chicken soup with rice noodles, delectable and accompanied by marinated eggs. Yang Yuankun had thoughtfully sliced some pre-marinated vegetables to place on the table, the flavors delightful. Yang Feifei hardly touched the chicken, instead eagerly savoring the marinated tongue and ears. "Is it delicious?" Yang Yuankun asked with a smile. "It's wonderful, Dad. I want more for lunch," Yang Feifei exclaimed excitedly, convinced her father was the best person ever, as daily meat had graced their meals since returning home. "All right, I will prepare pig's trotters for you at noon. How does that sound?" Yang Yuankun responded, pleased. It was a good thing when children could eat heartily, unlike many others who found even a spoonful of rice as daunting as swallowing stones. "Aren't you going to your uncle's house for lunch?" Yang's mother inquired curiously. Yang Yuankun's uncle was still alive. His father had been the first among their generation to pass away. The family resided elsewhere. engaged in business, likely involved in sand transportation by boat, and was quite affluent. They usually returned home only on the 29th day of the lunar calendar. Yesterday, they had invited him to lunch today. It's no trouble, you all go ahead. It will be quite crowded over there, and bringing a child along would be inconvenient. Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly. The gathering would consist of many men, and with his wife needing to care for the child, and his mother being 70 years old, there was little reason to join the fray and assist with the cooking. Indeed, you may proceed, as Yang's mother concurs with this notion. Today, the crowd at that location is indeed substantial, and Uncle Shi will also return this morning. It seems unlikely that a single table will suffice for seating. Chapter 28. Family gathering just after the meal. While Yang's mother was still wiping the table, visitors arrived to extend their New Year greetings. Typically, families come as a unit, comprising both adults and children. The first to arrive was Yang Yuankun from the third uncle's family, accompanied by his two brothers and their wives and children, creating quite a lively scene, although the third uncle himself did not attend, as those of higher seniority typically remain at home to receive visitors. Brother Kun, Happy New Year! Yang Yuankun exclaimed cheerfully, promptly joined by his elder brothers in wishing the same. Upon spotting Yang's mother and Zhao Xiaofeng, they extended their greetings as well. Wishing you a Happy New Year too. Here, have a cigarette, Yang Yuankun said with a broad smile, offering cigarettes to the three men. Zhao Xiaofeng emerged from the inner room bearing sweets and oranges, filling the pockets of the children and women with a generous handful. Are you going to Uncle's house for lunch? Inquired the eldest brother of Yang Yuankun. Yes, I'll head over after the greetings, Yang Yuankun affirmed confidently. All right then, we will continue our visits, he said, leading his family away. The New Year greetings on the first day are extensive, reaching not only relatives, but also every household in the village, unless there are genuine grievances. After witnessing the throng depart, Yang Yuankun called for Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang Feifei to prepare to leave, while Yang's mother remained at home to host the visitors. After departing from their home and making a considerable circuit, once all the greetings were exchanged, not only were Yang Feifei's pockets filled with sweets, but Yang Yuankun and Zhao Xiaofeng's pockets were also generously stuffed by her. So, will you accompany me to your granduncle's house for lunch, or stay home? I can have your mother heat up a pig's trotter for you, Yang Yuankun inquired upon returning home, where the clock was nearing 10, addressing Yang Feifei, who was counting her candies. Yang Feifei hesitated. She was torn between the delightful prospect of eating and the fun of playing with numerous cousins of her age at her granduncle's place. Yet she longed to taste the braised pig's trotter, which she had never had before. You know you should go eat. We won't be going. And you will need to take care of her. It's troublesome, Zhao Xiaofeng interjected, her reasoning sound. No need to worry. She'll just play with her cousins. I'll pack her some food for lunch, Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly. So, come along with me. You can have the pig's trotter another time. It won't disappear. Then I shall go to granduncle's house. Yang Feifei realized her father was correct and eagerly jumped off the stool, grasping Yang Yuankun's hand in preparation to depart. If you dare to soil your new clothes, I'll have no choice but to spank you when I return. You still need to wear them to grandmother's house tomorrow. Understand? Zhao Xiaofeng warned sternly, then turned to Yang Yuankun. You keep an eye on her. Do not let her crawl on the ground. I understand. I'm leaving now. Yang Yuankun, with his left hand clasped around Yang Feifei's, held a gift in his right hand destined for Uncle Yang's home, which contained 2 bottles of wine, a pack of cigarettes, and a carton of milk. There were no particular customs to adhere to. It was sufficient to simply follow the general practice. Feifei, please hold the teacup for your father, he instructed. All right, Yang Feifei replied, taking the glass cup handed to her by Zhao Xiaofeng. And she led the way out of the house, hand in hand with Yang Yuankun. Uncle Yang's residence was not too far from Yang Yuankun's. In a village of this size, it took merely 5 minutes to reach his doorstep. The courtyard was far more opulent than Yang Yuankun's and considerably more aesthetically pleasing than that of Yang Yuanxian. Uncle, Happy New Year! Yang Yuankun greeted as he arrived, discovering that quite a few guests had already gathered. Yang Yuanxian and Yang Li were present, along with the 3 sons of Uncle Yang San. The youngest among them was the son of Uncle Yang Shi, who was still in high school and younger than Yang Li. Yuankun, Happy New Year to you too, Uncle Yang replied, his face beaming with joy as he turned to Yang Feifei. Is this little one Feifei? Come here, take a red envelope. Quickly thank your granduncle. Yang Yuankun urged Yang Feifei. Where's your son and wife? Why didn't they come? And what about your mother? Uncle Yang inquired curiously. The child is too young. It would be troublesome if she came and cried. It's better for her mother to stay at home with her. My mother is at home preparing a meal for them, Yang Yuankun explained, before exchanging greetings with Uncle Yang's two sons. Shenggu, Guogu, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well. It's been a year since we last met. I heard you struck it rich last year? Uncle Yang's two sons, Yang Yuankun and Yang Yuanhua, responded. Yang Yuankun was already 16, while Yang Yuanhua was not yet 10. What do you mean by striking it rich? I'm just working on a construction site. I can't compare to you all, Yang Yuankun modestly replied, as the group engaged in pleasantries. Yang Yuankun exchanged a few more words with Uncle Yang San and Uncle Yang Shi before turning to the somewhat bored Yang Li. I'm assigning you a task. Watch over Yang Feifei and ensure she doesn't crawl on the ground. If her clothes get dirty, your aunt will trouble me, he said. Leave it to me, Uncle, Yang Li promptly declared with a pat on his chest. This gathering constituted all the members of the Yang family present, none of whom were particularly wealthy or powerful, and thus there was no sense of rivalry among them. A meal stretched until 2 in the afternoon, with the lingering guests still enjoying their drinks, leaving only a few young men engaging in playful banter. Yuanhong, you can't be serious. You're 20 and still can't hold your liquor? Yang Yuankun joked, noticing that after one drink, Yang Yuanhong was halted by his father from having more. How could that be? Here, let me, Yang Yuanhong protested, disregarding Uncle Yang San's disapproving gaze as he poured more into his cup, casting a challenging glance at Yang Li. But Yang Li is nearly my age, and he hasn't had a single drop. Hey, you all drink, but Yang Li is still in school. Yang Degu interjected hastily, having already indulged himself. He is nearly 20, isn't he? Isn't that what Kunga said? Yang Yuanhong chuckled, and after a brief nod to Yang Yuankun, he downed his entire cup in one swift motion, taking advantage of others. I have already shared countless rounds with my third uncle, yet I still do not regard your efforts with much seriousness. Yang Yuankun is equally delighted. Feeling as though the myriad experiences of his past have become somewhat nebulous, he has truly transformed into a vibrant 27-year-old, devoid of any semblance of lethargy. Yang Yuanhong, do not drink with my uncle. Allow me to join you, Yang Li interjected, unwilling to remain on the sidelines. His earlier abstinence was merely a result of familial pressure. After all, it was inconceivable that he had never indulged at school, having grown up alongside Yang Yuanhong. Despite their differing generational standings, they addressed one another by name. The two youngest at the table began to engage in a playful rivalry, eliciting laughter from the others, who chose not to intervene, recognizing that their prior consumption had been minimal, rendering this amount inconsequential. Our next generation certainly knows how to drink. Look at Yuankun. He hasn't paused from start to finish, showing no signs of inebriation, Uncle Yang remarked with a hint of admiration. Indeed, he has always been this way. Uncle Yang Sen concurred. Next year, I shall remain home to retire, Uncle Yang continued. Why the sudden change? Uncle Yang Shi, who was of a similar age to Uncle Yang's eldest son and had also married later due to family planning policies, inquired curiously. Being a civil servant, he had only one son. As I age, my role has diminished to merely overseeing affairs there, collecting payments and whatnot. It serves little purpose and could potentially hinder matters. Next year, I shall let them take over, Uncle Yang mused, having just turned 70, a considerable age indeed. That's a good decision. Returning to enjoy retirement at such an age will surely bring about better days, Uncle Yang San affirmed confidently. Chapter 29. New Year's routine. The meal extended until 3 in the afternoon, and while the conversation might have seemed fierce, no one truly succumbed to intoxication. At most, their faces were slightly flushed, and their speech somewhat illogical. Once all the dishes were cleared from the table, Uncle Yang began to organize a game of cards. Shall we play mahjong? He proposed, retrieving the set from his cabinet and smiling at the circle of family gathered around him. Certainly. Who isn't? Uncle Yang Sen echoed enthusiastically. Isn't there too many of us? Uncle Yang Shi remarked candidly, offering a suggestion. Let the younger ones play, and we shall watch. Very well. You all come forward. Uncle Yang relinquished his seat, calling out, Eldest, you may join. Let us have one representative from our family. All right, which of you brothers will participate? Uncle Yang Sen inquired of the smoking duo, Yang Yuanxian and Yang Yuankun. Let Yuankun take a turn. I haven't played in ages, Yang Yuanxian lamented, his financial situation a source of silent frustration, his pockets holding less than 10 yuan, hardly enough to engage in such endeavors with relatives. especially given that previous experiences had revealed the stakes to be rather high. I shall take the opportunity, Yang Yuankun asserted, eagerly occupying the designated position. He then turned to Uncle Yang Shi, cheerfully asking, which of your family will join? Will it be Yuanshan? Not a chance. I'll join in, Uncle Yang Shi replied, stepping into the fray himself. Soon, a table of individuals gathered together, and with the constant clatter of mahjong tiles, the room gradually fell into a serene silence, broken only by the sounds of matches and lighters. The air became thick with smoke, causing several younger ones to retreat outside to play with firecrackers, including Yang Li, while Yang Yuanhong took it upon himself to sit beside Yang Yuankun. During the card games, bystanders were expected to remain silent, and only after a round concluded would bursts of laughter and expressions of regret erupt. As the next round began, silence would again envelop the room. A few aunts and sisters-in-law, bustling in the kitchen, also came over to watch the game, and even Zhao Xiaofeng stood behind Yang Yuankun. The game finally concluded around 6 o'clock, not by consensus, but because it was time for dinner. Zhao Xiaofeng went to assist in the kitchen, while Yang Yuankun, surprisingly, had won 200 yuan that afternoon. Yang Dashu's eldest, Yang Yuansheng, had won nearly the same amount, while Yang Senshu's eldest, Yang Yuanqing, and Yang Shishu had lost quite a bit. Shall we continue tonight? Yang Yuanqing asked with a smile as he pocketed his winnings. Absolutely, we shall continue. However, we cannot stay up all night as we have to visit the in-laws tomorrow, Yang Yuankun replied, not wishing to refuse, as it was inappropriate to run off with the winnings, especially considering they were all family. Who acts as if they do not wish to visit the in-laws? Come, let us eat first, Yang Yuansheng called to everyone. The dinner was rather simple, consisting of reheated leftovers from lunch, with a few more dishes thrown together. Yet, the younger ones clamored for drinks, with Yang Yuanhong being the most boisterous. What are you drinking for? You already drank so much at lunch, tonight. You can barely handle a couple of cups before you are sick. Focus on your meal, Yang Senshu admonished, sharing his wisdom, as Yang Yuanhong had not drunk much before, while the others, slightly older, would typically limit themselves to just 1 or 2 cups in the evening. Dinner concluded swiftly, with Yang Yuanqing being the most eager, having lost the most, and possessing little money. His wife had already shot him several disapproving glances. If he did not win back some, the night would likely be unpleasant. The card game continued until midnight. Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang Feifei had already returned home, while Yang Yi still required his mother's coaxing to sleep. In the end, with Yang Yuankun's decades of card-playing skill and a little leniency, he won 80 yuan. However, Yang Yuanqing was disappointed, as he lost over 100 yuan that night, while Yang Shishu managed to win back some. Here, Yang Li, this is your New Year's money, and Yang Yuanxiang, this is for you, Yang Yuankun declared, looking at the money he had won and handing 20 yuan to Yang Li and Yang Yuanxiang. He's grown now. Does he still need your New Year's money? Yang Yuanxian quickly declined. Indeed, Yang Yuanxiang is of the same generation as you. Why accept New Year's money? Yang Shishu also promptly rejected the gesture. It's all right. I've made money, and they are still in school, Yang Yuankun said as he tossed the money to them and prepared to leave, bidding farewell to everyone. Upon returning home, he found Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang Yi already asleep, with Yang Feifei also nestled in their bed. The daughter still preferred to sleep beside her mother, which was simply the way of things. After stealthily shedding his garments, Yang Yuankun slipped under the covers from the other side, finding the warmth within quite delightful. Beside him lay Yang Feifei, yet Zhao Xiaofeng was still roused from her slumber. You're back, what time is it? Zhao Xiaofeng murmured, still half asleep. It's already 12. Hurry and get some rest, Yang Yuankun replied softly. Did we win or lose? Surprisingly, Zhao Xiaofeng remembered the matter, even with her eyes barely open. It's a draw. Neither winning nor losing, Yang Yuankun casually responded. But you won over 200 in the afternoon. How could you lose at night? Had I known you were coming back, I would have called you to come with me, Zhao Xiaofeng said, becoming a bit more alert upon hearing about the loss, expressing her regret. We're all family. Winning too much isn't good. Just sleep, Yang Yuankun, feeling quite fatigued after sitting for so long, with a stiff back, soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Yang Yuankun awoke to the clock striking 8, having enjoyed a deep and fulfilling sleep. An 8-hour slumber was once a luxury in his past life. After dressing, he stepped out of the main room to find Zhao Xiaofeng, holding Yang Yi, while his mother conversed softly nearby. Is breakfast ready? Yang Yuankun inquired, puzzled. It's been ready for some time, We were just waiting for you to wake. Xiaofeng mentioned you returned past midnight. His mother replied as she rose to serve breakfast at the table. At the dining table, Yang Yuankun hastily consumed his meal. The rice porridge had thickened after being left in the pot for a while, and paired with pickled vegetables and salted duck, it was quite delectable. The only freshly prepared item was the scrambled eggs, primarily for Yang Yi, with the rest intended for Yang Feifei. When will my older sisters be back? Yang Yuankun asked his mother. His two sisters were the second and third children in the family. The eldest had married a family from a neighboring village, while the second sister wed into a family in town. Today marked the second day of the new year, a time when they traditionally return to pay respects to their mother. They should return by noon, his mother replied confidently. What about lunch? Yang Yuankun expressed his concern, feeling troubled by the prospect of guests arriving while he was away. It was customary for the new son-in-law to adhere to the traditions, while the older son-in-law could afford to delay his visit by a day or two, allowing the brothers-in-law to wait until he was home. There's no need to worry. You can have lunch at your elder brother's house, his mother reassured him nonchalantly, taking a sip of porridge before continuing. After all, it's the new year. It's not a big deal. All right then, let us ask them not to return until afternoon and have dinner at our house. Yang Yuankun instructed his mother. I'll inform them. Let them decide for themselves. You both eat quickly, it's getting late, and there's quite a distance to travel, his mother urged. Noting the clock in the main room was nearing 9. After breakfast, Yang Yuankun returned to his own room, with Zhao Xiaofeng following closely behind. A visit to his mother-in-law's house surely required bringing something along, but the household was rather sparse at the moment. This was merely the first round of New Year greetings, and only after some guests visited their home would they have provisions to offer. Let us take these 2 bottles of wine and a box of milk for now. We can purchase the rest at the small shop over there, Yang Yuankun remarked while surveying the items on the ground. They were all gifts from the group that had assisted him previously, with only the wine and milk remaining. That should suffice. Just grab a bag of brown sugar and 2 packs of cigarettes, Zhao Xiaofeng replied with a smile before shutting the door to change her clothes. She needed to prepare breakfast in the morning and didn't want to wear her new outfit. That won't do. This year we have made a profit, and I must ensure you are presented with some dignity, Yang Yuankun responded, also changing into his attire, which included a trench coat that bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Xiaofeng's newly purchased one. What dignity do I possess? It all requires spending money, Zhao Xiaofeng remarked as she finished dressing and began to put on her boots. She had not worn them yesterday on the first day of the new year, saving them for her visit to her parental home today. That cannot be allowed, Yang Yuankun laughed and continued. Should we take Yang Yi along? Yes, let's bring him. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for my mother to manage him alone at home. We can take turns carrying him. Zhao Xiaofeng paused in her boot tying, contemplating before responding affirmatively. However, those boots are rather cumbersome to walk in, Yang Yuankun said with a hint of exasperation. The only means of transportation available at home was an old bicycle he had purchased in middle school, and with no electric scooters available nowadays, visiting relatives had become quite a hassle. It took an hour to walk to his mother-in-law's house. What is wrong with walking? Zhao Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly, standing upright. The new ensemble suited her beautifully, and Yang Yuankun found it hard to avert his gaze. At just 26, his wife was indeed quite lovely, a fact he had previously overlooked, as she seldom adorned herself. Indeed, my dear, you look exceptionally beautiful today, Yang Yuankun praised joyfully. What beauty is there? Zhao Xiaofeng blushed slightly, opening the door to call in Yang Feifei, helping her into a new outfit as well. Once the family was dressed impeccably, Yang Yuankun took the lead, carrying the 2 bottles of wine and the box of milk, while Yang Feifei skipped alongside him, holding his free hand and chirping. We're off to Grandma's house. Zhao Xiaofeng, cradling Yang Yi, lagged a step behind but wore a radiant smile. As they exited the courtyard and entered the village, people continually complimented her appearance, and her smile remained uncontainable. My face is starting to ache from smiling, Zhao Xiaofeng finally exhaled. Once they had exited the confines of their village, turning to Yang Yuankun beside her. Isn't that splendid? It allows others to see just how beautiful you are, Yang Yuankun replied, glancing down at her boots and suggesting, shall I carry the child? Those boots do not seem conducive to walking, especially since they are new and likely to cause blisters. They are a bit uncomfortable. It feels like they are starting to chafe, Zhao Xiaofeng admitted, somewhat awkwardly adding. Is it truly appropriate for a grown man to carry a child? My parents would certainly scold me if they saw. I can hold him until we reach your home. Yang Yuankun said dismissively, placing the items he held on the ground and extending his arms. Come here, son. Let daddy carry you. Mommy can't manage any longer. During this period, Yang Yi had grown accustomed to Yang Yuankun, no longer the shy child he once was. He obediently wrapped his arms around Yang Yuankun's neck, beaming as he gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings. It was his first venture outside the village, and the myriad of sights filled him with curiosity. The family traversed various villages, and after approximately half an hour, Yang Feifei could no longer bear it. Breathless, she turned to Yang Yuankun and exclaimed, Daddy, I want to be carried. I can't walk any further. You're how old and still need to be carried? We're almost there, Zhao Xiaofeng interjected, though there was still a considerable distance to cover. I can't walk anymore, Mama, Yang Feifei pouted, having already squatted down on the road, refusing to continue. After all, she was merely 6 years old. And covering such a distance was no small feat. Come, sit on Daddy's shoulders, Yang Yuankun said nonchalantly. This was how he had visited his mother-in-law in his past life. He first handed Yang Yi to Zhao Xiaofeng, then squatted down to allow Yang Feifei to climb onto his neck, reminding her, hold on to Daddy's head tightly. And don't fall. Ha ha ha, it's so high? Yang Feifei exclaimed in excitement, her arms wide open, seemingly oblivious to her father's caution. Hold on to your father's head. If you don't, I might just leave you here, Zhao Xiaofeng chided with a stern expression. Give me Yang Yi as well. Yang Yuankun reached out towards Zhao Xiaofeng. I can carry him. You just handle that. Zhao Xiaofeng, being a traditional woman, was reluctant to let her husband bear too much burden. It's nothing. He is not heavy at all, lighter than these two, Yang Yuankun insisted, cradling Yang Yi in his arms as he took the lead. Carrying a child isn't so much about weight. It's more about maintaining a posture and keeping one's back straight, which is the real challenge. Upon reaching a small store closest to his mother-in-law's house, he set the two children down and allowed Zhao Xiaofeng to hold Yang Yi as they entered the shop. Boss, I'll take 2 packs of that cigarette. Yang Yuankun pointed towards the cigarettes at the back of the store and promptly ordered 2 packs. Each costing 50 yuan, quite expensive for that era. Why buy so many? Just get 2 packs, Zhao Xiaofeng quickly objected. It's not expensive. 2 packs for 100 yuan is reasonable. And let us grab a pack of brown sugar, some milk powder, and 2 pounds of sugar. That should suffice. Yang Yuankun turned to his wife for confirmation. That is too much. How much will this all cost? Zhao Xiaofeng expressed her concern. This is for your family. You shouldn't be so stingy, Yang Yuankun teased. That is still excessive. Zhao Xiaofeng, seeing Yang Yuankun's determination, refrained from arguing further. Once everything was packed into a bag, the remaining journey was not far. Yang Yuankun carried the items, while Zhao Xiaofeng held Yang Yi, and Yang Feifei, having dismounted, walked on her own. After another 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. Chapter 31. Zhao Xiaofeng's maternal family. Zhao Xiaofeng's maternal home and Yang Yuankun's village are not situated in the same town, but rather in 2 adjacent towns, separated by a short distance. It was, in fact, Zhao Xiaofeng's elder brother, Zhao Zhiyong, who married the daughter of a family from the neighboring village, which caught the attention of the matchmaker. This ultimately led to the successful union of the two, a common practice for marriage in that era. Dad, Mom, Zhao Xiaofeng exclaimed as she approached her home, her pace quickening and her smile widening. This year, due to her responsibilities towards Yang Yi, she had not returned home. And it had indeed been a considerable time since her last visit. Oh, you've come. Why bring so much? Zhao's father and mother emerged from the living room, first noticing their daughter cradling her little grandson, followed by Yang Yuankun and Yang Feifei, all wearing broad smiles. Of course, one must bring gifts for the new year. This year, I couldn't find the time to come, Yang Yuankun replied as he stepped inside, placing the items he was carrying on the ground. He greeted the elderly couple with, Dad, Mom, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well, Zhao's parents responded warmly. Happy New Year, elder brother. And to sister-in-law too, Yang Yuankun extended his greetings to Zhao Zhiyong and Zhao Dajia, who followed behind. Happy New Year to you too, Zhao Zhiyong replied with a beaming smile. Since Zhao Zhiyong's in-laws had passed away, he had no obligation to visit them on the 2nd day of the new year. Coincidentally, Zhao Xiaofeng and her sister, Zhao Xiaofeng, had returned today, allowing them to host the guests at home. Come, sit down for some tea. Zhao Dajia warmly invited the two to take a seat on the bench. After pouring them each a cup, she turned to her son, who was still standing nearby. What are you standing there for? Go fetch the sunflower seeds and candy from the house, Your sister and brother are waiting." Zhao Ziyong had only one son, Zhao Peng, who was still quite young at just 10 years old. He had lived with Zhao's parents since he was weaned. As Yang Yuankun learned, Zhao Dajie had joined Zhao Ziyong in working away from home shortly after Zhao Peng was weaned. Their relationship had been strained in the past, largely due to Zhao Peng being a left-behind child, leading to a lack of closeness with his parents. At present, Zhao Peng had not yet shown the rebellious streak that Yang Yuankun would later witness. Upon hearing Zhao Dajie's words, he sprinted into the inner room and returned with an array of snacks, sunflower seeds, raisins, banana chips, ginger slices, and a selection of candies, all neatly arranged on a plate, far more formal than the bags typically used in Yang Yuankun's household. "How has this year been?" Zhao Dajie inquired with concern, aware that Yang Yuankun had taken on a small project himself this year, a venture he would not dare to undertake. "Not too bad. I've made a bit of money," Yang Yuankun replied candidly. In his previous life, when the family faced bankruptcy, the funds Zhao Xiaofeng borrowed from her maternal home had been crucial, and their relationships remained strong. "It shows. You've brought quite a few gifts this year, including 2 cartons of cigarettes," Zhao Dajie teased with a smile, having noticed the items Yang Yuankun had brought along. "With all this, we'll find it difficult to return the favor. What gift should I prepare for you?" "This is a present for the grandparents of the children, which has no bearing on you." Yang Yuankun also jested, albeit with a kernel of truth. Although most of the gifts for Zhao's parents are utilized by Zhao Dajie's family, it is an unavoidable circumstance. Today, Feifei must be utterly exhausted from the walkover. Zhao Daji glanced toward young Feifei, who sat quietly indulging in her meal. "Indeed, I am a bit fatigued. Primarily, the little one required constant carrying. It's not too heavy, but I have been bearing most of the load." Yang Yuankun sighed, pondering when he might acquire a vehicle. Perhaps a motorcycle could be a feasible option. "They are not excessively expensive, and the whole family could fit," suggested Zhao Ziyong, who himself had purchased a motorcycle. It would be inaccurate to label Zhao Ziyong as poor. He and Zhao Daji's sister both work in the bustling metropolis. He in renovations while she is employed in a factory. Together, they managed to earn a substantial income, having built a 2-story house in recent years and even acquiring a motorcycle. Yet, one could argue he is not impoverished while allowing Zhao Peng to grow up as a left-behind child since weaning. Yang Yuankun, having experienced this in a previous life, found Zhao Ziyong's frugality somewhat excessive, as he only seemed willing to spend on appearances. "That seems unsafe, and with my prolonged absence from home, such a vehicle is prone to deterioration over time." Yang Yuankun declined the suggestion. In reality, Zhao Ziyong rides his motorcycle to the city. Their conversation continued while Zhao's parents engaged in soft dialogue with Zhao Xiaofeng, and Zhao Daji's sister busied herself in the kitchen. Zhao Xiaofeng offered to assist, but was politely refused, leaving her to cradle Yang Yi nearby. Before long, a commotion arose outside. It must be Zhao Xiaofeng's family arriving. Yang Yuankun's sister-in-law, Zhao Xiaofeng, is the second child of the Zhao family, while Zhao Xiaofeng is the third. As the hour grew late, the main room buzzed with activity. Yang Feifei regained her energy and joined Zhao Peng and the 2 children from Zhao Xiaofeng's family to play outside. The room was thick with smoke, while Zhao Xiaofeng took Yang Yi outside to chat with Zhao's mother and Zhao Daji's sister. The midday feast was quite sumptuous, with an ample supply of alcohol, though not as excessive as the previous day, considering Zhao Ziyong's limited tolerance. The main drinkers were Yang Yuankun and Yuan Li, Zhao Xiaofeng's husband, who often shared drinks in their past lives. The meal extended well into the afternoon, concluding around 2 o'clock. As time pressed on, they prepared to return home, with Yuan Li facing an even longer journey than Yang Yuankun. "Here you go, Feifei. This is your uncle's red envelope," Zhao Ziyong announced, producing the envelope from his pocket as he noticed the guests getting ready to leave. He distributed red envelopes to the children present, slipping Yang Yi's into a small pocket in his clothing. Quickly, "Thank your uncle." Yang Yuankun gently tapped his daughter's shoulder. "Thank you, uncle," Yang Feifei exclaimed joyfully. In their family, red envelopes are typically given only when one visits their home. For instance, Yang Yuankun would never gift Zhao Peng a red envelope while visiting here. However, should Zhao Ziyong visit their home, Yang Yuankun would certainly present one to Zhao Peng. After all, it is uncommon to offer gifts without a significant occasion, such as joyous or sorrowful events. After the Yuan family departed, the Yang family set forth. On their return journey, their hands were empty, just as they had arrived. After walking for a while, Yang Feifei resumed her perch upon Yang Yuankun's shoulders, while Yang Yi alternated carrying her with Zhao Xiaofeng. I can't go on any longer. Let's take a break, Yang Yuankun declared as he halted by the roadside. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol at noon, he felt his stamina waning. And the weight of a 30-pound Yang Feifei on his head was indeed taxing. Let her walk by herself. You needn't carry her any longer, Zhao Xiaofeng remarked sympathetically. Seeing Yang Yuankun's fatigue, she gently tapped Yang Feifei, urging her to dismount. No, I want daddy. Yang Feifei clung tightly to Yang Yuankun's head, refusing to descend. This experience of riding on her father's shoulders, not having to walk, and being able to see so far was entirely new to her. Chapter 32. The concerns of Zhao's parents. Your father is exhausted. Why not walk for a bit? It's not far now, Zhao Xiaofeng continued, cradling Yang Yi in her arms, leaving her unable to assist, merely watching as Yang Yuankun sat on a stone at the roadside, with Yang Feifei still unwilling to budge. Feifei, if you come down and walk, I recall there's a convenience store nearby. Daddy will buy you some soda, all right? Yang Yuankun, displaying remarkable patience, felt rejuvenated after a brief rest. The combination of afternoon drinks and the prolonged walk, coupled with the wind, had indeed taken its toll. Soda? Upon hearing the word, Yang Feifei was quick to contemplate climbing down. At the lunch table, Zhao Zhiyong had prepared soda for those not drinking alcohol. Yet Zhao Xiaofeng had prohibited Yang Feifei from having any, which had left her in tears. Such a good girl. Yang Yuankun did not let her descend on her own, but gently lifted Yang Feifei into his arms before placing her down. Addressing Zhao Xiaofeng, he said, let us proceed. I'm nearly ready to go. You're behaving like a child yourself, not paying attention to your clothes. They've become quite dirty. Zhao Xiaofeng observed as she noted the dust and fallen leaves on the windbreaker Yang Yuankun wore, having sat on the stone. She reached out a hand to pat him down a few times. It's all right. If they're dirty, so be it, Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly, brushing off the dust. He then asked Zhao Xiaofeng, would you like me to carry Yang Yi? No need. I hardly carried him when we came. You should rest a bit more. If Feifei tires again, you'll have to carry her, Zhao Xiaofeng declined. Then let us move on. My mouth is a bit parched. Let us buy some water. Yang Yuankun conceded, taking Yang Feifei's hand as they continued forward. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a small convenience store. Shopkeeper, 3 bottles of soda, please. Yang Yuankun called out to the proprietor, gesturing towards the sodas on the counter behind him. Coming. The shopkeeper, having been in the back, hurried out upon hearing the call. His face flushed, likely from drinking with relatives. How much? Yang Yuankun inquired. $3.60, $1.20 each. Just give me $3.50, the shopkeeper replied generously. 1 bottle will suffice. Why are you buying so many? She won't finish them alone. Zhao Xiaofeng interjected, concerned about the price of the soda. Boss, here is the money. Yang Yuankun disregarded Zhao Xiaofeng's advice and handed the cash to the boss. He then opened a bottle of beverage and passed it to Yang Feifei, taking a long sip himself. Let me give it to my son first. You drink later, he said as he took Yang Yi from Zhao Xiaofeng's arms and handed her a bottle of soda. No need, I don't drink this. What is so good about it? Zhao Xiaofeng quickly declined. I bought it all. If you don't drink, it'll all go to Feifei, which isn't good for her health. Yang Yuankun provided a very reasonable explanation, as Yang Feifei was gulping down soda nearby. Drink slowly. It's too cold. You'll end up with a stomachache. This soda is really delicious, Daddy. Yang Feifei, now attentive to Yang Yuankun's words, closed the bottle cap and bounced around him, tugging at his shirt. Nowadays, soda isn't cheap. This bottle costs 1 yuan and 20 cents, and it's not even a well-known brand. A famous drink could reach 2 yuan per bottle. It's worth noting that even 20 years later, there are still many sodas priced at only 2 or 3 yuan. Let us go. You rest for a bit. I'll carry Yang Yi, Yang Yuankun suggested, noticing Zhao Xiaofeng stopping after taking a sip, feeling somewhat helpless about his wife's frugality. The family set off again on their journey home. The allure of soda kept Yang Feifei walking for 20 minutes. But only in the last 10 minutes did she truly tire out. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family home, after the departure of his sister and brother-in-law, Zhao Zhiyong began inspecting the items sent over by both families. Earlier, he had only noticed that Yang Yuankun had brought 2 packs of cigarettes. As he hadn't paid attention to the type. These cigarettes aren't cheap. These 2 packs are worth 100 yuan, Zhao Zhiyong remarked. So expensive. Why buy such costly ones? Zhao's father expressed with a hint of concern. Your daughter bought them for you, so just accept them, Zhao Zhiyong encouraged, continuing. I see that my sister is doing quite well. Her clothes are all new, that trench coat isn't inexpensive, and she's wearing boots, along with gold earrings. Indeed, it's been a year since we last met. Your mother and I were genuinely worried. She hasn't had time to return. But now that we see she's doing well, we're relieved, Zhao's father said with a broad smile. Yes, Xiaofeng not only has gold earrings. She also wears a gold bracelet and a gold necklace. She mentioned in the kitchen that all of it was bought for her by Yuankun this year. Zhao's mother chimed in. This year, Yuankun must have indeed made quite a profit. I was worried he was too young. What if he lost everything and faced hard times? Zhao Ziyong mused. Well, they are building a new house this year, so I have no more worries, Zhao's father said. Recognizing the 2 packs of cigarettes he had taken out, smiling as he added, how can I smoke these? A pack of cigarettes costs more than a pound of meat. I'll just exchange them at the convenience store. Do as you wish. After all, it's your son-in-law who bought them for you, Zhao Ziyong replied nonchalantly. As for Xiaofeng, Yuan Li is quite good, but his parents are too biased. Yang's mother redirected the conversation back to discussing her eldest daughter. Indeed, after the division of the family last year, not a single penny was given, and the residence remains the dilapidated old house. Zhao's father expressed his frustration, stating that there are still 2 children at home, without any elders to care for them. Your eldest sister cannot manage alone, and Yuan Li cannot seek employment. He can only tend to the fields. Can this truly yield any income? Alas, it is a predicament we cannot avoid. Your eldest sister's family resides too far away, otherwise they could lend a helping hand. Zhao Ziyong found himself powerless in this matter, as these are the affairs of their own households. What could he possibly do? Hey, Zhao Peng, how much did you spend on firecrackers? Zhao Ziyong inquired of Zhao Peng, who was playing at the door. 150, Zhao Peng replied earnestly. Return the change to me. What do you need money for? Zhao Ziyong admonished sternly as he took the money back. He firmly believed that such a young boy should not require money, and since he was not lacking in food, indulging too much might lead to undesirable habits. Zhao Ziyong's method of education was entirely shaped by his own experiences. His parents were mere peasants, struggling to provide for 3 children, often subsisting on sweet potatoes. At the age of 16, Zhao Ziyong ceased his education and apprenticed as a carpenter. By 19, he was already working in renovations in the bustling metropolis, seizing any job opportunity available. This year alone, he completed nearly 320 jobs, tirelessly laboring throughout the year. It was through his relentless efforts that he was able to swiftly construct a new house and purchase a motorcycle, leading him to believe that boys must endure hardships in order to grow. Chapter 33. The suggestions of the second brother-in-law from the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year until the 6th. The Yang family spent their days visiting relatives or hosting them for New Year greetings, indulging in feasting and merriment. The most noticeable change was that Yang Feifei exhibited less craving for meat. Tomorrow afternoon, I will go to town to check the prices of sand and cement. I am still unaware of the current rates, Yang Yuankun stated while seated in front of his home, addressing Zhao Xiaofeng beside him. All right, will you go alone? Zhao Xiaofeng, who was guiding Yang Yi in learning to walk, inquired without turning her head. Yes, I can manage alone. It is merely a reconnaissance. It is a bit chilly now, so I will have to wait until after the 15th to begin, Yang Yuankun replied, sipping tea and feeling somewhat bored. Staying at home seemed to offer little to occupy his time, so he resolved to start the construction soon. Your second brother-in-law could accompany you. He lives in town and should be familiar with the area, Zhao Xiaofeng suggested. This second brother-in-law is Yang Yuankun's sibling-in-law, residing in town and owning a small truck, primarily transporting sand and cement. During the harvest season, he also collects rice to sell to grain purchasing stations, earning a modest profit. Well, I have yet to visit him this year, so I will go after lunch, Yang Yuankun decided. The reason for the afternoon visit was that they still needed to conduct ancestral rites on the 7th day, which signifies honoring their ancestors. The 30th of the Lunar New Year is when they welcome the ancestors, and the 15th is when they bid them farewell, as the name suggests. What are we having for dinner tonight? Yang's mother inquired, as it was nearing 5 o'clock. They had finished lunch around 2, and the guests had only just departed, so there was no urgency regarding dinner. Let us keep it light. A simple dish of vegetable noodles will suffice, without even adding eggs, Yang Yuankun replied, somewhat resigned. Well, it seems I've eaten so much meat that my mouth is quite full, said Mother Yang in agreement. The next day at noon, after finishing lunch, Yang Yuankun took a ride from the village to the town. Most shops had already opened their doors. He arrived at his second sister's home, which she had built on her own purchased land, conveniently located by the street. She also ran a grain and oil store, primarily managed by his second sister, Yang Yuankun. However, as soon as he reached the entrance, he was spotted by two individuals. Yuankun, what brings you here now? Have you had lunch? His second sister, Yang Yuankun, inquired first, as she was attending to a customer in the store who had come to buy oil. I've eaten already. I have some matters to attend to here. Yang Yuankun replied, setting down the gift he brought. What matters? Second brother-in-law Su Lianxing chimed in with a smile, ushering Yang Yuankun away from the storefront and into the living room behind it. Where are the kids? Why aren't they at home? Yang Yuankun asked curiously. Knowing that his sister had a son and a daughter. The elder daughter, Su Lu, was 13, and the younger son, Su Yi, was 8. They're upstairs watching television. Su Lianxing responded, then called out loudly, Su Lu, Su Yi, your uncle has arrived. Come down quickly. No need to shout for them. Yang Yuankun chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. However, soon the sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs, as his niece and nephew rushed down, affectionately calling out uncle. All day long. Just watching TV at home. They don't even think to go out for a walk. It's better to be back in the old village, second brother-in-law lamented. Though he now lived in town, he had grown up in the countryside and only moved to the town after marrying Yang Yuankun. Sister-in-law, I came to town to check on the sand and cement. I won't have much time at home later, so I wanted to seize the opportunity, Yang Yuankun stated, not wishing to waste any more time. In that case, let us hurry. The sand pit in town has already opened. I saw it yesterday when I returned. Su Lianxing replied, recognizing the seriousness of the matter. He promptly rose, grabbing his car keys, and headed outside. Why the rush? Aren't you going to take a break? Sister Yang is still at the front watching the store, she joked, knowing her brother would need to prepare some dishes if he were to dine at home later. She then observed the two men walking out. He is going to check the sand pit. I'll take him there since I know the area well, Su Lianxing explained. All right, hurry along then. Remember to come home for dinner tonight. You can either stay here or have your brother-in-law drive you back, Yang Yuankun urged. Sure. Yang Yuankun agreed without hesitation, following Su Lianxing to the passenger seat of the car, which parked in the empty lot across from their door. He recalled that this area would eventually become a supermarket, though it currently lay in desolation. The car had not traveled far when they arrived at the sand pit, which was not too distant from the town. Nearby were the brick factory and cement plant, conveniently located for those in need of such materials. Following Su Lianxing, they arrived at the sand pit, which also sold gravel, essential for mixing with cement to enhance strength, particularly when laying foundations. Boss Su, you already have business this early? A middle-aged man greeted Su Lianxing, older than both of them. This is my brother-in-law, who will begin constructing a house after the new year. I was the first to come here, Su Lianxing replied, his face adorned with a bright smile as he introduced Yang Yuankun to the man. Oh, how should I address you? The man inquired, his enthusiasm growing as he turned to Yang Yuankun. My surname is Yang Yuankun, he replied succinctly. Mr. Yang, what quantity are you planning to order? The sand pit owner with the surname Wang continued, steering the conversation towards the main concern. What is the price of sand here? Yang Yuankun posed the pivotal question. The prices are standard. My sand is 45 yuan per cubic meter, and gravel is 40 yuan per cubic meter. They are quite reasonable. And Mr. Su's brother-in-law will certainly offer you a discount, the man promptly responded. Today, Yang Yuankun had no intention of making an immediate purchase. He later visited nearby cement and brick factories, taking note of the current prices, which were surprisingly affordable. Despite the inflation over the years, they paled in comparison to those of later times. After wandering for more than 2 hours, Yang Yuankun returned with Su Lianxing, arriving at the entrance of his home where his niece and nephew were already attending to the store. Where is your mother? Su Lianxing inquired with curiosity. Mother is in the back cooking, preparing to host our uncle, they replied. Su Lu was already quite grown up and would enter junior high next year. Both had been helping Yang's sister manage the store for quite some time. Continue watching the store. If anything arises, come find me in the back, Su Lianxing instructed before leading Yang Yuankun to the living room. The land was not wide horizontally, but extended quite long vertically. The entire ground floor faced the new street, with the living room in the center and the kitchen and restroom located at the back. No one resided on the first floor. The bedrooms were situated on the second and third floors, which was quite practical. Upon entering the living room, the sounds from the kitchen could be heard, but Su Lianxing had no intention of going over. He prepared a cup of tea for Yang Yuankun and offered him a cigarette, placing the entire pack on the 8 immortals table, gesturing for him to help himself. Yuankun, may I offer you a suggestion? Su Lianqing said after taking a puff of his cigarette. Oh, what suggestion? Yang Yuankun replied with a smile, displaying a casual demeanor. You're planning to build a house at home, intending to demolish the old one and lay a new foundation, correct? Su Lianqing continued to inquire. Yes. Since I'm building a new house, it should be done properly, Yang Yuankun affirmed. My suggestion is that since you're planning such an extensive renovation, why not consider building across from my house? What do you think? Su Lianqing proposed with a grin. Oh. Yang Yuankun felt a twinge of intrigue at Su Lianqing's suggestion. He had initially thought to build a house at home and, when financially able next year, purchase a property in town, which would also facilitate Yang Feifei's schooling. He had not considered that there was still available land in the town, his previous habitual thinking influencing him greatly. What do you think? When the time comes, my mother-in-law will also come over, which won't hinder taking care of the children. Your second sister and I will be able to look after them. Feifei will start school next year, conveniently nearby, with commendable teaching quality. Su Lianqing listed these benefits one by one, all of which are indeed facts. Brother-in-law, you present a compelling argument. I must admit I am somewhat tempted. Yang Yuankun pondered for a moment before expressing his agreement. Regardless of the calculations, it is more advantageous here. He continued to elucidate. I actually intend to build a house this year, and then come to the town next year to take a look. In his previous life, Yang Yuankun remained in his hometown, occasionally spending 10 to 15 days with his wife in the house they purchased for their son in the provincial city, never considering leaving his hometown. However, now that he has been reborn, although he harbors deep affection for his hometown, rationally speaking, relocating to the town is the wiser choice. Isn't that rather wasteful? Su Lianqing chuckled, continuing to offer suggestions. Just do a slight renovation on your house in the hometown, lay some concrete in the yard, and perhaps simply add a second floor. This way, it won't cost much. Chapter 34. A firm resolution. Yang Yuankun, a reincarnated individual, found himself schooled by the indigenous Su Lianqing regarding investment perspectives. It can only be said that human inertia is remarkably strong. He had only contemplated building a house in his past life, never considering whether to change locations. Brother-in-law, I feel you are absolutely right. Yang Yuankun took a long drag of his cigarette before continuing. I am indeed somewhat intrigued. What I say must hold some truth. What use is a house in the village? No matter how splendidly you construct it, it cannot compare to the prestige of living in the town, Su Lianqing proudly asserted. Further explaining, when I initially intended to build a house, my father had already secured a plot for me in the village. However, since I frequently wandered around the town, I realized that coming to the town was the right decision. By the way, brother-in-law, is land in the town easy to purchase? Yang Yuankun had already secretly made up his mind, but didn't he know many people in the town and could only rely on this second brother-in-law. It would definitely be challenging to buy on the old street, but this area is still quite accessible. When I bought, there weren't many people around. Although it has become a bit busier now, it remains reasonably available. Su Lianqing gestured as he continued. I feel that although the old street is now populated, the roads are too narrow, lined with shops. I've heard that many places are undergoing demolition, but what funds are available in our town? It would be better to develop a new street here, right? Yang Yuankun recognized the truth in Su Lianqing's words. In a few years, the old street would merely become a dilapidated district, while this area represents the true center of the town, a genuinely favorable location. Brother-in-law, do you know anyone who could introduce me? I am considering purchasing the land where you park. What do you think? Yang Yuankun inquired tentatively. Certainly, that is precisely what I was thinking. Once the house is built, you could have your wife open a shop or something. It may not yield a fortune, but it will certainly cover your daily expenses. Su Lianqing responded enthusiastically. You won't even need introductions. Once work begins over there, just get in touch with that department, and they will arrange for someone to demarcate the land for you. However, I estimate that the current prices are significantly higher than when I purchased. Indeed, brother-in-law, you possess remarkable foresight, Yang Yuankun remarked, showering praise upon the other. He continued, let me return home and discuss with Xiao Feng. This shall be our decision. Very well. By the way, if you find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to inform me. Su Lianqing responded with a tone of authority. His encouragement for his brother-in-law to come to this place stemmed from a genuine concern for family ties and the belief that advantageous opportunities should be shared. particularly since Yang Yuankun was the younger brother of his wife. Additionally, he lacked relatives in town, with only his immediate family present. Inviting relatives to settle in the town was a form of solidarity. As they delved into this subject, Yang Yuankun admitted, "I seem to be slightly short on funds. Initially, I had set aside money for constructing a house back home, but now I find myself lacking in land acquisition funds. That is of no concern. I inquired previously, and you could purchase a plot of land similar to mine for around 10,000 yuan. Although the land area may not be vast, constructing a 3-story building, reminiscent of my own, would not require significantly more space." Su Lianxing reassured him, exhibiting no trepidation about lending money to his brother-in-law. He had heard from his mother-in-law that Yang Yuankun was managing his own contracting projects, thus he was confident that the amount would be repaid. "Brother-in-law, I must be candid with you. I do have some funds on hand. The project from last year certainly will not solely cover the costs of constructing a house." Yang Yuankun chuckled. "However, the previous employer has assigned me a larger project, and I must reserve some funds for its preparation. This year, I truly cannot afford to spend recklessly. Your assistance would be most beneficial." "That is a trivial matter," Su Lianxing replied, feeling increasingly assured by Yang Yuankun's explanations. They continued discussing the requirements for purchasing land and constructing homes. It was not a matter of simply buying land and building at whim. Compliance with the specifications set forth by the government was essential to ensure the uniformity of the streetscape, maintaining the character of the old town. As they conversed, Yang Yuanhong, who was in the kitchen donning an apron, approached them, announcing loudly, "Dinner is ready. Let us prepare to dine." She turned to Su Lianxing, adding, "Please invite the two in front to join us for dinner. We should close the shop as it's getting late." "Certainly. I shall go call them," Su Lianxing replied, rising to summon the two children while simultaneously closing the door to his shop. "Sister, I will assist you with the dishes," Yang Yuankun said, getting to his feet with a smile. "You need not trouble yourself. Guests should not serve." Yang Yuanhong promptly declined, turning to return to the kitchen. Yang Yuankun followed closely behind, thinking it unnecessary to stand on ceremony with his sister, as he had often dined at her home in the past. Upon entering the kitchen, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of several dishes already prepared on the table, and he casually carried 2 plates out. "What are you two lingering for? Go to the kitchen and help with the dishes. Your uncle is already assisting. Hurry up," Su Lianxing urged. Noticing Yang Yuankun emerging with the dishes and addressing the siblings in the living room. "It's nothing. I am quite free," Yang Yuankun replied, placing the dishes on the table and waving his hand dismissively. "Quickly sit down. Let us enjoy some fine drinks," Su Lianxing said, retrieving a bottle of wine from the cupboard in the living room. It was a renowned liquor from Anhui province, priced at 60 yuan, a considerable amount in the present day. "Why indulge in something so expensive? We can simply enjoy a modest drink," Yang Yuankun quickly interjected. "This is not something I purchased. It was a gift from a relative. Even if you suggested I buy it myself, I would hesitate. However, selling it at the convenience store would entail some loss. It seems wiser for us to enjoy it together, ensuring neither of us incurs a loss." Su Lianxing, as always, is quite the conversationalist and maintains a respectable presence in town. Once the wine was opened, Su Lianxing promptly poured a glass for Yang Yuankun and filled his own cup as well. Just as they settled down, Sui arrived with bowls and chopsticks, serving both of them, while Su Lu and Yang Yuanhong brought dishes into the living room and placed them on the table. "Such an array of dishes," Yang Yuankun remarked, genuinely surprised by the plentiful spread. It was no small feat for Yang Yuanhong to prepare so much in such a short time. Most of the meat was pre-cooked. I merely sought at a few dishes. The braised pork and fish were made fresh, so feel free to sample," Yang Yuanhong said, demonstrating remarkable hospitality in welcoming her brother. Before long, Yang Yuanhong joined them at the table, and her children sat down to eat. Of course, only the two men indulged in drinking. After clinking their glasses and taking a sip, Su Lianxing happily shared his thoughts with Yang Yuanhong. "Dear wife, I just suggested to Yuankun that instead of building a new house in the old hometown, we should buy the land across from us and construct our home there. What do you think?" Su Lianxing anticipated that his wife would be pleased by this idea. Moving to town? That would be wonderful. I often find myself with nowhere to go and no one to converse with. If you build here, our families will be very close, which will surely strengthen our ties," Yang Yuanhong exclaimed, her initial reaction brimming with joy. "Indeed, I believe my brother-in-law is correct. I need to venture out, and with so many elderly and children at home, there's no need for me to farm. We can simply contract it out to Uncle San. Fei will be starting school next year. And the educational quality here is reassuringly good. It's also more convenient, and eventually, Mom will come to stay, so you can help look after her. Yang Yuankun shared his thoughts. Yes, your reasoning is sound. Perhaps we could even have Xiaofeng open a shop. As the number of people in the area is steadily increasing, many families are building houses. Lianxing, you must act swiftly to secure that land, Yang Yuanhong insisted, determined to facilitate the matter. They should be back to work tomorrow, so we need to finalize this quickly. Su Lianxing wholeheartedly agreed with his wife's sentiments. Chapter 35. Acquiring the land. The dinner and drinking at my second sister's home extended until after 7 o'clock, leading Yang Yuankun to decide against returning home. Although Su Lianxing had a truck available to drive him back, he felt too apprehensive to take that option and opted to stay the night instead. Hello, Uncle San. This is Yuankun. Yang Yuankun used Su Lianxing's phone to call his village, finding the town's telephone service quite convenient, as most families had already installed landlines. Brother Kun? This is Yang Yuanhong, not Uncle San, came the response on the other end. Oh, it's you. Perfect timing, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile. Please inform my family that I won't be returning home tonight. I will stay at my second sister's house and return tomorrow. All right, Brother Kun, I will head over immediately. Yang Yuanhong responded. After hanging up the phone, Yang Yuankun felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, primarily due to the ample alcohol he had consumed earlier. In his past life, Su Lianxing was one of the few who could drink alongside him, the other being his son, Su Yi. However, by that time, he was already quite aged. This evening, they had shared 2 bottles of liquor, and his second sister had prepared a bed for him on the 3rd floor of his home. Second sister, I shall retire for the night, Yang Yuankun said, glancing at Su Lianxing as he too made his way to his room. He then turned to his sister, who was still on the phone. All right, hurry along. Why drink so much? Yang Erji chuckled, giving her brother a light pat. She had always indulged him a bit since childhood, and Yang Yuankun fondly recalled how, during his middle school days, when the family was busy with farm work and unable to deliver supplies, it was his second sister who brought him food. I'm heading upstairs now. I truly feel a bit dizzy, he remarked, rising to ascend the stairs, with his sister trailing behind. If we can secure that plot of land across the way, our families will be living close together, haha. The town has its charms, yet it lacks conversation. I spend my days merely watching over the shop. When mother comes over, you could perhaps open a store for your wife as well, Yang Erji chattered excitedly from behind. Indeed, I will need your and brother-in-law's help to keep an eye on things. Otherwise, they have never been here before, Yang Yuankun replied. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he found a room on the right side of the staircase, which could be considered the second largest in the house. Nearly the same size as the master bedroom, where Su Lianxing resided on the 2nd floor, while the 2 children occupied a smaller room on the same floor. I've placed the water bottle here, and the cup is on the bedside table. After drinking so much, you must stay hydrated tonight. The 3rd floor also has a bathroom, just like the 2nd, Yang Erji thoughtfully advised. Thank you, sister, Yang Yuankun mumbled sleepily as he lay down on the bed. When he next opened his eyes, daylight was streaming in, and despite the town not being as bustling as in the future, the sounds of life permeated the room, particularly because it was situated near the road, a downside of residing in town. Dressed, Yang Yuankun descended the stairs, finding Su Lianxing already attending to his dental hygiene. Upon seeing him, Su Lianxing gestured toward the toothbrush and cup by the sink, indicating they were prepared for him. Yang Yuankun picked up the brush and began to wash up without further ado. Your niece has gone to fetch breakfast and should be back shortly, Su Lianxing commented. Once they had both finished, they sat at the dining table in the living room. Soon, Yang Erji arrived, carrying a large bowl of congee, accompanied by some pickled vegetables and salted duck. Isn't this sufficient? Why go out to buy more? Yang Yuankun said with a smile as he accepted the bowl from his sister. That won't do. Besides, your 2 nieces and nephews enjoy the town's breakfast. And today marks the first day the breakfast shop is open after the holiday. It was a necessity, Yang Erji explained. What a delightful stroke of fortune. Yang Yuankun did not hold back, glancing curiously at the assortment of salted delicacies on the table, inquiring, are these purchased? Of course not. My mother helped raise them back home, came the reply, though it did require a considerable sum, as Yang's second sister cast a knowing glance at her husband. The elderly certainly put in effort to rear chickens and ducks. It was undoubtedly more economical than buying from the town, Su Lianxing replied somewhat awkwardly, burying his face in his bowl of congee. Yang Yuankun chose not to pry further, understanding that his sister-in-law's mother exhibited a preference for her eldest son, while Su Lianqing, being the younger son, had spent little time at home, making the situation rather typical. Before long, Su Lu, his niece, returned carrying a plastic bag, which she promptly placed on the table. Inside, various breakfast items were neatly separated into different bags, indicating a substantial purchase: fried dough sticks, spring rolls, pot stickers, and buns among them. "Wow, you bought so much today? I want pot stickers." Su Yi joined them at the table, immediately spotting his favorite dish. The pot stickers from their area were filled with pure meat, a far cry from the flavors of the vermicelli fillings of later times. Especially delightful was the fact that these pot stickers were fried in rapeseed oil. Yang Yuankun had yet to find anything more delectable than his hometown's version. "Eat slowly. It's as if someone is competing with you," Yang's second sister admonished, playfully tapping Su Yi's hand with her chopsticks, reminding him of table manners, particularly in the presence of Uncle Yang Yuankun. Once breakfast concluded, the clock struck 8, and Yang Yuankun prepared to have Su Lianqing drive him home to retrieve some money. "Did you not wish to borrow a bit? The funds you require are likely just enough for purchasing that land. I can hand it over to you directly, saving a trip, and then I shall escort you back, thus avoiding multiple journeys," Su Lianqing suggested. "That works," Yang Yuankun readily agreed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brother-in-law." "It is nothing, really," Su Lianqing waved dismissively, appearing unconcerned about lending money. After lingering until just past 9, Su Lianqing drove Yang Yuankun to the town government. Familiar with the area, he deftly navigated through twists and turns, eventually arriving at the door of a building that predated the town's government complex. "Brother Wang, Happy New Year." Su Lianqing knocked and entered with a beaming smile. "Little Su, Happy New Year to you too. What brings you here so early?" The other greeted him warmly. Su Lianqing then discussed Yang Yuankun's intention to purchase the plot of land across from his house, openly offering cigarettes and liquor without hesitation, as was customary in those times. "You arrived just in time. Had you come later, it might have been gone," the other quickly agreed, preparing the necessary paperwork while continuing. "Many are inquiring about that stretch of land, all complaining about our pricing, waiting for us to lower it. However, the government is in need of funds. A price reduction is not feasible. In a few days, others may not wait much longer and will take action soon." With the alteration of the seal, Yang Yuankun inscribed his name and pressed his fingerprint. Su Lianqing promptly received 12,000 yuan in cash, thus settling their transaction straightforwardly. "How do you feel now? Regret comes too late, doesn't it?" Su Lianqing remarked with a smile as they exited the building. "What is there to regret? It's not 120,000. This modest sum cannot even secure land in the town. I was actually hoping to acquire more," Yang Yuankun replied cheerfully, tentatively inquiring. "Is it possible to purchase a bit more? What are you thinking? My goodwill only extends to this amount of land. It's not merely a matter of money here. It's just that the area is genuinely in need of funds. Otherwise, it would have been divvied up long ago, and we wouldn't even have had a chance." Su Lianqing shot Yang Yuankun a glance, and they returned to the vehicle. "Let's go. Have lunch at my place before I take you back. Once the weather warms slightly, we can commence work. My sister and I will keep an eye on the site." Su Lianqing started the car, preparing to head back. "Farewell, brother-in-law. But I should return quickly," Yang Yuankun interjected, eager to avoid a lengthy lunch that would likely involve drinking, delaying him further. "I haven't even discussed this matter with my wife. I need to return and consult her." "You're quite something, making such significant decisions on your own," Su Lianqing acknowledged, understanding that he would certainly need to discuss it with Yang Yuanhong if he were in the same position. Chapter 36. Persuading family. Su Lianqing's driving skills were still somewhat lacking, especially as he frequently traversed the roads between the town and the countryside. Yet, as they wound their way along, Yang Yuankun found the ride to be smoother than the village buses, and they arrived at the village entrance in less than half an hour. "Don't leave at noon. Just park here and come have lunch at my place," Yang Yuankun invited as the vehicle came to a halt. No, I have matters to attend to this afternoon," Su Lianqing quickly declined, further explaining. "I truly do have something important. Now that the 7th day has passed, an old client needs me to transport some goods to the county. I must head there." "Very well, I shan't delay you any longer. In the future, our families will be living together, and we will have plenty of time," Yang Yuankun conceded, respecting the bond of kinship. "You speak wisely. We will indeed have ample time," Su Lianqing replied, pleased by Yang Yuankun's words. This younger brother-in-law had changed significantly this year. Although he had always been close to his second sister, he had previously maintained a more formal demeanor towards Su Lianxing. After watching Su Lianxing drive away, Yang Yuankun entered the village. It was nearing 11 o'clock, and the households were busy preparing lunch. He encountered several children playing along the way and spotted his eldest daughter. Yang Feifei, "Daddy, Daddy," Yang Feifei called out, rushing towards him, disregarding her little friends, and embraced his leg, exclaiming, "Why weren't you home yesterday? I went to your aunt's. Come, let us go back and have lunch." Yang Yuankun bent down, lifting Yang Feifei into his arms as they made their way home. Yang Feifei affectionately embraced Yang Yuankun's neck as they returned to the place they had just been playing, her face adorned with a proud expression as she declared, "My father has come to take me home for lunch. I shall return to play again this afternoon." Upon arriving home, they noticed the chimney in the kitchen already puffing white smoke, indicating that Yang's mother was preparing lunch. Zhao Xiaofeng was busy washing diapers, wringing them out, and hanging them on the bamboo pole to dry. It was a splendid day with the sun shining brightly, perfect for drying the accumulated diapers from the past few days. "Why are you back at this hour? I thought you wouldn't return until the afternoon." Yang's mother, who was cooking, was the first to spot Yang Yuankun as she stepped out of the kitchen with a smile, teasing, "Aren't you a bit too grown up to still need your father to carry you? I want him to carry me." Yang Feifei exclaimed loudly, a boldness that she would not have dared to express to her grandmother in the past. Spending time with Yang Yuankun had certainly emboldened her. Yet, after saying this, she continued to cling to Yang Yuankun's neck, unable to meet her grandmother's gaze. "I saw her on the way back. It was getting late, so I brought her home for lunch," Yang Yuankun said nonchalantly, patting his daughter's back before crouching down to set Yang Feifei on the ground. Her courage is growing. "Last night, when there was no meat for dinner, she refused to eat. I had to use a broom to get her to listen," Zhao Xiaofeng chimed in, noticing Yang Yuankun's presence and quickly reporting her grievances. "That's not a significant issue. Wanting to eat meat is quite normal. It's good for her to be a bit bold," Yang Yuankun replied dismissively. After all, Yang Feifei was not one to bully others, and he recalled that in his previous life, his daughter had been rather timid, perhaps a consequence of his absence as a father. His son, Yang Yi, also exhibited similar traits, appearing quite introverted. After eating meat for so many days, "I wonder how she will cope once the new year is over," Zhao Xiaofeng remarked, clearly not indulging their daughter, her expression a mixture of annoyance and concern. "There's nothing to worry about. She can still eat after the new year, right?" Yang Yuankun responded with a chuckle. The family dynamics were rather representative. He was strict with his son Yang Yi, which caused a degree of fear in the boy, while he had fewer expectations of Yang Feifei, having spoiled her in his previous life. Conversely, Zhao Xiaofeng doted on Yang Yi while being stricter with Yang Feifei, exemplifying a common familial structure. "How did you come back?" Yang's mother inquired with curiosity. "My brother-in-law brought me back. Why didn't you invite him for a meal? It's already this late. And there are leftover dishes from yesterday's ancestor worship," Yang's mother said, a hint of reproach in her tone. He had other matters to attend to and left early. "We'll discuss it another time," Yang Yuankun explained. After the 7th day of the new year, the quality of meals at home declined significantly, primarily consisting of leftover dishes. Even these leftovers had not been saved by the two women for themselves the previous night. It was only during Yang Yuankun's lunch that they were reheated. Subsequently, few guests came to pay New Year visits. "Isn't there still plenty of meat at home? I bought so much," Yang Yuankun queried curiously while eating the leftover dishes. "There is not much left, perhaps around 5 kilograms. Yesterday, my mother and I salted the meat. We can provide it for the workers when we build the house, saving us the expense of purchasing fresh meat. It can also be taken with you, simply steamed for convenience," Zhao Xiaofeng explained while feeding Yang Yi. "Do as you wish. But we still need meat at home. It's not as if we're indulging in delicacies." Yang Yuankun quickly finished his meal, served himself another bowl, and continued. "When I returned, I noticed your faces were pale, and your hair appeared dry. I truly wonder why you haven't treated yourselves to some meat. Otherwise, you'll end up spending on hospital visits. Eating meat daily, don't you feel much better? How could we eat meat every day? Even the wealthiest cannot afford such indulgences." Yang's mother replied with a smile. Yet, she acknowledged her son's point. During this time, she had indeed been sleeping more soundly at night and felt more energetic during the day, unlike before when she could barely manage 6 hours of sleep, waking up exhausted. However, years of experience rendered her cautious in her optimism. "I have something to discuss with you all from my visit to my second sister's house," Yang Yuankun said. observing that everyone at the table had nearly finished their meal. I don't plan to build a new house at home anymore. What? Didn't you say you were going to the town to look for sand and cement? Why the sudden change? Is it a matter of insufficient funds? You could ask your brother to lend you back the money, Yang's mother said hurriedly, for in her mind, a house was a significant life event, akin to marriage and childbirth. That's not it, Yang Yuankun said, pulling out the land certificate he had purchased that very morning. It was quite simple, but the official seal was authentic. Take a look. Zhao Xiaofeng took it and examined it. Although she had only a primary school education and could not read much, she grasped its meaning. This is land in the town? You bought land in the town? She exclaimed in shock. Yes, I plan to build a house there. Yang Yuankun shared his thoughts. After all, we need to lay a new foundation here anyway. Why not do it in the town? Why the sudden decision to move to the town? Yang's mother was momentarily at a loss for words, as she had spent her entire life in the village. This land is right across from my second sister's house. You are all aware of that, Yang Yuankun said with a smile. Across from the Yuanhong family? Yang's mother recalled having visited her second daughter's home. Indeed, and that area is also close to the town's primary school. Feifei will start school in the second half of this year, and our local school is too far away. I will likely not be home. And you two will have to handle the daily commute, which would be too cumbersome and exhausting, Yang Yuankun continued. Being near my sister means we can look out for each other, and later, mother can also move to the town. What? I'm going to? Yang's mother expressed her surprise, thinking it was just about her younger son's family. Of course, with my elder brother and I both away from the village. What would you remain for? It's better to move to the town, Yang Yuankun chuckled. But is the money sufficient? Zhao Xiaofeng expressed her concern. Although she had no objections and realized that they would be townsfolk from then on, she was apprehensive about the finances. I borrowed the land rent from my brother-in-law, and I will repay him next year. As you know, I am not in dire need of money. It's just that I have matters to attend to this year. Yang Yuankun glanced at Zhao Xiaofeng and jested, second sister has opened a grain and oil store in town. Perhaps we could also establish a shop, right? You could manage it and earn some income. Open a shop? What would we sell? I lack experience, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, somewhat at a loss. Oh, that will depend on you, Yang Yuankun said nonchalantly, unconcerned about her thoughts on the business. What about the land at home? Yang's mother inquired anxiously. We can plant everything on third uncle's land. It will suffice for our family's provisions each year, and we won't have to spend money on rice in town. Yang Yuankun explained. The family owned a total of 6 acres, which included Yang mother's land and Yang Feifei's. When the land was redistributed, Yang Feifei had already been born. So each person received 1.5 acres. Only Yang Yi had no land and was dependent on others. What will happen to this old house? We can't just let it fall into disrepair, Yang's mother lamented. She was quite attached to their current home, built by her and Yang father. Although it was indeed time for reconstruction, she had always imagined continuing to live there. We can at least make some repairs here, right? The courtyard needs attention. We should lay down some concrete. Otherwise, walking will be impossible when it rains, Yang Yuankun chuckled. He had lived here in his past life, and it would be a lie to say he had no feelings for it. However, the essence of his rebirth was to provide a better life for his family. As for living well in the village, that was merely a fanciful notion for those who had not experienced rural life in this era. I think I will stay here. I can grow some vegetables and raise chickens and ducks. Xiaofeng has to buy everything in town, so I can contribute a bit, Yang's mother expressed her inner thoughts, revealing her anxiety about urban life, her reluctance to leave the place where she had lived her entire life, and her concern about spending large sums of money. That won't do, Mom. Yang Yuankun stood up from his seat, taking Yang Yi from Zhao Xiaofeng's arms into his own. He continued to persuade her. We truly need you here. I can't manage everything alone at home. This child is still so young. When Feifei starts school in the second half of the year, she'll need someone to take her. We still have meals to prepare. I only mentioned opening a shop in passing. Managing 2 children well is already a considerable task. Well, if you say so, I will go, Yang's mother conceded, feeling that even at her age, being able to assist meant she still had some value. You needn't worry. Second sister lives just across from us. If any issues arise, we can always turn to her, Yang Yuankun joked. How can we rely solely on her? Yang's mother laughed, playfully nudging Yang Yuankun as she rose to continue clearing the dishes from the table and headed to the kitchen to wash them, leaving only Yang Yuankun's family in the main room. Why did you suddenly decide to settle in town? You didn't even discuss it with me first. Zhao Xiaofeng pressed for clarity, though she had no objections to moving to town, as many in the countryside envied those who lived in urban areas. The situation is somewhat urgent, as the land over there is highly sought after. Once everyone realizes the current price, there will undoubtedly be a multitude eager to purchase. At that point, connections will be sought, but I have no such connections. It would be wise to act swiftly, otherwise, I might miss the opportunity. Yang Yuankun, holding Yang Yi, sat beside Zhao Xiaofeng, grinning as he spoke. Well, it's up to you. After all, the money at home is all earned by you. Spend it however you wish, Zhao Xiaofeng pouted. That won't do. We must discuss this. Isn't that what I'm doing now? What is there to discuss since you've already made the purchase? Upon hearing Yang Yuankun's remark, Zhao Xiaofeng, who had initially been calm, felt a surge of irritation. My dear, I was thinking of you all. For me, it doesn't matter where I stay, but for you in town, it is indeed much more convenient. Fei can attend the elementary school in town, right? Yang Yuankun, observing Zhao Xiaofeng's demeanor, felt a bit apprehensive. Currently, Zhao Xiaofeng did not exert much restraint over him. He was mostly in charge. It was only after they began working together that Zhao Xiaofeng started to take the reins, a habit that had become almost instinctual. Realizing this, he quickly leaned in and kissed the corner of her mouth. Oh dear, Daddy, you're kissing Mommy. How embarrassing. Young Fei, playing with her toy car nearby, promptly covered her eyes, cutely exclaiming, What are you doing? The child is right here. Zhao Xiaofeng could no longer maintain her previous composure. She had no objection to Yang Yuankun buying land to build a house in town. In fact, it brought her joy. However, the fact that he acted without consulting her was unacceptable. After nearly 6 years of marriage and 2 children, such disregard was not acceptable. It's fine. Seeing it is good. A loving relationship between parents is beneficial for children. Don't be angry, all right? Yang Yuankun squeezed closer to Zhao Xiaofeng, speaking cheerfully. Forget it. I won't bother discussing it with you. Zhao Xiaofeng, exasperated by her husband's antics, stood up to take Yang Yi from Yang Yuankun's arms. I'm taking our son to sleep. Hey, why are you taking him? Take me to sleep too. Yang Yuankun followed Zhao Xiaofeng into the bedroom, realizing that a nap at this time would indeed be quite pleasant. What are you doing in broad daylight? Upon hearing his remark, Zhao Xiaofeng's face flushed crimson. Although they had 2 children, rural matters were typically dealt with under the cover of darkness. I'm not doing anything. I was just thinking of taking a nap. I had a bit too much to drink with my brother-in-law last night, Yang Yuankun replied, puzzled. He genuinely wanted to rest, but upon noticing his wife's flushed face, he quickly understood and continued with a grin. If you're really interested, we could indulge. After all, we are an old married couple. You. Zhao Xiaofeng was at a loss for how to respond to this man. Since returning from the new year, Yang Yuankun had indeed changed significantly. He was more attentive to his family and kinder to both her and their daughter, adopting a much more amiable demeanor. Once, he had been the leader among his peers in the village, taking a group of workers with him and helping Zhao Quan manage disruptions at construction sites. Awakening from a midday slumber, it was not until the clock struck 3 that Yang Yu was stirred by the gentle commotion of Yang Yi, who was nestled in a nearby rocking cradle. Zhao Xiaofeng, also roused from her rest, instinctively descended from her bed, donning her autumn attire to assist in changing Yang Yi's diaper. There was no rush. It was winter, after all, and one must avoid catching a cold. Yang Yuankun, reclining in bed, observed Zhao Xiaofeng's familiar motions and offered his counsel. That simply won't do. If the little one is crying, it indicates genuine discomfort. A mere trickle of urine would not provoke such distress. It is usually a full bowel movement. Zhao Xiaofeng, upon unfastening Yang Yi's remaining diaper, chuckled, see. Indeed, he has soiled himself. This mischievous boy, so grown yet still manages to dirty himself. Yang Yuankun realized he could no longer linger in bed. He threw back the covers and rose to dress. He has only just turned 1. What are you saying? Zhao Xiaofeng could hardly bear to hear Yang Yuankun speak of their son in such a manner, playfully scolding him. Very well. I shall fetch you some warm water and a basin. And with that, Yang Yuankun donned his clothes and departed the bedroom, making his way to the kitchen. Due to the presence of a child, warm water was always readily available in the kitchen, with several thermoses filled to the brim. They primarily heated water using rice straw, abundant in supply as they cultivated 2 rice crops each year. Every household possessed a substantial stack of straw. Yang Yuankun recalled a childhood incident where, while playing with firecrackers, he had inadvertently set their straw pile ablaze, resulting in a rare scolding from his adoptive father. The kitchen was ingeniously designed, featuring 2 pots on the stove, one for cooking rice and the other for preparing dishes, flanked by 2 smaller water pots that would automatically heat water whenever cooking commenced, thus maximizing energy efficiency. Returning to the bedroom with Yang's red basin and a box of warm water, Zhao Xiaofeng deftly tested the temperature with her hand before swiftly cleaning Yang Yi's bottom and replacing his soiled diaper. The dirty diaper was tossed into the basin, destined for a later wash with warm water, while only the diapers changed at night or on rainy days were set aside for a collective laundering. Chapter 38. The intent of Wang Hu. In the ensuing days, Yang Yuankun found himself with little to occupy his time. He spent his days at home playing with his daughter and indulging in a few rounds of mahjong at the village shop in the afternoons. Life unfolded in a manner reminiscent of his past existence, leaving him momentarily disoriented, questioning whether he had indeed been reborn. As the 15th day passed, the final firecrackers marking the end of the New Year celebrations echoed through the air. It was time for those who worked to return to their labor and for students to resume their studies. The meals across households had similarly simplified, reflecting the daily realities of rural life in this era. On the morning of the 16th, Yang Yuankun was brushing his teeth in the courtyard, accompanied by Yang Feifei, who mimicked his motions with great enthusiasm. Just then, a voice called out from outside, unmistakably that of Wang Hu. Sure enough, before Yang Yuankun could rinse his mouth, Wang Hu cautiously peered into the courtyard, glancing left and right before his face broke into a smile upon spotting Yang Yuankun squatting there. "What are you doing at the entrance, lurking like a thief? Come inside." Yang Yuankun spat out the water, finally able to speak, prompting Yang Feifei to mimic him and spit out her own mouthful as well. "Brother Yang, are you brushing your teeth?" Wang Hu entered the courtyard with a smile. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why all this fuss?" Yang Yuankun chuckled as he poured hot water from a thermos into a basin, testing the temperature. "Ah, this water is just right from last night for washing my face." He immersed a towel in the water, wrung it out slightly, and then used it to wipe his daughter Yang Feifei's face, who was standing beside them, watching Wang Hu. "Isn't she already 16? I wanted to ask about your plans," Wang Hu remarked, somewhat surprised to see his older brother gently washing his daughter's face. "Didn't I mention it last time we had dinner? I plan to build a house at home. Boss Zhao's Project 1T even let us start until March. The main structure isn't even up yet. And you know that, right?" Yang Yuankun inquired with a hint of confusion. "I heard that Brother Yang is preparing to build a house in town. Are you going to live there permanently?" Wang Hu asked curiously. Yang Yuankun felt a bit helpless. He hadn't deliberately concealed this matter from anyone, as there was no need. But he certainly hadn't mentioned it himself. Zhao Xiaofeng was not the type to seek attention. It was likely that Yang's mother had boasted about it to her old friends. "Indeed, I purchased a plot of land in town, right across from my second sister's house. I might spend most of my time living there," Yang Yuankun confirmed, giving Yang Feifei a gentle pat on the shoulder. He then said to his daughter, "You haven't greeted Uncle Wang yet." "Hello, Uncle Wang," Yang Feifei shyly replied, still a bit bashful around adults. Yet, Yang Yuankun had seen her exuberance while playing with peers, a reflection of his own spirited nature in his youth. "Hello to you too," Wang Hu responded, scratching his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Go on now, find your grandmother for breakfast," Yang Yuankun said, not bothering to discard the water. He simply splashed his face a couple of times, concluding his morning routine. "Do you need our help over there?" Wang Hu asked, eager to glean information. "Honestly, I don't need your assistance. Have you forgotten that you haven't laid a brick in years? Would I dare let you do it?" Yang Yuankun pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting one for Wang Hu before taking a puff himself. "If you need help, we're definitely willing to come over. Doing some small jobs would be fine," Wang Hu insisted. "No need. I'll hire people to do it all. If you were to help, I wouldn't even know how to settle the wages. Our pay here can't compare to what they offer elsewhere. Just focus on your own matters. When I have work for you, I'll reach out." Yang Yuankun waved his hand dismissively, already sensing Wang Hu's underlying intentions. "All right then, Brother Yang, do let me know when you have work," Wang Hu quickly replied. "Of course. I wouldn't trust others with the work," Yang Yuankun said, taking a long drag from his cigarette before tossing it to the ground. He continued, "Will you be able to get your tasks done on time? I hope you won't hold back on letting people go." "No. It is merely a matter of wrapping things up. The fellow named Qian Xiong had his previous employer reach out to us. Their temporary workers had not returned after the new year, and they were in urgent need of manpower. It seems there's only about a month's work available, which is why they turned to us." Wang Hu elaborated on the situation, emphasizing that it was essential to clarify this matter with Yang Yuankun. This is a fortunate opportunity. You all can earn a bit more and perhaps purchase a house in town. We could even reside together, Yang Yuankun remarked as he patted Wang Hu on the shoulder. Have you had breakfast? Would you care for a simple meal at my place? I've already eaten. Wang Hu waved his hand dismissively. He then greeted Yang's mother, who had just come out, before continuing. People in the village are now preparing to venture out. The women at home are urging me to go earn some money. If I wait until March to set out, I would merely be assisting with the construction of your house, and I might even hesitate to stroll around the village. Haha, I never knew you were so concerned about appearances, Yang Yuankun chuckled, inviting Wang Hu to sit on a bamboo chair. Isn't it the same for everyone in the village? Some families are wealthy, while others are not. If a man isn't earning, they all talk about it, don't they? It's better to be out and about. Wang Hu replied with a hint of resignation. True, you do make a valid point. I don't feel that way myself. Staying at home is fine by me. Especially since I don't consume their rice. Yang Yuankun waved his hand indifferently. In truth, during his previous life, he was quite concerned about such matters, often avoiding lingering too long in his hometown during breaks between jobs. He typically resided in the house he had purchased for his son in the provincial capital. However, after his rebirth, he had become much more open-minded, largely unconcerned with the opinions of others. Brother Yang, you are now the talk of the village. You're moving to town. Who would dare say you are unsuccessful? Staying home is merely for the purpose of building a house, right? Wang Hu joked, noticing that Yang Yuankun's family had gone off to have breakfast. He too prepared to take his leave. I shall take my leave then, as I must set out tomorrow. I wouldn't want to interrupt your breakfast. Very well, once I complete my work, I will inform your family and have them reach out to you, Yang Yuankun replied, providing his contact information while continuing to advise, when you arrive, do leave a phone number for my third uncle. You earned quite a bit last year. Yet you haven't thought to buy a pager. Those are rather expensive, aren't they? A phone suffices. I'll call back once I arrive. Rest assured, Brother Yang. Wang Hu was reluctant to spend money on a pager, and Yang Yuankun did not press the issue further, knowing that pagers would soon become obsolete. It would be more prudent to invest in a mobile phone later on. Chapter 39. The village head's inquiry as for Wang Hu and his companions venturing out for work. Yang Yuankun harbored no objections, nor was it his place to do so. On construction sites, work is allocated based on demand. If you're a contractor, you might only have enough work for a year to sustain yourself, but workers cannot afford to stick to just one project for an entire year. After all, in this industry, compensation is contingent upon the amount of work completed. There are no monthly or annual salaries. Why haven't you called them in for a meal? The family in the main room had not begun eating, but was instead waiting for Yang Yuankun to enter. Upon seeing him, Yang's mother inquired with a puzzled expression. No, he has already eaten. He came over to inquire about my plans for later. Yang Yuankun sat on the bench, serving himself a bowl of porridge, and began to eat. Are they about to leave? Zhao Xiaofeng likely understood. Wang Hu must be going out to work. Yes. He'll leave tomorrow. They've already secured jobs over there. Just let me know, Yang Yuankun remarked nonchalantly, focusing intently on the still warm porridge in his bowl, occasionally picking at some side dishes on the table. Will you have enough people for the work ahead? Are you going to need to find someone new? Zhao Xiaofeng asked with concern. No need. This job won't take long, just about a month to complete, and by then, I might not even have started here. Yang Yuankun explained. So, should we expedite the construction of the house in town? Otherwise, with you away, we won't have the time to oversee it, Zhao Xiaofeng said, cradling Yang Yi in her arms. After blowing on a spoonful of porridge, she carefully fed it to Yang Yi, who had mostly weaned off milk, only requiring it when coaxing to sleep or upon waking. Yes, it's still too cold now. I'll check when it warms up a bit, then we can begin. Breakfast is quick with porridge, though it's a bit hot. I've mastered the art of eating it swiftly from a young age. After finishing breakfast, Yang Yuankun lay somewhat idly on the bamboo chair in the front hall. It was past 15, and the number of people playing mahjong in the village had dwindled. With this sudden free time, he was at a loss for what to do. In the modern age, one could simply scroll through videos or read novels. Just then, someone entered the yard. It was Yang Yuanhong from his uncle's family. Upon seeing him, Yang Yuankun stood up to inquire, "What brings you here at this hour?" "Brother Kun, it's not me looking for you. It's the village head. He has something to discuss with you," Yang Yuanhong replied with a smile. "What could the village head want with me?" Yang Yuankun asked, puzzled. He couldn't he possibly have become wealthy enough to require alms from him? There were still affluent individuals in the village. I'm not sure. He just asked you to come by his house, Yang Yuanhong admitted, as the village head lived next door to him. Hence he was sent to fetch Yang Yuankun. All right, Yang Yuankun said, picking up a cigarette from the bench and offering one to Yang Yuanhong. The two then set off together. Brother Kun, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Yang Yuanhong inquired as they walked. None at all. The only ones playing mahjong in the village now are some old men, and it's rather dull. I'd rather lie at home and sleep, Yang Yuankun replied. Then let us go fishing together this afternoon, Yang Yuanhong suggested excitedly. Fishing? Isn't it too cold for that this season? Yang Yuankun responded, somewhat baffled. Fishing in the dead of winter seemed rather ill-advised. It's manageable. I'm dressed warmly enough, and besides, it's sheltered from the wind there. Why not join me? Yang Yuanhong continued to encourage him. I suppose I could take a look, Yang Yuankun said, feeling a twinge of excitement at the thought. He had been fishing since childhood. The village was surrounded by rivers, and his home was situated between two. During the land allocation, each household even received a small stretch of river. But those who wished to raise fish had all been grouped together, needing to use nets to block off their sections to prevent the fish from escaping to others' plots during harvest. As the two individuals walked along the village path, they soon arrived at the home of the village chief. Upon entering his courtyard, they noticed an elderly gentleman with graying hair sipping tea. Upon their arrival, he rose to greet them warmly. What a swift visit. The village chief gestured for them to enter his main room. Is there something you wish to discuss this morning? Chief, Yang Yuankun inquired with curiosity. As his acquaintance with the chief was minimal, the latter had passed away a few years prior in a past life. Indeed, there is a matter at hand, the village chief replied with a smile, offering each of them a cigarette. Once they lit them, he continued, Yuankun, I have heard that you purchased land in the town and plan to relocate there? That is indeed the case, Yang Yuankun confirmed. Are you intending to transfer your household registration to the town? The chief pressed on. Of course not. I will certainly return during the new year. And I plan to renovate or rebuild my house in the village. After all, I grew up here, Yang Yuankun responded, puzzled as to why the conversation had shifted to household registration. You know, our village is required to send a representative each year to repair the reservoir and dam. If one does not comply, a fee must be paid. Should you move to the town, your family would no longer be responsible for this duty. However, if your registration remains in the village, you would still be obligated to either pay or provide a representative, the village chief elaborated. Yang Yuankun was well aware of such matters. In this era, farming incurs taxes, and each year, someone must participate in the repairs, especially in their water-abundant region. Since he began working elsewhere, he had been paying this fee, which was quite reasonable at 10 yuan per day. Yes, I understand all of this and have no objections. Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly. Why not move your registration to the town? It is no longer as difficult as it once was, the chief questioned, perplexed. As the trend now favors migration to urban areas, I still prefer living in our village. If something arises, I can easily communicate with my wife. If I were to reside in the town, I could just let my uncle know. It's all manageable, Yang Yuankun said with a chuckle. Very well. I just wanted to discuss this with you in advance. You may need to move in February or March. If you do decide to relocate to the town, please do so promptly, and I shall remove your household from our records. Thank you very much, Chief. Yang Yuankun expressed his gratitude, rising to leave. It is indeed the youth who earn more by working outside the village. Opportunities here are dwindling, the village chief lamented, noting the diminishing number of young people in the village. I shall take my leave now, Yang Yuankun said. Very well, I want to keep you, the chief replied. As they exited the courtyard, the two parted ways, with Yang Yuankun turning to head home. Meanwhile, he gazed at the sun overhead, realizing he had yet to purchase meat for the day, having gone several days without fresh meat. Thus, he made his way towards the butcher's shop. Chapter 40. Yang Yuanhong's dilemma. Carrying a plastic bag containing a pound of pork, Yang Yuankun was spotted by Zhao Xiaofeng and his mother as he walked home. Just after the new year, and you're already buying meat again, his mother remarked with a hint of resignation. This son truly knows how to indulge himself. One must certainly indulge in some fresh meat, as the supplies at home are not suitable for Fei and Yang Yi. Yang Yuankun casually concocted an excuse, placing the meat in the kitchen. Upon exiting, he was queried by Zhao Xiaofeng about the village chief's visit to his home. Yang Yuankun simply replied with a smile. How could we possibly relocate our household registration now? That would mean losing our house and land. Moving to the city has its advantages. We wouldn't have to pay agricultural taxes or contribute to reservoir repairs, which could save quite a bit of money. Yang's mother, recalling her own upbringing, felt somewhat tempted. Entering the city surely represented a significant achievement for the family. However, she dismissed the thought, reasoning that they were not in such desperate need of money. Yang Yuankun waved his hand dismissively, preoccupied with plans to fish with Yang Yuanhong later that afternoon, realizing he lacked a fishing rod at home. "Mother, is the fishing rod I left last year still around?" he inquired, directing his question to his mother, who was busy preparing vegetables. "It's long gone. Your sister took it and never returned it," his mother replied with a disapproving glance. "You could easily make another one. It's just a bamboo pole." "All right then. Do we have any long bamboo at home?" Yang Yuankun continued his questioning. "We don't have any, but your third uncle has a small patch of it," Yang's mother suggested, knowing where to find some. "Good. It seems I can go empty-handed this afternoon. I have nothing to prepare at the moment. Just after finishing lunch." As Yang Yuankun was changing his clothes to go out, he heard Yang Yuanhong's voice calling from outside. Kuan-gu, I'm coming out." Coming. Yang Yuankun replied, donning an old cotton coat that, while warm, was somewhat outdated and patched since he had not worn it since he began earning his own money. "Brother, where's your fishing rod? Aren't you bringing a bucket?" Yang Yuanhong asked, noticing Yang Yuankun's empty hands with a puzzled expression. "I don't have a fishing rod." "Didn't your family plant some bamboo?" Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly, heading towards Yang Yuanhong's home. In the wood storage room of Yang Yuanhong's house, he discovered a fine bamboo pole, slender yet resilient. Satisfied with its quality, he inquired, "What do you think of this?" "This is the one I specifically set aside for you." "Kuan-gu, how could it not be suitable? I even instructed my parents and sister not to burn it," Yang Yuanhong said, a hint of concern for the precious bamboo evident in his voice. "All right then, I'll take this. Do you have fishing line and hooks?" Yang Yuankun continued to take advantage of Yang Yuanhong's generosity without a hint of embarrassment. "I'll help you tie it," Yang Yuanhong offered, taking charge as he attached the fishing line and hooks to the bamboo pole, even pulling a float from his pocket to add to the line. "Hey, you're quite well equipped, even with a float," Yang Yuankun exclaimed in surprise, recalling that they used to fashion floats from straw. "Of course, I'm a professional," Yang Yuanhong replied, clearly pleased by Yang Yuankun's acknowledgement of his expertise in fishing. Carrying a bucket and a fishing rod, the two did not ride bicycles, but instead walked towards their destination, which was none other than Yang Yuanhong's private fish pond. This pond was a section of the river, enclosed by nets on both sides, where only the larger fish were retained, allowing the smaller ones to swim freely. "Haven't you worked on your pond this year?" Yang Yuankun inquired with curiosity. "No, we only did it last year, and we haven't introduced any fry since then. What can we expect in a year? However, we should have enough for fishing," Yang Yuanhong replied with a smile, gesturing towards the stretch of river before them. Setting down his fishing rod and bucket, he took out a small shovel from the bucket and began to dig. They were employing a primitive fishing method, using earthworms as bait, easily sourced from their surroundings. Soon, they had unearthed quite a number of worms, which they placed into a prepared plastic bottle. "This should suffice for our afternoon fishing," Yang Yuanhong said, straightening up and placing the bottle in front of Yang Yuankun with a grin. "That's enough," Yang Yuankun responded, rolling up his sleeves to begin. Using earthworms as bait was quite simple. It was unnecessary to thread the entire worm onto the hook, just a segment would do, and the worm's pliable body fit perfectly onto the curved hook. "Look at this," Yang Yuanhong exclaimed, retrieving a plastic bottle from the bucket, revealing a small amount of rice that appeared quite moist. "You're clever. Aren't you afraid your parents will see?" Yang Yuankun teased. "I hid it away, tucked under my bed. They'll never find it," Yang Yuanhong replied, carefully pouring some rice into his hand as he opened the bottle. "This isn't nearly enough for baiting," Yang Yuankun remarked with a hint of exasperation, noting the stark contrast between their modest provisions and the extravagant baiting seen in fishing videos of the future. "Quite sufficient, actually," Yang Yuanhong asserted, walking to the riverbank and scattering the rice into the water, a pleasant aroma wafting up. The two began their fishing, finding comfortable spots to cast their hooks into the water, casually sitting on the sloping riverbank. Although the weather was chilly during this time of year, it was dry, and the grass beneath them was still quite inviting. From his pocket, Yang Yuankun retrieved a cigarette case and lighter, placing them between them. He offered Yang Yuanhong a cigarette with a smile, saying, "You treat me to fishing, and I'll treat you to a smoke. Then I'm the one who profits. Yang Yuanhong replied, grinning as he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. This fine tobacco is far more enjoyable than what I usually smoke. When you start earning your own money, you can buy whatever you wish, Yang Yuankun said nonchalantly. Indeed, this year, I'm counting on you, Kuan-gu, Yang Yuanhong remarked, trying to sound amiable, and then ventured to ask, will we have to wait until March to go out? Yes, my project won't be done until March. If you're anxious, you could go ahead on your own, Yang Yuankun replied. Never mind then. I've never been out nor worked as an apprentice, Yang Yuanhong quickly declined. Don't rush. Working outside isn't a pleasure. Construction sites can be quite exhausting, and you won't have the luxury of fishing here, Yang Yuankun reflected. Still, it would be better than now. I feel increasingly unwelcome at home. It's better to start earning on my own sooner rather than later. Yang Yuanhong expressed with a hint of melancholy. What is the matter? Feeling unwelcome? Yang Yuankun inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Not exactly. You know, farming doesn't really yield much profit. My little convenience store isn't doing well either. Most of the young people in the village have left, and only a few elderly folks come to buy things. It's mostly just oil, salt, and other basic necessities. My brother and sister-in-law can hardly keep up with that. Yang Yuanhong replied, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Why didn't you go out to work when you were just done with school? Yang Yuankun genuinely didn't understand this situation. Logically, one would assume he'd seek employment. Back then, my eldest brother wasn't married yet, and our family had taken on quite a bit of land from your relatives. We truly lacked manpower, so I stayed home to help out, Yang Yuanhong explained. Chuckling as he added, I was also a bit lazy, haha. Seeing those apprentices work themselves to exhaustion without pay, I figured it was better to enjoy the breeze at home. As the two chatted and fished, Yang Yuankun's fishing rod suddenly dipped. The bobber was swiftly yanked beneath the surface. He sprang to his feet and vigorously pulled the rod upwards. Clearly, he was no match for a professional angler. But soon enough, a modest-sized crucian carp emerged from the water. Chapter 41. The argument from noon after their meal until nearly 4 in the afternoon, the two fished, catching nothing substantial, mostly small crucian carp and silver carp. Yet, despite the lack of significant catches, Yang Yuankun relished the genuine pleasure of wild fishing. Kunkin, take some home. My family doesn't even want to bother with these medium-sized fish. They're a hassle to clean. If they were any smaller, I could salt and dry them, making them easier to eat without dealing with bones. But these are just too awkward, he said. They returned to Yang Yuanhong's home to divide their catch. He only kept 2 slightly larger silver carp, giving the rest to Yang Yuankun. That is fine. I actually enjoy these crucian carp, so I want to be polite. Yang Yuankun accepted without hesitation, knowing that such wild fish would be hard to come by in the future. There's no need for politeness. We just finished draining the pond last year. Otherwise, I would certainly have given you a few larger ones. These little ones are hardly worth presenting, Yang Yuanhong's father, Uncle Yang-san, remarked, observing the exchange with a smile. Uncle, I'll head back now and bring the bucket over later. It's about time. I want to get this fish home so we can have it for dinner tonight, Yang Yuankun said, hastily taking his leave. Make haste, dinner will be ready soon. If the fish die overnight, they won't be palatable tomorrow. Uncle Yang-san waved him off. Once Yang Yuankun departed, Uncle Yang-san turned to his younger son, who was tidying up his fishing gear, and sighed. Are you really going to follow Yuankun to work on the construction site? Huh. Didn't we agree on this long ago? Yang Yuanhong responded, puzzled, as he set his task aside. If you could have made it as an apprentice, I wouldn't worry, but now you know nothing and want to go to the site. What work can you possibly do? Uncle Yang-san continued to probe. What else can I do? Just laze around at home? I barely make $100 a year, and there's plenty of work to be done. Even though we've divided the family, I only have my own acre of land, and that is hardly enough for sustenance, Yang Yuanhong expressed, a hint of resentment creeping into his voice. You are not married, so what need do you have for such an abundance of money? Is it not meant for you to save in order to attract a wife? And as for dividing the family assets, you would surely starve. Uncle Yang-san originally intended to have a serious discussion with his youngest son, but provoked by such remarks, he retorted in anger. Divide the family? Can you truly do so fairly? What portion could I possibly receive, given that I have an elder brother to contend with? Yang Yuanhong, unwilling to back down, shot back with a glare, his greatest frustration being his father's evident favoritism towards the eldest son. It had long been stated that most of the house and money would be allocated to the eldest son's family, and they were expected to rely on him for their old age. You think I should contribute more money for your bride? Do you truly believe your father is wealthy? Uncle Yang-san was quite incensed. Why is it that Brother Yuankun is treated differently? Is it only the eldest who can provide for you in your twilight years? Look at how Aunt Air is living comfortably with Brother Yuankun, Yang Yuankun countered, citing his example. Do you possess the same prowess as Yuankun? Uncle Yang-san retorted. When their father passed away, it was at that moment that the family assets were divided, and all the brothers were witnesses to the process. Thus, I will simply seek work outside without your interference, and I shall marry on my own, so as to avoid future complications, Yang Yuankun replied, having temporarily calmed down. What can you do other than carry bricks and heavy loads? You might as well stay home to farm. Next year, several families will lease their land to us again. We are only busy for a few months each year, and there will always be idle times. Uncle Yang-san shared his perspective, noting that many families were preparing for both spouses to work together outside, having leased out their fields. He had become one of the major landholders in the village, and many preferred to work with him. Will that wealth make its way to me? It said that having a father and mother is not as good as having your own. Yang Yuanhong's tone softened. Do as you wish. But perhaps you should consult your second brother. His factory job is relatively stable, Uncle Yang-san suggested, as he often felt the need to involve himself in the lives of the younger generation, hoping to guide them in their choices. Hey, father. My second brother is merely a laborer. What can he possibly do for me? Brother Kun has secured a project of his own by following him. I can learn while earning money. He would never treat me unfairly, Yang Yuanhong explained helplessly. Another project, you say? Brother Yuankun is indeed thriving, Uncle Yang-san remarked before continuing. Then follow him, but be mindful to behave properly when you are outside. It is not the same as in the village. Meanwhile, Yang Yuankun returned home carrying a bucket of water, noticing that the chimney was not yet smoking, indicating that dinner had not yet begun, which was fortuitous. Let us have fish for dinner. I just caught these today, and they are still alive. Yang Yuankun excitedly displayed the fish in the bucket to Zhao Xiaofeng, who was busy harvesting vegetables. We will have noodles for dinner. I have already prepared the vegetables. Zhao Xiaofeng glanced at the bucket of fish, noting the considerable catch, then showcased the little green vegetables in her hand, still caked with soil. It matters not. Fish is food, and it makes no difference whether we have noodles or rice. I shall enjoy some wine this evening, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile. That sounds fine. There is some rice left from lunch. We can add noodles later. Zhao Xiaofeng agreed upon hearing his suggestion. Let's prepare it braised. If we can't finish it tonight, the fish will turn into jelly by morning in this weather, which pairs delightfully with plain congee. Yang Yuankun bent down and poured the fish from the bucket into his family's vegetable washing sink. No need for a separate container to keep them alive. Let me handle the fish. Zhao Xiaofeng stepped forward, placing the small greens beside the sink, and began to skillfully gut the fish. It was a simple task. There was no need to deal with the gills, just expel the innards, as these small fish would hardly be consumed whole. Where's my daughter? Yang Yuankun remarked, noticing Yang Feifei was not around. She should be back by now. She is inside. I asked her to keep an eye on Xiao Bao. He hasn't fallen asleep yet, and I worry he might crawl out by himself. He is already walking now, and without supervision, who knows where he might wander off to. Zhao Xiaofeng lamented. Yang Feifei, come out. Yang Yuankun called out. Daddy, I'm coming. Yang Feifei responded loudly as she emerged from the inner room. Please take this bucket back to Grandpa San, Yang Yuankun said, handing her the small plastic paint bucket, which wasn't heavy at all. Yang Feifei accepted it with glee and skipped out without any hesitation. Children are always like that. When you ask them to help, they are filled with delight. Chapter 42. Parenting is truly challenging. Let me cook the fish later. Yang Yuankun chuckled at the sight of his daughter joyfully bounding outside. Turning to Zhao Xiaofeng. If you wish to cook, then by all means, go ahead. I can't fathom what is so enjoyable about cooking. Zhao Xiaofeng replied with a playful smirk, continuing her task. The fish were being cleaned swiftly, but then she suddenly added, you should check inside. I think Xiao Bao has fallen off the bed. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuankun hurried back to the bedroom, only to find Yang Yi perched at the edge of the bed, preparing to tumble down. The little one was already able to take a few steps, and was walking quite steadily while holding onto the wall. Hey, you little rascal. You really can't be left alone. Yang Yuankun rushed forward, scooping Yang Yi into his arms, planting a kiss on his soft cheek. However, his stubble caused the child some discomfort, prompting him to lean away while pointing outside and babbling. Want to go outside? Yang Yuankun smiled as he carried Yang Yi out of the room. Zhao Xiaofeng had nearly finished preparing the fish and was currently rinsing the freshly harvested greens. These small greens were tender and delicious, especially when added to noodles. Why did you bring him out? Is he dressed properly? The sun has already set. Zhao Xiaofeng remarked upon seeing Yang Yuankun with their son. It's fine. He wanted to come out, and he's bundled up enough. He won't be cold. Yang Yuankun replied, though he instinctively checked the thickness of Yang Yi's clothing before continuing to carry him around the yard. Don't hold him the entire time. Let him walk on his own. Soon, he won't need anyone to guide him, Zhao Xiaofeng advised. The child walks remarkably fast, having just turned 1 year old. He can already walk independently. I set Yang Yi down, holding one of his hands gently to provide some support while ensuring his safety. I watched as Yang Yi's little legs began to move swiftly, one arm raised above his head, seemingly to balance the hand that Yang Yuankun was holding. He emitted cheerful sounds as he moved. This little fellow is indeed quick. I can hardly keep up. Yang Yuankun's movements appeared somewhat awkward after only a short distance. He felt a strain in his back. Although he is not particularly tall, standing at 1.75 meters, he is comparatively tall for men of this era. Bending down and taking small steps alongside Yang Yi is undeniably exhausting. The ground in our home remains uneven. If only we could pour concrete to create a smooth surface. Little Bao would be able to run even faster. Zhao Xiaofeng shook the freshly cleaned vegetables in her hands, smiling as she observed the interaction between father and son. Yes, perhaps next year we could find time to renovate our home a bit, at least to improve the yard, Yang Yuankun mused as he followed Yang Yi around. Just then, Yang Mu and Yang Feifei returned home together, with Yang Feifei happily sucking on a lollipop. Where did you get the candy? Zhao Xiaofeng inquired curiously. Grandpa Singh gave it to me. After I handed him the bucket, he gave me this, Yang Feifei replied joyfully. Oh, there are quite a few fish here. Caught this afternoon. Yang Mu exclaimed upon seeing the basin of fish in the washing area. Are we cooking all of these tonight? Yes, if we don't finish them. We can freeze the leftovers for tomorrow. It's best to eat them fresh. Once caught, they don't live long. Yang Yuankun said as he lifted the still wriggling Yang Yi into his arms, straightening his back, and finally feeling some relief as he approached Zhao Xiaofeng. I'll take care of the cooking. You look after this little one. My back is about to give out. Already tired after such a short time? Zhao Xiaofeng sighed. Placing the basin down and wiping her hands on her apron before taking Yang Mu returned to the kitchen to start a fire, igniting both burners simultaneously. One pot contained the staple for tonight's meal, where she added water to boil before introducing noodles and vegetables. Once they were nearly cooked, she would mix in the leftover rice from lunch. This type of dinner is common in our area, primarily due to the leftover rice from midday not being enough for the evening. Adding noodles makes it sufficient, and vegetables can be included along with a sprinkle of salt and other seasonings for a simple yet satisfying meal. The most delectable way to prepare the crucian carp is to first fry it in lard. Currently, their household primarily uses lard rendered from pork belly and vegetable oil pressed from their homegrown seeds. After carefully flipping the fish to fry the other side, she added water, waiting for it to boil before seasoning and covering the pot. Mom, turn down the heat a bit, Yang Yuankun said to Yang Mu, who was tending to the fire. Certainly. Your culinary skills with the grilled fish are quite impressive. I could smell it before even tasting it. While I may not have noticed much change in your mother, her cooking has indeed transformed remarkably. She believed that the poor meals she had while working outside were the reason she had to prepare her own food, which has led to her newfound prowess. Once the water in the pot had evaporated sufficiently, Yang Yuankun felt it was about time. He dipped his chopsticks into the broth. The flavor was just right. With so much food, it would be impossible to finish tonight, so he decided to leave some broth for tomorrow's fish jelly. By the time dinner was fully prepared, it was only 5:30. A whole basin of crucian carp was placed on the 8 immortals table in the hall, with no other dishes accompanying it. Yang Yuankun took out a wine glass and brought the half bottle of unfinished wine to the table. The others continued their meal as usual. Yang's mother began eating first, while Zhao Xiaofeng fed Yang Yi. After Yang's mother finished, she took over feeding Yang Yi, allowing Zhao Xiaofeng to eat. Yang Feifei was enjoying her meal independently, showing none of the stubbornness typical of children refusing to eat. Come, eat this, Yang Yuankun said cheerfully, placing a small piece of fish belly from his bowl near Yang Yi's mouth. You can just eat, don't feed him too much. Zhao Xiaofeng replied with a hint of exasperation. There are no bones in this. Eating fish is beneficial, Yang Yuankun retorted, puzzled. He can just have some eggs. The fish is seasoned too heavily. If he gets used to it, he'll refuse regular food later, Zhao Xiaofeng explained. Is that so? Yang Yuankun inquired, intrigued. Indeed. If you indulge in too many delicacies, you'll refuse regular meals, Zhao Xiaofeng responded, displaying her experience. Yes, children are like that. You were quite picky as a child. There were times when we had no meat, yet you wouldn't eat fatty cuts. It was only as you grew older that it improved. Yang's mother reminisced joyfully from her seat. All right then, Yang Yuankun sighed, retracting his chopsticks and placing them in his mouth. Noticing Yang Feifei staring at him, he remembered she was only 5 years old. Since Zhao Xiaofeng wouldn't let her eat fish either. He picked out the largest crucian carp from the basin and placed it in his bowl, carefully selecting the boneless belly meat. He then took Yang Feifei's bowl and placed the fish inside. Is it delicious? He asked. The fish is tasty, even better than meat, Yang Feifei exclaimed, devouring it eagerly. Chapter 43. The reality of the situation. Time passed slowly, and after spending about 10 days at home, Yang Yuankun felt the weather had warmed significantly. He decided it was time to begin constructing his house in town, as he feared he might run out of time. Brother-in-law, I don't actually know any construction teams in town. Do you have any connections? Yang Yuankun arrived in town early in the morning, heading straight to his sister-in-law's house to avoid any potential issues with his brother-in-law, Su Lianqing. Yes, the house next door to mine is in this business. Would you like me to take you there? Su Lianqing, having just finished his meal, pointed towards the right side of his house upon seeing Yang Yuankun. That is perfect. How fortuitous, Yang Yuankun replied, delighted that he wouldn't have to search extensively. Are you ready to start work then? Su Lianqing asked curiously. Indeed. The chill in the air has lessened, and I must prepare to venture out shortly, as it is prudent to address matters promptly. Yang Yuankun sighed, remarking that it was already the second month of the lunar calendar, yet work had not commenced, leaving uncertainty about whether it could be completed within a month. Very well. I shall proceed then, Su Lian said, having observed him at home yesterday, surmising that he likely had no pressing tasks at the moment. With that, he stepped out of his house and headed towards the neighboring establishment, followed closely by Yang Yuankun. This particular establishment, much like Su Lian's family home, featured a shop front adjacent to the street, specifically a hardware store, which had already opened its doors at 8 o'clock. Old Su, what brings you here so early? Have you eaten? Inquired a middle-aged woman who was attending the shop, her curiosity piqued by Su Lian's early arrival, as their relationship was not particularly close. It's a bit of a matter. Is old Wang at home? Su Lian inquired with a smile. He is at home, but still asleep. If you need him, I can wake him up. He is utterly lethargic, she replied, calling for her son to tend to the shop while she retreated to the back. Before long, a middle-aged man, appearing somewhat aged, emerged. Upon seeing Su Lian, he greeted him with a jovial smile. Old Su, what brings you here so early? There is a matter at hand, Su Lian began, gesturing towards Yang Yuankun. This is my brother-in-law. He is seeking a construction team and asked if I knew anyone. Which made me think of you. Greetings, greetings. Please, come this way, the middle-aged man said, promptly extending his hand to shake Yang Yuankun's before ushering them to the back of the shop. The layout of their establishment mirrored that of Su Lian's home, with a living room situated behind the shop. After inviting them to sit, the man prepared tea and offered cigarettes before settling down to inquire, what is your name? I am Yang Yuankun, he replied. I am Wang Xinyuan, the other introduced himself in return. My brother-in-law has purchased the land just across the way and is contemplating erecting a house, Su Lian explained, gesturing casually. He was wondering about the conditions here now that the weather is improving. How fortuitous. We shall soon be neighbors, Wang Xinyuan remarked, surprised yet continuing with his inquiry. Will work commence immediately? The sooner, the better. How do you calculate your wages? Yang Yuankun posed the question, aware that they were not intimately acquainted, yet unperturbed by potential deceit, realizing that they would soon be living in proximity, making it easy to seek recourse should any issues arise. Well, you can opt to entrust the entire project to me, including materials like sand, cement, and concrete, or you may procure those yourself. I would merely provide the labor. Wang Xinyuan elaborated. Rest assured, the prices for materials here will not exceed what you could procure on your own. Should you manage to find materials of equal quality at a lower price, you are welcome to come and dismantle my house, Wang Xinyuan added hastily. My primary concern is to ascertain how long the project will take, Yang Yuankun inquired, seeking the crux of the matter. If the houses here are of a similar type, it would likely take around 2 to 3 months, considering that it is merely a barren plot of land that requires excavation and foundation work. Wang Xinyuan calculated silently in his mind before responding promptly. At most, it should take a month and a half, as I will be heading out soon, Yang Yuankun replied. Somewhat troubled. That timeline is rather tight. It seems implausible. This is not merely a matter of manpower. Spring is approaching, bringing with it increased rainfall. If the primary structure can be completed during this period, that would be fortunate. However, should the roof remain unfinished, it would likely take even longer, Wang Xinyuan elaborated. You make a valid point, Yang Yuankun mused for a moment, acknowledging the wisdom in Wang Xinyuan's words. Sensing Yang Yuankun's hesitation, Su Lianqing pondered briefly before speaking. I believe old Wang is correct. There is no need to rush. After all, it is directly across from my home, and I can keep an eye on it. Your second sister can also check in occasionally. If you are not at home, it will not be a significant issue, especially since you have entrusted the entire project to others. I will return to discuss this with my family, as it is indeed a significant matter. Yang Yuankun reflected carefully but refrained from making a definitive decision, merely stating this fact. After all, the last time he had acted without consulting them, he had already managed to provoke the usually placid Zhao Xiaofeng. It was prudent to confer with them first this time. That is only sensible. Wang Xinyuan continued. The houses along our street share this design. If the foundation work is fully contracted to me, it would be approximately 25,000. If a third floor is not constructed, it could be somewhat less. Thank you, Boss Wang. I will discuss it with my family. And as soon as we reach a consensus, I will notify you, Yang Yuankun replied hastily. This price is quite reasonable, perhaps even a tad cheaper than back home, given the simplicity of the house designs here, devoid of excessive embellishments. Building in my hometown would certainly be more complex. Yet the costs for materials and labor remain consistent with those in town. Upon returning, Yang Yuankun greeted his second sister, who inquired curiously, weren't you quite decisive last time? You purchased without hesitation. Why the need to consult your family this time? Well, it is indeed necessary to discuss it. Haha, Yang Yuankun replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Think it over carefully. Old Wang's proposal is quite favorable. There is no fear of him cutting corners, and we can keep an eye on things for you. If you have to leave, it won't be a problem, Su Lianqing continued. Besides, you will certainly need to do some renovations, and a rush timeline is genuinely unfeasible. All right, I will take my leave then, Yang Yuankun said, preparing to depart. Are you leaving for lunch already? Why the rush? Yang Erji noticed her younger brother's haste and quickly interjected. No, second sister, I have pressing matters to attend to, Yang Yuankun replied, hurrying away toward the transport area. Chapter 44. An unexpected invitation. Yang Yuankun's urgency to construct a house in town, rather than remaining in his hometown village as he initially intended, stemmed from the fact that the year 1997 had passed, and it was now 1998. Though this area is not a disaster zone, Yang Yuankun recalls the waters of their village rising to knee height, inundating many homes. Presently, there are few two-story houses in the village. His own family suffered bankruptcy in the past, leaving them without a home. At that time, Zhao Xiaofeng, Yang's mother, and 2 children took refuge in Yang Yuankun's home, creating a rather chaotic situation. Conversely, the town is situated at a higher elevation and remains unaffected by flooding. Before noon, around 11 o'clock, Yang Yuankun returned home. His mother was preparing lunch and, upon seeing him, inquired curiously, "Why are you back so early? I thought you wouldn't return until the afternoon." "There are some matters to discuss. I came back to talk to Xiaofeng," he replied, gesturing to enter the house. "Well, have lunch at home then. I'll add some rice to the pot," his mother quickly suggested. "Yes, I'll eat at home," Yang Yuankun said, jogging into the house. He found Zhao Xiaofeng at the sewing machine, diligently mending a piece of clothing. "Hey, why are you back so soon? Did you find the construction team?" Zhao Xiaofeng looked up, surprised to see Yang Yuankun. "I found one. I wanted to discuss it with you," he said, pulling up a small stool. He noticed Yang Feifei playing with Yang Yi on their bed. "Discuss what? Is there something going on?" "Let me explain." Yang Yuankun began to recount the events of the morning, concluding, "I believe what they said is accurate. It's been a long time since I've engaged in foundational construction work." Although Yang Yuankun is a skilled tiler and had barely managed to be considered a master in his previous life, his expertise lies in plastering interior walls. Many assume that all tilers can build houses, but like other fields, there are subdivisions of specialization, and he is now solely focused on his current craft. "I think it should be fine." I heard that Zhao Lin's new two-story house from last year cost about the same, and that was in the village. Surely, it won't be a scam in town. Zhao Xiaofeng shared her thoughts. Indeed, it's quite comparable. They all use red bricks, floor slabs, and gravel bought in town. The labor is the same, and the town is even closer to the factories, reducing transportation costs. Yang Yuankun replied with a smile. Isn't that great? We'll be living right across from them. If any issues arise, we can just go to them. Zhao Xiaofeng agreed wholeheartedly about seeking assistance from Wang Xingyuan. Yes, but the timeline is a bit extended. I may not be home when the time comes as I might have to go out. And you won't have time to visit the town. We'll have to rely on my second sister and brother-in-law, Yang Yuankun expressed, not one to trouble others. But circumstances left him no choice. Then we must inconvenience them a bit. Make sure to express your gratitude when you return, Zhao Xiaofeng conceded. All right, I'll give them a call. If they take on a new project, it could complicate matters, Yang Yuankun said, rising to leave the room. Heading toward Yang Zhenshu's house. Uncle, I need to make a call, he called out to Yang Zhenshu, who was sitting in the shop watching television. Without waiting for a response, he picked up the receiver. Come on. Uncle Yang laughed heartily upon seeing Yang Yuankun arrive. He dialed Su Lianxing's phone number, which was quickly answered. Hello, who is this? It's me, your little uncle, responded Su Lu, who was on the other end of the line. Today happened to be Sunday, so she was not at school. During a previous visit, he had been in a hurry and had not seen his niece. Little uncle, it's me, Su Lu exclaimed joyfully. The siblings had a close relationship with their uncle, as Yang Yuankun often took them out to play during his visits. Is your father home? Please let him take the call, Yang Yuankun said, taking the lead. Yes, he is. I'll go get him, Su Lu replied, then called out loudly. Soon. The voice of Su Lianxing came through the phone. Yuankun, it's me. Brother-in-law, I've discussed it with Xiaofeng. Let us go with Boss Wang. Please speak to him on my behalf, Yang Yuankun stated directly. All right, I'll talk to him now. You should come by again tomorrow to wrap things up and get started, Su Lianxing instructed. Sure, I'll be there tomorrow morning, Yang Yuankun said before hanging up. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered something and redialed Zhao Quan's number. Hello, brother Zhao. It's me, Yang Yuankun. Ah, Xiaoyang. What is up? Are you bored at home? Zhao Quan replied cheerfully upon recognizing Yang Yuankun's voice. Indeed, I was wondering how things are going at the construction site. Yang Yuankun inquired with concern. We've only just started. It was too cold before, and we couldn't use the concrete, Zhao Quan explained. How much longer will it take? I have some matters to attend to at home and need to plan my time accordingly to avoid any conflicts, Yang Yuankun said. It will probably take another month and a half. You can't enter until the roof is completed, Zhao Quan replied, noting that he could not predict the exact timeline, as it depended on the construction progress. Thank you, brother Zhao. That is helpful, Yang Yuankun responded with a smile, feeling that a month and a half was already a considerable time frame. If you're feeling bored at home, you can come over here and help me supervise the site as a foreman. I trust you, Zhao Quan suggested, indicating that this arrangement would be beneficial for Yang Yuankun. A foreman is responsible for managing the attendance records of the workers, and such positions are typically held by trusted individuals. But don't you already have a foreman? Yang Yuankun asked, perplexed. This year, I have more than one project. The foreman from last year is at another site of mine, and I'm overseeing this one myself. I don't have enough time, Zhao Quan urged. However, I still have my own matters to attend to. Yang Yuankun hesitated, acknowledging that being a foreman was indeed a good opportunity, which could deepen his connection with Zhao Quan and benefit his future endeavors. What is the big deal? You don't have to get your hands dirty. It's all the same, Zhao Quan continued to persuade him. All right, I'll think it over and let you know as soon as possible, by tomorrow at the latest, Yang Yuankun replied, wanting to contemplate his decision carefully rather than agreeing instantly. Well, let's leave it at that. I'm still at the construction site, utterly swamped. Zhao Quan remarked before abruptly ending the call, naturally possessing a mobile phone. As he heard the busy signal on the other end, Yang Yuankun glanced at the time and retrieved a coin from his pocket, placing it on the table. He addressed his uncle Yang San, who was engrossed in watching television, saying, Uncle, I've left some money on the table. What is the point of leaving such a small amount? Yang San protested. Isn't that how it should be? I'm heading back now, Yang Yuankun said, hastily departing, deeming it a waste of time to fuss over such a trivial sum. Chapter 45. A decision on his way home. Yang Yuankun pondered Zhao Quan's invitation. His time at home had indeed grown rather tedious, and there was little to occupy oneself within the countryside at this hour. Since it was evident that waiting for the house to be built was not an option, he concluded that leaving sooner rather than later was inconsequential. With this thought, he soon arrived at his doorstep. How did it go? Did you speak to your brother-in-law? Zhao Xiaofeng inquired casually upon seeing Yang Yuankun return. I did. I'll go over tomorrow to finalize the house construction details, Yang Yuankun replied, settling at the table. Lunch had already been set out, with his bowl filled with rice. The midday meal was quite simple. A bowl of homegrown vegetables, a small bowl of salted duck steamed before the new year, and a generous serving of steamed egg, which was the favorite of Yang Yi and Yang Feifei. Well, I could visit occasionally too, Zhao Xiaofeng remarked, noting that a brief departure from home was nothing of concern. What are your thoughts on the house? Do you prefer 3 stories or 2, or do you have any specific structural plans? Yang Yuankun inquired while eating. Is there enough money for a 3-story house? Zhao Xiaofeng seemed quite intent on ensuring everything was adequately planned. Certainly, you need not worry about that. The preliminary all-inclusive quote from Wang Xinyuan this morning was around 20,000 yuan, and I intend to make minor renovations. Nothing excessive, Yang Yuankun confirmed. Also favoring a 3-story design, as more rooms would be necessary, especially since his mother planned to stay in the town with them. That's agreeable. As for the house's structure, I'm not well versed in that. I think the layout of my second sister's house is quite good. We can just follow a similar design, Zhao Xiaofeng suggested. While absently feeding Yang Yi, who was now capable of consuming a substantial portion of rice. However, I did notice something unfavorable the other day, Yang Yuankun reflected. When I stayed at my second sister's house, the master bedroom was rather noisy as it faced the street, and I anticipate it will only get louder. Is it possible to change that? Zhao Xiaofeng asked, her curiosity piqued. Absolutely, it can be modified. We could simply ensure that no one resides near the street side. Perhaps creating a small room for storage or something of that nature. Yang Yuankun articulated his thoughts. Well, it's up to you then. Mother, you should stay on the first floor. It wouldn't be convenient for you to navigate the stairs. Yang Yuankun turned to his mother, suggesting the arrangement. Living on the ground floor is quite satisfactory. Otherwise, climbing the stairs in the future would be quite arduous. Yang's mother felt immense joy seeing her youngest son concerned about her living arrangements. Although she did not place much importance on such matters, her son's filial piety reaffirmed her belief that indulging him had been worthwhile. So be it. Although you have purchased this prime land in town, it will not permit the construction of a yard or a similar dwelling. Once completed, the government will need to inspect it, especially since this new street will bear a resemblance to the structure of Yang Erji's residence. There is also something I wish to discuss with you. Yang Yuankun was hastily devouring his meal, quickly adding a pair of chopsticks full of vegetables to his bowl. Upon finishing, he recounted, Boss Zhao has asked me to take on the role of foreman for him. This is indeed a positive development. Since you have little to occupy your time at home, venturing out early is beneficial. Yang's mother expressed her thoughts. What do you think about it? Zhao Xiaofeng inquired about Yang Yuankun's perspective. I am indifferent regarding the salary of the foreman, but this opportunity allows me to meet numerous individuals, whether they be ordinary laborers on the construction site or contractors from elsewhere. Moreover, it seems impractical to wait until the house in town is completed before stepping out. I can arrange matters at home and then leave without concern, Yang Yuankun elaborated. Very well, then you should set out soon. It is better to start early. Recently, someone asked me if you earned enough money last year and whether you plan to stay home this year. Zhao Xiaofeng chuckled, reflecting on the gossip that often circulates in rural communities. Let us proceed with this arrangement. I will not be able to leave for at least a week, as I still need to oversee matters in town, Yang Yuankun stated, rising from the table. He had a habit of eating swiftly, only slowing down when it came to drinking. Would you like your father to hold you? Yang Yuankun extended his arms toward Yang Yi, who was eating in Zhao Xiaofeng's embrace. Do not tease him. He will make a fuss if he doesn't eat. Zhao Xiaofeng playfully swatted his hands away. Very well. Yang Yuankun sighed, feeling an overwhelming paternal affection with no outlet, and turned to Yang Feifei. You finished your meal rather quickly, haven't you, Feifei? Yes. Today a steamed egg is delicious. Yang Feifei replied, having polished off every grain of rice in her bowl. She was quite simple, content to mix rice with steamed egg. You must also eat some vegetables. They are beneficial for your health, you know? Yang Yuankun remarked with a cheerful tone. In the past, whatever vegetables were available at home, she would eat. During these days at home, you've spoiled her taste buds. Zhao Xiaofeng shot a glance at Yang Feifei, causing her to shrink her neck in response. Isn't that vegetable unappetizing? It has a peculiar taste. Yang Feifei pouted, speaking with a hint of grievance. Children often have sensitive palates and may not enjoy many foods. Yet as they grow, their tastes evolve. Yang Yuankun himself had once disliked eggplant and water spinach, but as he aged, he found them quite palatable. That's enough. Just eat a little, Yang Yuankun interjected, gesturing toward Yang Feifei, who sat with her head bowed on the long bench. Let us go play with your father. Delighted by her father's words, Yang Feifei leaped from the bench, her spirit buoyant as she bounded over to grasp Yang Yuankun's hand, eager to venture outside. Humph. After all this time, you return home for just a few days, and already you're so affectionate. A few words and you're unhappy. Zhao Xiaofeng remarked with a hint of envy in her tone. Ah, children will be children, Yang Yuankun replied with a warm smile, leading Yang Feifei out of their courtyard. At this hour, families were gathering for their meals. Hand in hand with his daughter, Yang Yuankun made his way to Uncle Yang's shop. His plan was to introduce Yang Yuanhong to the construction site, allowing him to acclimate to that environment sooner rather than later. And it was essential to inform his family as well. Upon arriving at Uncle Yang's small grocery store, he found only Aunt Yang tending to the shop, as the rest of the family likely feasted in the back. Spotting Yang Yuankun, Aunt Yang promptly invited, "Come in, we're just having dinner. Join us." No, I've already eaten at home." Yang Yuankun quickly waved his hand in refusal, interpreting his words as a mere greeting. "Aunt, could you fetch me a pack of cigarettes?" He pointed to the Red Pagoda brand he frequently smoked, a classic that he had grown accustomed to in this life. "You're the only one around here who smokes this brand. A pack costs quite a bit, while the men in the village usually stick to the cheaper ones. If you don't return, I want to be able to sell these." Aunt Yang chuckled, retrieving a pack of Red Pagoda and placing it on the glass counter. "Feifei, is there anything you'd like to eat?" Yang Yuankun inquired, glancing down at his daughter, who was curiously examining the items in the store. "I want that," she said, pointing to a small pack of snacks displayed in the glass case, which was quite inexpensive. "All right then, Aunt, let us take 2 packs, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile, then lifted the phone that was covered with a cloth nearby, preparing to return a call to Zhao Quan. Since he had made his decision, it was best to inform them early, fostering a good impression. Chapter 46. Yang Yuanhong's premature bragging. The call connected swiftly, and Zhao Quan's voice resonated on the other end. Yang, you returned my call rather quickly. I expected it would take until tomorrow. I mainly wanted to discuss things with my family, so I must thank you, Brother Zhao." Yang Yuankun smiled in response. "No, I owe you my gratitude for your assistance. Without you, I would be stuck at the construction site every day," Zhao Quan replied cheerfully, continuing, "When can you come over?" "Well, in about 5 days. That should be sufficient," Yang Yuankun explained. "We need to make arrangements for some renovations at home, so I apologize for the delay." "Not a problem, just 5 days." Zhao Quan reassured him, adding, "You know the address, right?" "Of course, it's the one mentioned in my contract," Yang Yuankun confirmed. "Yes, that's the one." Zhao Quan continued, revealing an important detail. "I'll be offering you a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan for the foreman position. How does that sound?" "Such a substantial amount. I truly appreciate it, Brother Zhao. You have overestimated my worth." Yang Yuankun was taken aback by the generosity of his counterpart. In this era, 3,000 yuan holds significant value. Before the new year, the wages for the temporary workers trailing behind him amounted to merely 6 or 7,000 yuan for half a year. This sum could sustain them for several months. That is the standard rate. Do not undervalue it. Zhao Quan continued to jest. "How could that be? 3,000 yuan would suffice for an entire year for me." "Oh, there's another matter. This construction site is quite expansive, and thus there are dormitories on site, all made of corrugated metal. If you choose to reside at the site, I can arrange a room for you. If not, you may rent a place outside. Once your project commences, you can also stay in those metal dormitories." "That's wonderful. It saves me the trouble of finding accommodation. Otherwise, it would be quite a hassle, especially with the distance and the additional costs." Yang Yuankun expressed his delight. These metal dormitories typically house 8 workers per room, and Zhao Quan's offer of a private room was a privilege afforded to the foreman. That is only right. Foremen are entitled to such accommodations, aren't they? "Brother Zhao, I have one more thing to inquire," Yang Yuankun said, still wishing to address another matter. "Feel free to speak. Do not hesitate. I have a younger cousin who intends to accompany me this time. Initially, I thought he could work as a helper on my small project, but since I have arrived early, I was wondering if I could bring him along." Yang Yuankun explained his desire to have Yang Yuanhong join him, although arranging for an additional person would be simple once he became the foreman. It was ultimately Zhao Quan who would be responsible for the wages, and informing him was a matter of honoring Zhao Quan's trust. What is the issue? Bring a few more along if you wish, Zhao Quan responded, initially puzzled by the inquiry. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Yang Yuankun expressed his gratitude. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he ended the call and turned to Aunt Yang, who had been observing him. How much do I owe you, Aunt? A mere 50 yuan will suffice. What is there to discuss for such a brief call? Aunt Yang hastily replied, having already gleaned that it pertained to her son. How could I possibly accept payment for that? As for the little snacks for Yang Feifei, they barely cost 20 cents. There is nothing to deliberate. Thank you, Aunt. Yang Yuankun replied without objection. He retrieved his wallet from his pocket and placed 50 yuan on the table, then added, Aunt, I need to speak with Yuanhong for a moment. Go ahead. He should have finished eating by now. Aunt Yang confirmed her suspicions eagerly. Entering through the side door of Uncle Yang's yard, he took a few steps inward until he reached the main room, where he could hear voices within. Brother Kun, what brings you here? Yang Yuanhong was the first to spot Yang Yuankun. He set down his bowl, exclaiming in surprise, Are we going fishing this afternoon? Not quite. I have something to discuss with you. Come sit here. Have you eaten? Uncle Yang invited warmly. Having finished their meal, Yang Yuankun did not decline and cheerfully took a seat at the end of the 8 immortals table. Yang Yuanhong's elder brother and his family were also dining at the table. Upon seeing Yang Yuankun enter, they stood up to invite him to sit at the head. But he, unconcerned, casually took a place next to Yang Yuanhong's brother's son. What is going on, Brother Kun? Yang Yuanhong inquired with curiosity. Well, my boss has asked me to take up the role of foreman, so I'll need to leave early. I thought this time you might as well accompany me. Yang Yuankun explained. Really? When? I'm all in. Yang Yuanhong exclaimed with surprise, realizing that leaving early meant an opportunity to earn sooner. In about 5 days. You should start packing your belongings. The weather is still quite chilly, so be sure to bring some warm clothes and a cup, Yang Yuankun advised. Knowing that Yang Yuanhong lacked experience in such matters. You're leaving so soon? Uncle Yang expressed a hint of reluctance, having thought it would be a while longer before Yang Yuankun departed. Well, it's for making money, so leaving early is for the best, Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly. Brother Kun, have a smoke with me, I can, Yang Yuanhong said cheerfully, offering Yang Yuankun a cigarette and lighting it for him with a match. All right, that's all for now. You carry on with your meal. I'll take my leave, Yang Yuankun said as he prepared to depart. I'll see you off. Yang Yuanhong promptly stood up, escorting Yang Yuankun to the door before returning to the table to continue his meal. Xiaohong, what will your salary be working with Yuankun? Yang Yuanhong's sister-in-law asked curiously, as she too was dissatisfied with their household's annual income, feeling that the hard work on the farm hardly compared to the wealth of her second brother who worked outside. Brother Kun says I'll only be doing small jobs on the construction site, earning 30 yuan a day, Yang Yuankun replied contentedly. 30? That is quite a bit. Yang Yuanhong's sister-in-law exclaimed. I only earn 15 yuan for a whole day's work planting seedlings for others during the summer. Clearly, working outside is different. Once I learned the masonry skills from Brother Kun, I could earn 50 yuan a day, Yang Yuanhong boasted about his future earnings. Make sure to work diligently alongside Yuankun and don't slack off. If you had devoted yourself as an apprentice back then, you wouldn't have to be doing small jobs now, Uncle Yang remarked, pausing before continuing. 5 days will pass quickly. You need to wash your clothes again. And the bedding as well. Packing your belongings will take time, so tell your mother to prepare early. Avoid forgetting anything and delaying others, understand? I understand, Yang Yuankun murmured, lowering his head to continue his meal. Chapter 47. Discussing building details the following morning, Yang Yuankun took some money and headed to town, this time specifically bringing Zhao Xiaofeng along. Yang Feifei clamored to join as well, but Yang Yuankun did not acquiesce this time, as the road from the village to town was quite bumpy, and this trip had serious business to attend to. So early indeed. When Yang Yuankun arrived, Yang Erji was already opening her shop, maneuvering the door panels. They did not possess a rolling shutter or a retractable door. Instead, they utilized removable door panels to create a spacious entrance when opened. Both side panels could be easily detached, while the central door required inserting a hinge. Allow me to assist you, Yang Yuankun offered, rolling up his sleeves, and Zhao Xiaofeng promptly joined in to help. No need, I've managed just fine. Please go inside. Your brother-in-law is having breakfast, Yang Erji interjected, gesturing towards the back of the shop. Very well, I shall head in first, Yang Yuankun responded, observing that the shop was fully arranged. He then led Zhao Xiaofeng to his family's main room, where Su Lianxing was dining with his two children. Upon their entrance, Su Lu and Su Yi quickly rose to greet them. "Good morning, uncle and aunt," they chorused. "Up so early?" Yang Yuankun inquired with a smile. "They have school today. It's nearly 7:30. Hurry and eat, or you'll be late," Su Lianxing explained, directing his last remark to the children. "Have you two eaten?" "Yes, we had noodles at home," Zhao Xiaofeng interjected, her gaze surveying the room's layout, aware that she would soon reside in a similar house. She had not visited this area often before and had given it little thought. "Well, I've finished my meal as well. Let's head out," Su Lianxing declared, swiftly finishing his porridge before standing up to lead the two to find Wang Xinyuan. As he prepared to leave, he turned to the children. "You two hurry and finish eating, then head to school. Be cautious of traffic, understood?" "Understood," they replied, maintaining their focus on the steamed buns and fried dough sticks before them. Exiting the shop, Su Lianxing led the way. Wang Xinyuan's door had yet to open. After knocking and waiting a moment, they heard the sound of the latch, and upon opening the door, it was indeed Wang Xinyuan. "You've come so early," he exclaimed warmly, swinging open both doors to usher the trio inside. His family was also at the table, but Wang Xinyuan's wife was clearing dishes, suggesting they had already finished their meal. A boy stood nearby, wearing a backpack. "He's off to school. His mother will see him off," Wang Xinyuan explained with a smile. "What's the need for sending him?" "It's just a short walk," Su Lianxing replied, puzzled. "If I had two children, the older one could take the younger one, so there'd be no need for a send-off. Just like Su Lu could accompany Su Yi to school, you would have no worries," Wang Xinyuan remarked, preparing tea for the three of them. "Please, take a seat." Once everyone was seated, Wang Xinyuan served tea to all and then joined them, first inquiring, "Is this your sister-in-law?" "Yes, this is my wife. I brought her to see the place," Yang Yuankun replied candidly. "Boss Wang, we've finalized our discussion from yesterday, and we hope to rely on your assistance." "Haha. Su Gu informed me yesterday, so I anticipated your visit today, though I didn't expect it to be so early," Wang Xinyuan responded enthusiastically. "Let us engage in a discussion." Yang Yuankun continued to inquire, "Does your current construction team possess blueprints? Or is the lock replacement solely reliant on experience?" "Certainly, there must be blueprints. Otherwise, how could one proceed haphazardly? That would tarnish one's reputation," Wang Xinyuan remarked as he turned around, retrieving a large sheet of white paper and a pencil from the cabinet without further ado, and began to sketch. "This represents the foundation. Your plot of land is quite similar to ours, and there are no neighboring properties on either side, so there is no need to worry about adjacent foundations. Would you care to take a look?" Wang Xinyuan's drawing was completed swiftly. In less than 5 minutes, he handed it to Yang Yuankun. "This is your area of expertise. I shall refrain from saying much." Yang Yuankun merely glanced at it without taking it, yet articulated the primary concern. "However, the concrete and steel reinforcements must be of excellent quality." "That is undoubtedly true. This foundation is crucial, and the soil beneath our land is of the same quality." "Rest assured," Wang Xinyuan continued, "my home and your brother-in-law's are also alike. Indeed, I still prefer a more solid structure, including the house above, which should utilize reinforced concrete to create a framework. The flooring can be omitted," Yang Yuankun expressed his thoughts. "Currently, houses in the village are constructed using red brick flooring, with slabs being cast at the concrete factory, making it considerably more convenient to place them atop during construction, thereby enhancing efficiency. I am aware of that, but it is still quite rare for private homes to be built in such a manner," Wang Xinyuan said hesitantly. "This would increase the costs." "That is not an issue. Financial matters can certainly be negotiated," Yang Yuankun insisted. "Then it is settled. Last year I constructed several such homes, albeit none were private. This would be the first time a private client has requested me to build with reinforced concrete," Wang Xinyuan chuckled. "After all, constructing a house should ensure its durability, right? One can never know how long it will be lived in," Yang Yuankun said with a smile. "You make a valid point. If I were to build my own home now, I would undoubtedly do the same." Wang Xinyuan laughed, realizing that this boss Yang is quite willing to spend money, which would ultimately lead to significant expenses. In the following period, they engaged in discussions regarding the layout of the upper floors, with Wang Xinyuan jotting down notes and sketches while occasionally applying some corrections, and Su Lianxing would contribute his thoughts, sharing aspects of his long-term living experience that he found inconvenient. "Your storage room idea is excellent. Come 6 o'clock in the morning, the noise from the street becomes unbearable. At that time, I hadn't given it much thought, only knowing that the layout from the first to the third floor should remain consistent. Su Lianqing expressed with a hint of regret. That is indeed the case. There were not as many vehicles before. Now, the noise outside is quite severe. If we create a storage room in front for sound insulation and relocate the bedroom further back, it would significantly improve the situation, Wang Xinyuan agreed. There's another matter. Yang Yuankun observed that the drawing was nearly complete. It appeared that Wang Xinyuan had not studied professional drafting, as he could only sketch a rough approximation layer by layer, perhaps with only his own understanding of the specifics of the construction method. What does Boss Yang think? Wang Xinyuan inquired curiously. My mother is also coming to reside here. Given her advanced age, it would be inconvenient for her to live upstairs. We need to create a bedroom on the ground floor. This poses a bit of a dilemma for Wang Xinyuan, as the land itself is an elongated rectangle. The first floor must accommodate a passageway, and if we were to create a room, it would lack privacy. Is that not acceptable? Yang Yuankun inquired, puzzled. Well, it is possible. Albeit the room may be somewhat narrow. We could erect another wall here and convert the adjacent space into a corridor. Wang Xinyuan proposed his solution. That sounds fine. A narrower room is not an issue as long as we extend its length a bit. Additionally, we must ensure that a window is properly installed. Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly. Shall we finalize it this way? Wang Xinyuan revised the layout of the first floor and sought Yang Yuankun's approval. Also, let us not create such small rooms on the third floor. Let us construct 2 larger ones instead. In the future, they will be for the 2 children. For now, they can share the second floor with us, can't they? Yang Yuankun consulted Zhao Xiaofeng, who stood nearby. Yes, I believe that would work, Zhao Xiaofeng agreed, feeling that her husband had thoroughly contemplated the construction plans. Once the group reached a consensus, they turned to discuss financial matters. Wang Xinyuan quoted the final price of 22,000. Yang Yuankun did not negotiate, but was not inclined to pay the entire sum up front. I can give you 15,000 now. The remainder will be settled once the house is completed. Does that work for you? Yang Yuankun articulated his terms, reasoning that paying all at once would be imprudent. That is acceptable. We will all be living across from each other, Wang Xinyuan acquiesced, recognizing this as standard practice in construction. With Yang Yuankun able to provide 15,000 up front, he would not need to finance the project himself. He could settle the workers' wages upon receipt of the total payment. After finalizing all arrangements, the group departed from Wang Xinyuan's home, not parting ways immediately, but instead crossing the street to gaze upon the plot of land Yang Yuankun had purchased. This will be our home from now on. I truly feel a sense of nostalgia for our old place, Zhao Xiaofeng remarked with a hint of sentimentality. There is no need for such nostalgia. We can live wherever we please. When the children are on break, especially during the new year, we can always return home. If the house remains uninhabited, it may eventually collapse, Yang Yuankun reassured her, standing beside Zhao Xiaofeng. Indeed, we can cultivate vegetables in our garden. Otherwise, we will end up spending money on everything. Even for a handful of scallions, Zhao Xiaofeng lamented. Although there are many inconveniences in the village, one truly does not lack for fresh vegetables. Even in winter, one can grow spinach and coriander, and throughout the year, there is a good supply of chickens, ducks, and geese. You even plan to drive back home to fetch vegetables. Haha, Yang Yuankun teased. Once electric bikes become available, traveling from the village to the town will become much more convenient. It is currently quite cumbersome. I can ride a bicycle. I will simply bring our bike from home. The round trip should take about 2 to 3 hours, Zhao Xiaofeng casually remarked. Yang Yuankun couldn't help but twitch his lips at her response. Such sentiments are typical of people from this era, who casually discuss walking for 2 or 3 hours or riding bicycles. Such physical exertion would likely only be undertaken by professional athletes or fitness enthusiasts in later generations. Haha. Dear sister-in-law, we are not far from the vegetable market. Crossing that bridge brings us right there. There are often vendors selling vegetables by the roadside, and they are quite affordable, Su Lianqing said with a smile. He continued, when you move, I will drive you there. It will be more convenient. Thank you, brother-in-law. Yang Yuankun expressed his gratitude. Wang Xinyuan soon departed, as he was to commence his formal duties today, coordinating with workers and those from the cement and brick factories. Thus, their endeavors began, while Yang Yuankun and the others returned to Su Lianqing's home. Dear sister, I still rely on you to keep an eye on the matter of the house, Yang Yuankun said with a beaming smile to the couple, as they settled inside the shop without retreating to the back. That is only natural. I spend all day here watching the shop, and your house is right across. I can see it from where I stand, Yang Erji remarked nonchalantly. Well, mainly because I will be leaving in a few days. Xiaofeng has children at home, making it inconvenient for her to come often. I truly appreciate your help, Yang Yuankun said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Didn't you say it would be over a month? Why the rush? Su Lianqing asked, puzzled. My superior has asked me to assist as a foreman, since I cannot wait for the house to be built. It is better to venture out early, Yang Yuankun explained. It's a good thing that your boss values you. Go ahead. Your sister and I will manage here. There's really nothing much to oversee. Once we all live together, should any issues arise, we can always have old Wang's family dismantled, Su Lianqing said casually. I am truly grateful for your help, Yang Yuankun responded appreciatively. Chapter 48. Inviting for a meal, what is there to discuss? Just remember to treat me to a drink. Su Lianqing said dismissively. Of course. How about today? Let us call Wang Xinyuan to join us at the restaurant. It's a good opportunity to strengthen our bonds. Yang Yuankun replied with a smile, feeling it was the right thing to do, as they would soon be entrusting matters to them. What restaurant? We can eat at my house for lunch. I will go buy some vegetables now, Yang Erji quickly interjected, preparing to grab a basket from the back, while saying, the restaurants in this town are ridiculously expensive. I wonder what is so good there. No, dear sister, it's settled then. What would I be doing at your place? Yang Yuankun hastily dissuaded her, then turned to Su Lianqing beside him. Brother-in-law, I'm not very familiar with the town. Could you recommend a restaurant? Don't skimp on me. All right, since that's the case, I won't hold back. It's not far from here, and the food is quite good. I usually take guests there, and it's not overly expensive, Su Lianqing said, gesturing slightly. Then, dear sister, don't bother cooking. We can all go together when Su Lu and Su Yi return for lunch, along with Wang Xinyuan's wife and children. There aren't many others. Yang Yuankun counted on his fingers. Just a private room will suffice. After the children finish eating, they can return for their afternoon nap and school, while we continue to drink. Once again, Wang Xinyuan was informed, and Su Lianqing accompanied Yang Yuankun to the restaurant. The establishment boasted an appealing decor. Yet in his recollection, it would eventually cease operations, as it had transformed into a supermarket in his past life, though he could not recall when it had closed down. They reserved a private room and ordered a multitude of dishes, deciding against returning home. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xinyuan arrived as well, while Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang Erji waited at home for their children to return from school. The private room, occupied solely by 3 grown men, allowed them to indulge without restraint, and the smoke lingered continuously in the air. Whereas Boss Yang struck gold. After a brief exchange, their camaraderie blossomed, with Wang Xinyuan curiously inquiring, what kind of boss am I? Merely a worker striving for a meager income. Yang Yuankun waved his hand dismissively. I just take on small projects at construction sites in Su Province to make ends meet. Oh, securing contracts in Su Province is no small feat. We are indeed in the same line of work, Wang Xinyuan remarked in surprise, realizing that this young man, Yang Yuankun, was his peer. Yes, we share the same profession. I am a mason, toiling daily at the construction site, about to head out soon. This is precisely why I have troubled you and my brother-in-law, Yang Yuankun said with a smile, refilling Wang Xinyuan's cup. Well, I cannot compete with you. I used to work on construction sites as well, scarcely returning home all year. Eventually, I formed a construction team in my hometown, taking on jobs in the town and nearby villages, Wang Xinyuan explained, exhaling deeply. The wages here cannot possibly compare to those in Su and Zhe provinces. At least you need not travel far. You can stay home year-round. Unlike me, I have to rely on my brother-in-law for significant matters like building a house, Yang Yuankun complimented. None of this is a concern. You need not rely on me. You've entrusted everything to me, and it is only right to get paid for my services. Wang Xinyuan quickly shook his head and continued. Boss Yang reaching out to me is a favor, allowing me to earn some money. This is all thanks to Lao Su. Ah, he is my brother-in-law. How could I not assist him? Su Lianqing chuckled, joining in the light-hearted banter. The 3 men were enjoying their conversation when a server entered to refill their tea, providing commendable service while inquiring when the dishes would be served. Yang Yuankun glanced at his watch. It was already 11:30, prompting him to ask Su Lianqing, brother-in-law, when does the elementary school release the children? They're out by 11:30. They can start serving the food now, Su Lianqing replied while checking his watch. All right. Yang Yuankun stood up and opened the door to the private room, calling out to the server, please bring out the food. True to his words. As the dishes began to arrive at their table, several women and children were brought in by the server. Once everyone was seated, The children chattered incessantly. Everyone, feel free to eat. There's no need for formality. It would be a waste not to finish the food at this restaurant, Yang Yuankun encouraged, raising his wine glass to toast to all, while only the three men indulged in alcohol, with the women and children enjoying beverages. The meal extended until after 2 in the afternoon, and the children had long since returned home. Su Lianqing and Wang Xinyuan had both indulged a bit too much, prompting Yang Yuankun to call out to the waiter. How much is it? Time to settle the bill. He retrieved his wallet from the inner pocket of his coat as the waiter approached. Greetings, the total including drinks comes to 118 yuan. You can just give me 115, said not the waiter, but the proprietress of the establishment, smiling as she spoke. Very well, thank you, Yang Yuankun replied, producing 150 yuan from his pocket and preparing to assist the two men back home. Fortunately, their residences were not far from the restaurant, and given the hour, there seemed to be no cause for concern. Do you need assistance? This is Mr. Su and Mr. Wang, right? They frequently dine here. I can have my family help you get them home, the perceptive proprietress suggested, calling for her husband to assist in escorting Su Lianqing and Wang Xinyuan home, assuring him it was not a long distance, and that he could manage with a little help. All right then, shall we? The husband, the true owner of the establishment, entered and promptly heeded the request, aiding Wang Xinyuan. Thank you very much, Yang Yuankun said, rising to support Su Lianqing as they made their way outside. Within 3 minutes of crossing the road, they arrived at Su Lianqing's home. After handing him over to Sister Yang, he then accompanied Wang Xinyuan back to his residence before returning to the shop of Su Lianqing. Are you all right? You didn't overindulge, did you? Zhao Xiaofeng was helping Sister Yang keep watch at the door while Sister Yang tended to Su Lianqing. I'm fine. It's hardly anything, Yang Yuankun chuckled, taking a drag from his cigarette as his mind gradually cleared. Youth certainly has its advantages. Even after consuming so much alcohol, I feel quite well. A brief sit down with a cup of tea and a smoke, and I'm right as rain. Perhaps you should drink less. Alcohol isn't exactly beneficial, Zhao Xiaofeng said, refilling Yang Yuankun's teacup as she gently advised him. I still drink quite a bit, actually. Usually, I only indulge during meals. Yang Yuankun replied with a hint of resignation, reflecting on his past self who felt compelled to drink at every lunch and dinner. I've already cut back significantly. You've indeed changed since your return. Your alcohol consumption has notably decreased, Zhao Xiaofeng remarked, her curiosity piqued. That's because I had overindulged while out, similar to today. But even more so, when you're with your boss, you feel obliged to partake, Yang Yuankun offered, justifying his habits with a reasonable excuse. I still want to enjoy life a bit longer. Otherwise, all this wealth is meaningless if I leave it all to that rascal Yang Yi. No wonder. It would be wise to drink less generally. Zhao Xiaofeng accepted his rationale, fully supportive. When are we heading back? Zhao Xiaofeng inquired, concerned about their 2 children at home, knowing that their mother would be busy preparing lunch. Already worried after such a short time apart? Yang Yuankun teased, leaning his face closer to Zhao Xiaofeng's eyes with a playful grin. Why are you so close? This is a public place, and we are still inside the shop, Zhao Xiaofeng said with a hint of embarrassment as she gently pushed Yang Yuankun away. Her eyes quickly darted to the entrance, and she felt relieved when she saw that no one was around. What does it matter? We are a legally married couple after all. Besides, I am not doing anything inappropriate, Yang Yuankun continued, his youthful physique imparting a spirited mindset, allowing him to yearn for a life distinct from his previous one, especially after being inundated with a plethora of information from the internet in his past existence. When are we going back? Let's talk about something serious. Xiao Bao must be crying at home, Zhao Xiaofeng said, attempting to change the subject, noticing his brazen attitude. Currently, we have no means of transportation back, and your brother-in-law is still drunk. We can only wait until it is nearly dawn for a ride home. Why the rush? Yang Yuankun, his mind clear, continued to reassure her. You cannot dwell on that little rascal all the time, can you? It's good to let go for a bit. What little rascal? Zhao Xiaofeng retorted, unable to bear Yang Yuankun's disparaging remarks about her son. She playfully tapped him. Xiao Bao is only 1 year old and is quite obedient. All right. He is obedient, Yang Yuankun conceded, nodding in agreement. His son was indeed well behaved, especially during school, requiring no supervision from them. He consistently ranked among the top students in his class and gained admission to the best high school in the county during the entrance examinations. Subsequently, he secured a place in the finest 211 university in their province. He exhibited few flaws, managing his finances wisely and showing filial piety. The only regret Yang Yuankun harbored was that he had passed away before his son could marry or grant him grandchildren, a common concern for their generation. I see that second sister's grocery store is thriving. During our brief visit, there were several customers. Zhao Xiaofeng observed enviously as she assessed the shop. Yang Yuankun was well aware of the store's success, and his brother-in-law, Su Lianxing, was adept at navigating social dynamics, having also secured contracts for rice, flour, and condiments from several restaurants in town. Could we open a store back home as well? I don't expect to earn much, just enough to cover our household expenses. Zhao Xiaofeng expressed, her interest piqued. That could work, but do you have the time? Yang Yuankun did not oppose the idea of opening a store, though he felt their two children were still quite young. Xiao Bao can be taken care of by your mother, and Fei Fei will be starting school soon. So I won't have to worry much. I think it's feasible. Second sister can oversee things here while also looking after Xiao Bao, Zhao Xiaofeng exclaimed excitedly. What kind of store do you wish to open? Yang Yuankun encouraged her enthusiasm, recognizing the importance of her having her own pursuits. It would not do for her to follow the same path as before, laboring at construction sites. I'm not quite sure what kind of store to open. Could you suggest something? Zhao Xiaofeng admitted, her lack of experience in this area evident. How about a vegetable shop? Yang Yuankun casually suggested. Currently, there was a market in town for vegetables, but it lacked formality. It was merely a patch of land without even a roof, making it difficult for townsfolk to buy vegetables when it rained. Selling vegetables? Is that feasible? Zhao Xiaofeng expressed her surprise, stating, well, I didn't think much of it earlier. Yang Yuankun merely mentioned it in passing. Upon reflection, it seems rather implausible. She quickly added, I fear it may not work. Selling vegetables is quite demanding. I believe it could be feasible. Perhaps we could bring the produce from my hometown's vegetable garden for sale? We could also include what my mother grows, Zhao Xiaofeng suggested, feeling the idea had merit. Yang Yuankun countered, that won't suffice. How long can we sell our homegrown vegetables? The variety is limited. He elaborated, moreover, one cannot merely sell vegetables. We would need to offer meat and fish as well. That would be quite exhausting. Why would customers choose us when they could purchase everything at the market in one go? Zhao Xiaofeng dismissed his concerns, saying, what is so exhausting about that? It's better than working in the fields. Yang Yuankun replied, it's quite different. During busy farming seasons, the labor may last a mere 10 days to half a month, with breaks in between. However, once you embark on this business, you might only have a few days off during the entire year, perhaps only during the new year. If you close the shop and customers find it empty, they may not return. He continued, it was thoughtless of me to mention it casually. Please don't take it seriously. What can we do then? Zhao Xiaofeng asked, a hint of frustration in her voice. Actually, I think opening a small convenience store would suffice. You could sell snacks, beverages, and stationery for students. You'd be busy when they finish school, and you could close during their holidays, Yang Yuankun suggested, finding this idea more practical and potentially profitable. Is that so? How much money can elementary school students have? Zhao Xiaofeng questioned doubtfully, what can children possibly afford? Yang Yuankun chuckled, this is a town, and it surely differs from our village. There are several convenience stores near the elementary school in our village. Would they open so many if they were not profitable? All right, then we can consider opening it when we move here. Otherwise, living in town all day is just spending money, no matter how much we have at home. It cannot sustain a one-way flow of expenses. Zhao Xiaofeng continued to inquire. So, I'm not making money, just indulging in leisure? Yang Yuankun retorted playfully. I'm merely trying to keep you occupied. I don't actually expect to get rich from this. Perhaps you could open the store after Fei Fei starts school. This project will likely conclude by October, at which point I'll return to check in. You can rest easy at home, Yang Yuankun said, shifting his chair closer to Zhao Xiaofeng and wrapping his arms around her waist with a smile. Once I stabilize over there and the house is built, you and the children could come visit. Huh, what would we do over there? After all this time apart, don't you miss me? I'm the one earning for you all, he feigned annoyance. Is that really possible? Zhao Xiaofeng pondered, now quite interested in visiting Yang Yuankun, as she had never been there before. Of course, I'll rent a place, just like at home, and we can bring my mother along to visit. If she prefers, she can stay in town. You need not worry about my sister here, Yang Yuankun continued to persuade her. Two individuals were engaged in conversation about their future plans in the shop, when, after a while, Sister Yang Er also descended. Occasionally, customers arrived. Yet the couple found themselves unable to assist much. As it neared the evening, They bid farewell to Sister Yang and boarded their vehicle homeward. Chapter 50. Yang Feifei's discontent. By the time they returned home, it was already 5 o'clock. Upon entering the courtyard, they beheld Mother Yang gently swaying with Yang Yi in her arms, humming incessantly. Yang Feifei had not ventured outside to play. She was merely occupied within the house. "You've returned," Mother Yang finally exhaled, sighing. This child, when he awoke this morning and did not see his mother, cried for a while before settling down. "I thought today would be uneventful, but after lunch, he utterly refused to nap. It took much effort to lull him to sleep, yet upon waking, he resumed his weeping, still yearning for his mother." "Mother, allow me," Zhao Xiaofeng interjected, her heart aching at the sight of her son with tear-filled, pitiful eyes. This child had never been apart from her. Even during the busy farming season, she could always see him during mealtimes and in cooler weather. She would carry him on her back in a wrap. "Go ahead, I shall prepare dinner." "I hardly had a moment to spare, too busy soothing him," Mother Yang replied, stretching her back in preparation to head to the kitchen. "Mother, please rest. I will handle the cooking," Yang Yuankun remarked, sensing his elderly mother's fatigue and hastily offering. "Very well, you take over. I shall tend to the fire," Mother Yang acquiesced, acknowledging her age made standing for long periods challenging. Yet managing the stove was still within her capabilities. "What shall we have for dinner? Is there anything left from lunch?" Yang Yuankun inquired as he followed Mother Yang into the kitchen. "There's a bit of rice and some vegetables left, but it certainly won't suffice for you both." "Let's boil some noodles," Mother Yang responded, settling onto a small stool behind the stove to start the fire. Seeing the pot was already clean, Yang Yuankun retrieved 10 eggs from the cupboard. With so many family members, 10 was hardly excessive. He poured some oil into the pot and began frying the eggs. The preparation for dinner progressed swiftly, and within a mere 10 minutes, everything was ready, while Zhao Xiaofeng continued to soothe Yang Yi in the courtyard. "That should suffice. It's time to eat," Yang Yuankun remarked, a bit taken aback, having never before felt such an attachment from this youngest son in his previous life. He served Zhao Xiaofeng a generous bowl of noodles, topped with 2 fried eggs, and set it on the table in the main room. Mother Yang first ladled a small bowl for Yang Feifei, and the family worked in unison, increasing their efficiency. "What did your second sister and brother-in-law say? Can they help keep an eye on him?" Mother Yang inquired while eating. "Yes, Sister Air is always at the shop. She can see our house from there," Yang Yuankun replied, eating swiftly, and casually added another fried egg to the plate for the others. "What are you doing?" "I've already had one. Give it to Feifei. Or the two of you can share." Mother Yang promptly prepared to transfer the fried egg from her bowl to Yang Feifei's. "Just eat it yourself. It's nothing special. You must be exhausted today and should take care of yourself," Yang Yuankun said, diverting the topic as he smiled at Yang Feifei. "Did you help Grandma look after your brother today? He's been crying nonstop. So annoying. He ignores me when I try to play with him." I won't coax him," Yang Feifei replied a bit haughtily, her hands busy as she popped a boiled egg into her mouth, murmuring, "This egg is delicious, far tastier than a regular white one." Yang Yuankun chuckled, understanding his daughter's sentiment. They rarely cooked fried eggs at home. It was usually scrambled or boiled, so this method was likely a first for her. "You should play with your brother more, all right? If you don't include him, how will he ever get comfortable with you?" he said cheerfully. "Really? But I'm quite familiar with him already," Yang Feifei questioned, puzzled, while making a face at her brother, who was flapping his arms and calling out to her. "All right. When Mom is not home, make sure to play with him, okay?" "I understand," Yang Feifei pouted in agreement, returning to her bowl of noodles. As dinner concluded, night had already fallen. After a quick wash-up, the family gathered in the bedroom to watch television. In this era, watching TV was their sole form of entertainment. Yang's mother sat on the couch, while Yang Feifei snuggled up between her parents in bed. "Once the new house in town is built, should we take this TV and the sofa with us?" Zhao Xiaofeng asked, holding the wriggling Yang Yi, glancing at Yang Yuankun. "We can take the TV. Such appliances deteriorate if left unused. But we can do without the sofa and cabinet. We can hire a carpenter to make new ones, or even buy them," Yang Yuankun mused. The family's television had served them for many years, only breaking down after the advent of smartphones. They hadn't purchased another since moving back to their hometown, as both he and Zhao Xiaofeng enjoyed using their phones. That could cost quite a bit, though. The sofa and cabinet were newly made when you got married. It seems wasteful to leave them behind, and we could save a fair amount, Yang's mother interjected, her hand brushing against the wooden sofa, which she had upholstered herself. "We're not living here anymore, and we'll need these things when we return. It's better to have a carpenter make new ones, Yang Yuankun insisted. You really are flush with cash, Yang's mother replied, somewhat exasperated, and let the conversation drop. True. Once Fei is on break from school, she can come back to stay. Otherwise, living in town would just be a drain on finances without time to spend. Zhao Xiaofeng agreed, aware of their family's financial situation. This period had seen her husband's influence soften her previous frugality. Tomorrow, they should commence digging the pit. I feel compelled to witness it, though you need not accompany me. Today marks the 3rd day of the 2nd lunar month, or perhaps the 6th, and I shall soon venture out. Yang Yuankun contemplated the passage of time. Since he was bound for a distant locale, there was no point in delaying these few days. It was essential to exhibit a proper demeanor for Zhao Quan to observe. I shall take the liberty of tidying up your belongings while I am home over the next couple of days. During this time, both winter and summer garments must be packed, and I anticipate quite a few items. Upon hearing Yang Yuankun's words, Zhao Xiaofeng engaged in thoughtful reflection. Since her marriage, she had been the one to prepare Yang Yuankun's travel luggage. There remained several salted ducks and a piece of cured meat from the New Year festivities. You should take them along, as the fare outside is likely to be unsatisfactory. A simple steaming will suffice. It is no trouble at all. Yang's mother interjected upon learning of Yang Yuankun's impending departure. I shall forego bringing them. You may enjoy them at home, Yang Yuankun replied, reluctant to carry such a burden. It was not akin to his previous life with Zhao Xiaofeng by his side, and he could not possibly cook alone. That preserved meat is meant for you. We can manage our own sustenance at home, so please take it, Zhao Xiaofeng implored gently. The construction site prohibits cooking, as inspections are stringent. Meals must be taken in the cafeteria. Yang Yuankun fabricated this excuse. Residing at the site this time, rather than renting a place elsewhere, would also save on accommodation expenses. Is that so? Then why would you allow us to visit? Zhao Xiaofeng queried, perplexed. Recalling how Yang Yuankun had mentioned he could accommodate her at the construction site for a while. If you come, I shall simply rent another place. I typically reside at the site, which has strict regulations, Yang Yuankun fabricated further, even though the current construction sites were not particularly stringent regarding cooking. That evening, Yang Fei did not share a bed with Yang's mother, but instead settled in with them. At the break of dawn the following day, Yang Yuankun was unexpectedly awakened not by Yang Yi's usual antics, but by Yang Fei's playful nudging. Just as he was enjoying a peaceful slumber, he suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Yang Fei beside him, playfully pinching his nose while grinning mischievously. Do you intend to suffocate your father? Yang Yuankun's initial irritation dissipated as he scooped Yang Fei into his arms, chuckling in jest. Aren't you supposed to go to town? I had her call you, though I had not anticipated it would be in such a manner, Zhao Xiaofeng chimed in, having already risen and stood by the bedside. Holding Yang Yi. After rising, Yang Yuankun partook in breakfast at home before boarding the bus to the town. Upon arriving at the site of the construction, he was surprised to find that work had already commenced. Boss Wang, you've started so early. Yang Yuankun greeted Wang Xinyuan, who was observing the workers. It is no longer early. It is past 8, young boss. Come, have a smoke, Wang Xinyuan replied, turning upon hearing Yang Yuankun's voice. He promptly retrieved a cigarette from his pack and offered it, thoughtfully shielding the flame from the wind as he lit it for him. How long will this foundation take? Yang Yuankun inquired curiously, recalling only his apprentice days when he had assisted his master with such tasks. He had not engaged in basic construction work since then. The plot of land is not extensive, allowing the excavation to be completed within 2 days, followed by a day dedicated to pouring concrete. However, it requires a brief period to settle before further work can commence. This is precisely why I aim to begin early, Wang Xinyuan elucidated. It truly is a hassle. This task was assigned to me by Boss Yang, for which I am grateful. It is my first time undertaking work so close to home, and I need not venture out to purchase meals. I can simply dine at home, Wang Xinyuan remarked with a hint of delight. I shall visit my brother-in-law. Yang Yuankun decided not to intrude further. Crossing the road, he arrived at Su Lianxing's residence, where the shop had already opened. Yang Erji was attending to customers in the store and only responded after they had departed. I saw you pass by earlier. You're here quite early. Yang Erji greeted him with a smile. Have you had breakfast? I've eaten. The children have gone to school. Yang Yuankun casually settled onto a sack of rice. Inquiring further, they've all gone to school. Your brother-in-law has matters to attend to today. He was called away early this morning, Yang Erji whispered to her brother. Since you're here, You might as well buy some cigarettes for the workers to lighten their spirits. It will encourage them to work diligently. Indeed, I am aware. Why would you think I am oblivious to such matters? Yang Yuankun remarked, as he had come to supervise the workers, ensuring they recognize whom they are laboring for. Distributing a few packs of cigarettes would certainly foster their dedication. Your brother-in-law has plenty of cigarettes. He doesn't smoke those. I'll fetch you 2 cartons to save you some expense. Yang Erji's eyes lit up as she prepared to retrieve the cigarettes from the back. I can buy them myself. It's fine, sister, Yang Yuankun quickly responded, realizing she was unconcerned about the expense. Why waste money? It's no problem at all. Yang Erji waved her hand dismissively. That once he do, I feel it would be an imposition on you. I would feel embarrassed to take your brother-in-law's cigarettes. Yang Yuankun grasped Yang Erji's hand and continued, there is hardly any smoke available here. I'll just go buy some. What is embarrassing about it? He wouldn't dare criticize me for giving you something, Yang Erji asserted boldly. However, seeing Yang Yuankun's resolute demeanor, she pointed to the left and said, there is a tobacco shop over there. You can purchase it there. Your brother-in-law buys the gift cigarettes from that shop. Just mention my name. All right. I shall head there now. Yang Yuankun released Yang Erji's hand and proceeded in the direction she indicated. Having walked less than 50 meters, he indeed spotted a tobacco and liquor shop. Yang Yuankun purchased 2 cartons of his usual hometown mountain cigarettes and selected a slightly better brand for the workers, intending to distribute 2 packs each. Just as he was about to pay, he noticed that this store also offered Zhonghua cigarettes. How much for these Zhonghua? Yang Yuankun inquired, pointing. They are 35 each for single packs, but if you buy a whole carton, it's 320, the proprietor quickly responded. Noting Yang Yuankun's interest in such an expensive brand, explaining that such cigarettes are hard to sell in a small town. So pricey? Yang Yuankun was taken aback, astonished that the price had hardly changed over the past 20 years. This suggests that the value of this brand has remained remarkably stable. This is Zhonghua, the emblematic cigarette of our nation, worthy of gifting or personal enjoyment, bringing prestige to the bearer. The proprietor continued to ardently promote his wares. Given my substantial purchase, could you perhaps offer me a discount? My sister specifically directed me to your establishment for this significant transaction. Yang Yuankun persisted in bargaining. And who might your sister be? The owner inquired curiously. She operates that grain and oil shop. My sister is Yang Yuanhong, and my brother-in-law is Su Lianqing. Surely, you must be acquainted with them. Oh, so you are old Su's brother-in-law, the owner remarked, appearing to be quite familiar with Su Lianqing. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, how about this? If you buy 1 carton, I can let it go for 301. These cigarettes have a standardized price, and I truly am not making a profit. All right then, that will suffice. Yang Yuankun felt that he had negotiated sufficiently, having secured a 10 yuan discount, which was no small feat. Emerging from the shop with a black plastic bag in hand, he returned to Yang Erji's place. First, he took out his own provisions, then handed the cigarettes intended for Su Lianqing to Yang Erji. What is this for? She asked, somewhat perplexed. These cigarettes are rather expensive. Why would you buy such costly items? Is your money burning a hole in your pocket? They are for my brother-in-law. I will be troubling you both in the coming days, Yang Yuankun explained. This simply won't do. We are merely offering a helping hand. You should return them promptly. Yang Erji insisted, shoving the cigarettes back into Yang Yuankun's embrace. No, I intend to distribute these among the workers, he replied hastily, making his way out quickly. Crossing the street. Chapter 52. The concerned third uncle. Upon reaching the opposite side of the street, he found the foundation still being excavated. Wang Xinyuan displayed considerable prowess, equipped with an array of professional tools, unlike the days when Yang Yuankun had to rely solely on manual labor as an apprentice. Boss Wang, your tools are quite impressive, Yang Yuankun remarked with a smile, holding the black plastic bag towards Wang Xinyuan, who was overseeing the work. Oh, it's nothing, just a few minor tools. It would be truly professional once I can acquire an excavator, Wang Xinyuan replied, turning around with a smile at Yang Yuankun's words. I've brought these for the workers, 2 packs each, as a token of my gratitude, Yang Yuankun said, presenting the cigarettes from the plastic bag to Wang Xinyuan. Thank you so much, Boss Yang. These are excellent cigarettes, Wang Xinyuan feigned surprise. It was a common practice for the host to treat the workers to cigarettes and buy some groceries, an unspoken rule. He then called out to the laborers. This gentleman is the owner here and has kindly provided some cigarettes for everyone. Please gather around for 2 packs each. The workers promptly straightened up, their faces beaming with gratitude as they clasped their hands in thanks to Yang Yuankun. Wang Xingyuan tore open the packaging and began distributing the cigarettes in Yang Yuankun's presence, ensuring that everyone felt comfortable and appreciated his gesture. During lunchtime, Yang Yuankun chose not to return home, instead sharing a meal at his sister's house. In the afternoon, he continued to observe the construction progress on the site, which was advancing rapidly. Nearly half of the excavation was complete. Wang Xingyuan, being somewhat of a professional, could be heard from the grain and oil shop across the street, continuously correcting the workers. In the afternoon, Yang Yuankun took the last bus back to his village. He would not be returning the next day, as he was set to depart the day after. Merely observing the construction site for an additional day would yield little benefit. Upon arriving home, Yang Yuankun was surprised to find Uncle Yang and Yang Yuanhong seated in his living room. He hurried over to greet them. "Uncle Yuanhong, what brings you here?" "Nothing much," Uncle Yang replied, rising with a smile. "You've returned quite late. I believe this was the last bus. The construction in town has commenced, and I went to check it out today," Yang Yuankun said, gesturing as he retrieved cigarettes from his pocket to share with the two. They settled back down again. "If there is something you need, Uncle, please do let me know. Really, it's nothing urgent. I just wanted to ask about your wife, what essentials she might need for the trip. My third son lacks experience with long journeys, and it's best to have everything packed to avoid any last-minute surprises," Uncle Yang explained earnestly. "Indeed, Uncle came to inquire, and I was just organizing her clothes." Zhao Xiaofeng chimed in. "Haha, what is essential to bring? Just money is sufficient. Everything else can be acquired easily. It's not like there is anything you can't buy nowadays," Yang Yuankun chuckled. "True, in those big cities, you can find almost anything," Uncle Yang concurred before continuing. "But I noticed the blankets you are bringing don't seem very thick. Isn't the place you're going to cold? It's early spring. How cold can it be? Besides, Yuanhong has just turned 20. Yang Yuankun turned to Yang Yuanhong with a smile. "Are you afraid of the cold?" "Brother Kun, I fear not the chill. I'm only wearing trousers at the moment," Yang Yuanhong replied quickly. "That won't do. The late spring chill is notorious for causing illnesses." "You must take care," Uncle Yang said with concern. "Are you heading to Su Province?" "Yes, I was there last year. The winters aren't overly frigid. Moreover, if it were too cold, the construction site wouldn't operate, as cement and concrete would freeze," Yang Yuankun explained. "Then 2 blankets should suffice?" Uncle Yang inquired further. "Yes, one for a mattress and another for cover. A cooling mat can be purchased in the summer, and a light blanket can either be brought or bought there. Just a few clothes will do." Yang Yuankun succinctly outlined what he would bring, continuing, "Bringing too much could be a hassle since we'll be traveling and changing buses." "Understood. What about meals?" Uncle Yang continued to ask. "There is a canteen at the construction site, and we can also buy food outside. It's quite reasonable." Yang Yuankun answered without impatience. "Dad, what is there to worry about? We can just eat whatever Brother Kun has," Yang Yuanhong said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "How can we not clarify these matters?" Uncle Yang chided his son lightly before turning back to Yang Yuankun with a smile. "I truly appreciate your help, Yuankun. We'll take our leave now. Don't rush off. Is dinner ready at home?" Yang Yuankun asked warmly, glancing at Zhao Xiaofeng. "It's almost ready. Mom is already cooking in the kitchen. Dinner will be at our house." Zhao Xiaofeng stood up to invite them. No, everything is ready at home. We shall take our leave," Uncle Yang declared as he made his way out. Approaching the gate, he added, "Come to my house for lunch tomorrow." I wouldn't dare invite you over for a meal, yet you want me to come to your house." Yang Yuankun chuckled in response. "Currently, in our village, it is just our 2 families remaining. Since you are heading out, do visit us for a gathering. My elder will tell you stories. I recall you enjoy crucian carp. I shall have him catch some in the river tomorrow morning. There aren't many delicacies, but..." Uncle Yang stood at the entrance, continuing his invitation. "Very well. I shall not be impolite, Uncle," Yang Yuankun replied, not wishing to decline. He walked to the door and only returned to his own courtyard after seeing Uncle Yang off. "When did Uncle and the others arrive?" Yang Yuankun inquired curiously upon seeing Zhao Xiaofeng folding clothes. "They just arrived. I hadn't spoken more than a few words before you returned. They likely timed their visit with your return," Zhao Xiaofeng replied. Her head bent down as she continued her task. A mother's worry knows no bounds, as does a father's. They ponder every matter with concern," Yang Yuankun mused. "Isn't that obvious?" Zhao Xiaofeng laughed lightly. Glancing at the half-folded clothes, she asked, "How many sets of winter clothes are you bringing? They take up quite a bit of space." 2 sets for work will suffice. I'll wear one myself, Yang Yuankun replied swiftly. Very well. Will you bring all your summer clothes? Just a couple of sets. I shall buy more when I arrive there. Clothes are not expensive, he said as he walked into the bedroom, where he found Yang Feifei and Yang Yi playing on the bed. Daddy! Yang Feifei exclaimed loudly upon seeing him, while Yang Yi beside her echoed her enthusiasm, though his words were indistinct. Ah, so you stayed home to play with your brother. Why didn't you go out? Yang Yuankun inquired, sitting at the edge of the bed and lifting Yang Yi into his embrace. Mom asked me to stay at home and look after my brother. She wouldn't let me go out, Yang Feifei replied, a hint of grievance in her voice. Very well, then I shall play with you both, Yang Yuankun said, relishing the joy of family before he heard Yang mother calling them for dinner, prompting him to take the children out to eat. Chapter 53. A night of farewell. The following day, Yang Yuankun found himself with little to do. After enjoying lunch at Uncle Yang's, he remained at home, playing with the 2 children. With no online ticket bookings available, he had inquired earlier at Uncle Yang's about the bus he took during his last visit. It departed the county seat at 7 o'clock in the morning, while the bus from their village would only arrive after 8. Thus, he was left with no choice but to take the train. Later that evening, after watching her television series, Yang mother took Yang Feifei to bed. While the couple managed to lull Yang Yi to sleep, it was already past 10 o'clock. Time to sleep. You must rise at 6 tomorrow morning and take a bus, Zhao Xiaofeng said, feeling Yang Yuankun's restless hand upon her. Do you look down on me? Even if I were to stay awake all night, I would still be full of energy tomorrow. As they lay in bed, Yang Yuankun slipped his hand beneath the hem of Zhao Xiaofeng's jersey. Indeed, it is quite vexing to dwell on this all day. Zhao Xiaofeng uttered these words, yet made no effort to deter his further advances. As a legally wedded couple, it would be troublesome not to engage in such thoughts while in bed, would it not? Yang Yuankun gently turned and knelt on the bed, the room enveloped in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern the expression of the person beneath him. In a hushed tone, he inquired, May I turn on the light, my dear wife? Oh dear. Why turn on the light? Zhao Xiaofeng swiftly rejected the idea, feeling rather bashful. Having 2 children already, and you still feel shy? Yang Yuankun sighed in resignation, choosing not to press the matter further. The confines of their home felt rather small, and excessive noise would only cause discomfort, thus they had to make do. Why is it taking so long? Zhao Xiaofeng murmured, slightly out of breath. You silly woman, is it not better to take our time? Yang Yuankun lay on his side, gazing at the woman resting upon his arm in the darkness, chuckling softly. You spend all day talking nonsense. One wonders what you've learned out there. Zhao Xiaofeng replied quietly. I assure you, I am most diligent outside. Otherwise, I wouldn't be exerting all my energy on you, would I? Let us get some rest. It's already quite late, Zhao Xiaofeng advised. I can sleep on the way tomorrow. That will be more bearable. Otherwise, enduring such a long journey without rest would be quite uncomfortable, Yang Yuankun pondered, feeling uneasy at the thought of the journey ahead. It had been ages since he had endured such a lengthy bus ride. The last time he returned had been quite torturous. Allow me to share something with you, Yang Yuankun continued. This time, I am going to serve as my boss's foreman. My own project won't commence for over a month. When the time comes, I shall call back. Please inform the few individuals from last year to reach out to me. Establishing contact from my end is quite troublesome. Communication these days is indeed cumbersome. Only the affluent possess mobile phones. Even my own pager is a luxury few can afford. A basic pager without text display costs several hundred, a sum that those laboring on the construction site seldom find justifiable. Only a spendthrift like me would indulge in such an expense. This is the very reason, despite the labor shortage on construction sites, many still struggle to find work. The flow of information is severely obstructed, unlike in the future, where a mere phone call can clarify matters, and if necessary, one could even initiate a video call. Indeed, I understand. I shall keep this matter in mind, Zhao Xiaofeng replied earnestly, recognizing the seriousness of Yang Yuankun's words. Although the individuals from last time had provided their contact information upon reaching the site, that job would last at most a month. Subsequently, they would seek other opportunities, and the likelihood of everyone dispersing across various sites was high, with some even unable to arrive. Only here at home, where everyone resides nearby, could reliable contact be maintained. There is more to address. Make periodic visits to the town and distribute a couple of packs of cigarettes to the lighting workers. They need not be of high quality. Just the ones I usually smoke. We need not entertain them with meals. A simple gesture of offering cigarettes will ensure they remain attentive, Yang Yuankun continued. And how often should one make such visits? About once every 10 days. You might as well smoke a cigarette, but you can go more frequently. My mother is here, and Fei Fei is now capable of looking after the little brother, so there is no need for you to worry. At worst, you can leave in the morning and return by noon, Yang Yuankun advised. Yes, I understand. I will certainly take care of my own house, Zhao Xiaofeng replied with assurance. Make sure to take the car. If you dare to walk there on your own, I will have to deal with you when you return, Yang Yuankun threatened. If he hadn't mentioned it, this woman might have walked the 2 or 3 hours to the town by herself. After all, there are quite a few people in their village who do just that. I get it. You have more money, Zhao Xiaofeng said with a chuckle. I'll only take 300 yuan with me. The rest is at home. The money I have on me is for you, Yang Yuankun stated. Carrying over 1,000 yuan, which is indeed a significant sum. How can you manage with so little? A poor family can't afford to travel. And we don't have many expenses at home. Once the house is completed, I may not have time to return. You can settle the remaining payment over there when the time comes. There will be enough funds, and we will need money for furniture as well. We can't wait for me to handle everything, right? Are you really not going to spend any money? Zhao Xiaofeng asked, her concern evident. Are you foolish? Didn't I tell you I still have over 100,000 in my bank account over there? I just need to keep some for travel expenses. Yang Yuankun replied helplessly, curling up under the blanket. Then this year I will truly enjoy my time at home. I won't be going to the reservoir or farming. I'll just stay home and take care of the kids, Zhao Xiaofeng murmured as she nestled into Yang Yuankun's embrace. This isn't enjoying life at all. When Yang Yi is a bit older, you can accompany me on outings, Yang Yuankun said, relishing the moment and chuckling. Well, by then Fei Fei will be in school. And your mother can't manage alone at home, Zhao Xiaofeng said, feeling a bit swayed. The long days of being a stay-at-home mom were indeed challenging. But the 2 children kept her anchored. Don't worry, once we live in town, I'll be back often. After all, I will be a small contractor in the future, right? Yang Yuankun responded with a grin. Those old women in the village talk too much. If I come back too often, who knows what they will say? Why do you speak like that? Zhao Xiaofeng laughed, playfully tapping Yang Yuankun's bare chest. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I am a bit tired, Yang Yuankun said, his eyes gradually becoming heavy after their long conversation and the earlier busyness. No sooner had he finished speaking than he began to snore lightly. Zhao Xiaofeng, who was about to respond, heard the sound beside her and sighed in resignation. This man. Just moments ago he was talking, and now he is fast asleep. Chapter 54. Parting early the next morning, Yang Yuankun awoke. At this hour, it wouldn't be light until at least 7, and glancing at his watch in the dim light of the room, it was only 5:30. He hadn't woken up on his own. He was stirred by the cries of Yang Yi, who was sleeping in the crib beside him. This child, crying so early. Yang Yuankun lamented, lying in bed with one hand on his forehead. He must be uncomfortable, which is why he is crying. Crying is a good sign. Zhao Xiaofeng had already risen, dressed in a thermal top, and was helping Yang Yi change his diaper while humming soothingly to him. It was already 5:30. I should rise now. The bus from the village to the county departs at 6:30. I need to get up and freshen up, and time is slipping away. Yang Yuankun cautiously extricated himself from the warmth of the blankets and dressed. This way, when Zhao Xiaofeng crawls back into bed, there will be some residual warmth. So early? I'll prepare some noodles for you, Zhao Xiaofeng replied, hastening her movements. Once she changed Yang Yi's diaper, the infant ceased his cries and began to giggle. No need. Sleep a little longer. It's still early. I can grab something to eat in the county, Yang Yuankun declined. Just as Zhao Xiaofeng was about to respond, a knock echoed from outside, followed by the voice of Yang's mother. Yuankun, are you awake? I am awake. Yang Yuankun quickly opened the door, finding his mother standing in the living room. Why are you up so early? I'm making you some noodles for breakfast. You're going to take a bus today? And without proper sustenance, you won't even be able to vomit if need be, she said, noticing her son was already dressed, before swiftly heading to the kitchen. No need. Really, he insisted, but his mother's goodwill was unyielding, so he refrained from further protest. Zhao Xiaofeng, having overheard their exchange, emerged from the inner room, placing their son in Yang Yuankun's arms before bustling off to assist in the kitchen. You little rascal, always either eating or making a fuss, crying or laughing. Yang Yuankun teased his son, who was already beaming in his embrace, as they played together in the living room. The noodles cooked swiftly in the pot, And the two women even plucked some tender greens from the garden to toss into the broth, adding a couple of poached eggs, which they served in a generous bowl on the table. Let me hold him. You should eat quickly. It's getting late, Zhao Xiaofeng said, taking Yang Yi back from Yang Yuankun with a smile. Why the rush? It's still early. You both are remarkably swift. It's only 5:10. And you've finished so quickly, he remarked. Grabbing the chopsticks resting on the bowl, he blew gently on the noodles before taking a bite after they had cooled slightly. It's still early. Let me ask Mom to boil a few eggs for you to take on the road, Zhao Xiaofeng said, sensing the time. She hurried back to the kitchen, and after speaking with Yang's mother, received her consent. She retrieved a full 8 eggs from the cabinet and set them to boil. Do you want some? Here, take your time, Yang Yuankun said, unhurried. As he observed Zhao Xiaofeng returning from the kitchen to sit on the stool, he noticed their youngest son gazing intently at his bowl. He picked up a small piece of egg white, blowing on it gently before offering it to Yang Yi. You can eat on your own. Why are you feeding him? Zhao Xiaofeng chuckled. He's certainly hungry. Look how eagerly he devours it, Yang Yuankun replied. Watching as Yang Yi polished off the egg white, then offered him a small piece of noodle, having cooled it slightly first. While Yang Yuankun continued to eat and play with his son, the sounds of footsteps approached from the yard. Soon, 2 figures appeared at the door. It was Uncle Yang and Yang Yuanhong. During mealtime, Uncle Yang felt reassured upon seeing Yang Yuankun eating, as it was his first time venturing out, and his family had risen much earlier. Have you eaten? Yang Yuankun inquired of Yang Yuanhong. Yes, Brother Kun. I've already moved the luggage to the vehicle's location. My elder brother is watching over it, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile. You didn't eat much, did you? Yang Yuankun asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Have you never traveled long distances? No, I haven't, Yang Yuanhong responded, somewhat puzzled. Then you wouldn't know if you get motion sickness, Yang Yuankun chuckled. Fortunately, this time we are taking the train, which makes it less likely to feel nauseous. I brought some ginger. If you feel sick, just rub it on the area behind your ears. Uncle Yang had prepared thoroughly. Although Yang Yuankun himself was uncertain of its efficacy, you should take 2 plastic bags, just in case you feel unwell. It wouldn't be pleasant to vomit on the floor, Yang Yuankun reminded him. Indeed, I will go home to fetch them. We may not have much at home, but there are plenty of bags, Uncle Yang replied, ready to return home for the bags. As Uncle Yang was about to leave, Yang's mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large bowl filled with boiled eggs, soaked in cold water. Why have you boiled so many eggs? Uncle Yang asked curiously. I'm sending them along with Yuankun for the journey. These boiled eggs are convenient and filling, Yang's mother replied with a smile. Didn't your family prepare anything? Uncle Yang suddenly recalled that the only food he had prepared for Yang Yuanhong was instant noodles from the convenience store, which were still considered a luxury in this day and age. Seeing Yang's mother's boiled eggs stirred something in his heart, prompting him to hurry home. Yuankun arrived quite early. Yang's mother observed as she entered the room, where she found Yang Yuankun chatting and laughing with Yang Yuanhong. Yes, Aunt. I came here to wait for Brother Kun and help him with his luggage. Yang Yuanhong quickly stood to respond. Just sit down, there's no need to stand, Yang's mother said, placing the bowl on the table. She found a clean plastic bag from the cupboard and placed the boiled eggs inside, asking Yang Yuankun, where would you like these to go? Just put them in my backpack. I'll be holding that. Yang Yuankun pointed to the luggage he had already moved out, which was similar in size to what he had brought last time. 1 large bag, 1 handheld luggage, and a backpack, with his briefcase tucked inside the latter. All right, I'll place them in there. You can take them out when it's time to eat, Yang's mother said, crouching down to fit the plastic bag into the slightly spacious backpack, as the other bags were already packed to the brim. How is the luggage? Is it manageable? Yang Yuankun joked while eating. No problem. It's about the same as yours. I can handle it alone. Yang Yuanhong confidently patted his chest. The meal was taken at a leisurely pace. By 6 o'clock, Yang Yuankun finished his meal without haste, slowly rising to wash up in the kitchen, as there was still plenty of time left. Look at my family. They are in no rush at all, Yang's mother remarked, a bit awkwardly, glancing at the waiting Yang Yuankun. The hour is still early. Auntie, the bus will not depart until 6:30. It takes merely 5 minutes to reach there. Yang Yuankun hastily waved his hand as he spoke. Arriving that early would only subject us to the chill. Why the rush, mother? While squatting in the courtyard brushing his teeth, Yang Yuankun mumbled a reply upon hearing voices from inside. Once everything was prepared, Yang Yuankun picked up his luggage. He did not have to carry it all himself, only a large bag containing bedding. while Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang Yuanhong assisted with the rest. Should we wake Fei Fei? Zhao Xiaofeng hesitated. Let her sleep. It would be troublesome if she wakes up crying later, Yang Yuankun replied somewhat reluctantly. This new year, he would have more interactions with his daughter, Yang Feifei, as his son was still quite young. Yang Feifei had grown increasingly attached to him, often preferring to cling to him. Indeed, let us go then. Time is of the essence, Zhao Xiaofeng said without further ado, turning to Yang's mother. Mother, I will take Yuankun to the bus and return. All right, I shall not go. It is too early to let little Bao out in the cold, Yang's mother said, a touch of reluctance in her gaze as she watched her son. Based on previous years, once he stepped out, they would not see him for an entire year. I shall take my leave now, mother. Yang Yuankun waved his hand and stepped out of the house, followed closely by Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang Yuanhong as they made their way to the bus stop. After about 5 minutes, they arrived at their destination, where they found Yang Yuanhong's elder brother, Yang Yuanqing, standing beside several bags, while Uncle Yang San was also waiting, as the bus to the county had yet to start. You've arrived, Uncle Yang San greeted them. Uncle, what brings you here? Yang Yuankun responded while hoisting his large bag. I thought you all had come already. It is merely a short walk from home to here, Uncle Yang San replied, placing the luggage on the ground beside the bus. Fortunately, it hadn't rained recently, and the ground was not muddy. A little dust was of no consequence. Yang Yuankun pulled out cigarettes from his pocket and offered them to the others present. Yuankun, what time do you expect to arrive tonight? Uncle Yang San inquired with concern. Probably around 8 o'clock. It takes about 8 hours on the road, and the train passes through the county station at midnight. After taking a puff of his cigarette and reflecting carefully, Yang Yuankun answered. His mind was filled with memories, and it took effort to recall those from his past life, while the memories of his current life from the past few years remained quite vivid. So late. Will there be transportation at the other end? Is accommodation arranged properly? Uncle Yang San's worry deepened upon hearing they would not arrive until 8 o'clock, noting that typically, their village would be deserted by then. Yes, my boss will send a car to pick us up. Do not worry, accommodations are arranged as well. Yang Yuankun replied with a smile. When we approach, I will send a message to Zhao Quan using the pager. Zhao Quan has assured me that a driver will be there to meet us. That is good. You are indeed successful, with a car to pick you up. Uncle Yang San responded joyfully, reminding Yang Yuanhong. Make sure to call home when you arrive, all right? I understand. Yang Yuanhong replied with a hint of exasperation. This is for you to eat on the road. I'm not sure if there's hot water available. The eggs are already boiled. Uncle Yang handed the plastic bag containing the eggs to Yang Yuanhong. Dad, when did you bring these? Yang Yuankun asked with a hint of confusion as he took the bag. Just take them. Your mother just boiled them. Uncle Yang sighed and continued. Stay close to your brother Kun on the way. Don't wander off. Listen to him, all right? Once you get there, work hard and don't cause trouble for your brother. Hearing his father's incessant reminders, Yang Yuanhong fell silent. After such a long time at home without feeling the warmth of family, it was surprising how things changed upon stepping outside. Third brother, take this. After Uncle Yang finished his admonitions, Yang Yuanqing pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Yang Yuanhong. Eldest brother, what is this for? I have money, Yang Yuanhong quickly declined. You need to take extra money when you go out. Just take it, Yang Yuanqing insisted, stuffing the money into his younger brother's pocket without further discussion. Take what your brother gives you. When you earn money out there, bring back some red envelopes for your niece and nephew. Uncle Yang was pleased to see his elder son giving money to the younger one. Although there were some rifts among the brothers, the bonds of affection remained intact, which was a good thing. On the other side, Yang Yuankun paid no attention to Uncle Yang's family. After placing Zhao Xiaofeng's bag down, he said to her, You should head back now. It's quite cold with the morning wind. I'll wait until you get on the bus, Zhao Xiaofeng insisted. Others have come to see you off. I can't let my man wait alone for the bus. This isn't my first time going out. Hurry back, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile. I'll return home when I have time. Once the house is built, I will definitely make time to visit. Let us go? All right, I'll head back then. Zhao Xiaofeng, seeing Yang Yuankun's resolute demeanor and reasoning, acquiesced and turned to leave, glancing back occasionally. Yang Yuankun watched her depart with a sense of helplessness, waving goodbye until she was out of sight before turning his head back. At that moment, the bus driver arrived, the engine's roar disrupting the family's bittersweet farewell. After placing their luggage on the bus, Yang Yuankun found a seat, and shortly thereafter, Yang Yuanhong sat beside him as the bus was about to depart. Chapter 55. The curiosity of Yang Yuanhong at this time, the bus was relatively empty. Initially, it was just the two of them, rendering the vehicle quite spacious. Gradually, more passengers boarded along the route, but most disembarked at the town. By the time they reached the terminal in the county, fewer than 10 people remained on the bus. Can you manage with all that? After unloading his luggage, Yang Yuankun noticed Yang Yuanhong still struggling with his two large bags. I can handle it, Brother Kun. I practiced at home, Yang Yuanhong replied, holding up one of the large bags to show his brother. Let us embark on a tricycle journey to the train station. It is entirely reasonable for Yang Yuankun to carry both large and small bags, shouldering the larger one while clutching the smaller one in his other hand, with a backpack resting on his back. Although he may appear burdened with bags, this method is far more manageable than Yang Yuanhong's approach of grasping one bag in each hand. Shall we proceed? Yang Yuanhong, still feeling a tinge of excitement, has shed the emotional weight of bidding farewell to his family. Our luggage is rather abundant. It is likely that one tricycle will not suffice. Perhaps it would be best for each of us to take our own vehicle. Yang Yuankun, leading the way, turned back and inquired, do you have any change on you? Indeed, I carry some with me, he replied. After all, I have done quite a bit of farm work in the village and possess a fair amount of strength. Walking this short distance is no trouble at all. The path from the drop-off point to the station's entrance is not particularly short. It took them 5 minutes to arrive, and Yang Yuanhong was already slightly out of breath by the time they reached their destination. We are not in a hurry. Let us take a moment to rest. The train does not arrive until after 11, Yang Yuankun remarked. Upon reaching the station entrance, he did not rush to wave down a tricycle, but instead smiled and conversed with a newcomer. He then pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to his companion. The county town is indeed bustling with vehicles, Yang Yuanhong observed as he settled onto his luggage. He took out a match from his pocket, lighting Yang Yuankun's cigarette before igniting his own. He reflected on how he had grown up in the village, having visited the county town no more than 3 times in his life. This is peak hour, so it is no surprise that there are many vehicles, all coming from various villages and towns, Yang Yuankun casually remarked. After finishing a cigarette and feeling the soreness in his arms subside, Yang Yuanhong moved to the roadside to hail a tricycle. Soon, one came to a halt, but the driver frowned at their considerable amount of luggage without uttering a word. You have far too much luggage. My tricycle cannot accommodate it, let alone move with such a load, the driver expressed, clearly conflicted, as he was eager for the fare. No need. We shall hail 2 tricycles, Yang Yuankun replied, waving to another vehicle that had just stopped. Driver, please hold on a moment. We can each take our own ride, he instructed, allowing Yang Yuanhong to board first and assisting him with his luggage. He then turned to the driver and said, to the train station, please. Certainly. The driver responded cheerfully. Setting off first, Yang Yuankun then placed his belongings in the second tricycle, where the driver also dismounted to lend a hand, smiling as he remarked, you are quite generous. Opting for 2 vehicles. It is not that I cannot fit it all. It is simply necessary, Yang Yuankun chuckled, adding that the absence of taxis in the county town had compelled him to take this route. Are we also headed to the train station? Both men inquired as they boarded their respective vehicles. Yes, to the train station. Just follow the tricycle ahead, Yang Yuankun quickly replied. The tricycles began to move slowly, and the roads in the county town proved to be much smoother and more stable. The train station is not particularly close to the bus station. It took a 20-minute ride to reach the destination. After dropping off his luggage, Yang Yuankun spotted Yang Yuanhong waiting nearby. After settling the fare with the driver, Yang Yuankun grabbed his belongings and approached Yang Yuanhong. Without pausing, he said, let us go. Let us head inside the station. All right, replied Yang Yuanhong, feeling refreshed after a long break, as he followed closely behind into the train station. The current train station was vastly different from those in the future county towns. It was merely a rudimentary stop where trains would briefly pause to pick up passengers, with no trains departing from here. The hall contained only 3 long benches for resting. Sit here and watch the luggage. I'll go buy the tickets, Yang Yuankun instructed Yang Yuanhong, who nodded in agreement. Yang Yuankun made his way to the ticket counter, where there were not many people, and the queues were short, as the peak travel season had long passed. He quickly purchased 2 train tickets and glanced at the time. It was 11:30. Looking at his watch, he noted that it was only 9:30, leaving them with 2 hours to spare. We arrived too early. The train doesn't leave for another 2 hours, Yang Yuankun remarked, handing one of the tickets to Yang Yuanhong with a smile. Have you secured your money? It's not particularly safe on the train. Yes, Brother Kuan. My elder brother just gave me some, which I've tucked into the pocket of my jacket. The money my father gave me last night is sewn into my underpants by my mother, so it will definitely be safe, Yang Yuanhong assured him confidently. All right, just be careful. There shouldn't be too many people on the train now, unlike during the New Year when it was so crowded. It's less likely for thieves to strike, Yang Yuankun replied, feeling relieved. Brother Kuan, do we start working tomorrow after we arrive? It seems like there's not much to do, Yang Yuanhong continued to inquire, seeking conversation. That's up to you. Resting for a few days is fine as well, Yang Yuankun said, observing the others in the waiting hall who were smoking, expressing mild astonishment. In the future, don't even think about bringing a lighter in here, let alone smoking. He then casually lit a cigarette himself, finding the wait somewhat tedious. That's definitely not an option. I plan to start work tomorrow. Yang Yuankun quickly replied. That's not necessary. By the time we arrive tonight, it will be late. Tomorrow, I'll take you to buy some daily necessities and get familiar with the surroundings. You can start working the day after. Yang Yuankun chuckled at his younger cousin. All right, I'll follow your lead, Brother Kuan. When we get there, do you want me to stay with you or with the other workers? Yang Yuankun asked, leaving the choice to Yang Yuanhong. He personally had a room to himself, and Zhao Quan had mentioned earlier that Yang Yuanhong would be much more comfortable staying with him. Although it might create some distance with the other workers, as he was merely going there to be a laborer. Huh, is there a difference? Yang Yuanhong asked, puzzled. Staying with me would be much more comfortable. I have a room to myself. If you stay with the other workers, the environment will be quite poor. With at least 6 people in a room. 6 people? Isn't that very cramped? Do you really think working on a construction site is enjoyable? If you reside with the laborers, you might forge some relationships, but living with me means little interaction. Each day after work, it's merely a return to sleep. I hope that my cousin can meet some people out there. He can't rely solely on me to find him work. Even if he secures a project a year, he would still need consistent employment. Without acquaintances, there will be no introductions. I suppose I must live among the workers, Yang Yuankun said with difficulty. Don't worry, I'll help you find someone. It's not that complicated, Yang Yuankun teased, adding, there are plenty of couples who reside in such dormitories. So don't be alarmed if you hear noises at night. What noises? Yang Yuankun initially misunderstood, but after a moment of thought, he blushed and replied. That can't be possible. With so many people, I've seen dormitories for girls on television. Those are for schools. How many women do we have on the construction site? They wouldn't have dedicated dormitories. Usually, couples can occupy 2 beds, just enough to claim both bunks. They can hang a small curtain for privacy. It's not overly exposed. Everyone is exhausted and simply falls asleep as soon as they lie down. For the next 2 hours, they engaged in conversation, driven by Yang Yuankun's curiosity about life on the construction site. As the vehicle approached its destination, ticket inspections commenced, and both men found their seats with their large bags in tow. Chapter 56. Capturing it was still early enough to catch some sleep. Otherwise, the journey would be arduous. Yang Yuankun settled by the window, with Yang Yuankun sitting beside him. This spot, albeit the least comfortable in a train's hard seat, was bearable since it was not the peak travel season, leaving many empty seats upon boarding. I can't sleep, Brother Kuan. I went to bed quite early last night. Yang Yuankun lamented, leaning against the backrest. Then you should sit across from me. It'll be more comfortable. You can switch back when someone takes that seat, Yang Yuankun suggested, pointing to the vacant seat opposite him, which was indeed the most comfortable position in the hard seat section. Is that all right? Yang Yuankun, inexperienced with train travel, felt a surge of curiosity. Certainly, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile, having barely slept the previous night. Rising early and running around had left him somewhat weary. He embraced his backpack, resting his head against the soft cushion behind him, and told Yang Yuankun, I'll catch a bit of sleep. You're free to do as you wish. All right, Brother Kuan, sleep well. I'll keep an eye on you and wake you when we arrive. The journey would stretch over 8 hours. How could he possibly sleep that long? If you feel tired, you should rest too, Yang Yuankun said, closing his eyes. In a drowsy haze, he suddenly felt a jolt and heard an urgent voice nearby. Opening his eyes, he saw Yang Yuankun sitting beside him again, with a new passenger across the aisle. Brother Kuan, it's bad. I think my money has been stolen. Yang Yuankun exclaimed anxiously, his hands frantically searching his body. How could it be stolen? Isn't your money in your jacket? How did someone manage to reach in? Yang Yuankun asked, waking up abruptly. In this moment, Yang Yuanhong revealed the location of his money on his torn shirt to Yang Yuankun, where indeed a cut had formed, with cotton spilling out. Did you not feel anything when someone touched such a private area? Yang Yuankun inquired, somewhat perplexed. I had just gone to the restroom and was jostled by a few individuals in the aisle. Upon my return, I discovered my shirt was torn and my money was missing, Yang Yuanhong explained. Can you recall what those people looked like? Yang Yuankun stood up, his eyes scanning the other passengers in the compartment, noting that it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Since they boarded, many others had entered from various stops. How could I possibly describe them? However, if I were to see them again, I would certainly recognize them, Yang Yuanhong lamented, feeling a deep sense of loss over the money. On one hand, he had never possessed such a significant sum before, and on the other, this money was a heartfelt gift from his older brother that morning, making its loss even more poignant. Do not fret. Take a moment to recollect, Yang Yuankun reassured him. Such incidents are not uncommon in this day and age. The train is filled with all sorts of characters. Who hasn't he encountered a pickpocket? If you had caught them in the act, they would likely have retaliated. I had intended to use the restroom, so I went. Upon returning, I encountered approximately 3 individuals in that narrow aisle who insisted on pushing past me. I had to sidestep to let them through. It was only when I returned to my seat that I realized my shirt was torn and my money was gone. Yang Yuanhong's voice trembled with emotion, feeling overwhelmed by this harsh reality as he ventured into society for the first time. In which direction did they head? Yang Yuankun pointed towards the 2 aisles of the train compartment. They went that way, Yang Yuanhong quickly indicated. Come with me, Yang Yuankun said, securing his backpack against his chest, deeming other belongings unimportant, as they contained nothing of value and were cumbersome to conceal. Leading Yang Yuanhong in the direction he had indicated, they approached the restroom area where Yang Yuankun exclaimed, "It was right here." I had to sidestep to let them through, thinking the aisle was too narrow for them to pass. They walked in that direction, correct? Yang Yuankun continued his inquiry. Yes, if I were to encounter them again, I would surely recognize them, especially the one who approached head-on. I was thinking of scolding him for being so intrusive, Yang Yuanhong expressed, feeling a sense of injustice. It was his first time out, and he was wary of causing trouble, unlike how he would have reacted back in the village. As the two proceeded forward, Yang Yuanhong continually scrutinized the seated passengers. It was not overly difficult to identify potential culprits, as he automatically dismissed women, children, and the elderly, focusing instead on a younger demographic. Recognizing them was not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, but they needed to act swiftly before the next station arrived. Just as they were assessing the individuals on the train, a railway officer approached, questioning, "What are you doing running around?" Startled, Yang Yuanhong momentarily lost his voice. While Yang Yuankun, feeling relieved, sought assistance. "Officer, my brother here was just robbed, and we are trying to locate the culprit. Please, look here." Yang Yuankun tugged at the torn spot on Yang Yuanhong's shirt for the attention of the train officer, expressing his dismay. The audacity of these thieves is truly astonishing. They managed to make such a tear. The officer, having witnessed similar incidents throughout his years on duty, nodded in understanding. He inquired, "Has the train stopped since the theft?" "No, we only just started searching," Yang Yuanhong interjected, regaining his composure. "What was stolen?" The officer pressed. "Just over 200 yuan, wrapped in red paper," Yang Yuanhong continued. "Very well, I shall assist you in your search. It will be more difficult once we reach the next station." "Thank you, officer. They cannot have gone far." My brother noticed the money was missing as he returned from the restroom, and by the time he turned back, the aisle was already empty. They must have returned to their seats, Yang Yuankun reasoned, which bolstered his belief that recovery was possible. The trio swiftly scoured the carriage. In the middle of the next compartment, Yang Yuanhong halted before a young man, scrutinizing him with a furrowed brow. "What are you looking at? Want to fight?" The young man retorted, a faint scar marring his countenance, lending him an intimidating presence. "That's him. The person walking directly towards me is the one." "I remember the scar on his face," Yang Yuanhong suddenly exclaimed. "What do you mean by him? What are you implying?" The young man, sensing panic, glanced at the nearby officer and attempted to rise and flee. However, he was swiftly restrained by both Yang Yuankun and the officer. "Don't move. Did you steal the money?" The officer bellowed. "I didn't. I don't even know him." The young man protested, struggling but finding himself overpowered by the strength of his captors. "Search him," the officer instructed, directing a stern gaze at Yang Yuanhong. They quickly rifled through the young man's pockets and a small bag by his side, unearthing a substantial amount of money, yet none belonging to Yang Yuanhong. However, they did discover a small blade in his trouser pocket. "Officer, look at this," Yang Yuanhong remarked, presenting the blade to the officer. "Very well. Please retrieve that walkie-talkie for me," the officer confirmed. It was apparent that such a blade was not typically carried by an ordinary individual. After activating the walkie-talkie, he called out, and shortly thereafter, 2 more officers arrived. "This thief will be taken to the police station at the next stop," the officer instructed the newcomers. "Understood." The 2 responded promptly, younger and more agile, as they applied handcuffs to the thief. "Officer, this individual likely has accomplices. My brother's money may be with them. He was merely responsible for slashing the clothing," Yang Yuankun cautioned. "I am aware. Can your brother identify the others?" the officer inquired, turning to Yang Yuanhong. The individuals behind him were close by, and the aisle was not well lit at the time. They all had their heads down, so I couldn't discern their faces. "I can only remember the first one," Yang Yuanhong admitted, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Chapter 57. An unexpected incident. It appears that your money may have been taken by someone else, and it remains uncertain how the trained police will address the situation. Yang Yuankun felt a sense of helplessness. After all, who could ascertain the rightful owner of the stolen funds? Especially since they had previously informed the perpetrator that their money was wrapped in red paper, complicating matters further. "Brother Kun, it's my fault for being careless. I shouldn't have wandered about. Had I remained seated, this incident might not have occurred," Yang Yuanhong lamented, feeling somewhat despondent. Although the thief had been apprehended, the uncertainty surrounding the return of his money weighed heavily on his heart. "Don't fret, it was merely 200 yuan, not a significant sum. You are on the verge of making a substantial profit during this trip," Yang Yuankun reassured him, patting his shoulder with a smile. He continued, "The police will undoubtedly conduct an inquiry. Perhaps the thief will expose his accomplices, and then we might recover the funds." "Indeed, let us hope for the best," Yang Yuanhong replied weakly. "Come, let us return to our seats," Yang Yuankun said, turning towards his own place. Upon resuming his seat, he felt a pang of hunger and retrieved the boiled eggs he had prepared that morning from his backpack, offering one to Yang Yuanhong. "Have an egg. It will help you feel better." "I have my own. My father also made some for me," Yang Yuanhong quickly declined. Standing up with some difficulty to retrieve his bag from the overhead compartment, he extracted a boiled egg that his uncle Yang had given him that morning. "There's no need to dwell on that 200 yuan. Consider it a lesson learned," Yang Yuankun remarked as he peeled his egg. "The money was given to me by my brother, and it's disheartening to lose it right after receiving it," Yang Yuanhong responded, placing his bag back and sitting down. "It was careless of me not to keep it close. My parents had sewn my money into my underwear last night, so it could never have been stolen." "As long as you appreciate the sentiment, that's what truly matters." Yang Yuankun understood his cousin's feelings. Being the youngest in the family, Yang Yuanhong was often pampered, despite the family's financial constraints. With Uncle Yang and his wife aging, it was primarily his elder brother who took charge. Yang Yuanhong felt touched by the money his brother had given him for this trip. "I understand, Brother Kun," Yang Yuanhong replied, quickly peeling and consuming the egg, which, though now cold, was still satisfactory. "Rest assured, this trip will yield significant profits. When you return for the new year, you can buy gifts for your nephew and family, which will surely elevate your standing." Yang Yuankun was about to continue when the trained police officer who had assisted in apprehending the thief approached them. "Officer, is there anything else we should address?" Yang Yuankun inquired as he stood up promptly. "Indeed, the thief has implicated 3 others, and we have recovered the money that was stolen from you. Please accompany me to the front of the carriage to sign a document, after which you can reclaim your funds," the officer stated, leading the way as Yang Yuankun and Yang Yuanhong followed eagerly. "Can they really recover it, Brother Kun?" Yang Yuanhong expressed his delight. "Primarily, our swiftness was crucial. Had the train halted at the next station, the thief would have undoubtedly escaped, rendering capture impossible." Yang Yuankun felt a surge of elation as the 2 of them followed closely behind, arriving at the front carriage where a group of conductors was diligently engaged in their duties. Among them was the very thief they had previously apprehended, now restrained in the aisle with handcuffs. Under the guidance of one of the conductors, they approached a table, signed a document, and were handed a bundle of money wrapped in red paper. Yang Yuankun expressed his heartfelt gratitude, astonished that they could reclaim it, especially since money is notoriously difficult to prove as one's own. "Well, that settles it. We have matters to attend to, so you may return now." Upon returning to their seats, Yang Yuanhong was devoid of the earlier sense of despondency, eating with renewed vigor. He rummaged through his bag to produce 2 packets of instant noodles, offering one to Yang Yuankun. "Brother, would you care for some noodles? I spotted hot water over there while I was in the restroom," he exclaimed excitedly. Although his family owned a small convenience store, he rarely indulged in such fare, as only unsold items were typically reserved for their own consumption. "You seem quite well prepared, even bringing a lunchbox," Yang Yuankun remarked with amusement upon seeing the metal container Yang Yuanhong had produced. "Of course. My father even called my second brother specifically to inquire about what to bring, insisting that a lunchbox was essential. Otherwise, purchasing one there would be significantly more expensive," Yang Yuanhong responded as he tore open the packet of noodles, preparing to transfer them into the container. "Go ahead and eat. I have no desire for this," Yang Yuankun replied, feeling no inclination towards instant noodles after having consumed a boiled egg. His lunchbox remained tucked away in his large bag, too tedious to retrieve at the moment. The train sped along its route, the passengers moving rhythmically, and the sky outside gradually darkened. As they approached 8 o'clock, the train speaker finally announced their intended station. Yang Yuankun retrieved his pager from his pocket and messaged Zhao Quan, who promptly replied, instructing that the driver would meet them at the station. Recognizing Zhao Quan's vehicle, Yang Yuankun felt reassured, rising to retrieve their luggage from the overhead compartment. Yang Yuanhong also grasped his belongings, and as the train came to a slow halt, the two of them struggled to maneuver their various bags out of the exit. "Stay close behind. We're not far now," Yang Yuankun urged his brother, leading the way. "I can keep up, brother. You go ahead," Yang Yuanhong called back, one hand gripping a large suitcase, acutely aware of his inexperience as his arms began to tire. This station was considerably larger than their counties, and after some time traversing its expanse, they finally reached the exit. Just as they stepped outside, scanning the surroundings for Zhao Quan's vehicle, they were suddenly seized by 2 individuals, one on either side, causing a jolt of alarm as a sharp sensation pierced their waists. In a feigned panic, he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Hey, aren't you quite formidable?" Seeking the police, the man had taken your money as a courtesy, instructing us to remain silent despite the many people involved. The person to Yang Yuankun's left whispered menacingly in his ear. Yang Yuankun understood that the gang of thieves on the train was not limited to that one individual. Others were watching as well. The moment they stepped off the train, they were immediately targeted. He caught a glimpse of Yang Yuanhong, who was merely held by someone with crossed arms. "Follow us. If you dare to run or shout, well..." The assailant pressed the knife against Yang Yuankun's waist, jabbing it slightly. Fortunately, the thick winter clothing prevented it from piercing his skin. "All right, I will accompany you. But please be gentle. Lives could be at stake," Yang Yuankun stammered, his mind racing for a solution. Chapter 58, 1 against 3. Counterattack and overcome 2. Is this how it's done? Such circumstances are not uncommon in this era, and he was not overly panicked. After years on the construction site, he had witnessed far worse. The primary concern was that Yang Yuanhong was also being held, complicating matters considerably. Fleeing alone would not bode well for him upon his return. As Yang Yuankun was escorted forward by 2 men, they reached the staircase. Crowded due to the arrival of a train, Yang Yuanhong and his captor followed closely behind, and the 2 men flanking Yang Yuankun found themselves momentarily disoriented amid the throng, glancing left and right, causing the knife at Yang Yuankun's waist to shift from its previous position. In a flash of inspiration, Yang Yuankun swung the large luggage bag resting on his shoulder towards the nearest assailant, striking him on the shoulder and head. The weight of the bag caused the man to falter, leaning to the side. The individual holding Yang Yuanhong momentarily froze, instinctively reaching for Yang Yuankun. But with a swift pivot, Yang Yuankun evaded capture. He then swung the smaller bag in his other hand towards another distracted onlooker. "Run," he shouted, prompting Yang Yuanhong to react. He dropped both bags to the ground, but did not heed Yang Yuankun's warning, instead throwing a punch at the man who had been beside him. The individual struck by Yang Yuankun's bag collapsed, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Yang Yuankun continued to retreat, relieved that they were at the top of the stairs where there were few people present. Yang Yuanhong, having dealt a blow to his adversary, followed Yang Yuankun away from the trio. "Are you all right?" Yang Yuankun inquired with concern. "I'm fine, Kun-gu. What was the deal with those people?" Yang Yuanhong replied, still shaken. "They are accomplices of the thieves who attempted to rob you. Coming to cause us trouble," Yang Yuankun said with a chuckle, untroubled. You certainly have some nerve. Daring to fight back. Of course. Who doesn't know how to throw a punch? Yang Yuanhong declared proudly. At that moment, onlookers were drawn to the scene, and the assailants, having regained their composure, were brandishing knives, threatening. What are you staring at? Do you wish to be stabbed? The crowd instinctively took a step back, intimidated by the sight of 3 men wielding blades. Your reckless audacity is astonishing. Initially, I sought merely to earn a little money. Yet upon seeing no one come to aid, those 3 individuals felt a sense of relief. This place is already far from the train station, devoid of patrolling officers. Armed with knives, they believed they could roam freely at the chaotic entrance of the station, especially with so few cameras around. How brazen they must be to confront someone like me. It seems I have encountered a level of arrogance I had not anticipated. Yang Yuankun, undeterred, realized he had been living too comfortably at home. Having just started working outdoors, he found himself in this predicament. He retrieved a trowel from the small bag he had been carrying. Though not particularly sharp, it was made of iron and typically used for cutting bricks. The 3 assailants were momentarily taken aback by Yang Yuankun's unexpected defiance. Why was he not fleeing, but instead preparing to confront them? While they had encountered fierce individuals before, they had never faced someone unafraid to stand his ground. Come on, why the hesitation? Yang Yuankun taunted as he cautiously advanced. Yang Yuanhong, astonished by his cousin's boldness, followed closely behind, recalling that this cousin was usually all smiles. What had transformed him into such a fierce figure? Go find a police officer at the station. I'll keep an eye on them. Otherwise, we'll always feel anxious whenever we visit this train station. Yang Yuankun whispered to Yang Yuanhong. Understanding the urgency, Yang Yuanhong hurriedly retraced his steps. The 3 men, witnessing one of them fleeing, were uncertain whether Yang Yuanhong was escaping in fear or seeking help, and upon seeing the weapon in Yang Yuankun's hand, their resolve began to waver. However, the staircase had already been quite congested, and with many onlookers now focused on the unfolding scene, there was little room for them to escape. Cowards! All you dare to do is petty theft. You wield knives, yet you're still hesitant? Yang Yuankun continued to provoke them, displaying no fear. The strength coursing through his youthful body, bolstered by past experiences of standing up against troublemakers at construction sites, gave him confidence. The assailants were enraged by his taunts and began to close in on him with their knives. One of them suddenly lunged forward, thrusting his blade at Yang Yuankun. But the trowel he wielded was significantly longer. With a swift motion, he struck the assailant's hand. A piercing scream erupted as the attacker lost his grip on the knife, rolling on the ground in agony. Yang Yuankun knew that if the injury went untreated, the man's hand would be permanently damaged. He coldly taunted the remaining 2. Come on, I'm right here waiting for you. Stunned by his decisive action, they hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Finish him off, or I swear I'll deal with you. The injured man shouted from the ground, prompting the others to step forward cautiously, preparing to flank Yang Yuankun. At that moment, Yang Yuankun, without waiting for the encirclement to take shape, swiftly approached one of the individuals. Before the man could react, Yang delivered a forceful kick to his calf, causing the knife in his hand to be redirected as well. Instantly, the confrontation transformed into a one-on-one duel. Come on, you little brat. No one has dared to challenge me yet. You truly are overstepping, Yang Yuankun thought. His past experiences in this life and the previous one taught him that in such situations, it was a matter of who could be more ruthless. Those who hesitated deserved to be struck down. As Yang Yuankun faced off against his opponent, Yang Yuanhong, accompanied by several police officers, rushed over, loudly declaring, "Stop it. Everyone get down. The police are here. Brother, are you all right?" Yang Yuanhong, astonished at the sight of the 2 individuals lying on the ground, inquired about Yang Yuankun, who had already relaxed his stance. What could possibly happen to me? Don't worry, Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly, patting his brother's shoulder. The officers then escorted the 2 individuals on the ground, along with another man and Yang Yuankun, to the police station at the train station, with Yang Yuanhong following suit. "Officer, may I take our luggage with me?" Yang Yuankun asked, glancing at the belongings still on the ground next to him. "Yes, take it," the officer replied. The policemen were somewhat taken aback to see Yang Yuanhong immediately seek out Yang Yuankun, noting that this man had taken down 2 opponents while outnumbered 3-1. He certainly had some skills. Yang Yuankun and Yang Yuanhong collected their luggage and proceeded to the police station, and he made sure to send a message to Zhao Quan. Chapter 59. Arrival at the construction site. The group was taken into the police station inside the train station. since Yang Yuanhong was the first to report the incident. They did not trouble Yang Yuankun, but merely inquired about the events. Upon learning that the confrontation had stemmed from an act of theft on the train, and after confirming with a phone call, the seriousness that had once clouded the officer's expression dissipated. "You are quite impressive. You can really fight," the officer remarked. "We're all just country folk. I work at a construction site, so I have some strength," Yang Yuankun responded with a cheerful smile. "All right, we understand what happened. Just sign here, and you can leave," the officer said, handing him a piece of paper. Yang Yuankun signed his name, stood up, and followed the officer's lead out of the police station. "Let us go. They must be waiting anxiously over there," Yang Yuankun called to Yang Yuanhong, who was already waiting outside with their luggage. "Brother Kun, you were incredible. Did you sever their hands?" Yang Yuanhong exclaimed, extinguishing his cigarette and lifting his luggage. His face filled with admiration. "What's so remarkable about it? In situations like this, it's not about who is stronger. It's about who dares to act and how ruthless one can be." Yang Yuankun waved his hand dismissively. Just then, his pager buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he found a message from Zhao Quan, inquiring if he should come over. Yang Yuankun quickly replied, indicating that the matter had been resolved. He then exited the train station and began searching for Zhao Quan's car by the roadside. After about 5 minutes, he spotted a small sedan parked at the side of the road, where a young man was standing in front of the vehicle, surveying the area. He glanced once more at the license plate. "Greetings, I am Yang Yuankun, and you must be the one sent by Boss Zhao." He approached the other party to initiate conversation. "Ah, indeed, greetings to you. I am the driver for General Zhao." The other party appeared momentarily taken aback, as he had anticipated picking up a high-ranking official, only to find 2 individuals laden with bags, dressed like laborers. "Very well, let us proceed. May I request you to open the trunk?" Yang Yuankun gestured towards the rear of the vehicle. "Certainly, allow me." The other party jogged to the back of the car, unlocked the trunk with the key, and assisted Yang Yuankun in placing their luggage inside. However, Yang Yuanhong's large bag was evidently too cumbersome to fit, so it was placed in the back seat. "You may sit in the back. I shall take the front," Yang Yuankun told a somewhat bewildered Yang Yuanhong. "Oh, very well." Yang Yuanhong, who had never ridden in a sedan before, assumed that the vehicle sent for them was akin to the tricycles in the county. Unaware that it was indeed a car, he didn't even know how to open the door. Yang Yuankun helped him open the door, assisting him into the seat before firmly shutting it. Nowadays, vehicles operate in such a manner, there are no electronic doors. Thus a resounding slam is essential to close the door. Once he returned to the front passenger seat, the car started and swiftly navigated the urban roads. "That young General Zhao has instructed me to take you to the restaurant, as I presume you have yet to dine." The driver beside him spoke up once the vehicle was in motion. "I hope it's not too much trouble," Yang Yuankun replied casually, yet did not decline, continuing, "We have an abundance of luggage. Let us first return to our accommodation to drop it off. I must inquire with General Zhao regarding that. I am unaware of your residence. Do you have an address?" The driver continued to ask, as this matter was not within their discretion. "At the dormitory of your construction site. You should be aware of it. I will notify General Zhao via my pager." Yang Yuankun retrieved his pager and swiftly sent a message, realizing how much he truly needed a mobile phone at this moment. Accustomed to life in the modern era, it felt utterly disconcerting without one. "I understand. Then we shall head there first." The driver, upon hearing Yang Yuankun's response, felt relieved and directed the vehicle towards the construction site. In this era, vehicles were not numerous, and traffic jams were virtually non-existent. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a construction site. The gate did not possess any security measures, merely a simple large door. The driver leaned out and spoke to the guard, who promptly opened the heavy iron gate, leading them through the site. Making a series of turns until they reached the dormitory area, Yang Yuankun observed the construction site in its entirety. The framework was already erected and the roof was sealed. Progress was indeed swift. As it was now past 8 o'clock, no one was present at work. Upon arriving at the metal sheet dormitory, the vehicle came to a halt. And the moment Yang Yuankun stepped out, he noticed Zhao Quan waiting there as well. Yang, you have caused me considerable worry. Had anything gone awry? It would have been my responsibility," Zhao Quan expressed with a hint of concern, surveying Yang Yuankun before finally feeling relieved upon confirming his well-being. "What could possibly happen? Such trivial matters do not frighten me," Yang Yuankun replied, shaking hands with Zhao Quan and then with several individuals following him. Indeed, Zhao Quan replied with a smile. Turning to the driver, please take my brother's luggage to the room we prepared a few days ago upstairs. Understood, Zhao. The driver promptly opened the trunk and carried Yang Yuankun's belongings up to the metal cabin. This is my younger brother, who has come here seeking employment. I hope you might offer him a meal, Yang Yuankun said while guiding his somewhat perplexed brother, Yang Yuanhong, into the conversation. Your brother is my brother as well. No need for mere charity. He is here to lend me a hand. Zhao Quan warmly shook hands with Yang Yuanhong and then turned to Yang Yuankun, saying, Little Yang, let us dine at a restaurant just outside the construction site, and your brother is welcome to join us. But Zhao, I haven't even unpacked my luggage. Yang Yuankun said as he retrieved some cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to everyone present. These are special Zhonghua cigarettes I bought at home. He added with a smile, but I certainly won't be polite with you, Zhao. We still have matters to discuss, so let us go? I'll have Xiao Wang handle your luggage, referring to the driver who had come to pick them up, just as Yang Yuankun was about to head to the restaurant. He noticed his brother's discomfort and paused, addressing Zhao Quan. Brother Zhao, my sibling is experiencing some motion sickness from the long journey. Perhaps he should rest first. Oh, I see. Very well, Xiao Wang. Please escort this brother to the room to rest and get him something to eat. Zhao Quan understood Yang Yuankun's intention and kindly instructed his driver to procure some food, demonstrating his thoughtfulness regarding human relations. Yuanhong, you should rest in my room. Yang Yuankun instructed his brother before following Zhao Quan outside the construction site. Chapter 60. The first night at the construction site after the meal, which extended well past 10 o'clock. The main purpose was to introduce Yang Yuankun to the management personnel and minor contractors at the site, facilitating his future role as a foreman. The meal had involved ample drinks, as dining and drinking in such an environment is customary for receptions. Shall we go out for a bit? I can speak with Jin Hai to arrange something for us. Zhao Quan suggested as they sat at the tea table after the meal. No need for that, Brother Zhao. After such a long journey, I came here just to drink with you. I have matters to attend to tomorrow and need to rest, Yang Yuankun quickly replied. All right, I won't press you. You do seem a bit fatigued. Take a few days to recuperate. There's no rush to start working, Zhao Quan responded with a smile. Sensing that Yang Yuankun was not inclined to go out, merely conversing idly with the others present. That won't be necessary. I can visit the site tomorrow, Yang Yuankun replied, clarifying that his purpose for coming was not leisure, but rather to oversee operations at the construction site, which did not require strenuous physical exertion. Very well, Zhao Quan said, then addressing the others nearby, you all need to cooperate with my younger brother. He will represent me at the site from now on. If anyone dares to disregard him, do not blame me for the consequences. As the crowd voiced their agreement, Zhao Quan rose to his feet, beckoning everyone to depart from the restaurant. Although he did not reside at the construction site, many of the individuals who accompanied him lived in the nearby tin houses, and together they made their way back to the site. Brother Yang, I look forward to your guidance, Yang Yuankun remarked, having just arrived at the location. He spoke of a minor contractor at the site who had taken on the carpentry and reinforcement work for the Western building, a task entrusted to their crew responsible for the main structural framework. You are older than I am. Henceforth, you may call me Xiao Yang, Yang Yuankun hastened to say. The man named Zhou Xing, a middle-aged individual in his 40s, spoke with great enthusiasm. That is not appropriate. You possess far greater prowess than I do. I hope you will continue to mentor me, Zhou Xing replied, producing a cigarette from his pocket and offering one to Yang Yuankun. After lighting one for himself with a lighter, he continued, I shall head inside now. There is much work to be done tomorrow. Very well, I shall return as well. I am indeed quite fatigued, Yang Yuankun replied, exchanging pleasantries before making his way back to the previous location. The area was dotted with an abundance of tin houses, 3 in total, each 2 stories high. Given that each room could accommodate 8 individuals, it was indeed capable of housing a significant number of workers. The various teams at the construction site did not move in simultaneously. For instance, the interior team he contracted would not enter the site just yet, allowing for a rotation in accommodations. Zhao Quan had arranged for him a room on the 2nd floor, with the staircase situated on either side of the building. The sound of footsteps echoed loudly as he ascended, and upon reaching the 2nd floor, he noted that the flooring was also made of metal. Fortunately, he was assigned a room at the end of the corridor. Upon opening the door, Yang Yuankun discovered that Yang Yuanhong had not yet retired. He was in the midst of making his bed. How are you? Have you had dinner? Yang Yuankun inquired with concern. What did you eat? Are you adjusting to the food here? I've eaten, Brother Cohen, but here they serve steamed buns instead of rice. Yang Yuanhong replied, pausing in his task of fitting the duvet cover, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Yes, steamed buns are the main staple here, though you can certainly find rice if you wish. Don't worry, Yang Yuankun reassured him, as he too was unaccustomed to steamed buns. Given that this region belonged to northern Jiangsu, where wheat-based foods were prevalent. That's a relief, Yang Yuanhong sighed, hastily explaining. It's just that I feel unsatisfied with steamed buns. Nothing compares to a bowl of rice for filling the stomach. Yang Yuankun recognized this as a reflection of the north-south culinary divide, a topic that would undoubtedly become a popular discussion point in the future. Those who preferred steamed buns found rice insufficient, while rice eaters considered buns mere snacks, lacking in sustenance. Then you shall stay here. You can occupy that bed, and I will take this one. There's no need to switch rooms, Yang Yuankun suggested, observing the modest size of the tin house. He felt somewhat reluctant to push Yang Yuanhong into a dormitory with multiple occupants. Their shared living arrangement posed no significant inconvenience. That won't do, Brother Cohen. We agreed that I would stay over there, so as not to disturb you, Yang Yuanhong insisted, rising to his feet and waving his hands in refusal. I will only stay here for tonight. You can find me a room tomorrow. I was initially concerned that you might feel isolated while working here, but upon reflection, it seems unnecessary. In a month or so, you will be working under my project, and you won't have much interaction with others. By then, it will suffice to forge good relationships with my team, Yang Yuankun gently persuaded. As one reflects, the rooms downstairs and adjacent often accommodate as many as 8 individuals, including couples. At night, one might even hear the sounds emanating from them. With a playful smile, Yang Yuankun finished his cigarette and handed one to Yang Yuanhong, remarking that there is merit in what he said. Although their rural background is indeed impoverished, housing is not a scarcity. Having grown up alone in his own room, the notion of sharing a space with 8 people is somewhat daunting. However, he wonders if living with Yang Yuankun might bring him some inconvenience. Just settle in. It will save you the trouble of moving tomorrow. At worst, I can set up a curtain, Yang Yuankun suggested, noticing a thermos already under the table. He inquired with a smile, is this your hot water? No, Brother Cohen. It seems this was brought over by that young Wang from the office. He mentioned that the water from the site's boiler is only good for bathing and washing up. They boil their own drinking water, Yang Yuanhong quickly explained. Understood. Tomorrow, we should go shopping to ensure we have everything we need. Yang Yuankun was aware of this tradition, recognizing it as quite unsafe. Yet, there was little he could do. Everyone preferred the water they boiled themselves, reserving the water from the site solely for washing. After this exchange, Yang Yuankun unpacked his belongings, laying his bedding on the bunk bed, which, although stacked, was unoccupied above and thus provided a convenient space for his luggage. The room contained only 2 beds, a table, and 2 chairs, clearly arranged by Zhao Quan. The worksite begins early, with a start time of 7 in the morning, 5 hours of work in the morning, a break for an hour at noon, followed by another 5 hours in the afternoon, concluding at 6 in the evening. In summer, work begins at 6, with an extended lunch break. You should retire early as well, Yang Yuankun advised, having tidied his belongings and splashed his face with water from the thermos to freshen up. Soon, the lights in the room were extinguished. Yang Yuankun had no issues with sleeping arrangements. After years on construction sites, he found himself sleeping soundly, even amidst the snoring of neighboring workers. In contrast, Yang Yuanhong tossed and turned, struggling to find rest. Chapter 61. Attendance roll call. The decades of toil on construction sites had ingrained in Yang Yuankun a natural adjustment to his routine upon arriving at the site. As dawn barely broke, he opened his eyes, glancing at his watch to find it was already 6:30 in the morning. Turning his head, he noticed Yang Yuanhong still asleep. He opted not to wake him, allowing his companion to rest for the day. Yang Yuankun threw off the covers, dressed, and took a basin, towel, toothbrush, and toothpaste before stepping outside. The dormitory area had already come alive with chatter, and doors on the 2nd floor swung open. Descending the stairs, he arrived at the wash area, a long row of faucets and cement basins. Everyone was engaged in washing their faces. Yang Yuankun found an available spot, splashed cold water on his face, which invigorated him, and then proceeded to brush his teeth. Ah, you young man are quite meticulous. Even brushing your teeth with toothpaste and a toothbrush, remarked a nearby individual, observing Yang Yuankun's actions with a smile. This man, in his 30s and of a sun-kissed complexion, had merely rinsed his mouth with water and wiped his lips with a towel, considering it sufficient. Yang Yuankun turned his head to glance at him, unable to respond verbally. I don't believe I've seen you around before. Are you new here? The man inquired with a distinct Shaanxi accent, which Yang Yuankun, having encountered people from various regions on the construction site, easily recognized. After completing his hurried morning routine, Yang Yuankun smiled and replied, I just arrived last night. May I know your name? You have quite a pleasant voice. No need for such formality. I'm Zhao Lakun. You can call me Old Zhao, the man responded warmly, offering Yang Yuankun a cigarette. No wonder I hadn't seen you before. You arrived just last night, and didn't take a day off before starting to work? Indeed, one must earn a living. Yang Yuankun replied without disdain for the quality of the cigarette, lighting it, and offering a flame to Zhao in return. Oh, it's rare to encounter such an honest young man, Zhao Lakun exclaimed enthusiastically. You probably don't know where to eat yet, do you? Would you like me to show you? It's getting rather late. Thank you, Old Zhao, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile. It turned out that Old Zhao resided in the same dormitory building as them, just one floor below. After parting ways, Yang Yuankun returned to the dormitory. Noticing Yang Yuanhong still asleep, he refrained from disturbing him, took his lunchbox, and went downstairs to meet Zhao. The construction site's cafeteria was quite rudimentary, resembling a large metal shed. The tables were haphazardly constructed from leftover wooden materials from the site. Breakfast options were limited, primarily consisting of steamed buns and porridge, with a few oil sticks available, though not many people purchased them. Most opted for 3 steamed buns accompanied by porridge, supplemented by pickled vegetables they had brought along. Here, have some of mine. Zhao Lakun cheerfully opened his jar of pickles and placed it before Yang Yuankun. Thank you, Old Zhao. I hadn't prepared any, Yang Yuankun replied. Having bought 3 buns and a bowl of plain porridge, which cost 2 dimes each, while the porridge was merely a dime for all you can eat, though it hardly contained any rice grains. Where are you from? Zhao Lakun continued their casual conversation while eating his buns and sipping porridge. I hail from Anhui province. Not far from here, Yang Yuankun responded. That's south indeed close. They chatted amiably over breakfast. As the time drew near and their meal came to an end, they both rose from their seats. Old Zhao, I have a younger brother working on the site too. He felt a bit unwell during the bus ride yesterday and is still sleeping in the dorm. I'll buy him some breakfast, Yang Yuankun informed Zhao. Indeed, feeling nauseous on a bus can be rather unpleasant. But time is of the essence. You should hurry, lest you be late. I've heard that the boss is looking for a foreman, and we all need to report to him, Zhao Lakun advised. The two parted ways, and Yang Yuankun went to the market to purchase a steamed bun, filling his lunchbox with a bowl of porridge before returning to the dormitory. Upon awakening, Yang Yuanhong found himself dressed and sitting on the bed, seemingly at a loss. Having just roused from slumber, he hurriedly inquired if he had overslept. No worries. You can take the day off. Here is your breakfast. Go brush your teeth and wash your face before eating. Yang Yuankun placed the food on the table and added, I'm off to work. After your meal, feel free to stroll around the construction site, but do be cautious and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. I'll accompany you. Brother Kuan, Yang Yuanhong replied, rising to join him. Why the rush? Just enjoy your meal. Remember to clean my lunchbox. I will need it again at noon. When I return, I'll take you to the cafeteria. Yang Yuankun glanced at his watch, noting it was nearly 7, and quickly opened the door to leave. Upon arriving at the ground floor of the dormitory, he found a considerable number of individuals gathered, primarily laborers awaiting his attendance to call the roll. The various teams were under their respective foremen, while he was aligned with the boss Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan had also arrived, and upon seeing Yang Yuankun, he greeted him with a smile and pulled him over. How did you sleep last night? He asked. Rested splendidly. Returning to the site made my sleep even more profound. Yang Yuankun jested. Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. After a day's travel and last night's revelry, you've bounced back quite well, Zhao Quan responded, glancing at the time. Feeling it was time to commence, he gestured for silence among the crowd. This is the foreman I've appointed. He will be responsible for roll call and supervision from now on, he announced, yielding the floor to Yang Yuankun. I have little to say, just perform your duties. Arrive and depart on time, and refrain from slacking. If any issues arise, do not hesitate to inform me, Yang Yuankun stated with a serious demeanor. However, should I catch anyone idling away their time playing cards or chatting during work hours, don't say I didn't warn you. We are all here to earn a living, and I have no intention of penalizing you. but please do not place me in a difficult position. The gathering of workers, numbering over 100, were seasoned hands at the construction site and reacted with little surprise to his words. Only Zhao Liqiu, who had dined with Yang Yuankun previously, was taken aback, realizing that this young man was indeed the newly appointed foreman. Now, let us proceed with roll call. Yang Yuankun took the list from Zhao Quan. Not rushing to begin. Those whose names are called can proceed to work. Do not linger here. If anyone arrives late and misses their name being called, please come to find me. Chapter 62. Zhao Quan's fury. Although there were hundreds waiting for roll call, the process was swift. Within 10 minutes, all names had been called. 5 individuals were absent during the roll call, and Yang Yuankun noted their names, 2 of whom arrived later, leaving 3 who failed to show up. You are quite efficient in your duties. I have been utterly vexed by the roll call lately, especially with individuals frequently impersonating others. Your method of checking one by one is truly clear and straightforward, Zhao Quan remarked with a sigh, yet his face bore a smile, feeling that enlisting Yang Yuankun was indeed a wise choice. It's nothing of great consequence. Such trivial matters could be handled by anyone you choose. Why would it fall upon you to attend personally? Yang Yuankun replied with a grin, standing before the dormitory building. Let us proceed. Our office lies in that direction. Come. Have a seat there. Zhao Quan indicated towards another part of the dormitory, leading the way. To think that I, as a foreman, even have an office. Isn't that reserved for administrative personnel? I might as well wander around the construction site. Yang Yuankun hesitated, noting that while he held significant authority on site, it primarily pertained to overseeing the attendance and daily tasks of the workers. The intricate details of construction were managed by specialists. Indeed, there are personnel who need to seek you out for work. Otherwise, they would have trouble contacting the laborers. Without your office, it would be challenging to locate anyone. Zhao Quan elucidated. Very well, let us see what your office is like. Yang Yuankun acquiesced, following Zhao Quan to the construction site office, a structure fashioned from corrugated metal, featuring several rooms. They paused before one door, marked with a sign indicating the foreman's position. Upon entering the office, they found a desk and chair, along with 2 sofas and a coffee table, presenting a rather legitimate office ambience. Zhao Gu, this place is surprisingly well equipped, Yang Yuankun remarked in astonishment. Of course, it is well appointed. It was previously my office, but since I no longer need to come here daily, it is fitting for you to use it, Zhao Quan expressed cheerfully. What do you think? I do have an eye for such matters, don't you agree? Better than those nouveau riche, wouldn't you say? Indeed, your taste is commendable. Yang Yuankun flattered. The two continued their conversation in the office for some time, primarily as Zhao Quan briefed Yang Yuankun on the progress at the construction site and the timelines that needed to be met. He also introduced Yang Yuankun to the 3 subordinates who would assist him, as it would be impractical for him to oversee the entire site alone. The main responsibilities would still lie with them. These 3 have previously worked under my supervision. In the future, should you require assistance, you can turn to them. If they do not perform adequately, it will be your duty to address it, Zhao Quan explained. How can that be? I am merely a newcomer. Yang Yuankun felt that these individuals were Zhao Quan's trusted aides, and he worried that his role as a foreman might be merely nominal, which would render the position rather meaningless. They may be older, but their capabilities are lacking. Moreover, their familiarity with the site makes them difficult to manage. Ultimately, you, as the newcomer, must take charge. Do not hesitate. Do not spare my feelings, Zhao Quan urged. Having worked on construction sites for an extended period, he recognized the significance of the current project he had undertaken, understanding that the abilities of those who had followed him for years were inadequate. It would be Yang Yuankun's youthful vigor that could effectively steer the operations, lest they fall into disarray. In the future, please guide me more, Yang Yuankun said as he shook hands with the 3 individuals before him. You can simply call me Xiao Yang. That won't do, foreman, from now on. You are our superior. The person speaking quickly bent down to shake Yang Yuankun's hand, introducing himself. I also share the surname Yang, so we are indeed related. My name is Yang Guoli. Yes, as Guoli aptly stated, you are our foreman now. How can we address you as Xiao Yang? Zhao Quan chimed in from the side, feeling that his previous discussions with these 3 had not been in vain. The remaining 2 introduced themselves as well, one named Su Hu and the other Li Qing. Both middle-aged men in their 40s, appearing somewhat worn from the rigors of construction life. You 3 may step outside for now. I will discuss a few more matters with Xiao Yang. Zhao Quan waved his hand, signaling the trio to leave. Turning to the seated Yang Yuankun, he said, The priority is to keep up with the schedule. We have limited time for this project, and your internal materials cannot even enter the site yet. I understand. Zhao Ge. If necessary, we can work overtime, Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly. Yes, I'm not worried about the other subcontractors. They will manage their time. My concern lies with our laborers and casual workers. They are paid by the day, and I genuinely fear they might dawdle, Zhao Quan expressed with a sigh. There's little we can do about it. However, I've heard that many construction sites now operate on a subcontracting basis, which ensures fair distribution of labor. Yang Yuankun suggested. In his past life, he had spent several years as a subcontractor, overseeing a small project single-handedly, which significantly enhanced efficiency. I understand, on one hand, we are pressed for time, and on the other, a project of this magnitude inevitably requires laborers, whether for carrying cement or bricks or hauling sandbags. Additionally, casual workers are needed for the smaller tasks, while subcontracting typically involves larger projects. Those intricate details still require manpower, Zhao Quan clarified. Indeed, I will keep a vigilant eye. Rest assured, Yang Yuankun promptly assured him. The urgency in bringing you here is partly because I cannot remain here for long. The headquarters requires me to maintain relationships with various suppliers, which is quite troublesome. I have grown wary of alcohol, Zhao Quan said with a wry smile. That is understandable. Zhao Ge. With a larger enterprise, there are bound to be more responsibilities. Nevertheless, alcohol is indeed not beneficial. Moderation is key, Yang Yuankun advised with a smile. Oh, last time I overindulged the night before, staying at a club in Jinhai, and had to travel to the construction site the next day, Zhao Quan recounted, tossing Yang Yuankun a cigarette. Upon arrival, I noticed several workers playing cards on the site, making an unbearable racket, while the supervisor pretended not to see, which infuriated me. Is there a connection? Yang Yuankun began to grasp the situation. What connection could there be? The supervisor is from the same village. Not only did he fail to intervene, but he also joined in the game himself, feeling a bit restless. Zhao Quan's anger was still palpable as he recounted. I kicked them all out. I told them to scram. Zhao Ge, I comprehend your intent. I am merely a face in the crowd, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile. He did not refuse this somewhat contentious task, as these workers held no personal ties to him. Offending them bore no consequence. Maintaining a good relationship with Zhao Quan would ultimately yield benefits for him. Chapter 63. An uncommon luncheon after his rebirth. Yang Yuankun frequently pondered how to navigate this new life. He was well aware that laboring on a construction site was arduous and fraught with danger, not to mention the prolonged separation from his family. Yet, he found himself devoid of alternative means to earn a livelihood. Stock trading? He was utterly clueless about which stocks to invest in. The well-known stocks would take a decade or two to appreciate, and he had no knowledge of short-term trading. Real estate. Liquidating such investments also required time, and he lacked the capital to begin with. As for gold, it had already been consumed. During the new year, gold prices had soared to over 90 per gram, and in the next decade or two, it might only appreciate fivefold, which would equate to the current purchasing power, if not less. He recalled the first time he bought gold for his wife over a decade ago, when it cost over 100 per gram, with the cheaper rate being around 300. Yet, 100 today might not hold lesser value than 300 back then. As for venturing into business, he did harbor some thoughts, but capital was essential. Furthermore, he needed funds to improve his current living conditions. Long-term investments would only be considered once he had surplus money. Thus, the construction site remained his comfort zone for earning. Zhao Quan did not linger at the construction site for long that morning. By 9 o'clock, he departed from the office. Yang Yuankun officially commenced his duties, wandering the site. Perhaps due to the novelty of his first day, he observed that the workers were performing adequately, which alleviated his concerns, prompting him to return to the office. At noon, attendance would be taken again, marking a half-day's work. The workers hurried back to their dormitories to collect their lunchboxes, while Yang Yuankun remained unhurried, observing the three subordinates trailing behind him, introduced by Zhao Quan that morning. Unlike Yang Yuankun, the foreman, these three had specific responsibilities for several buildings and could not conduct a thorough inspection of the site. Foreman, shall we go for lunch? Yang Guoli followed Yang Yuankun, expressing their fatigue from the morning's labor and the growing hunger in their bellies. All right, let us proceed to lunch, Yang Yuankun acquiesced, preparing to return to the dormitory for his lunchbox and inviting Yang Yuanhong to join. Foreman, the cafeteria is over there, Yang Guoli remarked. Noticing that Yang Yuankun had turned back towards the dormitory, assuming he was unfamiliar with the cafeteria's location. Didn't I mention I needed to retrieve my lunchbox? I left it in the dormitory, Yang Yuankun inquired, puzzled. What do we need a lunchbox for? Everything has been prepared for us over there. We simply need to go eat, Yang Guoli chuckled, realizing the new leader was genuinely unaware, and he could not help but feel a slight condescension towards this young man, who seemed to be merely a figurehead brought in by the boss. Indeed, Foreman, we can simply proceed to the dining hall. There are bowls and chopsticks available there. We do not share the same dining hall as the workers, and Su was providing further clarification. Additionally, regarding this benefit, Yang Yuankun had never experienced anything like it in his previous life, and he was pleasantly surprised. Yet, considering that Yang Yuanhong was still upstairs, he continued to inquire. May I call my brother to join us? Certainly, it is merely an additional person. Your brother is akin to our brother, Yang Guoli reassured him. Feeling no further concern for the young man, his tone becoming considerably more casual. You may proceed. I will call my brother to join us. Yang Yuankun, discerning the tone of Yang Guoli, paid no heed and waved his hand dismissively, turning to ascend the dormitory building. Since someone had been inside earlier that morning, there was no need to lock the door. Upon pushing the door open, he found Yang Yuanhong lying on the bed, lost in thought. Have you rested well? Are you eager to work this afternoon? Yang Yuankun inquired with a smile. Absolutely, Brother Kun. I have been rather bored here. There was nothing to do all morning. Yang Yuanhong replied, rising from the bed with enthusiasm. Ah, so you are keen to work. Very well, I shall arrange something for you this afternoon. This time, Yang Yuankun did not refuse, recognizing that with no entertainment available, a young man alone in a room could easily succumb to boredom. Thank you, Brother Kun. I will certainly work diligently this afternoon, Yang Yuanhong promptly affirmed. Let us go. It is time to eat, Yang Yuankun announced, beckoning Yang Yuanhong downstairs. Opting not to take a food container for himself, instead suggesting that Yang Yuanhong bring his own. Brother Kun, are you not taking a food container? I shall forego it. The dining hall offers our exclusive meals, but I cannot accompany you there. You may serve yourself, Yang Yuankun elucidated. I understand. The leadership must surely dine differently. Yang Yuanhong acknowledged, displaying his awareness. After locking the dormitory door, the two made their way downstairs and soon arrived at the dining hall. The aforementioned Su who was already waiting at the entrance and approached them eagerly. Foreman, let us dine inside, and this brother may join us too. That will not do. He is merely a small worker. Let him dine outside. Yang Yuankun gestured dismissively, promptly refusing and indicating for Yang Yuanhong to eat separately. Turning back, he added, let us go. He had not noticed that the dining hall featured small rooms during breakfast. Under Suhu's guidance, Yang Yuankun entered this smaller dining area, which was bustling with patrons, many of whom he had encountered earlier among the office staff and the technical personnel dispatched by the company. The fare was not as extravagant as what was typically enjoyed. Patrons still had to serve themselves. However, there were designated metal bowls and utensils available on the adjacent table. Foreman, the dishes here are considerably cheaper than those outside, and they are quite delicious, Suhu remarked while filling his bowl. The variety of dishes here was not vast, yet it surpassed that of the larger dining hall, which offered only 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes at lunchtime. Here, there were no fewer than 8 options available. This dish is rather delightful, Yang Yuankun observed as he sat at the small table with Yang Guoli and the others, savoring a bite of braised pork with a smile. The dishes outside undoubtedly cannot compare. Yang Guoli devoured his meal quickly, responding with a smile, yet in his heart, he felt that this young man truly lacked experience. The meal was consumed at a rapid pace, as is customary on construction sites, where there was no need for him to return his bowl for washing. After bidding farewell to the 3 individuals, Yang Yuankun returned to the dormitory, where Yang Yuanhong had already arrived earlier, seated and sipping water. How was lunch? Was it tasty? Yang Yuankun inquired with a smile, taking a sip of water himself. It was decent, similar to home. I even had a meat dish, which wasn't too pricey. Yang Yuanhong replied, feeling quite pleased, believing that he had indeed commenced his formal employment, and the meal was not as subpar as his father had described. Chapter 64. A temporary conflict. All right, I'll take you over this afternoon. You just need to sign and leave your fingerprint. Shall I find you a mentor? Yang Yuankun probed. Do I still need to find a mentor? Am I not just a laborer? Yang Yuanhong asked, puzzled. For laborers on construction sites merely engaged in physical work, requiring only strength. It's not exactly a mentor, it's just someone to guide you through the tasks. I met him this morning in the cafeteria. He is also a laborer, and you can simply follow his lead. Otherwise, you might feel lost on your own. Yang Yuankun explained. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. Brother Kun, Yang Yuanhong acquiesced. Are you going to take a nap at noon? You'll need your strength for the afternoon, Yang Yuankun asked as he settled back onto his bed. No need, Brother Kun. I've already slept all morning. So I'm wide awake, Yang Yuanhong promptly responded. During this time of year, the construction site afforded only an hour of rest at noon. They had spent some time eating, and Yang Yuankun preferred not to nap in such an anxious atmosphere. If he were to be late on his first day as the foreman, he would be thoroughly embarrassed. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, just like in the morning, Yang Yuankun called the roll again, and this time everyone was present, with no one absent. He had deliberately placed Zhao Likun, whom he had met in the morning, at the end of the roll call, and once everyone had dispersed, he led Yang Yuanhong over. Old Zhao, Yang Yuankun greeted, offering him a cigarette with a smile. Oh, Foreman, I truly didn't recognize your stature this morning. Zhao Likun bent down to accept the cigarette, responding eagerly. That's not what I meant. I'm hoping you could assist me with something. Yang Yuankun pointed to Yang Yuanhong, who had already donned his work attire, saying, This is my younger brother. It's his first time working on a construction site, and I thought you might guide him. Your brother is doing labor work? He could easily find some tasks. Zhao Likun, relieved to hear this, still questioned the necessity. He is just starting. If he doesn't spend some time as a laborer, what will he be able to do in the future? I want to give him a chance to grow. Yang Yuankun lit Zhao Likun's cigarette, smiling as he spoke. He desired to nurture Yang Yuanhong, for in the realm of labor, camaraderie was paramount, especially on construction sites where they were closely related cousins. If he didn't cultivate him, whom else could he support? He is capable of having Yang Yuanhong assist him, running errands, and perhaps having Zhao Quan, or even himself pay him a monthly wage of around 1,000 yuan. However, what progress can be made in such matters? Without any experience on the construction site and lacking technical skills, his words carry less weight than the sound of flatulence. Very well, I shall take him to our site. Currently, there is indeed a shortage of workers on my end. Upon hearing Yang Yuankun's remarks, Zhao Likun did not refuse. Fostering a good relationship with the foreman is crucial for those who wander from site to site looking for odd jobs. Assign him the tasks you undertake. Impart to him some minor techniques, but do not coddle him, Yang Yuankun said with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Yuanhong. Speak up. Aren't you eager to get to work? Yes, please feel free to instruct me, Yang Yuanhong promptly replied. After inscribing Yang Yuanhong's name in the ledger, counting him for half a day's work, Zhao Likun led him away from the office area towards the construction site. Yang Yuankun did not slack off. As this time of day is notorious for idleness on construction sites, with many workers seeking corners to indulge in a brief slumber. Wearing a safety helmet, he wandered around the site, frequently entering the buildings under construction. Observing the workers laboring inside and outside, he generally overlooked the casual smokers and idle chatter. Upon reaching one of the buildings for inspection, he climbed the stairs to the 6th floor and discovered 2 workers lying on the ground, fast asleep. Yang Yuankun picked up a short steel pipe from the floor and struck it against the ground forcefully, calling out loudly, "What are you doing?" The 2 workers, who had been lightly dozing, pulled off the clothing draped over their heads and turned to see the stern visage of Yang Yuankun, recognizing him as the newly appointed foreman. They instantly panicked. In such cold weather, sleeping on the ground amidst drafts, are they not afraid of catching a cold? Why not return to the dormitory for a proper rest? Yang Yuankun said with a forced smile. Foreman, we were just taking a brief break. The pair stood up, momentarily at a loss for words after being caught. Who is in charge of you? Yang Yuankun continued to inquire. The 2, taken aback by his question, found themselves momentarily speechless, creating a tense atmosphere. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase below. Oh, Foreman Yang, what brings you here? Upon ascending the stairs and witnessing the scene, the newcomer glared fiercely at the 2 men standing there, bewildered, before turning to Yang Yuankun with a beaming smile. Isn't this Brother Yang? Are these 2 under your supervision? Yang Yuankun immediately grasped the situation upon seeing the other man. I am no Brother Yang. You are the one who deserves that title, he replied, quickly retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Yang Yuankun, attempting to draw him aside for a private conversation. With no one else around, where could they possibly go? Yang Yuankun maintained a serious demeanor, remaining utterly still. Oh. Yang Guoli felt a bit awkward and could only say, Foreman, these 2 were just late returning from lunch and didn't rest well. They were merely taking a moment to recuperate. Otherwise, they wouldn't perform well this afternoon, right? That's why I came up to call them. Isn't it work time now? How come I didn't know I could still sleep during this period? Yang Yuankun asked, feigning ignorance. Of course not. That is absolutely unacceptable, Yang Guoli retorted. Detecting the sarcasm in Yang Yuankun's tone. Foreman, these two are my fellow townsmen. Please show some consideration. I will ensure they behave properly in the future. He silently scoffed, contemplating the absurdity of relying on a mere cigarette, one he was too stingy to even light, to exert authority. This was a prime opportunity to establish dominance, especially since this fellow had just mocked him that morning. That won't do. Brother Zhao mentioned the matter of these townsmen earlier. Do you wish to provoke an issue? Yang Guoli was taken aback by the foreman's sudden firmness, feeling that the man was lacking in respect. Such a lack of respect, Foreman Yang. What authority do you possess? I am unaware of it, Yang Yuankun replied with a grin. Yang Guoli, incensed by Yang Yuankun's tone, retorted sharply, you've just arrived. What do you know about the affairs on the construction site? If everyone is so serious, how can work be done? You know nothing. Chapter 65, Course of Action Know Nothing? Yang Yuankun lightly tapped a steel pipe against his other hand, his tone growing increasingly cold. What are you going to do? Are you planning to resort to violence? Yang Guoli, upon noticing the object in Yang Yuankun's hand, immediately regretted his words. How could this young man be so impulsive? Ready to resort to physical confrontation when he was outmatched verbally? Yang Yuankun chose to ignore Yang Guoli and instead approached the two individuals he had caught. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, he exuded a certain imposing presence that made the two men lower their heads nearly to their chests. Were you two just napping and lazing about? Yang Yuankun inquired with a smile, showing blatant disregard for Yang Guoli. We were just taking a short break, they stammered, unsure of how to respond. The reason for their slumber was that they had played cards until 2 in the morning the previous night, and, feeling the pressure of the foreman's first appearance, had refrained from sleeping earlier. By this time, exhaustion had set in, and they simply wanted a brief respite. Then perhaps you should return and rest properly, Yang Yuankun said, not reprimanding them harshly. No, Foreman, we will work now, we will work. They instantly bent down to pick up their tools, eager to prove their diligence. Can you truly work when you're this fatigued? What if something goes wrong? Do you wish for Brother Zhao to compensate you again? Yang Yuankun frowned, expressing concern. We won't dare to be lazy again, Foreman. We were simply too tired. There won't be a next time. The two men, upon hearing Yang Yuankun's words, felt a surge of panic. Were they to be dismissed? Could Yang Guoli assist them? After all, this was the foreman. Where would they go if expelled? Their families awaited their earnings at home. If you are tired, then sleep. Is that not the natural course of things? Yang Yuankun gently patted one of the individuals on the shoulder, remarking that the moment had arrived. The construction industry had yet to enter its true period of rapid development. The labor shortage was not as severe as anticipated, and information flow was far from seamless. Job opportunities were primarily accessible through personal connections. This was our first time leading a team, and I had only been here for less than half a month. The two individuals appeared on the verge of tears. If they returned now, how long would they have to wait for the next site? Moreover, since job recommendations relied on acquaintances, being dismissed for laziness would tarnish their reputations irrevocably. What's on your minds? If you're tired, go home and rest. This afternoon will count as if you weren't here, and I will only deduct half a day's pay for the morning, Yang Yuankun said with a smile, continuing. In the future, if you feel fatigued, just ask for leave. Our site does not prohibit that. It would be troublesome if an actual incident were to occur. Do you understand? The two men looked up in astonishment at Yang Yuankun's words. Is that really all it takes? They wondered, but then glanced at the stern-faced Yang Guoli behind them, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. What? Do you wish to be loyal? He is General Zhao's confidant. He can do as he pleases. I am not at liberty to decide for you, Yang Yuankun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Guoli, his tone measured. We'll head back then, the two men conceded, realizing that Yang Yuankun's reasoning held some merit. Their departure could indeed serve as a favor to Yang Guoli. They quickly gathered their tools and placed them in a bucket, heads bowed as they hurried down the stairs, casting a glance at Yang Guoli, whose face had reddened in anger. Brother Yang, how did I handle that? Did I not give you face? Yang Yuankun said, reapproaching Yang Guoli with a sarcastic tone. You. Yang Guoli felt exasperated by this young man's audacity. The two individuals had left so casually after he had extended them help. What had been the point of his argument with Yang Yuankun? What's wrong, Brother Yang? Was my handling inadequate? We must also consider the project's progress, right? Let us give them a chance. This afternoon will not count against them, and deducting half a day's pay for the morning serves as a warning. We are all here to work hard. After all, Yang Yuankun said, prodding Yang Wooly with a steel pipe beneath his shoulder, his tone growing increasingly cold. Why the silence? Brother Yang? Am I not being considerate? Yang Yuankun pressed, forcing Yang Wooly backward until he reached the wall. Only then did he lower the pipe, restoring a semblance of his earlier smile. Brother Yang, please continue your inspections. I cannot afford to encounter this situation again. With that, Yang Yuankun departed from that level, making his way toward the stairs. Spotting workers congregated both above and below, he shouted, "What are you all staring at? Do you wish to work for free today? Should I send you home to sleep instead?" The onlookers quickly dispersed, and Yang Yuankun did not descend. Instead, he continued his ascent to ensure the thorough inspection of the building. Yang Wooly stood still for a considerable time, initially consumed by anger, contemplating a violent confrontation with the young newcomer, who would come to his aid. As Yang Yuankun walked further away, a sense of shame washed over him. He was over a decade older than this young man, yet had been so easily manipulated. Ultimately, a wave of apprehension followed, especially recalling Zhao Quan's words to Yang Yuankun earlier that morning. Would Zhao Quan learn of this? Would there be any rewards left for him? He had painstakingly managed to escape the grueling labor on the construction site, only to have it all jeopardized now. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Yang Guoli regained his composure but dared not leave just yet. Instead, he began to supervise the laborers more sternly, channeling his pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, Yang Yuankun departed the building and made his way to the cement mixing area, a place bustling with laborers. The open-air setting deterred any inclination to slack off, and upon seeing the safety helmet and badge around Yang Yuankun's neck, the workers hastened their pace. Yang Yuanhong was lifting cement buckets, one in each hand. Although the weather remained chilly, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. The buckets were not excessively large, but anyone who had carried them would understand their weight. Fortunately, at this construction site, equipped with freight elevators for high-rise buildings, much labor could be spared. Old Zhao, how's my brother doing? Yang Yuankun cheerfully approached Zhao Liqiu, who was waiting to fill up on cement, offering him a cigarette. Ah, the foreman, this young lad is quite diligent. He hasn't taken a break yet, Zhao Liqiu replied, bending to accept the cigarette without lighting it, tucking it behind his ear. That's good to hear. You needn't worry about him. Just let him work as you do, Yang Yuankun said, pulling a cigarette from the pack and stuffing the remainder into Zhao's jacket pocket. I don't have any fresh ones on me, so please don't mind. Not at all, not at all. This pack is worth several of my usual ones, Zhao Liqiu assured, having already taken one and still having plenty left. All right, you carry on. Yang Yuankun continued his rounds, not only checking for laziness, but also addressing safety concerns. The workers' awareness of safety was alarmingly low, making the site prone to accidents. Drawing from his past experiences, he could always spot potential hazards. Upon returning to the area, he saw Yang Yuanhong had returned, waiting for the next batch of cement. Yang Yuankun called out to him, gesturing to come over. How's it going? You've been at it for about an hour. Can you keep it up? Yang Yuankun inquired with a smile. Not bad, not bad, Yang Yuanhong replied, fatigue evident in his voice. He found the work on the construction site even more exhausting than farming at home, and there was no respite. He had to be cautious not to be seen resting, lacking the freedom he enjoyed in his own fields. You're managing well, haha. It's nearly 3 o'clock. If you keep at it for another few hours, you'll have half a day's pay, earning you 15 yuan, Yang Yuankun jested. Yang Yuanhong naturally discerned the teasing tone of his brother, Kun, and found himself at a loss for words. Today had indeed broadened his horizons. Those who appeared to be thinner, shorter, and older than him exhibited far greater competence. All right, you should get back to work. It's not just about labor. Make sure to seek advice from others as well. Occasionally allowing oneself a moment's respite is essential for perseverance, Yang Yuankun concluded, pausing momentarily before turning to depart. His role as a foreman was relatively undemanding. After returning to the office and enjoying a brief respite, he coordinated with the representatives from the headquarters regarding the workers' arrangements. And there was little else to attend to. As 5 o'clock approached, he planned to take a stroll around the construction site, marking the conclusion of the day's labor. With the afternoon roll call completed, the workers no longer surged to the canteen as they had at noon. Some opted for a shower, while others hurried to fetch hot water, mindful of the long queues that would follow. A few even pulled their companions to dine outside the site. Yang Guoli observed Yang Yuankun, who dared not lift his head, fearing he might broach the topic of the afternoon's events. He contemplated whether his absence would spare him from reporting to Zhao Quan, thus preserving his position in the lighting department. The evening canteen offered a less varied selection than lunch, comprising only 6 dishes, though noodles had been added to the staples. For many, a dish of braised meat with vegetables sufficed. The evening meal was modest. Yang Yuankun simply served himself a bowl of noodles topped with tomatoes and eggs. Joining the table occupied by Yang Guoli and 2 others, who appeared to be in high spirits, seemingly unconcerned about the afternoon's occurrences. "Oh, Foreman Yang, we can certainly have a few more bowls later. This isn't nearly enough," Su Hu chimed in, evidently unaware that Yang Guoli had not yet disclosed the afternoon's events. "All right, I shall treat you all to a meal sometime." As a way for this foreman to foster good relations, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile as he savored his noodles. "That won't do. We should treat Brother Yang instead," Li Qing added, casually engaging in the conversation, not overly contemplating the customary practice of inviting someone to dine. "I'll take care of it. We'll find a time." Yang Yuankun quickly finished his noodles and bid farewell to the group, saying, "I'm off to take a shower, otherwise it will get crowded." "Go ahead. We'll continue eating," Su Hu responded, though his gaze shifted toward Yang Guoli, pondering why he had suddenly fallen silent when it seemed he had a closer rapport with their new foreman. Once Yang Yuankun departed, Su Hu fixed his gaze on Yang Guoli, inquiring with curiosity, "What's wrong?" "You haven't said a word." "Not at all. I'm just eating, too busy to talk," Yang Guoli replied, startled by Su Hu's questioning. "You seem off. Your reaction is quite pronounced," Li Qing chimed in, equally puzzled. Though the trio wasn't particularly close, they had shared meals together for a considerable duration. Yang Guoli paused for a moment, then recounted the events of the afternoon. He was currently in a state of great anxiety, seeking someone to confide in, and these 2 individuals had arrived at the perfect moment, being of the same rank as himself. "What do you think?" Su Hu inquired, visibly shocked after hearing the tale. "Didn't General Zhao mention this matter in the morning? Why are you still opposing it? They caught someone slacking and dealt with it. That's only proper, isn't it? What sort of face do you want to save, my fellow countrymen? Those 2 will hardly recognize you now. They will only consider this new supervisor as oddly compassionate." Li Qing, too, was at a loss for words. Yang Guoli had never behaved this way before. Had he truly walked into a trap? Yang Guoli paused again, sipping from the bowl of noodle soup before continuing. "I thought, since he is new and lacks experience, having never even seen the small cafeteria, what right does he have to oversee us? I just thought." "Oh, old Yang, you are overthinking this. He was specifically brought in by General Zhao," Su Hu replied helplessly. "Why didn't General Zhao promote one of us? Surely he understands our styles well enough. He has merely brought someone to keep us in line. What should I do then?" Yang Guoli's heart raced even more at their words. This job was indispensable to him, and if Zhao Quan learned of this, he would not be employed again. Why not plead with him? Offer some gifts. Didn't they mention treating you to dinner? Why not let it be your treat this time? Su Hu suggested suddenly. "At the dinner table, you can apologize, and we can support you with a few words. That should suffice." "All right, but what if he informs General Zhao today?" Yang Guoli was not reassured. Rather, he felt even more alarmed. "In that case, there is nothing we can do. You'll have to rely on your luck." Su Hu sighed, and after speaking, he stood up to fetch another bowl of noodles. "Ah, you are too concerned with saving face," Li Qing remarked, feeling equally alarmed within himself. Chapter 67. The frightening encounter. Meanwhile, Yang Yuankun had arrived at the large cafeteria, scanning the surroundings until he spotted Yang Yuanhong. The cafeteria was now more crowded than before, as many who had returned from fetching hot water and changing clothes were now dining. Yang Yuanhong was seated at a table, enjoying his dinner. Eating so slowly, Yang Yuankun approached after noticing that the person beside Yang Yuanhong had finished and left. "Brother Kun, what brings you here? Aren't you going to eat?" Yang Yuanhong turned at the sound of his voice, looking puzzled. "I've finished eating. Hurry up. After you're done, we'll go take a shower." Yang Yuankun observed that the contents of Yang Yuanhong's lunchbox were nearly depleted, revealing what appeared to be a heavy soy sauce stewed dish of cabbage and tofu. "All right then, I'm done." Yang Yuanhong promptly scooped the remaining rice into his mouth with chopsticks, standing up to address Yang Yuankun. "Good. Then let us head back. Old Zhao," Yang Yuankun said, turning to Zhao Likun, who was still munching on a steamed bun. Before departing the cafeteria, "Are you feeling exhausted this afternoon?" Yang Yuankun inquired while walking alongside Yang Yuanhong. I'm not exaggerating. I'm indeed a bit tired, Brother Kun. I feel as if my arms can barely lift, though my legs are still fine, Yang Yuanhong responded, shaking his sore arms with a hint of nostalgia. I couldn't work during the last hour, yet Master Zhao still had so much energy, and he doesn't seem as robust as I am. You'll adapt after a week. Make sure to rest well tonight, Yang Yuankun reassured him. He wouldn't burden Yang Yuanhong with all the work. Once his own project commenced, he would have Yang Yuanhong assist him, observing the workers nearby. He thought it was merely a way to train him and see if he could acclimate to life on the construction site. Well, I struggled to sleep last night. But tonight I will surely fall asleep at once, Yang Yuanhong chuckled in response. After returning to their dormitory, they took their basins and a change of clothes to the bathhouse, which was a large building adjacent to the restroom. Inside were 20 faucets positioned high, providing hot water sourced from the heating room. Though the weather was quite chilly, being young, they merely changed their undergarments, leaving their outerwear and discarded pants in the dormitory, as they would need to wear them again tomorrow. Yang Yuankun's work attire was secondhand from outside the construction site, including his son's old-school uniform and military training outfit from a previous life. He casually grabbed some laundry detergent by the sink, quickly scrubbed his clothes, and upon returning to the dormitory and hanging them up, Yang Yuanhong longed to lie down. He was indeed fatigued. Did you call home last night? Didn't your father ask you to call once you arrived? Yang Yuankun asked, frowning. Huh, no, I didn't, Yang Yuanhong replied, getting up from the bed at Yang Yuankun's prompting. Where can I even make a call? Come on, I'll take you there. While we're at it, we can buy some necessities. You young lad. You don't even have a toothbrush or toothpaste, Yang Yuankun said, casting a disapproving glance at him. Aren't you worried about having bad breath and not being able to find a wife? Hey, Brother Kun, who in our village uses those things? We just wipe our teeth with a towel, Yang Yuanhong sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. Those things cost quite a bit. Let's go. Now that you can earn your own money, you should pay attention to personal hygiene, Yang Yuankun sighed. He had developed this habit because his father worked at a shipping company in the county, which often provided such items, and as the youngest son, he was somewhat favored. Putting on a relatively thin jacket, neither of them feared the cold. Earlier in the day, Yang Yuankun had noticed a small convenience store within the construction site, located near their dormitory area under a wooden shed, clearly run by someone with significant connections. Make a call to your home. I will go buy some things, Yang Yuankun remarked to Yang Yuanhong before stepping into the convenience store. He purchased some personal toiletries for Yang Yuanhong, along with a few items for himself, including an electric kettle that was missing in their dormitory. After collecting the items, he placed them on the counter and requested a cigarette from the shopkeeper. Once he finished the call, they would settle the bill. Yang Yuankun opened the pack of cigarettes, took one out, and addressed the shopkeeper. All right, anything else you need? The female shopkeeper responded warmly, no, that's all. After lighting a cigarette, he leaned against the wooden counter, gazing outside, only to unexpectedly spot Yang Guoli and his two companions approaching. Unfazed, Yang Yuankun waved at the trio and greeted them cheerfully. Hey, Lao Su, Lao Li Yanggo, are you here to shop as well? Initially, the three did not notice him, but upon hearing his voice, they turned around in surprise, particularly Yang Guoli, who was taken aback by the familiar address of Yang Go. He pondered who Yang Yuankun was calling to on the phone, suspecting it might be Zhao Quan, which made him hesitant to approach, though the other two urged him forward. Supervisor, what brings you this way? Su Hu and Li Qing inquired. Just buying a few things and making a quick call, Yang Yuankun replied with a smile directed at Yang Guoli. Oh, we were just thinking of taking a stroll outside. So we'll leave you be, Su Hu said awkwardly, feeling uncertain about being too close to the seemingly timid Yang Guoli, fearing they might attract the younger man's attention. All right, have a smoke. Yang Yuankun offered each of them a cigarette before waving goodbye and heading towards Yang Yuanhong, who was still on the phone. What does he mean by that? Yang Guoli muttered, holding the cigarette given by Yang Yuankun. Perhaps he is just calling home. After all, he just arrived last night. Su Hu speculated. Exactly, the one on the phone is his brother. I saw him this morning. He's working with us, Yang Guoli confirmed upon recognizing Yang Yuanhong. Shall we go then? Su Hu suggested resignedly, realizing they had already been spotted and could not simply walk away now. Forget it, I'll head back first. You two go on. Yang Guoli initially intended to invite the two out for the evening to help him engage in conversation, but now felt it unnecessary given the possibility that Yang Yuankun would inform Zhao Quan about him. He lacked the motivation to proceed with his plans. Meanwhile, Yang Yuankun, engrossed in listening to Yang Yuanhong's phone call, had no intention of mentioning such trivial matters to Zhao Quan that could lead to Yang Guoli being dismissed. Doing so would merely portray him as a petty informant and irreparably offend Yang Guoli. After all, severing someone's means of livelihood is akin to taking a life. If Yang Guoli were to harbor resentment and seek revenge, it would be best to keep him on edge, ensuring he continued to perform diligently on the construction site. Chapter 68. A call home Kuan-gu. I'm done. Do you want to make a call? Yang Yuanhong inquired with a smile, handing the receiver to Yang Yuankun. Certainly. Yang Yuankun took the microphone, and within it resonated the voice of Uncle Yang San. Yuankun, I've sent my eldest to call your family. They should be arriving shortly. All right. Thank you, Uncle San, Yang Yuankun replied, placing the microphone to his ear. He then tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to Yang Yuanhong, saying, take these and enjoy. Hey, I can't accept this, Kuan-gu, Yang Yuanhong protested, although his actions belied his words as he promptly stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket. Soon, Zhao Xiaofeng's voice emerged from the phone. Hello, are you still there? Yes, my dear, Yang Yuankun responded without a hint of embarrassment, addressing her affectionately in front of Yang Yuanhong. Did you arrive last night? Zhao Xiaofeng asked, a hint of shyness creeping into her tone. Especially with Yang's mother and the 2 children nearby. She sought to divert the conversation, as they seldom used such endearing terms anymore, opting instead for names or referring to her as the mother of the children. Indeed, I arrived around 8 last night, Yang Yuankun casually remarked. You're not working today, right? You should take a day to rest. Otherwise, you'll wear yourself out. Zhao Xiaofeng was about to elaborate when Yang Feifei, standing on her tiptoes, began to call out loudly, Daddy, Daddy. Ah, does my daughter miss me? Yang Yuankun joyfully inquired upon hearing her voice, smiling at Zhao Xiaofeng. She was looking for you all morning after waking up yesterday, and cried for quite a while when she couldn't find you. It's your fault for spoiling her while you were home, Zhao Xiaofeng remarked helplessly. It's because my daughter misses me. Hee, Yang Yuankun chuckled. Recalling the earlier question, I'm going to work today. Why not take a little more time to rest? It's all right, my work is quite easy. I just wander around without much exertion. Yang Yuanhong had already begun some minor labor in the afternoon. Yang Yuankun succinctly noted, it's wearing him out though. Find him something a bit easier. After all, you took him out, Zhao Xiaofeng reminded him. Yuankun, don't heed your wife's words. Let him work diligently. There's no such thing as earning money without effort. While he is still young, a little hard work won't hurt, Uncle Yang San chimed in. Having overheard Zhao Xiaofeng, there's no easy work on a construction site. He is still a newcomer. After he has gained some experience, I'll find him something a bit better, Yang Yuankun concluded, not wishing to dwell on it further, then said with a smile, let me speak to my daughter. All right. I'll hand her over, Zhao Xiaofeng responded, lifting Yang Feifei, who was still straining to listen, and placing the microphone to her ear. Your daddy wants to talk to you. Daddy, can you hear me? Yang Feifei's voice came through the microphone. I can hear you. Yang Yuankun's smile widened even further. What's the matter? Did you miss your daddy? Why did you suddenly disappear? Mommy said you went out to work. When will you come back? Yang Feifei's innocent tone reached Yang Yuankun's ears. I'll come back whenever I can. You must listen to your mommy and grandma while I'm away, all right? Yang Yuankun advised. After a few more words with Yang's mother, the microphone was once again in Zhao Xiaofeng's hands. Once the house is completed, I will find a suitable time to return, Yang Yuankun remarked with a smile. By then, my project will also have commenced, and having served as a foreman for quite some time, a few days off should pose no issue. Rest assured, there is no need to worry about home. Everything is well with us. We no longer need to farm or toil at the dam, Zhao Xiaofeng reassured him. Do not skimp on your meals. I shall be checking if you two have lost weight upon my return. Yang Yuankun expressed his concern for the 2 women's frugality. He continued, regardless of quantity, meat must be consumed daily, and ensure that Feifei has at least 1 egg and a glass of milk each day. With milk powder purchased from the town for mixing, though fresh milk is surely unavailable in their village, at the tender age of 5 or 6. Yang Feifei is in dire need of nutrition to build a strong foundation for her health. Such essential sustenance must be prioritized, and their family can manage it. In their previous life, after weaning, the children subsisted solely on rice, and when hunger struck at night, they resorted to brown sugar water, leaving both children somewhat short in stature. More milk? Is there really enough money left at home? Zhao Xiaofeng expressed her resignation. You must buy her the milk powder. And also for that little rascal Yang. Once you have weaned him, he too must have it, understand? If money runs short, I will send some back. Yang Yuankun concluded, leaving little room for further discussion before ending the call. After settling the payment with the shopkeeper, the two made their way back to the dormitory. Kuan-gu, let me give you some money, Yang Yuanhong said, preparing to pull out cash from his pocket. What's the fuss over such a small amount? Do you think I lack this little bit? Yang Yuankun replied with a roll of his eyes, continuing, if you have funds, buy something tasty. You need proper nutrition for this work. I noticed you only had a large cabbage and tofu for dinner. I'm young, it's fine, Kuan-gu. I eat like this at home, isn't it normal? Yang Yuanhong sheepishly scratched his head. That's different. The work here is considerably more strenuous. While you may not frequently eat meat at home, you still have access to eggs and poultry. If you neglect to consume some protein here, you'll truly be deprived. Yang Yuankun advised. I understand, Kuan-gu. Tomorrow I will purchase some good vegetables. Yang Yuanhong acknowledged the wisdom in Yang Yuankun's words. After half a day's labor nearly exhausted him, the sight of braised pork in the cafeteria had made his mouth water. He resolved to try it the next day. Just remember, if you ever find yourself short of money for meals, feel free to ask me for an advance. The two swiftly returned to their dormitory, putting away their purchases. As time was pressing and it was nearly 8 o'clock, they extinguished the lights and prepared for bed. The following morning, attendance was taken as per usual, and remarkably, there were no latecomers, with even the chatter reduced. The authoritative effect of Yang Yuankun from the previous afternoon had proven effective. Many had witnessed and heard the events, and after sharing a night together, everyone was aware of what had transpired, wary of becoming the next target of his assertion. You three keep an eye on things. I will also be checking around shortly, Yang Yuankun said to Yang Guoli and the others, his face alight with a smile. As the foreman, we are on our way now, the three of them quickly remarked. This morning, Yang Guoli felt a slight relief upon noticing Zhao Quan's absence. Yet the thought that it was still early made his unease linger. It was not uncommon for Zhao Quan to be late, and thus he continued to live in trepidation. The other two were equally intimidated by Yang Yuankun's authoritative actions from the previous day. Among those under their supervision, it was implausible that none were being negligent. If caught, would their fate not be sealed as well? They had already resolved to keep a vigilant watch today. Chapter 69. Delay, however. Yang Yuankun had no intention of informing Zhao Quan about this matter. Upon returning to the office, he did not simply recline in his chair. Each day, he needed to adjust the number of workers in various sections to ensure the project's progress. Naturally, the specifics of these adjustments were not his concern. That responsibility lay with the professionals. He merely coordinated the personnel. By mid-morning, Yang Yuankun finally found a moment to leave the office. Donning a hard hat, a rare sight on the construction site, and made his way to the work area. As soon as the workers spotted him, their pace quickened. Even those who had been idly smoking hastily extinguished their cigarettes to return to work. How is it? Any laziness this morning? Yang Yuankun inquired, offering a cigarette to Suhu. None, Foreman. Everyone is quite diligent, Suhu promptly replied. Why the tension? I'm not here to bite. Yang Yuankun chuckled, giving Suhu a friendly pat on the shoulder. Did you think I had informed Zhao Gu about Yang Guoli? Is he worried that he might be dismissed? Huh. Suhu initially looked puzzled at Yang Yuankun, but quickly grasped the situation, realizing that this new foreman had not disclosed anything to Zhao. Let him work diligently for a few days. You mustn't rush to tell him, understood? Yang Yuankun advised, reassuring Suhu. If this continues, I may have no choice but to let him go for real. Thank you, Foreman, I understand. I want to say a word to him, you can rest assured. Suhu acknowledged Yang Yuankun's intentions. Since Yang Guoli was not in any trouble, it was of little concern to him. He merely felt a pang of sympathy, as their relationship was not particularly close. Before Yang Yuankun had firmly established his position as the new foreman, they were indeed rivals. Right. You also need to keep an eye on these workers. Zhao Gu was quite clear. This project is on a tight schedule, and any delays could lead to significant complications. Yang Yuankun stated, sitting down on a brick and motioning for Suhu to join him. Rest assured, I am watching closely. There will be no delays. Suhu assured him. Of course, my request for vigilance does not mean to be overly strict. It's normal for workers to take a brief respite, to smoke or use the restroom, Yang Yuankun clarified. However, those who gather to chat, play cards, or find a spot to nap during work hours, those are the ones I expect you to address. If you catch any, handle it accordingly, and do inform me. You possess a deeper understanding of these workers, so I find it hard to believe what Yang Guoli claims. If such labor were to be carried out incessantly for an entire day, I doubt anyone would manage to rise from their beds the following morning. Su-hu, feeling somewhat reassured, playfully exchanged a few words with Yang Yuankun. As long as you comprehend the situation and maintain the standards, Yang Yuankun said as he finished his cigarette and prepared to depart. Ah, the foreman. Yang Guoli was hoping to invite you for dinner yesterday, and he asked us to intercede on his behalf. It seems he has arranged it for today. He is quite apprehensive, having hardly slept last night. Su-hu called out to Yang Yuankun, halting him in his tracks. Let us postpone it for a few more days, when you can no longer tolerate it. Then inform me. Consider it a lesson for him. Yang Yuankun waved his hand dismissively in response. Please, take care, Su said. Watching Yang Yuankun leave like a dutiful attendant, murmuring softly to himself, no wonder they recruited such a young man. Meanwhile, Yang Yuankun conveyed similar sentiments to Li Qing, resulting in a reaction akin to Su-hu's, providing both men with a sense of relief. If the workers below were subjected to overly stringent management, it could genuinely lead to complications. As for the workers under Yang Guoli, well, it appeared they had previously indulged in a fair share of idleness. A few days of oversight would not be a significant issue. Thus, time flowed on. After 3 days had passed, one afternoon, Yang Yuankun conducted his routine inspection, noting that the slacking individuals had vanished, seemingly gripped by fear. However, he was uncertain how long this state of vigilance would endure. Foreman, I can no longer stall Yang Guoli. He is growing anxious, having endured several restless nights, Su-hu hastily remarked upon seeing Yang Yuankun approach. On the first day, he claimed to be busy. The second day, he said Li Qing was occupied. Yesterday, he mentioned that both of them needed to go to the city to procure supplies. And today, it is genuine procrastination. Very well, the timing seems appropriate. Let us dine tonight. We have yet to share a meal together, after all. We all share the same pot, so tonight, I shall treat you. What do you think of that restaurant outside the construction site? Yang Yuankun suggested with a smile, gesturing vaguely in its direction. That cannot be. Let old Yang treat us. It is his oversight for failing to appreciate the foreman's concerns. He should bear the cost. Su-hu insisted. That is truly unnecessary. My intention is not to burden him with the expense of a meal. Just relay to Yang Guoli and Li Qing that we shall meet at the restaurant after work tonight. Yang Yuankun pondered a moment before inquiring again. Is it crowded there? Will we find no seats when we finish work? How could that be? While there are many workers here, few are willing to dine there. Their primary business is on the other side with the residential buildings. Su-hu replied promptly. The lighting workers from our site tend to frequent the street stalls outside, where the prices are more affordable. Then it is settled. I will bring my younger brother along as well. Yang Yuankun expressed his intent to introduce Yang Yuanhong to the social scene, for otherwise, his cousin was utterly inexperienced in such matters. Your brother is like our brother, Su-hu quickly affirmed. After Yang Yuankun departed, Su-hu hurried to inform Li Qing and Yang Guoli. Once the workday concluded, the three of them trotted towards their dormitory. After changing into fresh attire, they set off in the direction of the restaurant. Tonight, we want to be dining at the canteen. I shall treat you to something delightful. Yang Yuankun remarked as he noticed Yang Yuanhong returning with a lunchbox, gently pressing down on his hand. What delectable meal are you suggesting, brother? Are we headed to your canteen? Yang Yuanhong paused, a smile gracing his face. I've heard that the canteen serves splendid dishes at a reasonable price. It's not as remarkable as you claim. It merely offers a wider variety. Now, change your clothes, and we shall dine outside. Dine outside, Yang Yuankun explained. Yes? My 3 supervisors have yet to share a meal together. As their superior, it is befitting that I treat them. Come along with me. Is it appropriate for me to join? Yang Yuanhong, ever mindful, inquired. This time, it's just a small gathering of 5. Do not fret, hurry and change. Yang Yuankun urged. All right then, I shall go. I have yet to dine in a restaurant. Yang Yuanhong replied joyfully, changing into respectable attire before stepping out with Yang Yuankun. Chapter 70. Letting go. As the two exited the construction site, they crossed the street and arrived at the restaurant's entrance. This establishment occupied a 2-story commercial space within a residential complex, a rarity in this modern era. Brother Cohen, the buildings here are quite exquisite. Will our construction site's buildings resemble this once completed? Yang Yuanhong gazed up at the towering residential structures. His previous visit had been at night, and he had never taken the time to observe them closely. Indeed, the exterior colors may differ, but overall, they will be similar. They are all residential complexes. Yang Yuankun responded casually, teasingly asking, What Are you considering purchasing a unit here? How could I afford such a thing? It must cost a fortune. Yang Yuanhong quickly waved his hands, dismissing the notion. It's feasible. After a few years of work, you should manage to cover the down payment. And the rest would be through a mortgage. Currently, the price per square meter for these properties is approximately 2,000, having already surpassed a peak in pricing. It should stabilize for a while, but in about 10 years, it will likely soar again. Mortgage? Then I shall reconsider. I'd rather acquire a plot of land back home and build my own. Yang Yuanhong pondered, daunted by the potential costs, then turned to Yang Yuankun, Brother Kun. Would you consider buying here? Surely, you could manage it. I cannot afford it either. Each unit costs upwards of 100,000. Even if I could, I wouldn't purchase here. I'd rather invest in property back home for personal use or seek opportunities in a larger city. Let us proceed inside. Yang Yuankun beckoned, entering the restaurant lobby, where a server promptly approached. Good evening, how many are you? Have Li Guoli and Suhu arrived? I have a reservation, Yang Yuankun inquired. Mr. Yang, they have all arrived in the private room upstairs. Allow me to escort you there. Upon hearing this, the waiter promptly guided the two individuals upstairs, stopping in front of a private room. After knocking gently, he opened the door. Ah, the foreman, you are here. The three stood up. And Suhu was the first to speak. Is this your younger brother? Yes, indeed. You may call him Xiao Yang. Yang Yuankun replied with a smile. You all arrived quite early. I came here right after finishing work. There's no need for us to sign in, and we live quite close to the entrance. Li Qing chimed in while casually approaching, pulling out chairs for the two to sit. Yang Gu, you are here as well, Yang Yuankun remarked with a half-smile, glancing at the bashful Yang Guoli standing with his head bowed. Yang Guoli's face oscillated between pale and flushed. Momentarily, he found himself at a loss for words. It was Suhu who interjected, what kind of brother is he? Just call him Lao Yang. We ought to address you as Yang Gu. Ah, yes, Yang Gu. You may refer to me as Lao Yang. Yang Guoli finally managed to utter, the past few days having been quite tormenting for him. Though he had been fine for a day or two, he knew that Yang Yuankun had likely not informed Zhao Quan, yet the leverage lay firmly in the latter's hands, and he could exploit it whenever he pleased. Very well, I shall certainly grant you that favor, Lao Yang. Yang Yuankun continued with a smile. Ah, please, just be at ease. In the past, I was rather thoughtless. If you could extend a little leniency, I shall work diligently under Yang Gu from now on. Yang Guoli approached, bowing deeply and hastily assuring him, let us not dwell on such matters. We shall see how things unfold in the future, waving his hand. Yang Yuankun picked up the menu and inquired, have the dishes been ordered? We ordered a few time-consuming dishes. The rest can be decided by Yang Gu when he arrives. Suhu said, observing Yang Guoli being gently dismissed, his own worries alleviated. Very well, I shall add a few more dishes. Casually selecting a stir-fried dish and ordering 2 bottles of wine, he concluded that the meal was nearly complete. During the meal, Yang Guoli repeatedly stood up to toast Yang Yuankun, oblivious to whether he was drinking or not, as he himself finished entire cups. As it became evident that he was rapidly consuming a whole bottle, his face turned quite red. Yang Yuankun promptly interjected, all right, Lao Yang. How long has it been since you last drank? You have work tomorrow. We should wrap this up. Yes, Lao Yang, you cannot indulge in this excessive drinking. You might not rise from bed tomorrow, Li Qing and Suhu also urged from the side. Yang Yuanhong, observing, understood that this meal was Yang Guoli's attempt to make amends with Kun Gu, allowing him to relax and enjoy the various dishes on the table. Personally, he had ordered quite a few, and as everyone drank and dined, the table was nearly cleared by the end of the meal. Let us conclude here. It's getting late, already past 9, Yang Yuankun noted, having consumed only a modest amount, likely half a jin, and remained quite sober. Checking his watch, he remarked that it was nearly 9:30. Indeed, it is already past 9. Suhu, who had lost track of time, stood up, preparing to settle the bill. Oh, I will take care of it, I said, as I had previously promised to settle the bill. Yang Yuankun followed closely behind, grasping Suhu. This is our treat. How could we allow you to pay? Furthermore, it is old Yang's token of apology, a gesture from our hearts. Next time, it shall be your turn to host us. Suhu quickly wriggled free and descended the stairs to settle the account. Yang Yuankun refrained from pursuing further. After all, everyone was so eager to pay. He resolved to be more proactive next time. In truth, he had once been fond of competing to pay, but he had since been influenced by his own children, who would simply assert, if you do not pay, I shall, without any tugging or pulling. He found this approach quite agreeable. Among the five, only Yang Wooly had indulged a bit too much, with Su Hu and Li Qing assisting him. You all live together, do you not? Yang Yuankun inquired as he walked toward the construction site's gate. We do not live together, but we are quite close, they responded. All right then. Should old Yang fail to rise and make it to work tomorrow, please inform me during roll call, and I shall cover for him, Yang Yuankun reminded them, cautioning against any attempts to conceal the matter, as it would serve no one well. Understood. I will check on him after I wake up tomorrow. And if he is still in bed, I will inform you, Su Hu assured him promptly. With that, they parted ways upon reaching the dormitory area, with Yang Yuankun and Yang Yuanhong heading toward their residence. Brother, have you truly let him off the hook? Yang Yuanhong questioned, puzzled. Do you even know what transpired? Yang Yuankun chuckled. Has this matter spread so far? Everyone on the site is aware. Old Zhao did not mention it to me, knowing I am your brother. But others are unaware and were careless in our presence, Yang Yuanhong explained. Chapter 71. A month later. That should suffice. There is no need to offend him completely, as that would lead to complications. One must leave room for future encounters. The old adage holds wisdom, Yang Yuankun elucidated with a smile, tossing a cigarette to Yang Yuanhong. Indeed, Yang Yuanhong agreed, lacking any particular thoughts on the matter. He was not well versed in the nuances of human relationships, and whatever Yang Yuankun suggested seemed reasonable to him. Primarily, this Foreman is not my primary concern. In another month, my own project will commence, and that is where my true focus lies. This is merely a way to reciprocate old Zhao's kindness, Yang Yuankun remarked, taking a long drag from his cigarette, his mind sharpening with clarity. The two returned to their dormitory, quickly washed up, and soon lay down to sleep. The following day, Yang Guoli indeed did not awaken. In the morning, Yang Yuankun attended to the workers under his charge, and by lunchtime, he encountered the man. Brother Yang, thank you ever so much. When I finally woke, it was already past 11, Yang Guoli exclaimed upon seeing Yang Yuankun enter the cafeteria, hastily rising to express his gratitude. That was only to be expected. We all drank together last night, so it is only natural to assist you, Yang Yuankun replied dismissively, grabbing a plate from the adjacent table, serving himself 2 dishes, and settling down to eat. Time passes swiftly, and Yang Yuankun, the foreman, is becoming increasingly adept at his responsibilities. Zhao Quan, although not entirely hands-off, visits the construction site every 3 days and remains quite satisfied. Thus, a month has elapsed. Xiao Yang, the project on your end is ready to commence. The building has been erected, and the stairwell and walls are completed. We are now at the stage of interior and exterior plastering, Zhao Quan remarked today as he sat on the sofa in the construction office, advising Yang Yuankun, who was sipping tea across from him. Zhao Gu, I have indeed noticed that the 10 buildings I oversee are ready for work. I see that the other buildings are also prepared to start, Yang Yuankun responded, keenly aware of his small project while fulfilling his role as foreman. Do you have enough manpower? Would you like me to introduce some workers? This is no small undertaking. Zhao Quan inquired with concern, wary of Yang Yuankun's relative youth and limited experience in the field, which might hinder his ability to secure sufficient labor. I should be fine. I can bring in my old colleagues from last year. They can introduce one another as well. Yang Yuankun paused before continuing. I plan to have them try their hand at contracting. That sounds good. It will significantly enhance efficiency. I can relate to that. Zhao Quan nodded in affirmation, reflecting. The output of a contracted worker can equal that of 3 piece-rate laborers. Isn't that a given? Why work so quickly on piecework? Slowing down might actually result in earning a bit more. Yang Yuankun chuckled, taking a sip of his now cold tea before adding. With contracting, the amount of work completed determines the pay, eliminating the daily need for roll calls and supervision. Yes, that works too. You don't have to hire too many people. Zhao Quan reminded him, but do keep a close eye on the quality of the work. We don't want their speed to compromise it. When the time comes for inspection, it will be the headquarters responsible for acceptance, and I can't intervene too much. You understand, right? I will certainly take my responsibilities seriously, Zhao Gu. Yang Yuankun replied with a smile, somewhat bashfully adding, perhaps you could find another foreman. I won't be able to devote as much attention here as I do now. That's all right. Just continue with your work. It's not overly hectic, and you've been performing admirably. Our progress has improved significantly, and the workers have no complaints about you. Zhao Quan said with satisfaction. He had conducted surprise inspections and was aware of the previous situation involving Yang Guoli. As long as the overall condition of the site was satisfactory, he chose not to intervene. I'll head back then. Don't forget to join us at Jinhai tonight. It's been a while since we gathered. Others from the site will come as well, Zhao Quan stated, having come with just these two matters in mind. As building relationships on site often revolved around such gatherings, either drinking together or visiting a club. Of course, I will not decline, Yang Yuankun replied. Recognizing that such occasions are inevitable, especially as he continues his livelihood on the construction site, as long as he maintains a proper balance. After seeing Zhao Quan off from the office, Yang Yuankun returned once the other party was out of sight. It was already past 10 in the morning, and sensing that the time was ripe, he took a stroll around the construction site before making his way to the small shop to place a phone call. Hello. Is this Uncle San? He inquired once the call connected. Yes, it's Yuankun, isn't it? Why are you calling at this time? Is something wrong? Uncle San asked with concern, fearing there might be an issue with his son. Nothing's wrong. Could you please find my wife for me? I have a matter to discuss. Yang Yuankun replied with a reassuring smile. All right, I'll ask my grandson to help. Please hold on, Uncle San said before putting down the receiver and calling out loudly. Hello. Yuankun, how is my third son doing over there? Since you have some free time, let us chat, Uncle San continued. He's doing quite well. He seems to be adapting and has met quite a few people, Yang Yuankun mentioned, a hint of amusement in his voice. Over the past month, Yang Yuanhong had acclimatized to life on the construction site and made several acquaintances. Others, noticing his youth, had taken him to various places. And with the limited funds he had, he managed just enough for his meals. Otherwise, he might have lost his innocence. That's good to hear. It must be because you're looking after him, Uncle San said, relieved. Given that Yang Yuanhong seldom called home, Uncle San felt reassured by Yang Yuankun's words. What have I done to look after him? He asked the one putting in the effort. Yang Yuankun chuckled. In a while? I won't have him do the menial work anymore. I'll have him help me with errands and communication, and he'll have it easier. Will he be able to handle it? He has no experience. Uncle San expressed his delight at the arrangement, as it would spare his son from excessive fatigue. Experience comes from doing things. He.s. accumulating it now, isn't he? Yang Yuankun replied nonchalantly. Before they could say much more, Zhao Xiaofeng's voice came through the line, the receiver having been shifted into her hands. Yang Yuankun could even hear her catching her breath. Why are you running so fast? Slow down. There's no rush, Yang Yuankun said, a touch of irritation in his tone. It's fine, the distance isn't far. Are you calling for something important? Zhao Xiaofeng asked, as it was uncommon for someone to call at this hour. Yes, there is a matter at hand, Yang Yuankun elaborated, having briefly explained the situation to Zhao Fengyu. I can't have Zhao Quan here. Please inquire at their home, and if they aren't familiar, see what you can find out. Understood, I'll head there right away, Zhao Xiaofeng replied promptly, recognizing the urgency of the task. There's no need to rush, primarily. Just check if they are available. If they can spare themselves, they should come over to me. Generally, their family has contact information, Yang Yuankun quickly interjected. Also, has the house in town been completed? He continued to inquire. Not yet. It has been raining heavily lately, causing work to halt for several days. They've only managed to finish the first and second floors, Zhao Xiaofeng answered swiftly. It's all right. Just check in occasionally. If they respond, give me a call or have them reach out to me directly, Zhao Xiaofeng murmured softly. Shall I hang up now? I need to find their family. There are some I haven't met yet. After the call ended, Yang Yuankun placed the receiver down and inquired with the owner of the convenience store. How much do I owe you? Just 50 cents will suffice, the owner replied with a smile after glancing at the time on the phone. If someone calls looking for me, they can find me at the foreman's office on the construction site, Yang Yuankun reminded. There is a nominal fee for helping to locate someone. Of course, you needn't worry, Foreman Yang. If someone comes looking for you, I will certainly run to find you. The owner responded amicably. During this time, everyone had become familiar with Yang Yuankun. The convenience store had secured its prime location through Zhao Quan's connections, prompting the owner to be particularly cordial toward him. All right, I shall take my leave then, Yang Yuankun remarked as he made his way toward the office. In the afternoon, just as Yang Yuankun finished taking attendance, someone from the convenience store arrived, stating that a call had come in. He hurriedly made his way back to the store and answered the phone. Yang Gu, it's me, Wang Hu, the voice on the other end announced. Yang Yuankun recognized it well, as Wang Hu was among those with whom he shared the closest bond. Xiao Hu, you called back quite promptly, Yang Yuankun said with a smile. I was at home when my sister-in-law came by at noon. I was just about to call, thinking you might be busy with lunch. So I waited until the afternoon when you started work, Wang Hu explained cheerfully. Why are you at home? Yang Yuankun asked, puzzled, since Wang Hu had already left earlier. The job finished up in about a month, and I figured you would be wrapping up soon as well. It wouldn't be wise to seek out new work right now, Wang Hu elaborated. Coincidentally, it's almost time for the Qingming festival, and I haven't returned to pay my respects in years. Isn't that fortuitous? Indeed, that is quite timely. I will be entering the site shortly. When can you come over? Yang Yuankun inquired. I can come tomorrow. I've already asked my family to pack my belongings, Wang Hu replied quickly. At this time, I don't dare to step outside. Everyone has so much to say. All right then, come over tomorrow. Have you been in touch with the others? Yang Yuankun continued to ask. Yes, 3 of them are returning with me. The others are off looking for new work. They mentioned that if you have a job available, you should reach out to them, Wang Hu answered promptly. That won't interfere with their current work, will it? Yang Yuankun expressed his concern. Not at all. They're just doing some odd jobs right now. There isn't much work available, Wang Hu replied dismissively. Then please inform them, or they can reach out to me directly. You know the address, right? Of course, you mentioned it during the new year, Wang Hu chuckled in response. The construction site is equipped with dormitories and a canteen. I will arrange for you to stay together in the dormitory, although the living conditions are somewhat lacking. The fact that you do not have to pay is truly the best aspect, as Yang Yuankun mentioned the situation here. Whether the conditions are good or bad is of little consequence. The absence of expenses is what truly matters. Wang Hu expressed his satisfaction with the complimentary accommodation, and the canteen on site offers prices significantly lower than those outside. The key to success lies in making a profit. Therefore, you should come over tomorrow. I will make the necessary arrangements, Yang Yuankun concluded before hanging up the phone. Since everyone is in contact, it spares him the effort of reaching out to each individual. Boss, if there are any more calls, please inform me. Yang Yuankun cheerfully pulled out 2 yuan from his pocket to hand to the other party, considering it a token for their errand. Typically, one is expected to provide such gestures, for if one offers too little, the person may not return for future calls, relying solely on one's conscientiousness. All right, Yang, my friend. The small shop owner happily accepted the money and made a brief phone call, pocketing the 2 yuan. He was eager to seize as many such opportunities as possible. In the afternoon, several more calls came in from workers who had been under his supervision the previous year, with some inquiring if they could bring others along. Yang Yuankun granted permission, as he was currently in need of manpower. He would assess their skills later. But it appeared that those who stayed at home with Wang Hu did not make any calls, likely having been informed by him. Hey, Oldly, are there any vacant rooms in the dormitory? Yang Yuankun inquired as he approached his office neighbor. I'll check. I truly don't know, Oldly replied, glancing at his cousin. After a while, he lifted his head to say, there are a few vacant rooms. Some people just left, and several teams have completed their work. All right, arrange 2 rooms for me. My team will be arriving tomorrow, Yang Yuankun said, slipping 2 packs of cigarettes into Old Lee's hands with a smile. Your team? What is the situation? Workers at the construction site are assigned rooms upon reporting, Old Lee asked, puzzled. I have also taken on a small project with Zhao Go, and I will be entering the site soon. These are workers I personally recruited, so just treat me like any other contractor, Yang Yuankun explained. His team would not be occupying the rooms for free. He would ultimately be paying Zhao Quan for them. However, the cost would undoubtedly be much lower than renting a place, and he would cover the expenses himself. Oh, I see. No problem then. 2 rooms, right? Old Lee scribbled down a note, designating those 2 rooms for Yang Yuankun's small team. Chapter 73. Relocating accommodations after arranging for the lodging. Yang Yuankun went to inspect the 2 dormitory rooms. They were conveniently located just below his own accommodation in the same building. Using the keys obtained from Old Lee, he unlocked the door to find the interiors quite untidy. Yang Yuankun had no intention of cleaning it himself at that moment. The standard 8-person room featured bunk beds on either side with a long table in the center. He merely tested the sturdiness of the iron beds and table, satisfied that they were in good condition. Cleaning could be addressed simply tomorrow with Yang Yuanhong. After dinner and freshening up that evening, Yang Yuankun lay on his bed, observing Yang Yuanhong, who was engrossed in reading a novel. Do not go to work tomorrow, Yang Yuankun expressed his thoughts. What? Not going to work? Why? Yang Yuanhong questioned, puzzled, as he set aside the novel he had been reading. It's not that you won't be working at this construction site anymore. You will follow me in my endeavors. Yang Yuankun replied, sitting up in bed with a smile. You are currently earning merely 30 yuan a day as a laborer. Working tirelessly for an entire month would yield less than 1,000 yuan. But there used to be a time when money was plentiful, Kuan-gu. After a year, I could earn over 10,000 yuan. My family, despite cultivating so much land, barely makes that in a year, Yang Yuanhong responded, displaying a sense of contentment. What are you thinking? You still have 12 months to work. Not to mention whether there will even be construction sites that need you. You would simply wear yourself out. Yang Yuankun retorted with a glance before continuing. I only had you work as a laborer for a while to familiarize you with the site and the local customs. I can manage. I was always meant to follow Kuan-gu, Yang Yuanhong said nonchalantly. My project is ready to commence. Today, I have already contacted the crew I worked with last year. They will arrive tomorrow. Yang Yuankun mentioned about his daytime activities. You will work alongside me, and I shall pay you 1,500 yuan a month. How does that sound? Such a substantial amount. Kuan-gu, isn't that the same rate as those temporary laborers? Yang Yuanhong calculated, feeling somewhat bashful. No need for that much, Kuan-gu. A bit less would suffice. I've noticed those temporary workers generally earn around 28 days of work a month, so this is already higher than them. Just accept this amount, Yang Yuankun insisted, waving his hand. I still have to continue my role as foreman, and you will assist me over there. Of course, you will also have to do some work. Additionally, there will be errands and support tasks, and I will compensate you accordingly. Huh, what a pleasant surprise, Yang Yuanhong said, genuinely pleased. While he was delighted about the earnings, he acknowledged how tiring the past month had been. He had only taken 2 days off due to the rain and was already contemplating when the next rainfall might occur. However, we must agree on the payment terms. It won't be disbursed monthly like those workers. Instead, I'll provide you with 500 yuan for living expenses each month, and the remainder will be given once I receive payment for my work. This method of compensation is quite standard on construction sites nowadays, and many sites don't even provide living expenses. It is only during the autumn when children return to school that the upper management might disburse a small amount for school fees, which is why it is particularly challenging for migrant workers to receive their wages, often causing significant uproar. That is only fair, Kuan-gu. I understand, Yang Yuanhong agreed. All right, it is settled then. I will ensure to arrange other work for you once my current tasks are completed, Yang Yuankun reminded him. I shall just follow Kuan-gu. Yang Yuanhong replied nonchalantly, picking up the novel he had placed on the table. Did you buy this novel, or rent it? When did you develop a liking for such things? Yang Yuankun asked, perplexed, as this brother had not shown such an inclination before. I spotted it at a roadside stall while shopping with a few friends last time. I read a few pages and thought it was quite good. Yang Yuankun lamented as he glanced at the book in his hands. Though it is rather expensive, this one costs 2 yuan. Yang Yuankun glanced at the dimly lit fluorescent light and immediately discerned that the item before him was nothing more than a pirated book, a second-hand one at that. Such an exorbitant price for such a contraband item was incomprehensible. Upon closer inspection of the cover, he mused that it was likely only someone like Yang Yuanhong from the small town of Chunan would purchase it. The following morning, Yang Yuankun decided not to send Yang Yuanhong to work. After taking attendance at the office door, the two made their way to the room they had prepared the day prior. Just tidy up these 2 rooms a bit. They're coming over tonight. Once darkness falls, cleaning will be a waste of time. If it's not clean, there's no way they can stay, Yang Yuankun instructed, pointing to the 2 dormitories, while Yang Yuanhong, filled with curiosity, listened attentively. Not a problem. This is much easier than hauling cement. Don't worry, Brother Kuan, Yang Yuanhong replied, taking the keys that Yang Yuankun handed him, and dashed upstairs. Soon, Yang Yuankun spotted him energetically fetching water with a bucket for bathing and laundry, a broom in hand, displaying commendable enthusiasm. Brother Kuan, may I stay downstairs with them? Yang Yuanhong inquired after lunch while they were sitting in the dormitory. Is it really a hardship to stay with me? In a 2-person room. Look at this construction site. Who else has such good conditions? Yang Yuankun questioned, puzzled. I just thought it would be nice to spend more time with everyone. I'll be working alongside them in the future, and living together fosters better relationships. Doesn't he it? Yang Yuanhong replied with a cheerful grin. You make a valid point. Learn from them as much as you can. You can't always rely on me. Improving your skills will allow you to take on jobs independently in the future. You know, Yang Yuankun reminded him. I understand, Brother Kuan. I see those skilled workers on the site earning more than you do, Yang Yuanhong said with a hint of aspiration. Isn't that obvious? Just learn as much as you can. If you want to stay downstairs, go ahead. You can move today. It wouldn't be pleasant for you to suddenly join them once they arrive, Yang Yuankun suggested. I'll move over this afternoon. It's close anyway. Yang Yuanhong eagerly agreed. Despite the comforts of living with Yang Yuankun, he felt somewhat uneasy. It seemed far better to reside with the workers, especially since the two rooms were not overly occupied, and he had heard that the others were also from their hometown. I'll take my leave then. You manage your move, Yang Yuankun said, standing up and stepping out to continue his work. When he returned in the evening, Yang Yuankun noticed that Yang Yuanhong had already relocated, leaving only his bedding in the room. Sighing, he reflected on how he couldn't help but miss Zhao Xiaofeng back home. Otherwise, he would have called her over. Once the house was completed, his mother would move to the town, and with the assistance of his sister Yang Erji, Zhao Xiaofeng could bring the two children along. However, if they came together, they couldn't stay in this place. Instead, they could rent a house in the nearby community, and after Yang Feifei's school commenced, he could return to his own work, which would likely be wrapping up by then. Chapter 74. Receiving visitors around 8 o'clock in the evening. Yang Yuankun rose from his bed. Wang Hu and the others had taken the same train as him, arriving at around 8 as well. Last time, his own disembarkation had been delayed for quite some time. This time, they should arrive much more promptly. Come, let us go and fetch them. It is nearly time. Yang Yuankun descended to the ground floor and, upon opening the door, addressed his brother Yang Yuanhong, who was engrossed in a novel. All right, Brother Kun. I'll change my clothes, Yang Yuanhong replied, setting the book aside. After donning a new jacket, he stepped outside, securely locking the door behind him. The two then made their way to the entrance of the construction site, where a modest night market had spontaneously emerged, bustling with various food stalls and vendors. With so many people conducting business here, are there really customers? Yang Yuanhong inquired, perplexed by the crowd, as typically few ventured out to stroll in the evenings. If there were no customers, would they set up stalls here? Do you really think others are foolish? With a sidelong glance, Yang Yuankun seated himself on a stone pedestal at the entrance and lit a cigarette. Perhaps you're right. Yang Yuanhong nodded, curiosity still brimming. Brother Kun, can these small stalls actually turn a profit? It seems many engage in this. You might be surprised at how lucrative it can be, Yang Yuankun replied, gesturing toward the surrounding residential area. As long as they establish a certain scale here, local residents will flock to purchase from them. These roadside stalls are set up here due to the spaciousness and lack of oversight. Had they positioned themselves at the entrance of that opposite community, they would likely be chased away by security. It's not merely a matter of night market economics. It genuinely impacts the community's image. You need to cultivate good relations with them, understand? Also learn some skills. When I said you should stop working as a laborer, I didn't mean for you to cease all activity. There isn't much to do now, Yang Yuankun advised, casting a glance at his younger cousin. I understand, Brother Kun. You needn't worry, Yang Yuanhong assured, thumping his chest. I've become accustomed to this over the past month. Though it is exhausting, the money I earn is my own. And I fear no toil. One cannot dismiss rest. However, Yang Yuankun replied, nodding. Your uncle hasn't asked you to contribute financially, has he? No. My father told me that the money I earn is mine. When I marry, he will support me a bit. But he doesn't expect me to provide for him in his old age. Yang Yuanhong expressed, a hint of melancholy in his tone, as though he felt cast out. Isn't that quite fortunate? You are indeed unaware of your blessings, Yang Yuankun remarked, playfully tapping his cousin's head. Your father may say that, but during the new year, you should still buy him some tobacco and wine, and set aside a little for his old age. These are your duties, you know? I understand, Brother Kun. Last time you accompanied those individuals, they took you to such places. Why didn't you partake? Noticing his cousin's downcast demeanor, Yang Yuankun shifted the conversation, teasingly. What are you talking about, Brother Kun? How could I possibly engage in such activities? Yang Yuanhong quickly defended himself, shedding his earlier gloom. Is it a matter of finances? Waiting until you have money to indulge? Yang Yuankun continued to jest. No. Yang Yuanhong vehemently objected, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before whispering. I found those women unattractive. They appeared older than me. I would never engage in such activities. Hey there, if you were young and beautiful, you would have done it. Right? In an instant, Yang Yuankun grasped the implication of his companion's words. After tossing a cigarette to him, he affirmed, you have a point. You are still quite inexperienced. If you were to pay someone else, that would indeed be a significant loss. Exactly, Yang Yuanhong chimed in, lighting the cigarette he received, nodding vigorously. The two shared a light-hearted conversation, and time flew by. After more than half an hour, Yang Yuankun noticed a tricycle stopping at the construction site's entrance, followed by another. Descending from the first tricycle were none other than Wang, Hu, and Zhou Xing. "Why are you so late?" Yang Yuankun approached, calling out loudly. "Huh, Brother Yang, you are still waiting for us." Wang Hu, surprised yet pleased to see Yang Yuankun, explained, "There weren't many vehicles at the station, so this kind gentleman arranged for us to be brought over." "All right, let me pay," Yang Yuankun said, pulling out his wallet. After inquiring about the fare, he generously compensated the drivers, recognizing their efforts. Each vehicle had 2 passengers and a heap of luggage, especially at such a late hour. This time, the arrivals from his hometown were all acquaintances: Wang Hu, Zhou Xing, Su Yang, and Qian Xiong, all of whom had grown up with him, with Su Yang being the youngest among them. "Let me help you with that. There's still some distance to cover," Yang Yuankun offered. Taking one of Wang Hu's larger bags and a smaller one from Zhou Xing, Yang Yuanhong perceptively also assisted with 2 bags. "Brother, we can manage. We've been on the road all day and haven't exerted much effort," Wang Hu quickly replied, attempting to reclaim the luggage from Yang Yuankun. "I insist. Sitting in a vehicle is truly exhausting," Yang Yuankun declined, nodding towards Yang Yuanhong. "Allow me to introduce my cousin, Yang Yuanhong. You all met during the New Year, so you should be familiar with each other, as we all hail from the same hometown." "Of course we know him," Zhou Xing responded with a smile. "You can just call him Xiaohong. He will be working alongside you, so please teach him. He'll be staying with you as well," Yang Yuankun continued, leading the way with the bags in hand. "Sure thing, Brother Yang. He's your brother, so he's definitely ours too," Wang Hu replied with a grin, playfully patting Yang Yuanhong on the back. "I had him work a month of odd jobs, so he's not completely green. You can trust him. If he doesn't perform well, I won't let him off lightly," Yang Yuankun said with a mock sternness. After about a 5-minute walk, they arrived at the dormitory. Yang Yuanhong set down the luggage and opened the door, with everyone eagerly rushing inside. "With Yuanhong joining us, I reckon we'll have 10 people altogether. Each room holds 5. You all can decide whether to fill this room completely or split into 2. It's up to you." Yang Yuankun briefly explained the accommodation situation, leaving the arrangements in their capable hands. Chapter 75. The Gathering of Friends. "Let us divide ourselves a bit," Wang Hu suggested, turning to Yang Yuankun beside him. "Do you have the key to the adjacent room, Brother Yang?" "Yes, it's with Xiaohong," Yang Yuankun replied, gesturing for Yang Yuanhong to produce the key. With admirable efficiency, the latter retrieved it from his pocket. Each lock was accompanied by 3 keys, which was quite commendable. "I will take the room next to Su Yang. Lao Qian, Lao Zhou, you 2 can stay here." Wang Hu efficiently allocated the rooms before grabbing his luggage and departing the dormitory with Su Yang, followed closely by Yang Yuankun. "Brother Yang, since we arrived together, if we stay in the same room, it might leave a bad impression on the other brothers, suggesting we are 2 cliques. It would be better to disperse," Wang Hu explained while organizing his belongings. "You indeed have a point regarding this matter," Yang Yuankun admitted, having not considered it deeply before. Although he had a closer relationship with the Westerners this time, it was unnecessary to create a negative perception among the other brothers. "This is not something for you to worry about. I'm just overthinking it. Haha," Wang Hu said, deftly arranging his bedding. Su Yang busied himself with his own tasks. And with 6 bunks in the room, one person would need to occupy an upper bunk while the remaining upper bunks were designated for luggage. "Have you all eaten yet? What would you like?" "It's on me," Yang Yuankun inquired, observing how efficiently the 2 were organizing their things compared to Yang Yuanhong. "Then we are in for a treat," Wang Hu exclaimed, lighting a cigarette for Yang Yuankun with a broad smile. "I noticed quite a few street stalls and eateries by the construction site entrance. Let us go there for some food and drinks." "All right. Lock the door, and let us call the others from next door." Yang Yuankun waved his hand and led the 2 to the adjacent room. After ensuring everyone had locked their doors, they retraced their steps to the entrance of the construction site. They found a modest eatery, where they combined 2 small tables to comfortably seat 6. The chairs were simple folding stools. "What would you gentlemen like to eat? We have everything here." The proprietress greeted the group warmly, presenting a pot of hot water with a beaming smile. "Go ahead and order. I will handle the bill." Yang Yuankun waved dismissively, using the hot water to rinse the bowls and utensils, discarding the water on the ground. "Then I want tea. Hold back, Brother Yang. Just don't end up broke from my order." Wang Hu, who shared the closest rapport with Yang Yuankun, having assisted him with supervision last year, enthusiastically perused the menu. He ordered 6 dishes in one go, 2 meat and 4 vegetable, along with 2 bottles of inexpensive white liquor, before setting the menu down. Seeing the order placed, The proprietress prepared to leave. Do not rush. Allow me to add a few more dishes. Upon noticing that Wang, who had ordered rather sparingly, particularly lacking in meat dishes, Yang Yuankun understood that although Wang, who claimed he wished to eat himself into poverty, he felt somewhat hesitant to place an order himself. Thus, he took it upon himself to enhance the meal with a serving of braised chicken, a grilled fish, and braised pork with potatoes. Make sure to include plenty of meat. Do not merely focus on the potatoes, or I shall not return to your establishment again. Rest assured, dear patron, we have been conducting business here for many years. We can ill afford to offend you, the proprietress assured him promptly. With this order, they had accumulated 8 dishes, an exceptionally substantial order that would not be encountered for several days, and thus it warranted exceptional service, perhaps even the prospect of returning customers. Very well. Let us proceed with this for now. Should we find it insufficient, I shall order more, Yang Yuankun declared as he set the menu aside. This evening, he and Yang Yuanhong opted not to dine in the cafeteria, instead choosing to enjoy a meal together outside. As it had been quite some time since they had last met, as the future proprietor, it was essential for him to foster closer relationships. The meal proved satisfying for everyone. After 6 individuals consumed 2 bottles of wine, they refrained from ordering more, instead requesting rice to accompany their dishes. Having spent an entire day traveling, they were somewhat weary, and after a brief, pleasant conversation at the roadside stall, they prepared to depart. How much do I owe? Yang Yuankun inquired of the attentive proprietress who approached. Let me calculate that for you. The total for the dishes is 60 yuan. I shall consider the 6 portions of rice as a gift to the owner. The 2 bottles of wine are 6 yuan, bringing the grand total to 66 yuan. A rather auspicious number, wouldn't you agree? After tallying the bill, she presented it to Yang Yuankun for his review. That seems fair, he responded, finding the meal to be quite economical. He quickly retrieved the money from his wallet and handed it over. Once the change was settled, everyone returned to their dormitory. Yang Yuankun did not linger any longer. He ascended to his solitary room on the upper floor. Lying on his bed, he cast a glance at the opposite bunk. Tomorrow, he would instruct old Li to dispose of that iron-framed bed. It appeared somewhat peculiar in the solitary space. He was quite enjoying living alone, especially as the 5 individuals who had previously responded to him would be arriving the next day, albeit not all together. 2 of them had been working alongside him since last year, while the remaining 3 had been introduced by acquaintances. If he continued to have them perform tasks, he would need to recruit additional help. Otherwise, the work would remain unfinished, Yang Yuankun mused internally. Once everyone had arrived, he would solicit their opinions. Those who had confidence in their skills and believed they could earn more than 50 yuan per day through contracted work would likely be amenable. This arrangement would afford them greater freedom, though Yang Yuankun would need to monitor the quality of their work, ensuring that speed did not come at the expense of standards. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the combination of having just consumed alcohol and a hearty meal gradually lulled Yang Yuankun into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, he resumed his duties as the foreman, and during the day, he could only find brief moments to greet the newcomers, instructing them to collect the arriving individuals at the construction site. The fare from the bus station to this location would be on him. After finishing work in the evening, Yang Yuankun arrived at the dormitory, where all 10 individuals, including Yang Yuanhong, had gathered. Their bedding was neatly arranged, and although 5 people shared a room, it was evidently much more spacious than the other 8-person accommodations, allowing for ample space for their belongings and preventing overcrowding. Be cautious while descending from the upper bunk, Yang Yuankun advised the person lying above, who had been introduced by Wang Hu. He realized he did not even know the individual's name. It's not that high. I used to jump down from higher places at other job sites, Wang Hu replied nonchalantly. Yang Yuankun, reminded that they were all young, nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Yang Yuanhong. Please go and call over the people next door who are still resting. We need to discuss the details of this project. All right, I'll head over right away. Yang Yuanhong promptly ran next door. Soon, everyone had gathered in the room, greeting Yang Yuankun warmly. Besides the 6 individuals who had come earlier, 5 more had joined today, making a total of 10. No one stood. They all took a seat on the beds, unconcerned about formality, as everyone was quite relaxed. I'd like to share a few details about the project I've taken on, Yang Yuankun began. It involves the interior plastering of 10 buildings. You are all seasoned professionals in this line of work, so I'm confident you can manage it. Wow, so much work. Brother Yang, no wonder you needed us to help find more people, Zhou Xing remarked with a hint of excitement. Once we finish this project, we'll be almost done for the year. We won't have to travel extensively, which will save us a significant amount in travel expenses. And we won't have to worry about payment. I mentioned this last year when I was at my place. The timeline for this project is quite tight. Mr. Zhao expects completion by October, and we must finish our part by August at the latest, so we need to work swiftly. Yang Yuankun explained the current situation. If it's just the few of you working, I fear we won't meet the deadline. Therefore, I would like to know if you are open to a contracting arrangement, where I would pay you based on the amount of work completed. Brother Yang, I understand this approach. I've noticed that those who work on a contract basis seem to earn more than those on an hourly wage. After all, they get paid for what they accomplish, right? Wang Hu chimed in, as he had the closest relationship with Yang Yuankun, while Yang Yuanhong was unfamiliar with such matters. I won't hide this from you. If your pace isn't quick enough, or if you tend to slack off and require supervision to stay productive, it may not necessarily be more profitable than working hourly. It ultimately depends on your own diligence. There is no obligation to contract. Yang Yuankun surveyed the faces of the group as he articulated his thoughts. How could that be? We're all here to earn money. Who would be lazy? We're not like you, Brother Yang. You've already made enough, right? Zhou Xing joked, lightening the mood, but his words held a kernel of truth. Those willing to work on a construction site were certainly not idle. Previous laziness in hourly work stemmed from the uniform pay, which naturally led to attempts at cutting corners. All right, that's all. If you wish to take on contract work, please let me know by noon tomorrow. I will calculate the pricing tonight. For those of us engaged in internal contracts, we operate based on area, and you can certainly calculate it yourselves. Rest assured, the prices I provide will be fair and reasonable. It is not feasible for everyone to make immediate decisions. Yang Yuankun continued, adding that those wishing to continue working should inform him, as he would need to recruit more personnel if the demand increased, considering the tight timeline. Everyone readily agreed. Observing that the discussion had reached a satisfactory conclusion, Yang Yuankun waved his hand grandly. Let us go. Since you all missed out yesterday, today's meal is on me. We'll dine out, take a day off tomorrow, and tonight, feel free to indulge in some drinks. The next morning, Yang Yuankun groggily rose from his bed, his head throbbing from the previous night's revelries, where he had found himself drinking excessively, often consuming 10 cups whenever no one toasted him. He realized such indulgence must cease. Upon switching on the room's light, he glanced at the watch beside his pillow and noted it was already past 6. Hastily, he dressed, as the outside world was no longer cloaked in darkness, given that it was now early March. After completing his morning routine, he noticed a considerable number of people had already gathered outside, so he opted to prioritize his work before having breakfast. After taking attendance, Yang Yuankun headed to the cafeteria for a simple meal of porridge accompanied by a few buns and fried dough sticks. He then strolled around the construction site, which provided a moment to digest his food. Notably, the prevalence of laziness on-site had diminished significantly, and he felt that a brief pause was acceptable as long as it didn't involve groups congregating. Returning to his office, he first addressed matters concerning Zhao Quan before reflecting on the contracting prices from his previous life. He then made a call to Zhao Quan, aiming to keep his rates aligned with everyone else's, albeit slightly lower, given that he was now in the middle of the transactions. As long as payments were prompt, he would make for a commendable contractor. Don't hesitate, just take the contracting work. Trust me, Yang Yuankun jested upon seeing Wang Hu enter. Brother Yang, what if I fall short? Will you compensate me? Wang Hu replied with a smile. I will cover you, Yang Yuankun said, waving his hand grandly as he pulled out 2 cigarettes from the box on his desk, tossing one to Wang Hu. Rest assured, while I may not be familiar with others' skills, I am well acquainted with yours. After all, we learned masonry together. All right then, I shall take on the contracting work. I've heard it's more lucrative, though it will be my first time, Wang Hu admitted, feeling a bit anxious about this new venture. Knowing it differed from hourly work, where pay was calculated by the number of days worked. I won't say much else. Just focus on doing well. And doubling your income will be entirely feasible, he added, lighting his cigarette and exhaling smoke as he spoke. Oh, I could easily earn an extra 20 or 30, Wang Hu remarked, rubbing his hands together with eagerness to commence work. However, do be cautious regarding quality. With contracting work, I will scrutinize the standards closely. It's not just about speed, Yang Yuankun cautioned. No problem at all. I certainly will not deceive Brother Yang. Should anyone dare to do so, they shall face my wrath, Wang Hu declared fiercely. Very well, we can commence work tomorrow. In the afternoon, I will take you to inspect the location, Yang Yuankun said. allowing the others to exit first. In the morning, the remaining individuals approached Yang Yuankun to discuss matters. Some had come in pairs, and ultimately, a total of 6 chose to undertake the contract work, while only 3 opted for odd jobs. Among them was Su Yang, a rather young fellow who had the highest rate of rework last year. If he truly wished to labor, Yang Yuankun would not deter him. In the afternoon, Yang Yuankun guided the group to the construction site, where he pointed out the 10 buildings he had contracted. The contracts were assigned per building, and each of the 6 individuals was now responsible for 1 building. Yang Yuankun intended to observe their work performance to make necessary adjustments.